J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with No Wonder. We all know what the words trademark stand for, but just for fun, I looked up the actual definition yesterday and I found something I liked. Well, the dictionary says that by association, the trademark becomes a symbol of goodwill. Well, the name Jell-O is a trademark, and we hope that for you it is a symbol of goodwill and also of good eating. And if you always insist on genuine Jell-O by name, you're sure of good eating every time. For that name is the property of General Foods, and it tells you here is the real thing, the one and only Jell-O. It tells you that here's a grand dessert, bright with cheerful color, delicious with extra rich fruit flavor. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, you'll know that's incorrect, for there is no other Jell-O. So don't accept any substitutes. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was No Wonder, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, hey, Jack. Oh, Phil, where's Jack?
I don't know. I got enough trouble taking track of my hillbillies.
Oh, I know where Jack is. He's in the next room talking to Barbara Whitney on the telephone. Oh, boy, is he gaga about her.
Well, she's beautiful.
Yes, but it's a shame the way Jack is falling for her. I think she's nothing but a gold digger.
Well, she'll have to use a dredge to get any out of him.
Say, fellas, let's open the door and listen in on him.
Oh, no, that wouldn't be nice.
Ain't that too bad? Open her up, Mary.
Yes, Barbara. Yeah? Oh, you don't really mean that. You do? Uh-huh. 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 Gee, that was cute.
What a sap.
Oh, let him alone. He's only young twice.
Oh, you know I do, Barbara. I called you 4 times today, didn't I? That's 4 nickels. That's 20 cents.
What a Romeo. He keeps books yet.
Now, look, honey, am I going to see you tonight? Oh, you're going to a cooking school? Well, that's encouraging. How about Monday night? I see. Well, Tuesday night? Wednesday night?
When you get to Friday, it's me.
What's that, Barbara? Oh, you can see me Thursday night? Well, that's swell. Shall I bring you some more peanut brittle? Oh, it's no trouble. I insist. I'll bring you a great big bag.
Gee, he must get it wholesale.
Well, Barbara, I have to hang up now. I'll see you Thursday. Bye-bye, honey.
Let's get back, kids. Hurry up.
Gee, what a gal. I got a pocket full of... Oh, hello, fellas. I'm sorry I'm late. I just bumped into an old friend of mine out in the corridor.
Old friend, eh?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in years. In fact, I used to go to school with him.
I'll bet he was surprised to see you got out.
Hey, that's a good one. Well, fellas, how about getting started with the program? I'm raring to go.
Oh, you certainly look it, Jack. I've never seen you so radiant and happy. Why, you're positively beaming.
Well, why shouldn't I be happy? It's Thanksgiving. The frost is on the pumpkin. I'm going to have turkey and dressing and cranberries.
Nuts.
And nuts and raisins. Oh, boy, it's the holiday season.
All right, Jack, all right. Cut the kidding. We know you were talking to Barbara on the phone. We heard you mention her name.
Barbara? Oh, I know what you mean. I was talking to my tailor in Santa Barbara. It was a long-distance call.
Your tailor?
Yeah.
Do you always pay for your suits with peanut brittle?
Peanut brittle? Oh, I just sent him that for a gag. He's a nice fella, and I like him.
You must like him, all right. You kept calling him Honey.
Honey?
Yeah, we heard you.
Well, why, sure I call him Honey. That happens to be his name. Honey Boy Ginsburg. Now, listen, fellas, that was just a business call, so let's forget it.
Well, if it was a business call and he's your tailor, why couldn't he see you tonight?
Because he's busy. He's working on my suit, that's why.
Well, if he's working on your suit, why is he going to cooking school?
He's making panties for lamb chops, and shut up. Gosh. Gee, you'd think this was a quiz program.
Well, Jack, the whole thing is your fault. Now, why didn't you come out in the first place and admit that you were talking to Barbara? You're not ashamed of her, are you?
Now, look, fellas, let's drop it. I was talking to my tailor. His name is Honey Boy, and he lives in Santa Barbara. Now, do you mind if I get off the witness stand?
No. Say, Jack, did he make that suit you've got on now?
This one? Yeah, but the cuffs on the sleeves are my own idea. It's the latest thing, too. Not bad, huh?
That's the only Mackinaw I ever saw with pants.
Well, that's just sour grapes. You don't know what you're talking about.
Say, Jack, it's not a bad-looking suit at that, but isn't it just a little loose on you?
Well, yes, Don, but it's supposed to be. You see, this is an English drape model. It's not supposed to fit snug, you know.
Just the same, you look like you were punctured.
Well, Mary, if I were you, I wouldn't pass any remarks about anyone else's apparel, especially with that hat you've got on tonight. Where do you get them all? You ought to see this one, folks. It looks like a bird's eye view of a knit on a gnat. Oh, what a lid. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. How's your love life?
Love life? What are you talking about?
Did you buy that ring yet?
Ring?
What ring?
Oh, I saw Jack in a jewelry store the other day looking for some rings.
Don't get excited, Kenny. He's buying it for his tailor.
Oh. Well, Jack, I hope you'll both be very happy.
Now, Kenny, just relax and don't get all confused. What's that you got in your hand?
Oh, I'm selling some tickets on a turkey raffle. You want to buy one?
That was 2 turkeys, wasn't it?
No, one ticket.
Turkey raffle. Oh, well. Well.
Oh, come on. How about it, Jack? They're only a half $1.
Isn't that cute, Kenny running a raffle? Are you having any trouble selling tickets?
Not until now.
I was talking to Kenny. Kenny, it's time for your song now, and I'll buy a ticket right after you finish. How's that?
Oh, buy it now, Jack. What's 3 minutes interest on 50 cents?
Mary, I'm not going to interrupt the program for a personal matter. I'll buy a ticket later. Go ahead with your song, Kenny.
Okay.
Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello? Who? Oh, hello, honey. Boy. I said, hello, honey. Boy, am I glad to hear from you.
Who is it, Jack?
My tailor. He's calling from Santa Barbara. What? What's that? You can't make my suit Thursday night?
Nice work, Jack. We don't catch on.
Mary, quiet. Well, gee, I wish you could make it. I've got reservations at the Coconut Grove.
Oh, he dances, too.
Well, look, honey, boy. How about Friday night or Saturday night?
I smell a rat. Does anybody else?
Quiet. Look, Mr. Ginsburg, I'll have to call you back later. What? Yes, I like the suit. All right, I love the suit. What? All right, I love you. Goodbye. Well, sing, Kenny. What are you looking at?
Gosh.
Well, I gotta have suits, don't I? What am I, a nudist?
On my island of dreams, you are with me, it seems, and I care not for fame or renown. Like the black sheep of old, I'll come back to the fold. Little town in the old county down. Sure, if I had the wings of a swallow, I would travel far over the sea. Then a rocky old road I would follow to a spot that is heaven to me. When the sun goes to rest way down in the west, then I'll build such a nest in the place I love best. Oh, that dear little town in the old county down, it will linger way down in my heart. Though it never was grand, 'tis my fairyland, just a wonderful world set apart. Oh, my island of dreams, you are with me, it seems, and I care not for fame or renown. Like the black sheep of old, I'll come back to the fold. Little town in the old county down.
That was Little Town and Old County Down, sung by Kenny Baker, and very good, Kenny. And now, folks...
Hey, Jack, what about that raffle ticket?
Kenny, I'll take care of that later.
Well, you said you would right after my song. Why don't you buy it now?
Oh, tell him why, Don.
Because if Jack took the time out to buy a raffle ticket, I wouldn't be able to say that Jell-O is the most economical and popular dessert in America today.
You see, Kenny?
It is tempting, delightful, and comes in 6 delicious flavors. So look for the big red letters on the box.
There you are, Kenny.
I understand.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction for this evening is rather long, tonight the Benny Whiteface Minstrels will present their version of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's current film achievement, that stirring drama of newsreel cameramen and their adventures in the jungle, that sensational story, Too Hot to Handle. Thank you. As you may remember, this picture starred Clark Gable and Myrna Loy. Now, I will play the part of that ace cameraman as portrayed on the screen by Mr. Gable. Myrna Loy's role will be enacted...
Wait a minute, Jack. Why do you always grab the star part for yourself?
Now, Myrna Loy's role will be enacted...
One week you're Bob Taylor, this week you're Gable. Why can't I have a part like that?
Now, Myrna Loy's role will be enacted by...
What am I around here, a stooge?
Definitely. Now, Mary, you're going to play Myrna Loy's part.
That's a relief. I thought you were going to grab that, too.
No, that's all yours. Huh? Now, you're going to be Myrna Livingston, that daredevil flyer. Now, in this play, you have a brother who is also a flyer.
What are we, a trapeze act?
Mary, you're an aviatrix. In fact, you're just as much at home in the air as you are on the ground.
That's fine. I get dizzy when I eat a 3-decker sandwich.
All right, you'll only be acting, and we'll get a better joke for tonight. Now, let's see. In the last scene, we go into the jungles of Africa. So, Kenny, you'll have to play the part of a cannibal.
A cannibal? What's that?
A cannibal, Kenny, is the kind of a guy who'd go into a restaurant and order the waiter. Now, Don, you'll have to be a cannibal, too.
Oh, Jack, I don't think I'd like to do that. Cannibals have no class or dignity.
Well, Don, we'll let you wear spats. You'll do all right.
But, Jack, I can't play the part of a savage. I'm not vicious enough.
Don, you'll be vicious if I have to cut your salary. Which threw me a thought. Now, let's see. Who else do we need?
Say, Jack,
What is it, Kenny?
if you cut Don's salary, will you buy a raffle ticket?
Maybe. Well, so much for the casting of our play. So now, folks...
Say, Jack, not that I care, but is there a part for me in this taffy pull?
Oh, yes, Phil. Yeah, you're going to be my boss, the head of the Union Newsreel Company, and your name is Phil Fathead.
Fathead?
Yes.
Well, you better call me by my first name or I'll knock that gold tooth right out of the front row.
I haven't got a gold tooth, Smarty. I've been eating salmon. Now, our play, Spawn of the North, Too Hot to Handle, will go on immediately after the next number. Are you ready, Maestro?
Yeah, but I don't like the idea of being cooped up in an office. Isn't there any other part for me?
Yes, Phil. If you can stand a crank in your ear, you can be a camera. Now, go ahead and play. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny,
Yes?
are you going in the jungles tonight to visit the cannibals?
Yes, I am. Why?
Well, I'll be seeing you. Yum, yum.
Fine cannibal. I hope I give him indigestion. That was Jeepers Creepers, played by Colonel Corn and his orchestra. What a leader. His baton says Eversharp on it. You know, Phil, you'd think you could buy a real baton with what I pay you.
Just about.
Phil, I could answer that remark, but you wouldn't appreciate it. And now, folks, we will proceed with our play, Too Hot to Handle, or Sleepy Time Down South Africa. The opening scene is the office of the Union Newsreel Company, New York City. As the curtain rises, we find the editor impatiently awaiting the arrival of his ace cameraman, Clark Benny, who needs no introduction. Curtain music.
Hello? Union Newsreel Company. Mr. Benny? Well, he's not here. He's in China. Yes, I'll tell him when he gets back.
Oh,
Goodbye.
Miss Stewart, who was that calling Benny?
His tailor, Barbara Whitney.
Oh. Well, Clark better get here today. I sent him to China 5 weeks ago to get some war pictures. We need him right away.
Here he comes now.
Oh, hiya, Chief, old boy. How's the old kid? Gee, it's good to be back.
It's about time you got here. Have you got the pictures with you?
Yes, sir, and I got some swell stuff. Boy, did I have a time there.
Well, tell me, how did you find things in China?
China? That's what on me. I thought you sent me to Chinatown. Well.
Chinatown? Why, you blundering idiot. You're fired.
Now, calm down, Chief. You don't want to fire me. Well, I'm the best cameraman in the business, and you know it.
You call yourself a cameraman?
Yeah.
Why, you were on the SS Roxbury when it sank last year, and you didn't even get a shot of it.
Well, naturally. The captain hollered women and children first, and I felt young. Anyway, if you'd give me a little more dough, I could do better work.
More dough?
Yeah. My camera has been in the hock shop so much, the soundtrack is coming out in dialect. What do you expect, anyway?
I've had enough of your alibis, Clark. You're through.
Oh, you can't fire me, Chief. Imagine how my wife and kiddies will feel.
You haven't got any wife and kiddies.
That's why I said imagine. Anyway, Chief, I've got an idea that'll give us the greatest scoop of the year.
What is it?
You know, I just ran into Myrna Livingston, the famous flyer. You know, the girl whose brother was lost in the jungles of Africa 4 years ago?
Yeah, I remember.
Now, here's the dope, Chief. She knows exactly where her brother is. Now, if you let me go down there and save him and get pictures of the rescue, it'll make newsreel history. What do you say?
Oh, you couldn't find her, brother. You haven't got one chance in a million.
Go on, that's what you said when I bought that ticket on the Irish sweepstakes.
Well, you didn't win, did you?
No, but I turned green. Now, look, Chief, Myrna will be here in a few minutes, and I don't want to disappoint her. Come on, what do you say?
It's a deal, but remember, this is your last chance.
Thanks, boss. You'll never regret it. Here she comes now. Hello, Myrna.
Hello, Clark.
That's Clark. Now, listen, Myrna, I got great news for you. The chief is going to let us take that trip to Africa and save your brother. Isn't that great?
My brother?
Yes, your brother, Ignatz Livingston. Remember?
Oh, yes, Ignatz. Well, why can't you go alone?
You gotta come with me. Your brother's been there 4 years. I won't be able to tell him from a cannibal.
We couldn't do that at home.
Oh, come on, Myrna, come on. It'll be a great experience.
But, Clark, what about clothes? I don't know what to wear in Africa.
All you need is a ring in your nose and that hat. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I'm not taking any chances this time. I'm going with you.
Hooray! Attaboy, Chief! Hey, Myrna, where's your airplane?
Oh, my charm bracelet.
Not that one. Where's the real one, the one that goes up in the air?
It's in the elevator rehearsing.
Good. Come on, Chief. Come on, Myrna. Come on, Chief. Come on, Myrna. We're off to Africa.
2 weeks later, Clark, Myrna, and Fathead land in Africa. As we pick them up, they've been fighting their way through the jungle for several days and have almost reached their destination.
Oh. Gee, I'm tired. I didn't think it was going to be like this. 3 days of walking through this infernal jungle.
Yeah, me with snowshoes on. That's your fault.
My fault? What am I, a weather vane? Gee, it's dangerous, too, with all those wild animals prowling around.
Oh, boy, am I hot.
Well, you ought to be hot. What's the idea of wearing a fur coat?
Can I help it if this lion wants to play piggyback?
Oh. Get off of there, lion. Get off. Out. This wouldn't happen if it wasn't an MGM picture. Gee, I hope we get there pretty soon. Hey, listen to that. Careful, there must be snakes.
Could be our audience, you know.
Quiet, Myrna. Hey, Fathead, what'd you do with the movie camera? Where is it?
You know that hippopotamus we passed a little while ago?
Yes?
Well, he yawned.
Oh, that's fine. I'm here to get pictures and no camera. Whoop! Darn those gazelles, they're always running between my legs.
Oh, Clark, look.
What's the matter?
Look, there's my brother Ignatz.
Where?
Right over there.
That's a baboon. Oh, look at him. Isn't he cute? Hello, baboon.
Hello, Uncle Jack.
Uncle Jack? Now, that's just a wild guess.
Oh, yeah? How's everybody in Waukegan?
Oh, a wise guy, eh? Let's get out of here. Relative. That baboon don't look a bit like me, does he, Mary?
He would if he'd shave.
Oh, you've been reading Darwin. Hey, listen to that. Listen to those tom-toms. They must be almost there.
What's that right ahead of us?
A village. There's a whole tribe of natives. Gee, they're fierce looking.
Yeah. Here comes one of them this way. Now act nonchalant. Let me do the talking. I can speak their language. Hello there.
Goomba!
I'll find out where Ignatz is. Uba, Gooba, Lolly, Mono, Ignatz?
Ignatz Gooba Boola Kiki Floy Floy.
Did you hear that? We're just in time. Ignatz is still alive. I'll find out where he is. Uba, Gooba, Lomo, Chi-Chi, Ignatz?
Walla Kiki Zuba Frigidaire.
Frigidaire?
What does he mean?
They're keeping your brother on ice.
Why are they keeping him on ice?
So he won't be too hot to handle. Thanks, nephew. Hey, there they go again. Look, the natives are coming towards us.
Yes, and they're carrying a white man on their shoulders.
You're right.
That's my brother. We must save him. Do something, Clark. Do something.
Take it easy, Myrna. Don't get hysterical. I'll talk to the chief of the tribe. I think that's him in front. Halt! Me wanna talker. Are you the chief?
Goomba!
Uba Gooba Zama Powwow Kiki Ulamona Kalamuga?
Would you mind saying that again?
Oh, he talks English.
Yes, I went to college, but I came back to the jungle to govern my people.
Good, then we can talk. Now listen to me. The white man you are holding prisoner is this girl's brother, and I want you to release him immediately.
Oh, no, we're going to eat him.
Eat him? Then you're still a cannibal. What good did it do you to go to college?
I use a knife and fork now.
Now get this, you. We came here to rescue that white man, and he's going back with us.
Sorry, old man, but he's on the menu for tonight.
Oh, you can't do that. Well, then at least let us talk to him.
Oh, please, please. After all, he's my brother.
All right, but make it snappy.
Come on, Myrna. There he is.
Gee, he looks weak. His face is so pale and thin. Oh, brother.
Who is it? Ignatz. It's your sister, Myrna.
Gee, I'm glad you folks got here. It's been terrible.
What happened? What did they do to you?
Well, after my plane cracked up, they grabbed me and then they proceeded right in my sulfur sandwich horseman. Oh. And they pulled the sandwich and they grabbed me right in my sulfur and the proceeded rib was right with a solid sandwich on it. Oh, it was ghastly.
I can imagine.
Why, the brutes. What else did they do?
You haven't heard the worst. Last night they came and they took my pharmacy right into my sandwich horseman. And you know that relative?
Yes.
Well, the whole pharmacy was taken right out of the plastic. And the crazy beat, my hand was all and the whole place was
well, did they rouse friend the did?
They certainly did.
That's a lie.
You keep out of this, Chief. I've had enough from you.
Oh, yeah? Wait till I get you in a casserole.
I'm not afraid of you. Now, come on, fathead. Let's grab Myrna's brother and go. They're starting again. Stop that noise.
Quiet. My people are getting ready for the dance of death.
The dance of death.
Listen. Bula ma cha-cha! Doing the Lambert walk. Out!
Isn't that marvelous? Gee, they do it good.
Come on, Clark, let's dance.
Okay, swing it, you headhunter. Swing it.
You know, the greatest compliment your dinner guest can pay you is to eat with a hearty appetite. And here's a dish they'll all enjoy right down to the last delicious spoonful. It's a brand new idea, too, a luscious combination of two Jell-O puddings, chocolate and vanilla. Just picture to yourself bright yellow desert saucers filled with creamy swirls of rich chocolate pudding and smooth, delicate vanilla pudding, inviting and tempting to look at and a grand flavor combination, for the new Jell-O puddings are tops and mellow goodness. The chocolate is rich and delicious. The vanilla is fresh and full-flavored, for it's made with real vanilla. And Jell-O puddings are so quick and easy to make, you can prepare two flavors in next to no time. When you've tasted the vanilla and chocolate, you'll want to try butterscotch, too, for it has that real old-fashioned butterscotch flavor that tastes just swell. So ask your grocer tomorrow for all three Jell-O puddings, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch.
We're a little overtime, so good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. Penny Baker appears on the Jell-O programs for courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fringe, Fridays and Sundays from 10 on BBC Radio 4 Extra.
The digital station for comedy, drama and entertainment. BBC Radio 4 Extra.
Now, bizarre coincidences spark a British nuclear submarine's preparations for all-out attack. Our feature-length drama, The Light of a Thousand Suns, from 1974.
Captain's log. His Majesty's submarine Cerberus, September 21, 1995, 1500 hours, North Siberian coast, Sector 18, Fjord 88. Position in accordance with mission requirements.
The Light of a Thousand Suns. Manning Wilson, John Rye, and Ian Thompson in a play for radio by James Follett. The Light of a Thousand Suns.
Depth?
1004 meters, sir.
Keel clearance?
54 meters and steady. Even floor.
Stop engines.
Engine still running, sir. We have a PCC reject on that last order.
Oh, what's the matter, Captain? Computer seizing command of your submarine?
Just a minute, please, Mr. Floyd. You know my orders. No civilians in the control room when we're on manual control. Key error?
Very fine now, sir. PCC reject positive.
What the hell's causing it?
Positive reading on the inverted echo sounder.
Put it on my display.
What is it, Captain? A ship up there?
If it were, the computer would have shut off our sonar long ago. A narrow beam sweep, please. I want a profile.
Sweeping now.
Now, does that look like a ship, Mr. Floyd?
Hardly.
Ice. Not much, but enough for the process control computer to override a stop engines command when we're about to send up the antenna boys. And intelligence assured us there will be no ice in this fjord at this time of year.
I'm not responsible for Met Intelligence, Captain.
No, but I'm responsible for this submarine, Mr. Floyd, and I don't like incorrect data. Now, if this was an old Polaris-class submarine, I wouldn't mind so much.
Well, I can't wait to get out of it.
Why? The damn sight safer than where you're going.
How do we know the Russians haven't sewn this fjord up with submarine detection equipment?
Don't worry, Mr. Floyd. Our sonar buoy jamming equipment is most effective. And besides, if our detectors heard anything, the PCC computer would not have allowed us to proceed this far.
They could put a cork in this fjord and we'd be sunk, literally, or up the creek, equally so.
Drift?
Drift 0. Internal waves 0. Thermocline level at 24 meters. Sub-bottom penetration indicates a hard sea floor.
Okay, we'll sit on it. Take it down. Level keel descent. 1 meter per second.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Sinclair?
Sir?
Stand by to release your antenna boys.
Standing by, sir. 20 minutes to beacon.
You're not sending those boys up here, are you?
Yes, of course.
Easy.
Supposing they're seen. Can't you suspend this pantomime you go through every 6 hours?
That is the one thing we can't do.
Open out a bit.
We may be putting you ashore, but we're still on operational duties. No matter where we are, the listening antennas go up, even if we were in the Solent. And if we didn't send them up on time, the process control computer would. Now, I don't like this situation any more than you do. I think it's madness to deploy a submarine such as this one for an intelligence mission. I said so at the time, but I was overruled.
My people tell me that this is the only submarine in service that can't be detected. I wish I had their confidence.
Why?
Once you put me ashore with my equipment, I feel I stand a better chance. I can merge with the background, something I'm supposed to be trained to do. I can't do that while sitting around in this iron coffin. It wouldn't surprise me if at this moment the Russians are trying to make up their minds which of their latest toys to drop on us.
They don't know we're here.
The amount of warm water our reactors are pumping out will be a dead giveaway to an infrared surveillance satellite.
The Russians don't have polar orbit infrared satellites at the moment.
They've plenty of aircraft, though. This area will be swarming with them once their exercise gets underway.
You know, your nervousness doesn't fit my picture of a...
An observer?
Yes.
I thought you were going to say spy. You can call me that if you wish. Spy is when they work for the other side. Agent is a more acceptable term if you must use labels from fiction.
Or Rose by any other name.
Look, my normal office hours are 10 to 4:30. I'm paid monthly, $10,000 a year. I'm allowed 40 per night subsistence with an additional 10 per night for overseas travel, making a total of 50 per night, of which 7 will be deducted during my stay on your submarine. Full allowance rates will only apply from the moment I set foot on Russian soil. Upon my return, I shall have to make out detailed expenses in triplicate. If anything should happen to me, my wife will receive a lump payment of 2 years' salary and maybe a posthumous OBE or something about 5 years later.
We've touched bottom, sir.
Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound rude.
It's me, being cooped up in this thing.
Oh, why did you volunteer?
I didn't. I was asked.
Why agree, then?
Release number 1.
Direct orders are a luxury only enjoyed by the armed services. In 6 weeks, I come up before a review board. Favourable word from them can add 7% on my salary and 4% on my pension, if I live to see it.
Release boys 2 and 3.
You really think it's dangerous here?
With 10,000 tons of tinware disturbing the local gravity, what do you think?
I think it's time we got some sleep. It's now 13:45. Mr. Sinclair?
Sir?
Are the antenna boys up?
Number 1's on the surface. They'll be shooting at it yet. 2 and 3 on the way up.
Lieutenant Sinclair, facetiousness is as unbecoming as a single ring.
Yes, sir.
I'll leave you to monitor the 1400-hour beacon. I'm going to get some sleep.
Aye, aye, sir.
I must ask you to leave the control room now, Mr. Floyd.
Sure.
Oh, and one thing.
Yeah?
HMS Cerberus is not 10,000 tons of tinware.
Huh?
She's 10,000 tons of titanium alloy and carbon fiber.
Really?
Accurate data, Mr. Floyd. Accurate data. Who are you? What are you doing in my cabin?
Stride. Leading technician Stride.
I can read a branch badge, Stride. Didn't they teach you how to address an officer?
Leading technician Stride, sir.
What are you doing in my cabin?
You reported a malfunction on your television, sir.
That was 3 days ago.
The submarine's closed-circuit television system has a low maintenance priority, sir. Some calibration equipment's been giving us trouble.
What sort of trouble?
Nothing much. We fixed it now, sir.
Why wasn't I informed?
Test equipment faults aren't notifiable.
Well, you should have requested permission before entering my cabin.
It wasn't locked.
That doesn't matter. Did you obtain permission to enter the command area?
No.
No what?
Sorry. No, sir. I'm due back on duty shortly. There wasn't time to find you. I found the door unlocked, so I assumed...
Never assume anything, Stride, especially with me.
No, sir.
However, as you've repaired my television in your spare time, I'm prepared to overlook it on this occasion.
A 3-day delay in repairing any equipment ought to be unacceptable.
Since when did leading technicians decide what is acceptable aboard the submarine? As I do not share the entertainment committee's enthusiasm for running old westerns, a 3-day delay is perfectly acceptable.
There was a good one last night. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Only 2-dimensional, but it's very good.
I first saw that 25 years ago, when I was courting.
Perhaps you missed some of it the first time.
Perhaps I did. And it's none of your business.
Yes, sir. Well, if you're happy with the television, I'd better be going.
Stride, wait a minute.
Sir?
Thank you for fixing the set.
There wasn't much wrong with it.
I was about to have a beer. Would you care?
Oh, thank you, sir.
There's some cans in that locker.
Oh, right.
You're an odd sort, Stride.
Why? Your beer, sir. May I sit down?
Yes, yes. How long have you been in the Navy?
4 years.
Mm-hmm. How long in submarines?
4 years.
Do you like it?
Not so much in this sort of submarine.
Well, what other sort is there?
Oceanographic research submersibles.
Toys.
I think so.
This sort of submarine maintains peace. Without that, there'd be no time for large-scale research.
I always thought war was a spur to research. Sir. Why am I odd?
Research couldn't improve much on this submarine.
Perhaps. Why am I odd?
When I was your age, I went in terror of senior officers. If one asked me to have a drink with him, I'd be perched on the edge of my seat, quaking.
I can do a very realistic quake if you wish, sir.
Well, that won't be necessary. How long had you been in here before I came? Harrison, yes?
Control room. Lieutenant Sinclair, we haven't received the 1400-hour beacon.
You haven't? I'll be right up. Now then, Mr. Sinclair, what's all this nonsense about not receiving the 1400-hour beacon?
Nothing's come through on all 3 receivers. You can play the tapes if you don't believe me.
Don't be impertinent, Mr. Sinclair. Have you checked the receivers?
There's nothing wrong with them. I've just run some white noise tests.
Are the antenna boys still up?
You could hardly check the receivers with them down, sir.
Good. Well, then we'll carry out another test.
That's not necessary.
I don't trust these tests you people dabble with. I prefer something more positive, something I can understand.
White noise tests are standard procedure for radio receiver failure.
Standard procedure for you, Mr. Sinclair, is obeying my orders.
You haven't given any.
Don't push me, Mr. Sinclair.
I was only pointing out that I had followed the procedure.
Yeah, well, I've got another procedure for you to follow. Is the moon up?
The moon, sir?
Yes, sir, the moon. M-O-O-N.
Yes. Only 10 degrees.
Well, as long as it's there, that's all that matters. Now then. We're going to bounce a signal off it to test the receivers. Can you arrange a directional transmission so we don't advertise our presence to every monitoring station in Siberia?
Well, I'm not sure. I suppose we could. If you insist.
I do, Mr. Sinclair, very much so.
We'll need at least 30 minutes to set everything up.
You'll do it in 20.
And a lot of power. I told you, Captain. Those Apaches were sure to turn mean if they discovered us.
I ain't scared of a bunch of redskins, Lieutenant. If we have to shoot it out, then we shoot it out.
Our orders are to assess their strength, Captain, not to stir up another Indian war.
You ain't scared of them, are you, Lieutenant? Because if you are, you ought to just take another look at our artillery, boy. I reckon they ain't gonna last. Attention all crew. This is Captain Harrison. We are about to test the emergency power system. All auxiliary power for non-essential activities has been suspended. This test will last approximately 5 minutes. Please remain where you are until normal power is restored. That is all.
Right, standing by to transmit. There'll be a 2.5-second time lag between sending and receiving.
Ready when you are, Mr. Sinclair.
On the count of 0. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Number 1 receiver positive.
Good. Now number 2.
On the count of...
Just press the button. Number 3. Well, now we know for certain. The satellite definitely did not transmit.
Ever know such a thing happened before?
Never.
You don't think...
It's too early to jump to conclusions. Which satellite was it?
Cassandra 6.
And the next one?
Cassandra 2. Transit commences in 4 hours, and the next scheduled beacon at 2000 hours.
Well, we'll know then. One way or another.
You know, perhaps Cassandra 6 has been knocked out by a meteorite.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah, but still a possibility.
Look, Mr. Sinclair, let's wait for the next beacon, As I said, it's too early for jumping to conclusions. You can haul the antennas down now.
Right. Retract antenna, boys.
Retract antenna, boys.
Who's your relief watch?
Lieutenant Aitken.
Right, leave a message for him to call me 15 minutes before the next beacon. I'm going to catch up on my sleep.
Right, sir.
And you'd better restore auxiliary power. We can't have the crew deprived of their westerns. Captain's log. His Majesty's submarine Cerberus, September 21, 1995, 1500 hours, North Siberian coast, Sector 18, Fjord 88. Position in accordance with mission requirements. The scheduled 1400-hour beacon was not received. Routine tests on our radio receivers showed them to be functioning satisfactorily. It is presumed Cassandra 6 has been disabled by a meteorite. We're now awaiting the next beacon due from Cassandra 2 at 2000 hours. I am cancelling the operation to disembark the civilian Robert Floyd and applying Stage 1 alert standing orders. This action has been approved by the process control computer. Personal comments. The surrounding mountain profile of this fjord is exactly in accordance with the three-dimensional hologram. Charts are accurate to within plus or minus 5% for depth, and...
Captain, I'd like a word with you, please. What's the meaning of...
Mr. Floyd, I'm recording the log. If you wish to see me, kindly arrange with my steward.
What the hell's the idea of cancelling my mission?
Who said anything about it being cancelled?
My boat is not being made ready, and none of my equipment has been stowed in the escape pod. The single ringer responsible says he's been ordered to leave the gear alone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why?
Because I say so. Now, if you'll excuse me...
This mission of mine is not your responsibility. Your orders are to put me ashore at the proper time, which happens to be exactly 4 hours, 33 minutes from now. So you can tell that single ringer to break my gear out.
But don't you come in here lecturing me on my responsibilities, Mr. Floyd. You do well to remember that you have a responsibility to obey my orders while you're aboard this submarine. Now, kindly remember where you are.
The whole point of us being here in the first place is to put me ashore with my monitoring equipment. It's not me forgetting where we are. We haven't crept up this ditch for the scenery.
I have nothing further to add. If you don't leave now, I shall summon the Master-at-Arms.
Do you know the importance of this mission?
I am not concerned with the importance of your mission, only with the primary function of this submarine.
The Russians have a new coordinated fire control system for their tanks, mobile field guns, and ground-to-ground missile launchers. According to our reconnaissance satellites last year in Mongolia, the Russians wiped out over 2,000 Chinese tanks with fewer than 200 tanks and 4 rapid-fire missile launchers. We know they're going to use this system on the forthcoming exercise. We need to know a hell of a lot more about it. And the best way to find out is to monitor their short-range radio telemetry data links. The cunning bastards have deliberately picked this godforsaken part of the world for the exercise, knowing we've a snowball in hell's chance of listening in with conventional monitoring stations.
Mr. Floyd, I sympathize with you, but it changes nothing.
I don't want your bloody sympathy. I just want you to authorize the loading of my equipment into the forward escape pod.
Even if I gave the go-ahead, under the present circumstances, with the submarine in no immediate danger, the PCC would block any attempt to use the escape pods.
What present circumstances?
I cannot discuss that.
I remember the days when submarines were under the control of their captains, not a box full of transistors and integrated circuits.
Yes, and I remember the days when submarines were lost at sea through human error. Without the continuous situation assessment capability of the PCC, we should never have been able to progress this far into the fjord.
I see. And your PCC cannot make a mistake?
No more than a musical box could ever play a wrong note.
You're just playing with words.
Yes, well, I'd rather that than play with the lives of 50 men.
50 men? So that's it. I knew there was something odd about this submarine. You hardly ever see the crew. The usual complement is about 300 men.
The PCC has replaced 250 men.
And you're next?
I'd like to get some sleep now, Mr. Floyd.
What exactly is this submarine, Captain? It's too modern to be a Polaris class, and you said something about it not being one earlier on.
Did I?
And yet it carries missiles. I noticed the launch tube caps on the aft deck as I came aboard, 10 of them.
Very observant of you.
It's my job. Something else I noticed. There are no periscopes. I always thought periscopes and submarines went together like roast beef and Yorkshire pudding.
I've never tasted it. This submarine has 2 operational modes. Either she's on the surface in home waters or she's below at 1,000 meters. Never less than that, and certainly never periscope depth. Therefore, periscopes are superfluous. If we want to take a look at the surface, we can send up a TV camera boy.
Is that classified information?
The fact that this submarine exists is classified information.
Just as I thought. I couldn't even find out what its name means.
Well, there's nothing classified about that. Cerberus, in classical mythology, was a many-headed dog which kept watch over the gates of Hades. Now, you think about it.
Thank you. And now perhaps you tell me why my mission has been cancelled?
That I cannot do.
You'll sign a form absolving me from responsibility?
Yes, I've recorded the cancellation in the log.
I could make a guess. This submarine is on some sort of alert?
We're always on the alert, Mr. Floyd. Only sometimes a little more so than at other times. And now I must insist that you leave this cabin. I've had no sleep for 20 hours.
Sit down, Mr. Wallace.
Thanks.
Now, what on earth is all this about? I received a message from your ambassador saying it was imperative I grant you an immediate interview. If it's that urgent, shouldn't your embassy deal with the appropriate ministry?
Well, this is a complex matter, Miss Arnott. We thought it best to come to you first rather than tangle with your civil service.
I'm a civil servant, Mr. Wallace.
Yes, but as director of the British Military Communications Group, you have direct access to your Prime Minister, correct?
That depends on how urgent the matter is, and the Prime Minister. We now have a new Prime Minister.
I believe he's a personal friend of yours.
Supposing you tell me what all this is about.
Do you remember our Needle project of the 60s?
I'm hardly likely to remember what happened in the 60s. But I do recall reading about it. It attracted some notoriety, didn't it?
Yes. Several million metallic needles were injected into Earth orbit to determine whether or not it would be possible to screen radio signals controlling guided missiles. Other reasons for the experiment were put out at the time, of course.
Oh, yes. The resulting blanketing effect upset a lot of radio astronomers. But what's all this got to do with your visit?
Would you take a look at this, please?
A piece of aluminium foil?
I guess it does look like aluminum foil. Try bending it.
Good heavens.
Yeah. MIT came up with that stuff about a year ago. In addition to its mechanical strength properties, it was found to be the most effective screening material we've ever come across. It can stop anything right across the radio spectrum, even X-rays.
Even X-rays?
That's right. You see what this means?
I do indeed.
Supposing the Russians discover it as well. We know from the work they're doing on titanium-based alloys that they're as likely to stumble across it as we did. A load of this in orbit would wreck the radar and infrared homing systems on our advanced use anti-missile missiles, making the Dew and Nadge lines as big a joke in the next war as the Maginot Line was in the last.
Can I keep this?
Well, I guess so. You could test it for yourself.
We shall, Mr. Wallace.
It was essential we should discover how effective this stuff is under operational conditions.
Of course. Now let me guess. An experiment has gone wrong?
Well, yes, that's about the size of it, Miss Arnott. 200,000 pounds of the stuff, the size of postage stamps, was lifted into orbit at 1200 hours your time this afternoon. It was packed around an explosive charge. The idea was to detonate the charge in an orbit inclined at 80 degrees to the zodiac, well clear of the Earth. The stuff was so arranged to spread outwards in the form of an expanding disk. We were to make a series of high-speed tests to measure its effectiveness as the disk expanded. 1 hour after detonation, the stuff would be sufficiently dissipated to be completely harmless.
It sounds well conceived. What went wrong?
Well, the rocket was steered into polar orbit, and we were all set for the final orbit injection when we discovered the second-stage booster wouldn't separate. Several stunts were tried to get the darn thing to unstick, and somehow or other we managed to inject the whole goddamn payload into Earth orbit.
Oh.
A belt of the stuff is now in polar orbit, going from pole to pole at 90 degrees to the equator.
I see.
We're very sorry about this, Miss Arnott. Naturally, with all your communication satellites in near equatorial orbit, we're hoping the radio blackout for each satellite will only last for a few minutes during intersection with the screening belt. Of course, if you have any polar orbit satellites, it would be a different story.
I don't think so, Mr. Wallace. How long will this belt last?
At the present dissipation rate, it will be at maximum effectiveness for the next 100 hours. Naturally, your government will receive a formal apology.
Naturally.
We considered the matter urgent, just in case you have polar orbit satellites we don't know about.
Of course.
We believe all your satellite orbits are profiled on a central computer?
It sounds like a good idea.
This computer tape may be of assistance. It projects the radio shadow created by the belt over the next 100 hours.
Thank you.
It will enable you to determine when, where, and for how long your satellites will suffer blackout. The tape is in the Estol computer language. I believe that's the one you're using?
Nearly finished.
Yes, Miss Arnott. We're waiting for the computer to print out details on just one more satellite series, and that's it.
And which satellites will be the worst affected?
Well, none seriously so far. Irritating, perhaps. The longest blackout will be the Met Office's Eureka 7 from 1831 hours to 1901 hours on the 24th. Skynet 10, 1800 to 1810 hours tomorrow. On the civil side, Early Bird 20 will be off the air for 20 minutes on the 25th. Oh, bang in the middle of the Peru-Chile match. My husband will go mad. That'll be the results on the Cassandra series. Excuse me. Oh, God! Miss Arnott, come and look at this.
Captain Harrison, sir. Wake up.
What?
Wake up, sir.
What is it?
You left a message to be woken at 19:45, sir. Lieutenant Aiken's on watch. I bought you some coffee.
Oh, thank you. Tell Mr. Aiken I'll be in the control room in 10 minutes.
The civilian would like to see you.
Oh, hell. What does he want?
I don't know. He tried to come in when you were sleeping.
That reminds me. You left this cabin unlocked and unattended whilst I was in the control room.
Did I, sir?
You did. Don't let it happen again.
I'm sorry, sir.
Good evening, Captain. Did you sleep well?
No.
May I have a quick word with you?
No.
I have an idea.
Later.
It won't take a minute.
I said later.
I think you better go. He's not in the best of humours.
Oh.
I don't like having my moods decided for me.
You're not getting enough sleep, sir.
And you're getting impertinent.
I just warned Mr. Aiken that you are on the way.
You won't warn him. You will tell him.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Aitken. Anything to report?
No, sir. The antenna boys are up.
1 minute, 30 seconds to beacon.
I suppose you know we didn't receive the last beacon.
Yes, Mr. Sinclair told me. He's noted it in the control room log. He thought a meteorite may have knocked out the satellite, but it does seem improbable when you consider that each satellite has 3 separate transmitter receivers with independent power supplies.
That's my feelings exactly. Mr. Sinclair has a romantic streak in his nature.
60 seconds to beacon.
Why are these men still on duty?
They've swapped watches. Say the Western isn't a very good one.
Curiosity, more like.
Did you wish to supervise, sir?
No, you carry on, Mr. Aitken.
Run tape recorders.
Recorders rolling.
Receivers on.
Receivers on.
All channels.
Yes, sir.
40 seconds to beacon.
Stand by emergency power.
Emergency power standing by.
We'll have the amplifiers on maximum gain, please, Mr. Aitken.
Maximum gain.
We'll be deafened when the satellite transmits, sir.
Well, let us hope so, Mr. Aitken.
30 seconds to beacon.
Final check. Antennas.
Antennas standing by.
25 seconds to beacon.
Recorders.
Rolling.
Receivers.
Standing by on all channels.
20 seconds to beacon.
All systems okay and standing by.
15 seconds to beacon.
Pray, Aitken.
I have been.
10 seconds to beacon.
Quiet now, please.
5 seconds and counting. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sweet Jesus.
Quiet.
It won't come now.
Rerun tapes. Maximum amplification.
There won't be anything on them. Meters didn't even flicker.
Just obey orders. Rerun the tapes.
Sir.
He's right, you know.
Maybe so, sir, but he should obey orders no matter what.
Yes. It's something we must all do. No matter what.
With your permission, sir, I'd like to run some tests on the receivers.
No.
But sir,
Look, there's nothing wrong with the receivers. Is there?
No, I suppose not.
So there's no point in kidding ourselves. There is. Now, I'll remain on watch while you, very quietly, without fuss or excitement, inform all executive officers there'll be a meeting in my cabin in 35 minutes at 20:35. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Master at Arms.
Sir.
Until further notice, you or one of your men will remain near me at all times, armed.
Yes, sir. Could I see you now, Captain? It's very important.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Floyd. It'll have to wait.
We could try connecting my monitoring equipment to one of your antenna boys. The mountains would make reception difficult, but it's
Yes,
worth
we'll
trying.
discuss it later.
I'd like to discuss it
Master
now.
at Arms, would you escort this gentleman from the control room? He's no business here.
This way, sir.
I think you're being bloody unreasonable.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Now, you must all know by now why I've called this meeting. The last 2 scheduled Cassandra beacons were not received.
I take it, sir, full checks have been carried out on our receivers?
Yes, Mr. Fisher. All 3 receivers will prove to be in working order immediately before, during, and after the scheduled beacon times.
Maybe a meteorite...
A meteorite might knock out 1 satellite, but it's a 1,000,000 to 1 possibility. And even if that has happened, no meteorite could knock out all 3 transmitter receivers. And certainly not all 6 on 2 satellites with a 60-degree orbital separation. Therefore, I see no point in a lot of speculation as to whether or not the satellites transmitted. From now on, we shall proceed on the basis that they did not.
Yes, sir.
Now, we have clear-cut orders governing our actions in this situation, and it's up to me and you to see that they are carried out in a satisfactory manner. From now on, I will tolerate no breaches of discipline, no matter how minor, either from you or the crew. Do I make myself absolutely clear?
Yes, sir.
A small point, sir.
Yes, Mr. Sinclair?
If this submarine is to be used, hasn't it failed in its prime function, that of a deterrent?
Our prime function is to obey orders.
Blind obedience to orders is no defense if the subordinate is aware that to obey such orders would lead to the committing of an atrocity. This was made clear during the Nuremberg war crimes trials after the last war, and later on during the trial of some American soldiers following a massacre in
Mr.
Vietnam.
Sinclair, we are not here to debate...
I'm only pointing out...
You are pointing out your unfitness to serve as an officer aboard this submarine.
No, sir. I think it is only fair that you and the other officers should know that the point I made was added to the Geneva Convention, and our country countersigned the amendment.
Have you finished, Mr. Sinclair?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, we've listened to you. Now, perhaps you'll be good enough to listen to me. First, whatever agreements, treaties or conventions our country has signed are of academic interest only. For all we know at this moment, the Geneva Convention may be nothing more than so much useless ash. Second, moral issues concerning the functioning of the submarine and the duties of its crew are a matter for the King, government, and people of Great Britain. Third, to carry out those duties, I shall require your unquestioning loyalty. Normally, I'm entitled to expect it as a matter of course, but I am not insensitive to private feelings in these extraordinary circumstances.
Do you not think it might be a good idea to monitor the broadcast band, sir?
No, I do not, Mr. Aiken.
It would verify the situation.
It would verify nothing. Do you think the Russians are incapable of faking what little transmissions we will be able to receive in this part of the world? We have ways of faking broadcasts to fool the Russians, therefore it would be foolish to pretend they don't have the same. Our course of action is determined by the silence from the Cassandra satellites, which can't be faked. Now, to do otherwise would mean disobeying orders.
But, sir, I can't...
Now, Mr. Sinclair, I am prepared to overlook your comments made during this meeting, but afterwards I shall expect and get obedience to orders.
So what exactly are these orders?
Firstly, to apply Stage 1 Alert Standing Order listed on paper number 8 before you, starting with the food controls.
Yes, sir.
Now, the daily ration per man is scheduled in Appendix D.
Sir?
Immediate implementation of these controls will extend our tour period by a further 6 months before revictualling is necessary.
That's assuming there's anywhere left where we can revictual.
Well, we'll worry about that when we have to. Our immediate concern...
Yes, we know, to obey orders.
I shall ignore that remark, Mr. Sinclair, but I might not ignore the next. Secondly, the shredding and pulping of documents which indicate the qualifications and duties of crew members. Is the shredding and pulping machine in working order?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Now, pass this key down, please.
Sir.
Mr. Sinclair, would you open the bulkhead safe, please?
Sir.
The small door beside the television panel. I want the green package marked Sector 18. Well, gentlemen, I don't propose going through all the orders. As you can see, they're all fairly straightforward. Are there any questions?
This one, sir?
Yes, pass it down, please. Thank you. Now, I'm sure you all know what this is. I'll just break the seals. And there we are. Nothing more than an ordinary tape recorder cassette. Now, this tape can only be played under the following circumstances. When 2 scheduled beacons have not been received, and then only by the captain in the presence of the executive officers. Do we all agree those conditions now apply?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, don't look so worried, gentlemen. This tape contains nothing more than our required fail-safe position, somewhere well out to sea, I imagine.
There's also a red package on the safe marked Sector 18. I suppose that's the
Instructions on when to play the red tape will be contained in this tape, Mr. Sinclair. Let's not get unduly excited. Now, before I play this tape, I am bound to draw your attention to Clause 7 in the Alert Standing Orders. In plain language, Clause 7 states that the orders on these tapes are directed at all the submarine's officers and not just the captain. In other words, the enactment of those orders is the collective responsibility of us all and not just myself.
That's all very well.
I will act as arbiter in any dispute regarding their interpretation. Apart from that, we all have equal responsibility to ensure that they are carried out. That is why the tapes can only be played in your presence. Do you all understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, will you all sign paper number 6 in front of you and pass them down to me? Something seems to be bothering you, Mr. Sinclair?
Sir, I don't believe I can accept this concept of collective responsibility.
Master at Arms, will you step into my cabin, please?
I only wish to point out, sir.
Master at Arms, kindly escort Lieutenant Sinclair to his cabin and see that he remains there.
Sure.
He may visit the heads, but he is to be accompanied.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
I'm doing my duty, Mr. Sinclair. As it's obvious you have no intention of doing the same, you leave me no choice. Take him away.
Come along, please, sir.
And leave your tape destruction key on the table, Mr. Sinclair.
I only wish now I'd use the bloody thing.
An armed guard by his door, if you please, and remove the intercom from his cabin.
Very good, sir.
Does anyone else have misgivings concerning their future behavior? I shall now play this tape. This player appears to be faulty.
Try this one, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fisher. That's what's the same. Mr. Aitken, you're responsible for equipment. Is it asking too much of you to ensure the tape recorders are kept in working order?
May I see it, please, sir? Thank you. With your permission, I'll try one of my own cassettes.
The leak on the port hydroplane gland has been rectified. New lighting tubes installed in companion...
Well, there's nothing wrong with the tape recorders. It's your tape.
That's ridiculous.
Apparently not.
Fetch me another tape there.
It's no use, sir.
Do as I say.
Look, you might as well face up to it. Your tape has been exposed to an extremely powerful magnetic field. That can only mean one thing. Someone has activated the tape destruction system.
Well, if that is the case, it must have been done by one of us.
But, sir...
Would you all place your tape destruction keys on the table, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, they all look okay, sir. None of them has been used. Plastic covering films are intact, including Lieutenant Sinclair's.
In that case, there must be another explanation. And I think I know what it is.
Louise! Come in, come in.
Hello, Michael.
Pull up a stool. Sorry about the mess. I'm wading through my predecessor's papers. Those I'm allowed to see, that is.
I suppose I must be the last to congratulate you.
Oh, not quite. There's still a number of undersecretaries who've yet to beat a path to my door. I haven't even got my feet under the table, and they're plotting. Oh. The civil servants will be able to transfer their loyalties overnight.
Oh, they're not politicians, Michael. They're only human.
One of my election pledges was to stop government being a faceless bureaucracy, and they're all wondering which of them I've decided is a faceless bureaucrat. As far as I'm concerned, they all are.
Michael...
I've decided to sack the next one who comes through that door saying, "Here's a paper we think you ought to see, Prime Minister." I'm only interested in the papers they think I shouldn't see.
Oh, you can't sack civil servants, Michael. They can only be transferred.
Something I intend changing.
Michael...
Would you consider a transfer, Louise?
No, Michael.
Why not?
I don't think it would be wise, do you?
I suppose you're right.
What have you done about my message?
It wasn't an excuse to see me.
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought...
Don't let's start that again, Michael. It's finished.
I passed your message on to the Navy.
What did they say?
Haven't replied yet.
What's the purpose of the Cassandra satellites?
Don't you know?
No, for some reason or other my department wasn't notified of their function. All we know is that there are 6 of them in polar orbit with a 60-degree separation.
Oddly enough, only last night I was looking at the appropriation vote. I've been going over the defence spending for the last 5 years to see if there's anything we can cut down for quick results. I got it here somewhere. 1990. Cassandra Satellite Program, Naval Communications. Development, 2.4 million. Ground stations, 8 million. Booster hardware, 10 million. Over 3 million per satellite. Why is it always necessary to start writing noughts as far as space is concerned?
Who sponsored the program?
Weapons and Strategic Studies Group.
Pike. Theodore Pike.
The green telephone. Trouble. Hello? Cassandra. That's right. The Americans approached Miss Arnott. Yes, she's with me now. Hold on. Louise, how long will this blackout last?
100 hours.
100 hours? They gave her a computer tape. How urgent? About 8 o'clock. All right, then, 7. Okay, I'll have to cancel some appointments. Oh, one thing. I want to be briefed first. No, he's useless. I'll see Pike. I'll send him along immediately. And Williams, immediately. Oh, well, Louise, your signal seems to have caused quite a ripple in the ranks. The Navy are leaping about as if the sea had run dry. Quite a tonnage of gold braid heading my way in 2 hours.
Is Pike coming?
Yes. She'll be here in a few minutes.
I must be going.
Well, I'd like you to stay.
And run into Pike? No, thank you, Michael.
Pike? Oh, Pike! Yes, I remember now. He never used to turn up at committee meetings or sent along a minion, unless he needed money. Yes. Look here. 1989. There were 6 meetings to discuss financial cover for the new C-class submarines. He got his money, has hardly been seen since. Keeps himself to himself.
Well, one would expect the head of our Weapons and Strategic Studies Group to do just that. Look, I must be going, Michael.
Oh, this is interesting. Copy of a memo to Pike from my predecessor, May 1990. 5 years ago. There's a written question attached from a member for Isha. Why is the government spending 2,000 million on the new C-class submarines when the Polaris submarines still have another 10 years operational life as a result of major refits? Good question. Why did they? The memo to Pike says, give me a plausible reply to this, please.
Government by faceless bureaucrats.
I wonder what the answer was.
You'll have to look up Hansard.
I will. Have you met this Pike?
Once or twice. The only good thing about him is that at least he's on our side. He's a man I can't fathom, completely devoid of emotions. I've no wish to meet him again.
I'd rather you stayed, Louise.
Is that an order or a request?
What would it have to be for you to remain?
An order.
Then that's what it is. Sit down, Pike. Miss Arnott and I wish to ask you a few questions. But first of all, I must warn you that the days when you could run defense matters how you pleased are over.
All matters requiring decisions have always been referred to the correct minister.
You will find me more inclined to stamp on people rather than rubber stamp their pet schemes. We'll discuss that later. Brief me on the purpose and function of the Cassandra satellites.
Naval communications.
We know that. Be more specific.
They provide a control link with the C-class submarines.
You mean submarine, don't you? Cerberus is the only one in service.
That's right. Ceres and Cyclops are still under construction. They're due for commissioning in 1998.
I shouldn't count on it, Pike. Now then, why are the Navy getting so frantic about this communication loss with the Cassandra satellites?
So there is a blackout.
It must be the first time for some years that the Prime Minister has known something ahead of his senior aides.
What is the nature of this blackout?
The Americans have orbited a narrow belt of reflecting material, similar to chaff, but more effective. It's in a polar orbit. The belt's only 2 degrees wide, but its apogee and perigee matches that of the Cassandra orbit precisely. The Americans say it's an accident.
Has it been confirmed?
Oh, yes. The Royal Radar Establishment Malvern and Government Communications Headquarters Cheltenham have reported the presence of a narrow reflecting belt in polar orbit. Even the BBC's Caversham stations noticed something odd. Of course, none of them knows about the Cassandra satellites.
How long would it last?
Another 100 hours at the present dissipation rate.
At what time did it start?
1,200 hours.
You must excuse me, Prime Minister. I have to attend...
You leave when I say you can leave, Pike. You haven't answered my question. Why are the Navy so upset at this communication loss? Surely the Cassandra satellites are not the only means of communicating with Cerberus.
I'm afraid they are, Prime Minister.
No ground wave system?
No.
But multiple systems have always been a requirement aboard our submarines. Why should Cerberus be any different? She's an ordinary Polaris carrier, isn't she?
No submarine costing 2,000 million could be described as ordinary.
Cerberus is neither ordinary nor a Polaris carrier. She's equipped with 50 Kraken missiles, half of them armed with 50 megaton hydrogen fusion warheads, 16,000-kilometer range. Cerberus can discharge all of them in 8 minutes.
Oh.
Compared with the Kraken, Polaris is nothing more than an obsolescent toy.
Hardly obsolescent, Pike. If it wasn't for the Polaris submarines, this country would be defenseless right now.
No, not with Cerberus, Prime Minister.
Why not? If it was necessary to order a retaliation, we shouldn't be able to do so.
Cerberus will never receive an order to retaliate. Every 6 hours, she receives a coded radio signal via one of the Cassandra satellites ordering her not to retaliate. Negative response retaliation. You've heard of it, Prime Minister?
Only a strategic philosophy. I never thought it would ever be put in practice.
Having a lot of people think you won't do something is a very good reason for doing it. The chief advantage of negative response retaliation is in its simplification of operational procedures and avoidance of too many fail-safe devices where there's a danger of not being able to retaliate if you want to. A problem we still have with the Polaris submarines.
So, if Cerberus does not receive a signal every 6 hours, she'll attack?
Eventually.
Who devised this mad system?
I did, with the approval of your predecessor.
Why wasn't I informed earlier?
You were scheduled to be notified in due course. Besides, Prime Ministers needn't concern themselves with operational details, as long as the system works.
But it's not working, is it? No wonder the Navy are panicking. And you telling me we're about to attack is hardly an operational detail.
I did not say we were about to attack.
Did he or did he not say we...
I said Cerberus would attack eventually. There is a fail-safe contingency. Only one, but an effective one. Cerberus has now missed her first beacon. She'll miss her second in, 4 hours. So we have 10 hours...
I want to know about this fail-safe, Pike.
At the moment, Cerberus will be in a Russian fjord on the North Siberian coast. She's on a special mission for intelligence.
I'm not interested in what she's doing. I'm interested in what she's going to do and how you intend stopping her.
Simple. If she does not receive a scheduled beacon, the captain will freeze operations by placing the submarine on a Stage 1 alert. If the next beacon is not received, he'll up the alert status to Stage 2, call a meeting of his executive officers and open his green orders for whatever sector he happens to be in. They're in the form of a tape recorder cassette. The cassette will detail a position on the high seas which he is required to head for immediately. He will wait in this position, and if a third beacon is not received and he hears nothing further from us, he will assume that this country has been subject to a surprise attack. Then, and only then, will he retaliate.
How do we use the fail-safe?
By dispatching 2 RAF Nemesis aircraft to rendezvous with Cerberus at her fail-safe position. Cerberus will maintain a skywatch by means of her TV camera buoys. She'll fire a flare from the buoy to let the RAF know they've been seen, and Cerberus will downgrade the alert and resume normal patrol. It's a very simple system.
And we definitely can't radio Cerberus direct.
Anyone can send a radio signal. That's why the negative response retaliation system is so effective. You can't jam or otherwise interfere with silence. If you do, it's no longer silence, is it?
Stride may be a bit surly at times, sir, but I can't believe he could be responsible for the destruction of the recordings. Why would he want to do such a thing?
Well, we'll soon find out, gentlemen. Call him in, please.
In here, Stride. Leading technician, Stride, sir.
Thank you, Master at Arms. Your firearm, please.
Mine, sir?
Yes, yours, sir.
But, sir...
Don't argue with me. Just place it on the table, with the safety catch off.
Do as I say. Yes, sir.
Now, close the door. No, I want you to remain. Now, stand there, Stride. To attention, if you please. Now then. At 13:30 hours today, you entered my cabin without permission. Why?
To repair your television, sir.
Now tell me the real reason.
That is the real reason.
Do you know what these are?
They look like recording tape cassettes.
What type of tape cassette?
Well, ordinary cassettes, aren't they?
No, Stride, they are not ordinary, and you know they're not, don't you?
No, sir.
What was wrong with your television, sir?
Well, the picture was twisted sideways slightly.
It's all right now?
Yes.
What did you have to do to the set, Stride?
The focusing coil around the neck of the tube had slipped. I realigned it and tightened the clamp.
A simple task?
Yes, sir, very simple.
One which would only take a few minutes?
Yes, sir.
When I caught you, Stride, you'd been in here nearly 20 minutes.
I had to unscrew the front panel and slide the unit out from the bulkhead before I could work on it. And I had to remove the electromagnetic and X-ray shielding from around the tube.
And yet this simple task took 20 minutes,
I also made a number of adjustments to the three-dimensional balance. Picture lacked depth.
And you also made a number of adjustments to that safe beside the television.
No, sir. I never touched it. I didn't even know it was a safe.
You activated the tape destruction system. These tapes are useless.
No, sir, I swear.
Tell the truth.
I've never heard of the tape destruction system.
You've seen the activating switches near the escape hatches?
No, sir. I don't know. Maybe I have. I don't know.
And you've never seen one of these keys for activating the switches?
No, sir.
Did you search him, Master at Arms?
Yes, sir, and his quarters. Didn't find anything.
I don't know anything about this tape destruction system, and I know nothing about the switches.
You're a liar, Stride, and I can prove you're a liar.
You prove it, then.
Now then, son, what's your tongue?
Each day, I record the submarine's log and place the tape in that safe. Besides some very important tapes, every log recording I've made on this trip has been completely erased, with one exception. The recording of today's log, which I made after your visit to this cabin.
Maybe someone else got into your cabin.
No, Stride. You see this strip of film? Now, anyone entering the command area of this submarine has their picture taken by an automatic camera. The picture also records the date and time. You are the only unauthorized person who's entered this area with the necessary electronics knowledge to destroy those tapes.
Sir, I swear I had nothing to do with...
Now, I don't know how you managed to operate the tape destruction system without a key, but I will know very shortly. Master at Arms, is this thing loaded?
Yes, sir. I should be careful, sir. The safety catch.
If I may...
Be quiet, Mr. Aiken. Now then, Stride. Are you going to tell me?
There's nothing to tell you. I don't know how the recordings were destroyed.
Master at Arms, if I wanted to kill this man, Where would be the best place to point this thing?
Oh, sir, you just
Don't try telling me what I can or cannot do, Aitken. Whilst we're on stage 2 alert, there's precious little I can't do, including the removal of this miserable worm if his presence threatens the execution of our orders.
Sir.
Now, where's the best place to point this thing?
Not at his chest.
Not at his chest. What?
Not at his chest, sir.
Why not? I'm pointing it at his heart, aren't I?
Yes, sir, but the ricochet, these steel bulkheads.
Oh, higher?
Yes, sir.
Sir, if I may
No,
suggest...
you may not, Fisher. Be quiet. At the neck, like this,
At the head, sir. Up a bit.
5 seconds, Stride. I won't even count. It's too melodramatic. I'm sure you can mentally tick off 5 seconds. Starting from now.
I reckon you missed me, low man.
Maybe that was just a warning. Maybe I don't shoot unarmed men.
Or maybe you've gotten yourself a yellow streak wider than the Grand Canyon.
Ready?
Yes, Marshal. Right here, Marshal.
Debbie, you still handy with that Winchester?
Yeah, I sure am, Marshal. I sure am.
Now's your last chance to tell us if you pulled that safe job.
Lieutenant Sinclair. Lieutenant Sinclair? What is it? Oh, sorry to interrupt your movie, sir, but Captain Harrison wants to berth this man with you. In here, Stride.
Stride? What the hell have you been up to?
He's upset the captain, haven't you, Stride? Done a good job of it, too.
I thought the idiot was going to shoot me.
I should watch your tongue if I were you, son. You're lucky to be alive.
Has he got to stay with me?
I can't spare armed guards for every man who annoys Captain Harrison, now can I? I'll have your kit sent up, Stride. Good night, gentlemen. I hope you get on well together.
Sorry about this, sir.
Well, you can forget the sir while we're in here. Well, if I shift Cutty's sark off the top berth...
Here, let me help.
Mind the rigging. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
You must have a lot of patience to build models with such detail.
No. You just need an endless stream of westerns put up by the entertainment committee.
Captain Harrison said something similar.
What did you do to upset him?
Nothing.
You said something about him nearly shooting you. Now, he may be a bit odd at times, but he doesn't go around shooting the crew without good reason.
He thinks I activated the tape distraction system, whatever that is.
Are the tapes dead?
He had some cassettes on the table which he said were useless.
With green wrapping paper?
Yeah, and red.
Wow. No wonder he nearly shot you.
Why? How important are those tapes?
Important enough.
How much?
How do I know Harrison hasn't planted you on me?
You don't? What did you do to upset him?
Well, we had a difference of opinion on a policy matter.
I don't know much about submarine administration, but I wouldn't have thought that called for an armed guard outside your door.
I thought I was asking you questions.
There's not much point. Nobody believes me answers. What's a stage 2 alert?
You've been listening to rumours.
No. Harrison mentioned we were on one just now. He suggested that under a stage 2 alert he had the power to shoot me.
He has, if you activated the tape destruction system.
Look, I don't even know what it is.
It's the modern version of the weighted bag for emergency disposal of confidential documents.
How's it work?
Well, the ship's tapes are kept in the captain's safe. There's a powerful magnetic coil at the back, powerful enough to erase recordings on magnetic tapes if it's energized.
Cool.
How did you do it?
I didn't.
Someone did.
Well, it wasn't me. The captain said something about an activating key.
Yeah.
There was one on the table.
Yeah, that was mine.
Oh.
I had to surrender it before being incarcerated in here. All executive officers hold one. There's a special switch by each escape hatch which can only be operated by one of those keys. Now, if we have to abandon ship, all an officer has to do is insert his key in the switch, turn it, and... no more recordings on the tapes.
Then any officer could have destroyed the tapes?
Yeah. But if an officer did, Harrison would know.
Why?
Using a key destroys its plastic film covering. Now, the idea is that if the submarine has been abandoned, it's possible to check afterwards that the tapes were destroyed.
Oh, yeah.
Why should Harrison think you destroyed them?
He found me in his cabin fixing his television. He says the only tape which is okay is the one he recorded after my...
What's the matter?
Yeah, of course, that must be it.
What?
I'm trying to think. Those switches by the escape hatches, they must operate a relay in the safe to energise the coil.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, that would account for it.
Account for what?
The captain's television is right beside the safe, right?
Yeah.
I tested the set with the cathode ray tube shielding removed. The radiation from the picture focusing coil could have energized the relay and so destroyed the recordings.
Oh, I mean, it sounds highly improbable.
Don't you see? 3D colour televisions have something like 20,000 volts going through their coils.
Yeah.
They even radiate X-rays if they're not properly shielded, and I removed that shielding when I tested the set.
Well, I suppose that could be the explanation. Are you going to tell the captain?
I don't know. You probably threatened to take another pot at me. You still haven't told me how important those recordings are.
As soon as the sub goes onto a stage 2 alert, Harrison would play the green tape, which will give him his required fail-safe position. He'll then head for that position to await an eyeball contact with an RAF nemesis.
By sending up a TV camera?
Yeah, that's right. Now, when Harrison sees the nemesis, he'll fire a flare from the camera boy to let the RAF know he's seen him. Then he'll wind the boy back into the sub, downgrade the alert, and return to normal patrol duties.
Sounds simple.
Yeah. It's supposed to be infallible.
What will Harrison do if he doesn't know what his fail-safe position is?
How the hell should I know?
What's that?
Shh. Listen.
Sounds like it's coming from below.
That is Kraken Control. Fisher's testing his beloved missile conveyors.
There's a PCC reject here, sir.
Huh?
Regarding the revised food rations.
Well, pass it on to catering. What's so funny?
Well, the computer has pointed out that the beef burgers only have a freezer life of another 12 weeks. Therefore, they should be used up first. Looks like we'll be living on beef burgers for the next few weeks.
What's the matter, Master Lance?
It's Mr. Floyd, sir.
It's about this idea of mine, Captain.
Yes, I too have an idea, Mr. Floyd, and if you interrupt me once again when I'm busy, I might put it into operation.
But we must at least try something, Captain. We could connect my monitoring gear up to one of the antenna boys,
The antenna boys can only be sent up at predetermined times. Now, even if I could send them up whenever I wished, I certainly would never sanction their use for any purpose other than that for which they were designed.
So much for your fail-safe, Pike. Where the hell's that bloody submarine? 6 RAF Nemesis have been sweeping the fail-safe area for 3 hours and there's no sign of her.
I don't understand it any more than you do, Prime Minister. Perhaps Cerberus received those beacons after all. Perhaps she's still in Fjord 88.
According to Miss Arnott, no signal can penetrate the belt and won't be able to for at least another 95 hours.
If Cerberus did not receive the beacons, Harrison would definitely play the green tape and head immediately for the fail-safe position. Those are his orders.
What sort of man is Harrison? Is there any chance he might not follow orders?
None whatsoever. His years of conditioning and training would not permit it. He will stick rigidly to procedure. Anything that might prevent him following those orders would create too much emotional stress for him to cope with.
What's happened to the idea of individual initiative?
Oh, we can't afford that sort of thing today. Not with submarines like Cerberus. We have to know exactly where she is and what she's doing from day to day without maintaining constant lines of communication.
Would any of his officers oppose him?
No. And even if they did, he has clear instructions on how to deal with them.
Which are?
At the slightest sign of dissent from any officer or crew member, he would place them under immediate arrest. Stage 2 alert procedures give him the power to be even more ruthless if necessary.
And you have no doubt that Harrison will obey his orders?
None at all.
Do we really know how a man would behave under such circumstances?
With Harrison we do. That's why we chose him.
But it's absurd that there's no means of contacting him.
Why should there be? Cerberus is nothing more than a remote firing platform. We have nothing to say to her. She has nothing to say to us. As soon as you become dependent on communication links, you not only reduce your system integrity, but you risk the submarine being discovered by the enemy. And you risk the messages being intercepted and eventually faked. I still say this system is infallible.
I don't like being told about infallible systems from someone who's already been proved wrong. Perhaps the fail-safe position on Harrison's tape doesn't agree with our tape.
It must do. Harrison's tapes are copies made from our masters.
You seem to have thought of everything.
Yes.
These missiles Cerberus has, tell me about them.
50 Krakens, half of them armed with 50 megaton warheads.
Preset targets?
Oh, yes. Cerberus only has to launch them.
Only? What are the targets?
Here, over here in the east, and, 2 here.
But they're civilian population centers.
Of course. Cyclops will look after the military targets when he goes into service.
Does Harrison know his targets are civilian population centers?
His red tape provides a target schedule.
Do we really know if a man, any man, Even a martinet, such as you say Harrison is, would launch his missiles knowing they're destined for urban areas.
We've thought of that. Harrison thinks his targets are tactical rather than strategic. The red tape would bear that out if he plays it.
Meaning the target on the tape are not the targets the Krakens are set for.
Correct. It will be the same with all the C-class submarines. Although we have no doubts about Harrison's ability to follow orders, we can't risk last-minute misplaced moral feelings jeopardizing a retaliatory strike.
Moral feelings? I doubt if you have any idea what they are, Pike.
Being popular is your job, Prime Minister, not mine. My job is to provide you with the best weapons possible with the available funds. Something I do well.
Really? And what about this mess?
I didn't create Cerberus, nor did I vote the funds to finance it. Your predecessor and the chiefs of the armed forces all agreed that we should have the capability to reduce a potential enemy's population by 40% at a stroke.
40%?
Yes.
But why civilians?
Why not? The enemy's sword consists of the entire population. The military are merely the cutting edge. We also have the hardware to achieve the probable immobilization of a further 20%.
How, for God's sake?
The enemy's country is inconceivably large, at least 90% agricultural. We could flatten all their cities, and they could still muster a well-equipped army large enough to overrun the whole of Europe in a matter of days. You have to know your enemy. The willingness of its peasants to beat plowshares into swords is in the very heart and soul of the country. Propaganda has convinced every man, woman, and child that their destiny lies in the defense of the motherland.
I know all this, Pike. But you can't effectively bomb an agricultural society. The Americans learned that many years ago in Chinese Indoasia, what used to be Vietnam.
We won't have to bomb them. We have something far more effective. 25 of the Krakens do not have nuclear warheads. They have multiple heads that spread over a wide area after re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. 1,000 separate units scattered across the country will descend by parachute over selected rural areas with relatively high population densities.
They're not nuclear warheads?
No.
Then what are they?
Wide-angle laser scanners.
And what do they do?
Oh, they're beautifully simple and very effective. At 20,000 feet, they will give off a spectacular lighting display. It will last 3 minutes, long enough to ensure the maximum number of people are watching them. We conducted some experiments over Suffolk some years ago. 3 minutes is the optimum period required to build up sufficient interest to get the greatest number of people watching. Anything longer, and there's a falling off as they lose interest.
Yes, but what do these things do?
Towards the end of the 3-minute lighting display, a wide-angle laser beam rapidly scans the 100 square miles of countryside beneath it. Anyone watching, which we calculate will be about 40 million, will have their optical perception facilities permanently impaired.
Their what?
They'll be blinded, permanently, by the light of 1,000 suns.
How many?
40 million, give or take a couple of million. One advantage of such a weapon is that it eliminates the problem of whether or not Europe should follow up with an invasion. With so many people requiring help, an invasion would be most undesirable from the economic point of view.
What an appalling device.
It's no worse than napalm. It doesn't kill, and fusing the retinas is painless.
Tell me, Pike, are you proud of Cerberus?
Neither proud nor ashamed. Merely satisfied.
Satisfied? Unless you think of something, Cerberus is going to trigger off another world war. Would you be satisfied with that?
The enemy is an extremely tough nut. But like all nuts, it can be smashed with one blow, provided the blow is hard enough. And that's one thing I can assure you of, Prime Minister. If Cerberus strikes, the blow will be hard enough. Naturally, I'm disappointed that unforeseen circumstances should have placed us in this position.
It damn well should have been foreseen. The Americans carried out a similar radio blackout experiment 30 years ago, back in the 60s.
If it's any consolation, Cerberus will not fire the Krakens.
No wonder everyone has tried to keep quiet about you, Pike. How do you know she won't?
Cerberus would normally receive a beacon 2 hours, 15 minutes from now. She'll send up her antenna buoys in the usual way, and an RAF Nemesis will overfly Fjord 88 to simulate a Cassandra beacon at the precise moment it is expected.
That's assuming Cerberus is still in the fjord.
Oh, she's in the neighborhood. She'll hear it.
What exactly is the beacon? A code word?
20 low-frequency pulses in 4 groups of 5. Pulse duration is 1 second, with 1 second spacing and 3 seconds between each group. The pattern is changed daily, but that's the pattern Harrison will be expecting for the next beacon.
10 seconds to beacon.
Standing by all systems.
Quiet now, please.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, thank God for that, sir.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Aitken. Thank God.
Field strength peaking at 6.5.
Wonder what went wrong with the earlier beacons.
There'll be a full inquiry when we return.
Field strength peaking at 6.6.
Do you think there was some sort
What was
of
that
blackout?
reading?
6.6, sir.
The signal's getting stronger?
Yes, sir. 6.7 now.
What's the usual beacon strength?
5.9.
It's still increasing. 6.9. I'm getting a slight frequency shift. It could be Doppler.
Well, perhaps it's one
Shut
of
up
those...
a minute.
Now peaking at field strength 7. PCC reject, sir. Channel 1 beacon unacceptable.
What about 2 and 3?
Computer still analysing, sir. Now peaking at 7.2.
Rather odd, sir.
Yes, it's bloody odd. I don't like it, not one little bit. Switch the buoy mics on.
Sir.
Yes, that's all the evidence I need. Our friends are flying around up there trying to imitate a beacon. Get the antenna boys down, Aitken. Make for the open water as fast as you can. I'm going to see Fisher in Kraken control. Very good, sir. Take me down to Kraken control, Master-at-Arms.
Captain? Do you want to speak to him, sir?
No, thank you. Get the lift moving.
Captain,
You're stopping the doors from closing, Mr. Floyd.
I must speak to you.
Step back, please, sir.
Not until you listen to what I have to say. What shall I do, sir?
Confine him to his cabin.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't do that.
Just show him that I can, Master-at-Arms.
With a guard, sir? With a guard.
Can you spare a man?
Not now. We're on emergency duties.
Well, put him in with Sinclair and Stride.
A bit crowded, sir.
Well, that's his lookout.
This way, sir. You've got no authority to do this, Harrison. I'll lodge an official protest. Oh, really?
Why was the Redskins never won in there?
Another cabin mate for you, Mr. Sinclair.
Oh, no.
Captain Harrison's orders.
Well, who is it this time?
Me. Floyd. Him. Well, gentlemen, I hope you all get on together. A meal will be sent in shortly. No arguments over who sleeps on the floor. Good day.
Well, Harrison couldn't have picked a better man to spy on us. A professional.
Well, what have you two done? Plotted a mutiny?
Didn't he brief you?
I'll take the top bunk.
That's mine.
And who are you?
Stride.
A leading technician, I see. A low form of life.
That's my berth.
Well, now, this is His Majesty's submarine, His Majesty's cabin, and His Majesty's bunk. And I'm His Majesty's servant. We'll share it, Stride. Or is that still frowned on in King's regulations?
Why are you here, Floyd?
I upset Harrison with my persistence. It's easily done. We have to have that thing on.
No, all right, I'll switch it off.
Yeah, I was watching that.
How did Harrison seem to you?
You know him better than I do.
You know it on an alert.
I guessed. Give me some credit.
Did he seem unstable?
Unreasonable's a better word. I can't say altogether blame him. Not if he's got to do what I think he's got to do.
The turbines have started.
I feel a slight movement just then.
We're lifting. Full power going on. Wherever it is we're going there in a hurry. God, if only I had my intercom.
You want to listen to what's going on?
Yes, of course. Why? Can you fix it so we can?
Nothing could be simpler.
Well, why the hell didn't you say so before?
As they say in the movies, you never ask.
How?
They may have taken your intercom away, but you still have the junction box, and you have a closed-circuit television. So, by running a lead from the junction box and connecting it to the sound amplifier on the television, you'll be able to hear everything that's going on.
Stride, you're a genius.
Yeah. Well, even a genius like me can't spirit lengths of wire out of thin air.
No. How about the lead on my tape recorder, Mike?
Control room, Aitken.
Mr. Aitken, I can't get into Kraken control.
Really, sir?
Yes, really, sir. That idiot Fisher has locked himself in. It's only possible to call Kraken control from the control room.
Oh, I should have remembered, sir. He often does that.
Oh, does he now? Well, I shall have something to say to Mr. Fisher. Now, you call him up and tell him to let me in.
Right away, sir. Oh, there is just one thing.
Yes, what's that?
If you could possibly avoid shouting at him, he does get upset rather easily.
How's it going, Stride?
Just one more connection.
Right.
What do you want to listen to? There's a whole row of terminals here. Control room, reactor area, Kraken control...
Can we listen to Kraken control?
Yeah, sure. Just a matter of twisting the wire around a screw, like so. That's it. These junction boxes are ready-made bugging devices.
You're in the wrong business, Stride.
I'm not, you are. Right, let's switch the television on and see.
Someone outside. Yeah, stand in front of the box.
Right.
Yes, Well, the difficult part's the rigging and alignment of the yards if you want to with furled sails.
Something to eat, gentlemen. Beef burgers.
Navy beef burgers, God help us.
Well, they're just like Captain Harrison or a Force 10. Okay, if you treat them with respect.
That's odd. There's 4 each. The alert standing orders call for food restrictions.
Maybe we're off the alert.
Then why are the turbines going flat out? Anyway, thank you for the warning, Floyd.
My pleasure. Let's see if my little arrangement works.
Not too loud. Yeah. That's Fisher with his beloved Krakens. If anyone should be locked up, it's him. He even talks to them.
Mr. Fisher?
Up here, sir.
Do you always keep this hatch locked when you're in here?
Sorry about that, sir. I didn't know it was you.
Why was it locked?
They don't like strangers, sir.
Who don't?
My little lady's here. I've just been checking them over.
Who? Oh, I see.
Yes. Pleased to be underway again.
Well, you can start the arming procedure now.
Very good, sir.
I shall want them ready in 2 hours. We're heading for open water. In your last report, you stated your arming team had the time down to 2 hours.
1 hour 40 on the last army run, sir.
Yes, well, that's very good, Fisher. Are the missile conveyors now working properly?
Perfectly, sir. Let me show you.
No, I'll take your word for it.
By not transporting more than 8 at a time to the launch tubes, the conveyors move much faster, and there's less strain on the hydraulics. We've tried loading 10, but always run into trouble.
Yes, well, we don't want hold-ups doing the real thing. What difference will it make to the overall time to launch all of them?
Well, don't you worry, sir. We'll be able to discharge the lot in 10 minutes. They won't let you down, sir. They're good girls, and they've been very patient all these months. But they won't be hurried.
Fisher, come and sit down a minute.
Yes, sir?
You know, I don't even know your Christian name.
It's Philip, sir. After my mother, Philippa.
You realize what it is we're going to do?
Of course, sir.
And you've no qualms?
None at all, sir. The conveyors will function nice and smoothly, and I'm certain the girls will behave themselves. Won't you, girls?
You spend quite a lot of time down here, don't you?
Yes, sir. Hours and hours. It's my own little kingdom. And these are my subjects.
I see you've been chalking on them.
Only the names, sir. You see, I've named them after famous women in history. Boadicea, Helen, Golda, St. Joan, Margaret. Well, don't worry, sir. The seawater will wash it all off when we flood the launch tubes.
No, I wasn't, son. I'm more worried about you.
I'm all right, sir.
Fisher, you need a rest. You come along with me.
But I can't leave them now, sir. Not when they need me.
No, I'll see they're looked after properly. You have a rest. I'll take you along to the surgeon.
If you say so, sir.
Come on. You go first.
Yes, sir.
One thing, lad. Who was Margaret? I don't recall a Margaret in history.
Hurricane Margaret. It killed my parents in 1987.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't have to be, sir. They weren't important to me. Not as important as... Down here, I felt I was someone. People needed me. You depended on me. They needed me. Have I let you down, sir?
No, Fisher. No, you've always done your job well. Never any fuss. Reports always on time. I've probably let you down.
I shall miss them, sir. It won't be the same when they've gone.
Nothing will be the same when they've gone. Aitken, why didn't you tell me about young Fisher?
Tell you what, sir?
He's ill.
I didn't know that. Is he all right?
No, he is not all right. Did you know about his attitude towards the Krakens?
Well, only that he's keen on his job and spends all his free time checking them over. It's common knowledge.
Well, it wasn't common knowledge to me.
Maybe it should have been.
And maybe you should remember who you're addressing. Fisher appears to me to be suffering from a breakdown as a result of his attachment to the Krakens. You should have seen the writing on the wall long ago.
If an officer is competent and diligent, then I don't worry. I'm only concerned with incompetence.
And so am I, Aitken. And failure to note and report unusual behaviour in a fellow officer is incompetence as far as I'm concerned.
If you've no confidence in my ability, sir, then you know what you can do, sir.
I've every confidence in you, Aitken. Forget what I said. I expect Fisher's illness has only shown itself because his precious Krakens are to be launched.
Have you thought about the consequences of launching them?
Now, don't you start, Aitken. We don't have to think, do we? All we have to do is obey orders. And do you think I haven't thought about it?
You give that impression.
So, let's swap rank.
Oh, no.
Why not?
I'd rather not have to obey your orders.
They're also your orders. Collective responsibility, remember?
You can order someone to do something, but you can't order him to be responsible, no matter how many bits of paper you make him sign. The overriding factor is that he has to obey the orders in the first place.
Look, we've had 3 beacon failures. 3! And a crude attempt by the enemy at imitating one. Now, from that alone, we can guess that they must know we're in the area. And they know the beacon code. They've attacked our country, confident they can stop us retaliating. So, we go home without retaliating? Several cities have probably been wiped out, more if we do nothing. Shall we do that? I tell you what, Aiken. I'll have a lot less on my conscience by pressing those buttons than I would have by doing nothing. Wouldn't you?
I don't know. I suppose if you put it like that. Do we tell the crew?
Only those on fire control duties. There's no need for everyone to know just yet. It'll get around soon enough. All those off duty can carry on watching westerns or whatever it is they do.
What time do we launch?
When we reach this position. Here. Now, 2 hours from now, I want to be at least 200 kilometers out to sea. We should make it easily at our present 60 knots. I'll take over Kraken Control, leaving you in command here. We'll leave the communication circuit open for direct voice-to-voice contact.
What are they up to down there, Stride?
Arming the Krakens isn't a noisy job.
Nearly finished, sir. 3 more to go.
Well done.
Lunchtime minus 29 minutes.
Mr. Aiken, we've nearly completed the arming procedure. How much further to go?
25,000 meters, sir. Another 15 minutes.
We've got to stop them. We can't let them launch those missiles. This submarine is intended to act as a deterrent. If the situation arises in which it has to be used, then there's no point in using it, because it's failed to deter. Does that make sense?
Not to me, fella. If someone takes a poke at me, I poke 'em right back.
And that's just animal reaction.
You call it what you like. I call it survival.
But nobody's going to survive.
You speak for yourself, my friend.
Why build a submarine in the first place?
Oh, well, we could discuss that all night. Look, somehow or other, we've got to stop the launching.
Small question. How?
Well, we'll have to think of something.
It's your idea. You think. I don't want to be involved.
You're a coward, Floyd.
If you like. Well, if you two are going to sit around plotting, I'll grab a spell on the top bunk.
Listen, isn't there some way we could sabotage the sub?
Hundreds of ways. Unfortunately, none of them can be carried out from this cabin.
There speaks a realist.
What about all those pipes and conduits passing through the bulkheads?
Lighting power, lubricants, coolants. I suppose we could chew through a cable and give ourselves a nice electric shock and plunge the companionway into darkness. You think that might stop them?
Well spoken, that man.
Look, if you're not going to contribute anything, shut up. Surely there's something we can do. Kraken Control's immediately below this deck. Stride?
What?
Something occurred to you then. I could tell by your expression. What was it? Well?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm thinking. I'm not sure of my bearings. Which side is this cabin on?
Starboard, why?
This pipe ducts cooling water down to the hydraulic heat exchangers on the missile conveyor machinery.
Well, we could never cut through that. It must be at least 10 centimetres.
It orientates this cabin in relation to Kraken Control. I know where this pipe comes out below. Now, about 1 metre to the left, about here. Help me roll back this carpet.
Yeah, right.
What are you two up to?
Good.
Showing him where you hide your dust, Sinclair.
Shut up, Floyd.
Okay. I'm going to sleep.
What is it?
An inspection cover.
Yeah, but for inspecting what?
With any luck, Kraken Control's electric power distribution boxes.
How do we shift those bolts?
Haven't you got any spanners?
No.
Then we don't?
But we must.
All right. Let's have a look at those tools in your modelling kit.
All weapons armed, sir.
Stand by to load conveyors.
Weapons 1 to 10, ready for loading, sir.
We'll only load 8 for the first batch.
That's too short of the full load, sir.
I am well aware of that. We'll load not more than 8 weapons at a time.
Very good, sir.
Launch time minus 15 minutes.
Mr. Aiken.
Sir?
We're running the first batch of Krakens up to the launch tubes ready for firing as soon as we're in position.
Understood, sir. We're stopping the turbines in 5 minutes.
Stand clear of conveyors.
That's no good. Whoever tightened this bolt must have been a 3-metre gorilla swinging on a 6-metre Tommy bar. If all three of us try together...
Floyd.
Okay, I heard. Can't sleep anyway. You two taking the sub apart around me. Well, what do I do?
It's the last bolt.
Yeah.
Hang on here and heave when I say. Ready?
Yeah.
Right. 1, 2, 3. It's moving.
A bit more. That's it.
Oh. Now, the cover. You two catch hold of that end.
Right.
It's heavy. Ready?
Thanks, Floyd.
My pleasure.
Torch.
Here. See anything?
What's the matter?
I was wrong. The distribution boxes aren't here. They must be under the companionway.
What about all those cables? Couldn't we cut them or something?
Armoured cables.
And what about this?
Might be all right for balsa wood. It's not going to do much good against armoured cable. Besides, which one do we cut through?
Well, don't you know what they're for?
Vaguely.
Well, you're supposed to be a technician.
Look, I don't carry the wiring diagrams around in my head.
Well, how about that one? Looks the smallest.
Auxiliary supply to the conveyors. And as we heard just now, they've loaded the first batch into the launch tubes ready to fire as soon as the turbines stop. Which they just did.
We'd better listen to what's going on.
We're in position, sir.
What's our depth, Mr. Aiken?
1500 metres, sir.
Take her up to launching depth. 1,000 metres.
Yes, sir. 1000 metres.
Launch time -4 minutes.
We've got 4 minutes.
I heard. I've been thinking. That blue cable...
Yeah.
I'm certain it supplies current for the servo motors, which open the launch tube caps just as the Krakens are fired.
Well, if we cut it, they wouldn't be able to launch the Krakens.
If it's the right cable.
We've got to try. It's our only hope.
Give me that fret saw.
For God's sake, don't break the blade.
Launch time -3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Have you got a strong chisel?
Yes, here.
Lever the cable up so I can get at it.
All right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Hold it there.
Any good?
At least it's a new blade.
Launch time -3 minutes.
Come on.
Just hold the chisel steady.
All right.
Firing team standing by.
1000.
Do you think Floyd might help out?
I'm asleep, fella. I don't want to know what you two are up to.
Bastard.
The biggest.
If I cut through this cable, just as they launch the Krakens and the tubes remain shut, this sub and all of us will be blown to glory.
Launch time -2 minutes,
Nothing.
30 seconds.
Keep sawing.
What was that he said?
I thought you weren't interested in what we're doing.
Now give me that saw, Stride.
You get back on your bunk. Where are you going?
Do you give me that saw or do I call the guard?
Launch time.
No.
I don't care what you do, provided it doesn't involve me.
Come away from that door.
Sorry, fella.
So am I, Floyd. Now get back.
Hey, watch out.
Open launch tube, C valves.
Three valves open.
Mr. Aiken, switch fine-tune control over to PCC.
Yes, sir. FTC now under computer control, sir.
Internal wave compensators on.
Your stabilizers on.
Launch time -90 seconds.
What's the matter with Floyd?
He'll be okay. Why aren't you cutting that cable?
You took the chisel. Are you sure?
Get on with it.
The chisel.
Oh. Where does it go?
Here. God, what happened?
I must have cut myself with it. Now get on. Don't worry about Floyd.
Launch time -60 seconds.
Oh, we're not going to manage it. This arm is...
Don't talk.
Are we now stabilized, Mr. Aiken?
Launch tube started. Pressure's equalized.
Shall I take a turn?
No, it's okay.
Right.
Leave it up a bit more.
Okay.
That's it.
Insert firing keys.
Wiring keys inserted.
It's through the armour. Oh, good.
What?
Single core cable. It's the right one, all right.
Launch time -30 seconds.
Come on, Strike. Come on.
These strands, they're tough as hell.
Launch time -20.
Close ignition circuits. Ignition circuit.
Try lifting and twisting.
Yeah,
Some of the
okay.
strands should break.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, good.
Launch time -10 seconds.
Ignition sequence.
Please, God, please.
2 more strands. Twist!
Launch time -5 and counting. 4, 3,
Last strand.
2,
Nearly.
1.
I don't know what to think, Louise.
It could have been worse, Michael.
We'll never know what happened. It was a stroke of luck, the RAF spotting the wreckage on the surface. 50 men.
Do the Russians suspect anything?
I think they would have said something. They've even sent some trawlers to help with the North Atlantic air sea search. That's the worst part. Seeing the faces of the wives on television. While the search is still on, they live in hope.
When's the phony search being called off?
Tomorrow. The wreckage of the RAF picked up is to be dropped about 400 kilometres north of Iceland. I've always campaigned against deception and fraud in politics. And here I am, 1 month in office and having to perpetrate the biggest lie of the decade.
Oh, Michael, you mustn't blame yourself.
I have to, Louise. Like Harry Truman's buck, it stops right here, in this office. Half of them were under 25. Lieutenant Philip Fisher, born 6th of July, 1974. Pike's resignation is the one good thing to come out of it.
Do you still want to cancel series and Cyclops?
Yes. Whether I could with the amount of money that's already been spent. Remember your Greek mythology about Cerberus?
Wasn't it a dog with several heads which guarded the gates of Hades?
Yes. Dealing with Cerberus was one of the 12 labours of Hercules. It was also his hardest.
Maybe he had no one to help him, Michael. My transfer you wanted. It only requires your signature.
In The Light of 1,000 Suns by James Follett, Captain Harrison was played by Manning Wilson, Lieutenant Sinclair by John Rye, and leading technician Stride by Ian Thompson. Floyd, Michael Shannon, Louise Arnott, Sheila Mitchell, Wallace, James Hayes. The Prime Minister, Conrad Phillips, Theodore Pike, Vernon Joyner, Aitken, Sean Probert, Fisher, John Bull, and the Master-at-Arms, Nigel Graham, with Carol Boyd, Hugh Ross, and Roger Gartland. The play was produced by Margaret Ettle.
And our 90-minute drama at the same time next week is Educating Rita, the sparky and touching tale of a working-class student and her alcohol-fuelled tutor.
Poetry 2012, The Written World.
Hi, my name is Johnny Tuwaiwai. I'm here today to read a poem called Turn by Sudesh Mishra. And I'm going to read it in my mother tongue, the Fijian. Au dhenganan roni peapa, e ndoko ulu sombo na monuvuka. Na tomba e karakarawa, ka senga na yadana. Mbasi kamai na veya tudhangi. I turn a page and a bird dives. The bay is blue and nameless. It comes up, rosier. I turn a page and a bird dives. I lose count of the pages, and the diving bird and the bay, blue and nameless. I turn a page and a bird dives. It comes up, rosier. The bay is blue and nameless. What I could picture from the poem itself, that the poet must have sat near a beach with his book in his hand, probably trying to read at the same time he was looking at this bird flying over the bay. Even though the bird is white, the way he's expressing it, it's blue, has the same colour as the sea. I think this is to do with the way that the sun was probably behind the scenery that he was looking at, and that makes the reflection of the water, so the whole thing was blue. I'm originally from Fiji. I came over to Britain in 2002 to come and join the British Army, and I'm now with the 1 Scots, the 1st Battalion, the Royal Regiment of Scotland. I met my wife in Scotland, so we went over to Fiji and we got married there. We came back and then we've got a little one. It was a tradition for us to take my kid back to the homeland and introduce him back, since he's been named after my eldest brother, whose name is Eroni. And my son's name is now Eroni James Donaldson Tuiwaiwai. It's traditional for us Fijians for us to introduce a thing called Yada in Fijian, which is a namesake. My elder brother was so proud of himself when he got his namesake across, and his feet never touched the ground because he was just carrying him all over the place.
Poetry 2012, The Written World.
Poetry 2012 is a BBC collaboration with the Scottish Poetry Library and features a poem to represent every country competing in this year's Olympic Games. For more information and to hear all the poetry, you can go to bbc.co.uk/Radio Scotland.
BBC Radio 4 Extra.
Where it's 5 o'clock. Good morning. Luke Tuddenham here on Radio 4 Extra with you for one more hour. And in a moment we'll see how Phileas Fogg and Passepartout are faring on their trip around the world in 80 days. They're en route to Bombay, where a surprise awaits. At 5:30, a leap into the future with our dystopian sci-fi thriller Incarceron. And then Joanna Pinnock will be here with a new day, which includes at 10 o'clock the first part of a wonderful adaptation of E.M. Forster's A Room with a View. Now, Sergeant Fix is convinced that Fogg is the Bank of England thief. Fogg himself is trying to make his way across India when he comes across a princess in distress. Leslie Phillips as Phileas Fogg and Jim Broadbent as Sergeant Fix take us around the world in 80 days.
The Journal of Jean Passepartout. Our ship, the Mongolia, is in the middle of the Indian Ocean. No sight of land for a week. This makes me nervous, but my master calmly plays whist all day, only halting at mealtimes. At least I have some company. The odd little man I first met on the quayside at Suez. His name is Mr. Fix, and he's a shipping agent.
You'll find India a fascinating place.
If my master gives me the chance, Monsieur Fix. It is not natural, the Phileas Fogg method of travelling.
I declare I didn't think so when you described it to me back in Suez. Has Mr. Fogg never revealed why you must make your journey in so short a time?
Never.
Why don't you ask him directly?
I am the servant. It is not my business.
Perhaps a secret diplomatic mission lies behind it all, vital to Queen and country.
In that case, I would absolutely wish to know nothing about it. That way no outside person can trick me into giving away my master's secrets.
Notebook of Sergeant Fix, Detective. In my opinion, the servant, Passepartout, is ignorant of the fact that his master, Phileas Fogg, robbed the Bank of England of £55,000. Neither servant nor master know that I have arranged for a warrant of arrest to await our arrival in Bombay.
Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne. Dramatised by Terry James in 4 episodes. Episode 2, Distractions in the Jungle.
Listen carefully, Passepartout. The train for Calcutta leaves at 8 p.m. It is now 4 p.m. local time. Adjust that huge watch of yours accordingly.
But, monsieur, this watch is a family heirloom. The spirits of my ancestors would descend on me if I altered it by half a second.
Or else you don't know how to alter it.
I so wishes to believe.
In any case, add 4 hours to whatever it says now and be at the railway station before that time.
You mean I can look around the town?
As long as you also buy clothes for the next stage of our journey.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. But will Sir not be viewing the town himself?
No, after getting his passport stamped. Sir will be eating an early supper. You would do well to grab a bite yourself.
I shall try, monsieur, but such freedom after being trapped so long on the ship, I'm too excited to eat. Good afternoon to you, my friend. Excuse me asking, but what are the most interesting sights to see in Bombay?
Good day, Inspector. No doubt you're expecting me. Sergeant Fix from London.
I've enough sergeants of my own, thank you.
No. I'm on a special assignment to catch the man who robbed the Bank of England.
All right, catch away. We also have enough robbers of our own.
Hasn't my warrant arrived from London?
Shouldn't you have brought it with you?
I didn't identify the criminal until he stopped off at the port of Suez. I had to telegraph for the warrant. It should be here.
Well, don't take on, sir.
But I realise why it has yet to arrive. Our boat docked 2 days early. That felon bribed the engineer to increase our speed.
Oh, ingenious. How can you be sure?
His manservant told me. I also know they are taking tonight's train to Calcutta. Can't you detain the suspect for me?
Only if he commits a local offence.
Oh, Fogg would never make such a mistake. I'm sure his one great crime was enough for him. Apart from travelling fast, his only interests are play.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney in Blood on the Sun. Ladies and gentlemen, here's your producer, Mr. William Keighley, who came to Hollywood with one of tonight's stars, James Cagney, and directed 5 of Cagney's most successful pictures, including The Bride Came C.O.D. and The Fighting 69th. Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Shortly before the war, when I was at the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, I was amazed at the evidence of fascist might around me. Strutting German officers with swastikas, high-ranking uniformed Italians, and Imperial Japanese mingling in a fraternity of arrogant aggression. Now that all that is ground to dust, I wonder more than ever how we managed to mistake the signs that pointed so clearly to Pearl Harbor. That infamous date of treachery that we observe this coming Friday. Suddenly, as it happened, we know now that Japan's attack was long and carefully planned, following almost to the letter a secret document known as the Tanaka Plan. Tonight's play gives an exciting interpretation of one of the world's great mysteries, the disposition of that document. It is William Cagney's screen hit, Blood on the Sun, starring James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney in their original screen roles. Some time ago, it was my privilege to direct Jimmy in a play on Broadway called Penny Arcade, a play which, incidentally, brought both Jimmy and me to Hollywood. And during these Lux rehearsals, we've had many chats about our old friends on Broadway. I have an interesting letter from one of those old friends, Elizabeth Justice. Elizabeth is an expert to whom literally thousands of theatrical costumes and fabulous stage draperies have been sent for cleansing. You can imagine what a responsibility that is. She reminds me that now we're both interested in the same business, the care of fine fabrics. She goes on to say, even for delicate fabrics, we know Lux is completely safe, and that anything washable at all will come out of Lux suds as colorful as when it went in. It's our business to know the best. That's the way we feel about Lux. To Miss Justice, greetings and many thanks for those kind words. It's time for the first act of tonight's play, Blood on the Sun, starring James Cagney as Nick Condon and Sylvia Sidney as Iris Hilliard. These events begin and end just about the time when thousands of boys, now buried in places like Okinawa and Iwo Jima, and beneath the waters of the Coral Sea, were flying their first kites or bringing home their first report cards from school. Yes, all this took place 15 or so years ago in a city called Tokyo, Japan. There was in Tokyo then a newspaper owned by an American and published for the English-speaking residents of Japan. One afternoon, the owner had 2 unexpected callers, Major Kajioka of the Imperial Army and Sergeant Oshima of the city police.
But, gentlemen, you must believe me. I knew absolutely nothing about this article being printed.
You are the owner of the Tokyo Chronicle, and you know nothing of its contents?
But I told you I was out of town till early this morning.
Do you hear that crowd out there? Rioting and violence. Foolish students who believe what you have printed.
Listen to this. According to Baron Tanaka's plan, if Japan wants to control China, Japan must first crush the United States. Lies. Lies.
Please, my managing editor will be here any second now. No doubt he has excellent explanations.
It is too late for Mr. Condon's explanations. This is insult to Baron Tanaka and Japanese people. Did you want to see me, Mr. Beckett?
Get in here, Condon, and start explaining.
Oh, hello, Major. Sergeant Oshma.
Nick, look at these headlines. Have you gone out of your mind?
Every word is a lie. Oh, now, just a minute.
You must disclose source of your information. Police must know name of this traitor.
Well, that's fair enough. The name of the traitor is the American Press.
Huh?
That article is simply a reprint of what has already appeared in 3 New York newspapers. I cannot believe it. Check your counsel in New York. Very unfortunate. When American newspapers print slander, fine American people receive poor impression of Japanese friendship.
Oh, I agree. There's one thing I hate, is to give anyone a poor impression of Japanese friendship.
Thank you.
You see, I told you it wasn't our fault.
Yes. I am sure we can count on Tokyo Chronicle for cooperation. Come, Sergeant. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good day. Good day. Oh, you can't do this to me, Nick. Suppose they shut me down.
Now, 2 years ago when I took over this rag, it was on one condition, that I run it.
I know, Nick, I know, but you can't do this.
Tired of the deal?
Oh, of course not, but printing rumors like this...
I know now that it's more than a rumor, or else those two birds wouldn't have called on you. I'll have Ollie Miller look into it.
Look into it? You're going to write a retraction.
I'll be happy to, when they prove the story's false.
Nick, are you sure that piece was in the New York newspapers?
New Yorkers were reading it yesterday.
Yesterday? Then how could you have read it?
Read it? Boss, I wrote it.
Nick, for the love of Mike, Wait. Where are you going?
To the Continental Cafe. I've developed a sudden thirst.
Hey, hi, Nick. I thought you'd be in jail by this time.
Hello, Johnson.
It's a nice throat you got, Nick, but somebody's going to have to slit it to save face.
I heard the police had collected all the chronicles from the newsstand.
Well, I hope you got your copybook, Olive. Cable any part of it you want to Moscow. By the way, anybody seen Ollie Miller around? Say, who's that at the table there with Guffey?
We just were asking the same question. Whoever he is, he's new.
See you later, boys. I owe Guffey a drink.
Hello, Nick. I meet Joe Cassell, just in from Shanghai.
Oh.
Glad to know you, Condon.
Scotch and soda?
Why, thanks.
Waiter, 3 Scotch and sodas. Say, let's see now. Let's see. Joe Cassell. Oh, yes. Covered criminal courts for the old telly in New York, then went to Russia, and then Peking. Worked for the American Press Association for a while.
Hey, that's a memory. Nick, I was just in the Foreign Office. That story of yours has them buzzing like hornets. Yeah, what'd you dig it up?
Oh, little here, little there. You know how it is.
Of course, you know there's not a grain of truth in it.
I don't know anything, do you?
Only that the Chinese are trying desperately to arouse public opinion against Japan.
Why would they want to do that?
To take attention away from their own internal mess. I just spent 4 years there, and I know.
I lived there 6 years myself.
Well, not that I haven't a tremendous admiration for the Chinese people.
Oh, I see. Some of my best friends are Chinese, huh?
Well, here's our drinks. Here's to you, Joe. Oh, thanks.
Excuse Mr. Condon.
Yes?
Mr. Miller has just made entrance.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, boys. I've got to see Ollie.
Say, Ollie, Nick's been looking for you.
Gotta buy him a drink. Gotta buy everybody a drink. Hey, see our front page? Dynamite, huh? Come on, set him up.
Hey, will you get a load of that roll?
And look, tickets, see? 2 tickets for home on the SS Nagaramaru. Leaving tonight.
You're kidding? I want to know about that dough. Come on, Ollie, where did you get it?
Forget it. I'm quitting this godforsaken land. I'll probably settle down and write a book. And if I don't write a book, I'll, Oh, hi, Nick.
Hello, Ollie. Excuse yourself. We're going to have a little talk.
Oh, sure, Nick. Anything for Nick. Say, was that a story you broke? You know what my wife said? Edith said you're just about the best.
All right, Ollie. Where did you get that money?
I might well take offense at your tone, but I prefer to remember you are my friend and former employer.
Former employer?
And just attribute it to your jealousy over my good fortune.
You quitting me?
Tonight. Me and Edith. SS Naga tomorrow.
I'll try it again. Where did you get the money?
Nick, take a tip from me. This place is getting hot on the inside of Fujiyama. Get out.
You mixed up in anything shady?
Me? Ollie Miller? Now, don't forget, Dick. Knock it tomorrow. A deck number 23. Whole suite. I'll fill you with champagne, tell you how much I love you. Man's best friend, you dog. And so long now. Got things to do. Lots of things to do.
Hello? Hello? Sergeant Oshma?
Yes?
Officer Hijikata reporting, sir. Miller has just left Continental Cafe. He has been speaking with Condon.
Good. Follow Condon. Don't let him out of your sight.
Hello, Edith.
Why, Nick, come in.
Thanks. Say, I saw that husband of yours a little while ago. Told me the news.
Where's the big lummox now?
Don't know. Probably be along soon. Well, Ollie was on the level. Look at those trunks.
Lucky we've got 2 staterooms, Nick. All this stuff. Yes, Nick, we're leaving.
How does Ollie explain it, Edith?
He doesn't, but I don't care. Just as long as we're going home. Oh, he said something about a contract for a book, advance royalties, scads of money.
Fine.
Nick, I don't care. Maybe he stole the Emperor's treasure, but we're leaving.
Sure. Oh, I just don't want to see him in a jam because of anything, well, irregular.
Well, if there's anybody he'd tell what this is all about, it would be you.
Well, that's what's worried me. He hasn't.
You'll be at the boat tonight?
Oh, sure. Maybe he'll open up then. What time?
We're going aboard at 10. Oh, Nick, I wish you were coming with us.
Thanks, honey. Well, I'll see you at the boat.
Good evening, Condon, sir.
Well, Sergeant Oshma. Been standing at the gangplank long? Sorry if I kept you waiting.
Why do you wish to board ship?
Say goodbye to some friends. Any objections?
Perhaps Purser here has questions.
Our name, please? My name? Why don't you ask Officer Hijikata? He just ducked behind that packing case over there. He's been tailing me all day.
Please to answer questions.
All right, I'll give you an answer. I'm thinking this hits a new low in stupidity even for the Imperial Police. I'm Nick Condon, and I'd like to see Mr. and Mrs. Miller, Suite 23, A deck. Anything else?
Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Miller have not yet arrived.
And I'll wait for them on deck.
Sorry, not permitted.
Oh, well, that's okay. I've got a press card, see? I'll see you later.
Oh, come back. Let him go. Police will take care of this.
$19, $21, $23. Hey, anybody home? Ollie? Edith? Ollie? Edith, is that you in there? Can I come in? Edith! What kind of a gag is this? Okay, I'll turn on the light, and well, if it's... Edith! Oh, no.
Chronicle, good evening.
This is Nick Condon. I want Charlie Sprague and quick.
Yes, Mr. Condon.
Hello? Hello, Charlie. Charlie, this is Nick. Listen, there's trouble. Edith Miller's been murdered.
What?
Yeah, don't ask any questions. I'm phoning from the dock. When I went into Ollie's suite, someone was leaving. A woman. All I saw was a hand when she closed the door. A hand with a ruby ring. Look, I'm coming right down. Find out where the ambassador is and get a call through to him right away.
Sure, Nick, sure. Say, is Ollie with you?
With me?
Well, yes, he's been trying to reach you. Said it was urgent. Then he said he'd catch you at your house.
Okay, well, maybe he's there now. I'll phone you from there. And not a word about this to a soul. Ollie!
Nick.
Ollie, what happened?
5 slugs. I'm still alive.
Who did it? Who shot you?
If I'd known they were going to be so tough, I'd have asked for more money. Nick, the paper today, that was a good guess.
It's true?
All of it. You don't have to guess anymore, Nick. Here, this envelope. Take it.
What's in it, Ollie?
The Tonica plan. Official copy. Sure as now. I'm glad Edith got away okay. Tell her
Who is it?
Buddy, very sorry to disturb.
So am I. Beat it.
Desperate criminal escaped police. We must search.
Nick, the plan. Hide it. They're after it.
But where? I haven't time.
On the wall. Picture of the Emperor. Hide it behind the picture.
Thanks, Ollie.
Wouldn't dare disturb picture of Emperor. Edith. Tell Edith I'm sorry. I missed the boat.
Ollie.
Open the door.
Oh. Open. Relax, Oshma. I'm coming.
Criminal may be hiding here. My men must search. Rattigan, Nanika, here.
Ah, see on floor, Sergeant.
So, criminal is here.
Don't you mean victim? And let him alone. He's dead.
Oh, too bad. However, we must still search house. Zembo, Sagase.
Well, you find what you're looking for?
No, we did not. Now you come with us to make report to Captain Yamada.
After I phone my office.
Not permitting telephone. Come, please. Come.
Oh, good morning, Kandan-san.
Hello, Yamada. Can I use your phone? Thanks. Hello? Tokyo Chronicle, please. Mr. Sprague. Call me when you've got him. Start explaining, Yamada. Among other things, my country doesn't like its nationals thrown in a jug overnight without any charge.
Without any charge? Sergeant Oshima of the Yagata.
Our report is on your desk, Captain.
Oh, yes, sir. Much esteemed editor had celebration in home. Gaiety intense. Causing complaints from neighbors. Police make polite request, Gaiety sees. Request ignored. Police enter home, find Nicholas Cordon very much under influence of sake. Attempts to fight police. Friendly police put Mr. Condon in city jail to protect him.
Oh, fine. I'm beginning to catch on.
Because holding you in much esteem, you are now free to go. So.
Hello? Charlie?
Oh, no, Nick. Go home and get some sleep. You had me up all last night. We even woke the ambassador. I don't know how we're going to alibi it. The Japanese paper are full of what you did last night.
Never mind. Pick me up right away in front of the city jail. And bring along a camera.
Okay, Nick.
And hurry. Now, I'd like to do a little talking, Yamada.
Yes?
I'm making a charge right now against Sergeant Oshima. Oshima, you killed 2 Americans last night. One in the Nagatamaru and the other in my house.
You have proof?
Condon-san and Saki have big fight last night. Saki win.
I suppose you weren't at the harbor either last night, did you, Carter? And at my house?
Better you forget bad dreams, Condon-san. Go home. If I may try big joke, hope not to see you here again too soon.
We'll see, boys. We'll see.
Oh, come on, Nick. What am I doing here at your house with a camera?
You can put it away, Charlie.
You told me Ollie was dead, that his body was here on the floor.
It was. Don't you see? Just look around. They must have come back again last night. They cleaned up everything. Even the bloodstains on the floor, even the...
What's the matter? Isn't the Emperor's picture straight?
It's gone.
What's gone?
Never mind. Don't you see how they framed all this?
So they framed it. But what's behind it? If Ollie and Edith are dead, what happened to their bodies?
I don't know.
And that woman in the boat with the ruby ring.
Well, you've got to believe me.
Nick, somewhere along the line, all this ties in with that story of yours in yesterday's paper, doesn't it?
That's an understatement.
If the things you printed about Baron Tanaka were true...
Here we go again. Come in.
Mr. Condon, please.
I'm Condon. What is it?
I am Mr. Ayashi of the Foreign Office.
Wow.
Please permit me to escort you to audience with His Excellency, Premier General Baron Tanaka.
I'll be glad to see Baron Tanaka, Mr. Hayashi, this afternoon.
His Excellency awaits you at his home, now.
Oh, so the Baron has plans, huh? I wonder what this one is like.
James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney return in Act 2 of Blood on the Sun after our intermission interview. Our guest tonight is the lovely young wife of one of RKO's talented producers, Mrs. Richard Berger, a dancing star before she married Dick. Not dancing these days, are you, Sherry?
No, not since Dick has been in Hollywood. I did my dancing on the New York stage for Lawrence Schwab and Ziegfeld and other famous producers.
Ever dance in the movies?
Yes, in the days when they used to shoot dance routines on the stage of a New York theater.
And your specialty was?
Acrobatic routines. I did one in my last show that was so strenuous. Phew, it makes me tired to think of it. That was when I really appreciated Lux, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes? Why especially?
Because my stockings took an awful beating. But they stood up amazingly well. You see, I discovered that the wardrobe mistress luxed them every night. And I'm sure that's why they lasted so long.
An old Broadway and Hollywood custom, Sherry.
Yes, on Broadway, the wardrobe departments had a motto. Don't trust to luck, trust to Lux. And I follow that rule in my own home. It's a good one, isn't it, Mr. Kennedy?
It's a good rule for women everywhere, Mrs. Berger. Lux does make stockings last longer. strain tests prove luxing actually cuts down runs. Rayon, nylon, silk, or cotton, luxed stockings lasted twice as long as those washed with a strong soap or rubbed with a cake of soap.
No matter what kind of stockings I have, you can be sure that they'll get Lux care.
Then there are Lux fans on both sides of the Berger family. I know RKO's wardrobe department specifies Lux care. By the way, what is Dick's next picture, Sherry? Is it a story of international intrigue like RKO's new picture, Cornered?
No, it's a comedy about a returning veteran. Right now, the title of it is It's a Likely Story. But that may be changed when they start shooting.
Well, Dick will make a fine picture, I'm sure. And thank you for being our guest tonight, Sherry. It's curtain time again, and here's Act 2 of Blood on the Sun, starring James Cagney as Nick and Sylvia Sidney as Iris. It's a few minutes later, and as he drives to his unexpected meeting with Premier Tanaka, Nick Condon examines the fantastic web that is being spun about him. The bold hints he published of a Japanese scheme for world conquest have been verified. 2 of his friends have been murdered, and the Tanaka plan has come into his possession only to disappear. In the garden of his home, Premier Tanaka entertains 2 prior visitors, the elderly Prince Tetsugi and a strangely beautiful girl.
Condon will be here momentarily. You will remain, Iris?
I'd rather not.
I'm afraid Iris is unhappy these days, Prince Tatsugi.
In the future, I would be less unhappy if I were not called upon to search the effects of a murdered woman.
It will not happen again, my dear.
May I leave now?
Of course.
Good day, Excellencies.
Baron Tanaka, I too am leaving. But first I must tell you something. I have expressed my fears to the Emperor concerning your policies.
What would you have me do?
You have great influence. You still could check the militarists. I have tried, but I'm an old man and I have failed.
Without armed strength, we perish. That is my view.
It will lead Japan to disaster.
We see the problem differently. I do not agree.
Excuse me, Excellency. They are here, Mr. Hayashi and Mr. Condon.
Good. Tell Colonel Tojo and Major Kajioka. Let them all come in together.
Yes, Excellency.
I will leave now, Baron.
As you wish, Prince Tatsugi. I regret the loss of your valued support. There is no need for formalities, Mr. Condon. You know Colonel Tojo?
We've met. I also know Major Kajioka, Imperial Secret Police.
Well, Mr. Condon, your front page yesterday was very embarrassing.
Can't please everybody, can we?
You see, it was a most inopportune time for such an article. Perhaps you will explain, Colonel Tojo.
Bluntly, Mr. Condon, certain subversive factions are trying desperately to invent some sort of incident to threaten the present government. They are responsible for the malicious rumor which you regrettably put into print.
Exactly. These rumors of a document bearing my name and endorsing world conflict are ridiculous. But what if they are taken seriously by the wrong people? A blazing fire would result, which Japan would find costly to extinguish.
I see. And you'd like the Chronicle to put on a Fire Prevention Week campaign, is that it?
Mr. Condon, the Imperial Secret Police have just uncovered a plot to smuggle a forged document out of Japan. A man named Oliver Miller is involved.
Seems you haven't been told. Mr. and Mrs. Oliver Miller were murdered last night.
Yes. We read in the papers this morning of your escapade last night. In your incoherent condition, you spoke of this unpleasant fantasy. As we were concerned even more than you in Mr. Miller's fate, we immediately contacted the Nagata Maru at sea. The captain assures us that Mr. and Mrs. Miller enjoy perfect health. Isn't it clear to you now?
Perfectly clear.
So if you send Mr. Miller a radiogram, I am sure he will return the document to us through you. You will profit greatly, and we will all laugh at the strange hallucination you experienced last night.
All right. Here are my terms. When the United States Embassy has been informed that the murderers of Ollie Miller and his wife have been brought to trial and convicted, then, and only then, the thing you're looking for may turn up. Goodbye, gentlemen.
But if it's so important, Nick, why meet me here at the cafe? Why not the office?
Because I can't even trust our boss, Mr. Bickett. I don't want him to suspect anything. Can't spill much, Charlie. Well, after I left Tanaka, I went to the embassy. They're sending me back to Washington.
Washington? But I suppose you noticed Bright Eyes over there.
Is he, Carter? Sure. He's been trailing me everywhere.
What if they find out you're leaving? Ollie tried to leave, too, you know.
The embassy's expressing a very special interest in my safe departure. Polite but official. Now, Charlie, get back to the office. I want a story in tomorrow's paper that says I'm sailing in 10 days under President Wilson.
Why the publicity?
Just a hunch. That document that disappeared, well, the police haven't found it yet. That means that whoever did take it wants to get it out of Japan. If they know I'm sailing, maybe they'll try to contact me. Now, kiss me goodbye, Charlie. Looks as if I'm going to have company.
Yeah, sure, Nick.
Hello, Castell. Hello, Sprague. I say, Condon, may we join you? We can't find a table.
I wish you would.
Condon, I'd like you to meet Miss Iris Hilliard.
How do you do?
Oh, hello.
Miss Hilliard just arrived from Shanghai.
Castell, you're crazy.
What do you mean, crazy?
You had a reason for bringing Miss Hilliard here. No man in his right mind would willingly share her company. Well, Miss Hilliard, how's Shanghai these days?
Shanghai is always gay. For everyone but the Chinese.
You arrived last night?
Yes.
I saw a couple of friends off in the Nagatamaru last night. You didn't by any chance come in on that boat, did you?
Let go of my hand, please.
Not until I get your glove off.
Look here, Condon.
Shut up. Oh. I made a mistake, Miss Hilliard. You don't wear rings.
What the devil do you mean?
It's all right, Mr. Cassell. I'm sure Mr. Condon will explain.
Excuse, please. Telephone for Mr. Cassell.
I'll be back in a moment, Iris.
I'm sorry, Miss Hilliard. I'm not quite myself today.
I'd like to make a confession, too.
We're alone.
You were wrong about Cassell. He isn't crazy. I wanted to come over here.
Why?
To meet you.
I still say why.
Perhaps I like your looks.
Now, how about leveling, huh?
All right. I was told to meet you by a friend. A very wonderful old man in Shanghai.
Shanpoling?
Yes.
Oh, yes, wonderful. He asked you to look me up?
Yes. He said he hoped you hadn't changed.
Just what does that mean?
First, we must become better acquainted. It was his desire.
His desire just became my desire. Now, let's figure out the best way to go about this. You see, I'm leaving here in 10 days.
Oh.
Well, that's not so bad. Why don't we drink to them?
To them?
To the 10 days. The 10 days that shook the world. Hey, waiter! Waiter! You got a couple of thirsty customers.
I've summoned you, my dear, because the police have just reported. You and Condon were in the Continental Cafe late this afternoon?
Yes.
Colonel Tojo and I are most interested in your report.
I have made some progress.
What progress, please?
Mr. Condon finds me attractive.
The introduction I arranged through Cassell worked smoothly?
Excellently, thank you.
Please waste no time in finding out if Condon possesses the document.
It would appear that he does.
It is Mr. Condon's ambition to leave Tokyo in 10 days.
I know. I have every hope for an early success.
Hope alone will not suffice, Miss Hilliard. Do not forget that.
Daily Chronicle. One moment, please. Daily Chronicle. I'm sorry, Mr. Bickett's in a meeting. Daily Chronicle. Advertising, I'll connect you.
Still too busy to seek Mr. Bickett? I have an idea you've been trying to duck me all day.
Well, that's ridiculous. What's on your mind, Nick?
Joe Cassell. I got a feeling you're giving Cassell my job after I leave for Washington.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have been considering him.
I didn't think the Japanese Foreign Office was running this paper.
That's an insult. Nobody dictates to me.
And what was Hayashi doing in your office? And what's Cassell doing in there now?
It's a fine newspaper, man.
Yeah, great. He ran a sheet in China that posed as the people's best friend. On the side, he set up a patriotic organization that collected nickels and dimes from the poor Chinese in the States to print anti-Japanese propaganda.
Well, what of it?
Oh, nothing much. Instead of printing the propaganda, he lost the dough on the stock market. $160,000. His partner committed suicide, and Cassell decided on a change of climate.
I don't suppose you can prove that.
All right. If that isn't enough, I'll dig up something that'll make even your stomach crawl.
Will you please stop trying to run my paper?
All right, I'll stop right now.
Oh, now, Nick, please, I'll give it some more thought. Where are you going?
I've got a date for dinner. Maybe I shouldn't get so worked up about Cassell. If it wasn't for Joe introducing us, it's quite possible I wouldn't be having this date. So long, Bickett.
What's the matter, Nick? There's something on your mind, isn't there?
Yeah. I've got to know right now. Iris, after 3 days in Japan, what's your verdict?
That's what's bothering you. Well, I think Japan is lovely.
Scenery's all right. The people you meet. The higher up you go, the lower they get.
Then I'm lucky. I don't have to meet any important Japanese in my work.
Work?
Of course. I came here to study Japanese women.
Why?
Because they need help. They're not even considered human beings. They're not even allowed to think. It's against the law.
And so you've elected yourself to help them, huh?
Why not? I'm a woman.
I've been aware of that for some time.
Chinese women are learning what it means to be free. If the women of Japan felt the same way...
Would that stop Tanaka or Tojo and the rest of them?
It might help.
Oh, speaking of Tanaka, maybe you've read the Chronicle. What do you know about the Tanaka plan?
That's a strange question. Nothing, of course.
Oh, not a very pleasant topic, is it? Well, what do you say we get out of here?
Where should we go?
That's easy. Where do you live?
Oh.
Once I'd like to be alone with you.
I rather like the idea myself.
Lady?
Yes. Let's go home.
Lady, you do nothing but bewilder me.
It's just the surroundings, Nick. You're going to find me a most simple person. Disappointed?
Well, when I am, you'll know. Let's go.
Thank you. This is my maid. I brought her with me from China. Amma, this is Condon, Mr. Condon.
Oh, good evening. Good evening. Ho Teng Seng Dip Ma?
Oh, no, what an idea.
What? What's wrong with a little music?
I didn't know you understood Chinese.
Hi, I'm doing going, eh?
She's incorrigible. Every time I have company, she wants to turn on the phonograph. 60 years old and hopelessly romantic.
She's not exactly my type. But on the other hand, with a few alterations, you'd be...
What sort of alterations?
Rule 1. Learn never to interrupt a conversation when it begins to get interesting. Rule 2. Learn to sit with your chin tilted up. See? Like this.
Like this?
Wonderful. Now keep perfectly still for just...
When did you leave China, Nick?
Oh, fine. There goes Rule 1. Well, I left China 2 years ago. Cleveland 7 years ago. Kansas City in the summer of 21. Now, would you like me to go through all the other towns just to get them out of the way?
I don't think it'll be necessary, Nick.
I just wanted to make sure to cover everything that you might interrupt with.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you.
Why?
I was just thinking.
I know. Thinking of changing the subject again. Now, let me tell you what I'm thinking.
Perhaps I know. You're thinking I'm a desirable woman.
Much more than that.
Then be sensible, Nick. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm half Chinese and half...
I'm half Irish and half Norwegian.
It's not the same thing.
What are you trying to do? Run down the Irish?
Thank you, Nick.
Oh, stop it. I hate gratitude. Now, just concentrate on rule number 2.
I tilt my head like this.
Uh-huh. And I do like this. Hey, you've played kissing games before, haven't you?
Oh, Nick, please.
Where are you going?
Look, out the window there across the street.
Is he Carter?
Nick, why is he following you? Are you in trouble?
Certainly. But for a moment, I forgot about it.
Sometimes talking helps.
Sometimes. Well, it's kind of late, Iris. Will I see you tomorrow?
I hope so, Nick.
Swell. Oh, by the way, this guy Cassell, he mean anything to you?
Only an acquaintance. Why?
I've written a little story about him for tomorrow's paper. He's not going to like it. Good night, Iris.
Good night, Nick.
This is an outrage, Colonel Tojo. I won't tolerate it.
I repeat, Mr. Cassell, in view of your exposure by Mr. Condon in today's newspaper, you are no longer of any value to us.
Oh, be reasonable, Colonel. All you wanted of we is to stop China from getting that $160,000. It didn't happen the way we planned it, but what's the difference?
The difference is our concern and the manner in which these matters are accomplished. You make it necessary now for the Japanese government to clearly state we were never acquainted with you.
And just where does that leave me?
Nowhere. Surely you realize, Mr. Cassell, that he who is not a good friend of China cannot be a good friend of Japan? Most regrettable.
You may go in now, Mr. Cassell. Mr. Condon will see you.
Thanks.
Close the door, Cassell.
If you think I'm here to beef about that piece in the paper, you're wrong.
No, then what?
Condon, I made a terrible mistake doing the things I did. I don't know what got into me. The Chinese are great people. If you'd only come to me before printing that story, knock some sense into my head.
It isn't brains you're short on, Cassell.
Then maybe you'll listen to an idea. You're a decent guy, Condon, and what I've got in mind will work for both of us. I'm in trouble now because of that article.
That was my intention.
But I happen to know you're in worse trouble. They're not going to let you get out of the country alive, but they don't suspect me. You have something that's worth a lot of money to the Chinese. You set the price. Only let me take it to China. Set myself up again with the right people, and you collect when you get back to the States.
Take what to China?
The Tanaka plan. Oh, you've got it, Condon. I know that.
What else do you know?
Plenty. Didn't I frame the introduction for Tanaka between you and the Hilliard dame? And don't I know she hasn't had any luck yet because you're playing it very cagey?
What else?
That's plenty, isn't it? You smear me for selling out China while you're waiting for a better offer from Tanaka to sell out your own country. Why, you'd even...
Charlie.
Yeah, Nick?
Take over for a while, will you? And have somebody sweep out my office. There's some dirt on the rug.
Nick, how nice. But I thought you were going to phone. Excuse me a moment. I'd like to change.
I'm sure you would, in more ways than one. All right, start answering some questions. You were on the Nagatamaru that night.
What if I was?
You work for Tanaka.
No.
That's a lie. You thought you were going great, didn't you? Had me shooting off my mouth about the wonderful Chinese people. Tied me up with Chan Po Ling. You're going to build up a case against me for espionage and then have me boxed, huh? Either I give up the Tanaka plan or I spend the next 10 years in a Jap prison. Very cute. But you made one slip. You didn't know I knew about Cassell. Well, Cassell's just talked.
May I say something?
Plenty. To the United States Embassy. You're going to tell them how you killed Edith Miller.
I didn't.
Then you know who did and who killed her husband. Come on, who killed them? The names. Oshman, who else?
What would you give for the names? The Tanaka plan?
No, it's too late for that deal now.
What is your price, then?
It may surprise you, but there isn't enough money in Japan to buy that document.
Then what are you risking your life for? To protect people in China and America you don't even know? To save humanity?
Come on, let's get over to the embassy.
Are you sure? Are you sure you'd risk your life to protect the Tanaka plan? If you had it?
Don't worry. I do have it.
No, you don't, Nick. I have it.
Is this some more of your lies?
This is the truth. Wait for me on the terrace. I'll bring it to you.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Our stars, James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney, will return in a moment for Act 3 of Blood on the Sun. What are all those charts and figures, Libby?
They're full of facts about women. For example, how many dresses do you suppose a business girl buys in a year?
Dozens, I suppose.
Oh, goodness, no. It's all down in charts made by one of our stores. And the number is 9. 9 dresses a year.
What else did the statisticians discover?
Well, these dresses take about 15% of the business girl's income. A big share.
And I'll bet that doesn't include upkeep either.
But, Mr. Kennedy, that's where Lux Flakes can be a wonderful help to a business girl in balancing her budget. Ever so many of today's fabrics can be safely washed at home the gentle Lux way. And it costs only about a penny to Lux a dress.
Suppose you tell us just how it's done, Libby.
Oh, it's simple. First, squeeze the end of the belt or the inside of a seam in lukewarm water. If the color doesn't run in water alone, you know it'll be safe in Lux. Then wash quickly in rich, lukewarm Lux suds. Don't soak or rub, and rinse in lukewarm water. For quick drying, roll the dress in a Turkish towel and press out the extra moisture, but be sure to unroll it at once. Put it on a hanger to dry, and your dress is clean and fresh as a daisy.
Strong soap, hot water, and rough handling can fade colors and damage fabrics. Then a smart dress is spoiled. But with gentle Lux care, colors stay bright and fresh up to 3 times as long. So stick to Lux Flakes, the care you know is safe. If you can't get Lux the first time you try again. More is on the way. Lux is such thrifty care for nice things, it's worth waiting for. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
After our play, we hope you'll join us backstage for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here's the third act of Blood on the Sun with James Cagney as Nick and Sylvia Sidney as Iris. Just how closely Iris Hilliard is bound to Japanese treachery and Japanese espionage, Nick Condon doesn't know. But now, as he stands in the terrace of her apartment, she places in his hands the infamous document, proclaiming Japan's plot for world domination.
Yeah, this is it. This is what Ollie Miller gave me. It's why he died and his wife died. Where'd you get it?
That night, when they put you in jail. I was waiting in your garden. When they left, I found it.
Behind the picture.
Picture of the Emperor held no fears for me. I'm not Japanese.
Tell me, how close did I come in my article the other day?
You missed, Nick, by millions of square miles. This is a plan for world conquest. China's only the start.
Well, just what do you think we'll be doing while all this is going on?
Sleeping until the bombs start falling. They're counting on that. That's why it's so important to get this to the outside world. To China, to your country. So the entire world can see before it's too late.
The Japs will simply claim this is a forgery. We've got to find some way to keep them from squirming out of it.
It can be done. This document can be authenticated with the signature of someone who was present when the plan was drawn up.
Who, for instance? Tanaka himself? Colonel Tojo? The Emperor?
You don't believe. But there is a man who loves Japan as fiercely as he hates the militarists. Prince Tatsugi.
And you think you can...
There is a chance.
Darling, I hate to ask stupid questions, but how do you get mixed up in this?
It's my work. And the payoff is much bigger than rubies, Nick. It's a free China. That's why I had to be sure how you felt about it.
And about you.
Oh, Nick. Nick, if only we had met before this. Why couldn't it have been years ago? It's ending for us so soon now. Ending before it could even begin.
Oh, wait a minute, darling. I'm still alive.
Yes, Nick. Very much. So much I can't bear to think of it otherwise.
Then come here. Come here.
Displeased, my dear, that I come to your apartment?
I'm flattered, Baron Tanaka.
Iris, I am concerned. I had hoped the document might already be in your hands.
I'll be very happy when this is over with, Your Excellency. Politics and intrigue are not my special talents.
I promise there will be no more politics, no more intrigue.
I shall be very grateful.
It is I who am grateful. I have even brought you a little gift. I dare say you were expecting more rubies. But this is a necklace.
Oh, it's beautiful.
A virtuous woman. Her price is far above rubies.
A quotation.
From the Christian Bible. It should remind you of something else from the same source. See? The necklace is made of little silver coins. 30 coins. 30 pieces of silver. No, I'm not going to kill you, Iris. I'm going to give you a chance to save your life and my honor. The fact that you betrayed me last night was discovered by Colonel Tojo. There are dictaphones in this apartment. Unfortunately, there are none on the terrace. For the man's name we wanted to hear most of all, we still do not know.
Whose name, may I ask?
A traitor in our government with whom you have been working.
I have nothing to say.
You have 2 hours in which to make your decision. If I do not receive a call from you naming the traitor, your fate will be in the hands of Colonel Tojo. Weigh carefully the possibilities of such a future, my dear.
I shall. Most carefully.
Do not attempt to use the telephone unless to call me. I will be at my house. I allowed Miss Hilliard 2 hours. I have heard nothing from her. There is but one course I may follow. This is why I sent for you, Colonel Tojo.
Excellency.
And you, Captain Yamamoto.
We understand.
You will see, Colonel, that the woman is punished. Let her body be found in her apartment.
It will be as you wish.
I have planned for our divine emperor. In the execution of these plans, I have been deceived, and thus have failed. For you, Captain Yamamoto, for you, Colonel, I pass the sacred obligation.
I pledge never to sheathe the sword of the samurai until our armies march through every capital in the world.
I swear the same. America will be crushed. If the gods are kind, I will be in the White House when Japan dictates her terms of peace.
I have prepared my ceremonial robes. Meet me before the shrine. I shall do what must be done.
Tokyo, April 10th. To all news services, Baron Tanaka, Premier of Japan, died suddenly tonight at his home. No official statement yet as to cause of death. Believed Tanaka suffered a stroke.
Here he is, Nick. This is Mr. Osaka. He's the apartment manager.
Mr. Condon, I have told Mr. Sprague. I have seen nothing of Miss Hilliard or the servant.
I've been trying to get her for the past 12 hours. Did Miss Hilliard have any visitors last night?
Early in the evening. Baron Tanaka.
Well, you know where Baron Tanaka is now, with his ancestors. Come on, the pass key. The pass key!
This is very irregular, but if something has occurred...
Iris!
No one here.
You look on the terrace, Charlie. I'll try the other room.
Are you satisfied, gentlemen? It is quite obvious Miss Hilliard is not here.
She took a run-out powder, Charlie. A run-out powder. I can't understand. She had 5 days now to contact me.
It's too late to worry about her, Nick. Your boat's sailing in 3 hours, and you've still got that piece of paper.
Yeah, but if nothing happened to her, she wouldn't have.
Stay where you are. I'll get it. Who is it?
Porters for Rugged. Take your boat.
Just the porters, Nick.
Priest, where is Rugged?
Right by the door.
You are Mr. Condon?
Yeah.
4 pieces luggage, 4 baggage check. Count checks, priest.
Just put them down. I'll take your word for it.
Sorry. Must take checks, must count.
All right, let me have them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We take luggage now. Goodbye.
Yeah. Goodbye. Thanks.
Nick.
Quiet. 4 baggage checks and a note. Look.
Wharf at foot of Horobata Street. Iris. It's a frame, Nick.
Easy. Hitchy Carter's around outside somewhere.
Why does she wait until now? It's after 9 o'clock. Your boat sails at midnight. That dame's just trying to hang a spy rap on you. Nick, for the love of Mike, you're not going to Horobata Street.
I've got to.
But, Nick.
Nick, it's me, Johnny Clark.
Clark? From the embassy?
Come in.
I'm certainly glad to find you here, Nick. Hello, Sprague.
Evening.
Where'd you expect to find me?
Frankly, in a Japanese dungeon. But somewhere on this island, you've a good friend. We just received a telephone call at the embassy.
Who was it?
Wouldn't say, but a warrant's out for your arrest. You're suspected of being a Chinese agent. The ambassador sent me over in his car. I'm driving you to your ship, and I'm to officially place you in charge of the captain.
You'll be immune, Nick. Just like a diplomatic mail pouch. Well, so long, fella. Bon voyage. And get going.
Thanks, Charlie. And thank you, Johnny. Yes, I'm going, but not with you. I'll see you at the embassy in an hour.
Nick!
In an hour, Johnny.
Mr. Condon.
Mama.
Come with me.
She's all right?
Below the docks. This way. There is a fisherman's hut.
Close the door, Nick. I'll light the lamp.
1 whole week nearly, not a word from you.
I couldn't get through till tonight. You still don't trust me.
I do trust you, but...
Then come with me. There's another room in here.
Good evening, Mr. Condon.
Prince Tutsky.
Mr. Condon, you will agree there is very little time to waste on explanations.
That's right.
Miss Hilliard and I feel it would serve our purpose most effectively if I signed the document you carry. Naturally, when this is made public, its authenticity will not go unchallenged. My signature will be branded a forgery by my government.
In that event, Your Highness, your voice will give them the lie.
May I have the document, please?
Here.
Thank you. I have a pen. The length of time that will elapse between the exposure of this document and my ability to speak will be very brief. In Japan, a traitor's voice is quickly silenced. Mr. Condon, I do this not for your country, but for mine. I would rather see Japan defeated than triumphant under the heels of our militarists. Goodbye, Miss Hilliard. Goodbye, Mr. Condon.
Can you get out of here all right?
I will be all right.
Lady, would you mind very much if I were to kiss you?
I don't believe I'd have the strength to move from this spot until you did.
And now we got to get out of here.
It's all arranged. In a few minutes, a fishing boat will take us out to a freighter in the lower bay.
Us?
You're going with me, Nick. They're searching for you now. If they arrest you...
I see. I had an idea you were back at that warning the embassy got. They were going to send me out under diplomatic immunity.
Diplomatic immunity won't stop a bullet. Leave with us, Nick. For me.
For you? Are you worth that?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, honey. Why didn't you tell me?
Hurry! Police are everywhere. Prince Tasuki, they kill him.
Nick, this way.
Wait.
Look, they're swarming all over the docks looking for us.
The fishing boat, it is coming.
You don't have much time, darling. You're getting on that boat alone. I'll hold them here until you get a start.
No, Nick, they'll kill you.
Get going.
No, the plan is all they want. Leave it here. Leave it, Nick.
Can't do that.
I won't go without you. I won't.
Look, darling, we've got jobs to do. Nobody gave them to us, but we've got to be done. You're my girl now, aren't you? All right, then. You're going to do what I want you to do. I know it's tough. Tougher to go than it is to stay, but you can't hold them off, and I think I can.
All right, Nick. I'm your girl.
Here, take the document. It's up to you now, darling. And hurry, please. This neighborhood's getting awfully run down.
Goodbye, Nick.
What are you? What do you want? Go on. There's someone here. Come out.
Don't tell me it's you, Oshma.
I have sent my men away, Condon. This is a delight I'm reserving for myself.
Ah, now it's a gun, huh? You've given up strangling. But that's right, you had given it up. You shot Ollie Miller. It was his wife you strangled, wasn't it?
She was a very foolish woman.
But when it comes to taking a man with your bare hands, it's too risky, isn't it?
You are clever, Mr. Condon. There's one flaw in your cleverness. It is as easy to kill you with my hands as with that. In fact, I prefer it this way. Japanese fashion.
Then stop stalling, butcher boy. Come and get me.
Condon has escaped from Sumida docks. Has been seen at foot of Arca Street heading toward American Embassy. Secret police lining both sides of street with instructions to shoot on sight. Are there further orders, Colonel Tojo?
I think not, Yamada. I think not.
Embassy. 400 feet more. Only 400 feet more. Only... They beat you to it, Condon. You gotta run for it now. It's your only chance. Run for it. Both sides of the street. Run! Run!
Turn on the searchlight! Fire!
So sorry, Mr. Condon. Most essential, we detain you.
Oh, what a bunch of sharpshooters. That the best you can do? Clip me in the leg?
Search him. Get the document. You almost got away, Mr. Condon. But Japanese very smart, too.
Only half smart, monkey. Only half smart. You see, I don't have the Tanaka plan.
What's going on here? Get out of my way.
Oh, Mr. Clark.
The devil is this, Yamada? Who's been... Nick!
Hello, fella. Said I'll be back in an hour. Sorry I'm a few minutes late.
Yamada, this is not going to be treated as another of your very regrettable mistakes.
Condon is enemy of Imperial Japan. Insist he must
please. We must not be hasty, Hijakata. Mr. Clark, extremely sorry for occurrences this evening. It is true Condon has been enemy of Japan, but Japanese people are very generous. We will forget bad actions of Condon. You, in turn, will forget this incident, huh?
The United States government doesn't settle for a deal.
What's the matter, Yamada? Afraid of the penalties of failure?
But it is much simpler this way. Both sides have made mistake. Will be very embarrassing for all.
Let's come out in the open with it, Yamada. You and your assistant monkeys have just pulled an ambush. Right now, you're planning a bigger ambush. You're buying scrap iron, molding guns, building ships. You've got a swarm of busy little men running around our factories with cameras. But they're wasting their time because you can't photograph spirit. That's something our country has that has always had, that your spies haven't told you about.
Oh, Condon-san, we made mistakes.
Yes, and one of these days you're going to make your big mistake. Then you'll meet our fighting men in your skies, on your seas, and finally on your land. When that happens, Yamada, don't try any so-sorries. Just start digging.
Our stars return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Who's the letter from, Sally?
One of my friends in the South Pacific.
Is he in the Army or Navy?
Neither. It's a girl in one of the volunteer services. She's been out there for over a year. This letter is really a shopping list of things she'd like sent her for Christmas.
Such as?
Oh, writing paper for one thing. She wants it gay and flowery, as a change from the ever-present mud and dust and steaming undergrowth. And a large bottle of toilet water. Something that smells fresh and sweet and clean.
Ah, the eternal feminine.
Wait till you hear the rest. 3 slips, the most delicate, frivolous ones I can find.
I shouldn't think they'd be very practical in the jungle. How about the laundry way out there?
Well, she says that after wearing a uniform for a year, she longs for something glamorous, even if it doesn't show. And as for the laundering, she won't have to trust them to the natives. I'm tucking in a big box of Lux Flakes, enough to last her over 2 months.
Very thoughtful, Sally. Keeping delicate underthings glamorous is the job for Lux. Actual tests prove that Lux Care means longer loveliness. Lingerie washed in Lux stayed lovely and new-looking 3 times as long as identical garments washed the wrong way. It pays to give underthings gentle Lux Care always. If your dealer is out of Lux, try again soon. More is on the way. Lux is worth waiting for. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Our play has an epilogue starring James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney in 2 very popular roles as themselves, although we enjoyed them thoroughly as Nick and Iris.
Thank you, Bill.
After all these years, it's good to be working with you again, Bill.
Let's see, it was about 5 years ago we made the Fighting 69, Jimmy.
Well, I was thinking further back than that, when we were all on Broadway.
Seems to me I've heard of William Keeley playing Shakespeare. Didn't you play Romeo and Juliet, Bill?
Yes, with Ethel Barrymore. And earlier, in Richard III with Jack.
That must have been about the time that I was practicing dance routines, trying to get into vaudeville.
Were you in vaudeville very long, Jimmy?
Long enough. When vaudeville died, I was afraid they'd have me up for manslaughter.
Well, Shakespeare's been dead for 300 years, but still I managed to murder him. You know, Sylvia, I remember seeing you in a graduation play at the Theater Guild School. And I thought then that you were on your way to stardom. I hope you're back in Hollywood to stay.
Yes, this time for good. I'm on loan out now to Hal Wallace from William Cagney Productions to make a picture called The Searching Wind.
What are your picture-making plans, Jimmy?
Well, my next will be A Lion is in the Streets.
That's a great story, and it's a mighty timely and important one. Like tonight's play, I believe a picture can be good entertainment and still have a message. Blood on the Sun is an important reminder of what we're up against with the Japanese military caste, and they aren't dead yet.
An important reminder that a lasting peace has got to be a strong peace.
Which is another way of saying, put your money into victory bonds.
That's right, Sylvia. This current victory loan drive in the United States may be the last chance we'll have to invest directly in the future of America. And I don't know of any more gilt-edged investment.
I'm sure that goes for all of us, Bill. Now, what are you and Lux presenting next week in this theater?
Next Monday night, we're bringing our audience United Artist, recent comedy success, Guest Wife. And our stars are Don Amici in his original screen role and Olivia de Havilland as the charming married woman who finds that posing as another man's wife can lead to highly amusing complications. That is, for everybody but the individuals involved.
It's a very entertaining story, Bill, and I wouldn't miss it. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and come back again soon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici and Olivia de Havilland in Guest Wife. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Blood on the Sun was presented through the courtesy of William Cagney, whose next production will be The Stray Lamb. In connection with the current Victory Loan Drive, the Lux Radio Theater believes you would be interested in President Truman's comment on the contributions of the motion picture industry. In expressing his gratitude for what he called the extraordinary service of the industry, the President continued, "We are aware that without the assistance of the screen, we could never have presented our problems to the people as fully as was necessary in order to assure a united national effort." Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Blood on the Sun, starring James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney, has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes the tissue-thin soap used by smart housewives everywhere. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Guest Wife with Don Amici and Olivia de Havilland.
The Spry Treat of the Week. Spry croquettes, tempting golden brown croquettes so crisp and tender crusted they break at the touch of a fork. Delicious? For crispy, full-flavored fried foods, get pure, bland, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. That's Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Guest Wife with Don Amici and Olivia de Havilland. And why not tune in a half hour early to hear Joan Davis over most of these stations? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Saturday Night Theater.
Terence Rattigan's comedy, While the Sun Shines, takes us back over 25 years to an embattled London, where a dozen allied nations mingled, and only the precious gift of laughter shed a ray of light on an otherwise somber scene. This production presents Ronald Lewis as Bobby, alias Ordinary Seaman the Earl of Harpenden, and the action is fought out in his chambers in Albany, that 18th century haven of ordered living not 1,000 miles from Piccadilly. While the Sun Shines.
God bless my soul.
What is it, Orton?
Your breakfast is ready, my lord.
So I thought. Why did you dart in and out like that, like a scared rabbit?
I beg your pardon, my lord.
Well, bring another tray, will you?
Very good, my lord. Will it be tea or coffee for the young person?
Young person? Now, Horton, you can't have forgotten I'm getting married tomorrow.
No, my lord.
Very well, then. Now, will you kindly go into that room, draw the curtains, take a look around, and then come out and tell me how sorry you are?
I hardly like to do that, my lord.
Go on.
Very good, my lord.
Young person, indeed.
I'm extremely sorry, my lord.
Thank you, Horton. The gentleman who is at the moment asleep in my bed is an American, therefore it had better be coffee.
Very good, my lord. Hello? Yes, my lady. Lady Elizabeth.
Thanks. Run along, Horton.
Very good, my lord.
Hello, darling. How are you? Have a good journey. Not so nice. Well, couldn't you get a sleeper? Well, surely your father could have fixed it for you. Through the Air Ministry? Yes, but I consider coming up to marry me is work of national importance. How are you? Good. You didn't have any trouble about leave? When? Wednesday? Well, that gives us 6 days. Oh, pardon me. Good morning, Lieutenant. Good morning. No, darling, nobody you know. Well, not this morning, darling, because I've got an interview with the Admiralty. Let's meet for lunch. Perhaps you'll connect me there. 12:30. All right. Where are you staying? Gray's? No. I had a very quiet evening in bed at 10. All right, don't believe it. It's true. See you at 12:30 then. Bye. Let me get you a dressing gown. Just a minute. Where have I landed up, I wonder? Here you are. Oh, thanks. Pardon me, where am I? You're in my chambers in Albany. What are chambers? Flat. Apartment. What's Albany? It's a sort of block of chambers, apartments, off Piccadilly. if you'll pardon me again, who are you?
My name's Harpenden. How'd you do?
Oh, mine's Mulvaney. Glad to know you.
Do you mind if I start my breakfast? Yours is on the way.
No, go right ahead. Was that your bed I slept in?
Yes.
Have I been here since 10 last night?
What? No. You see, I didn't see any point in volunteering information to one's strictly brought-up fiancée that one spent half the night in the Jubilee Club.
The Jubilee Club? Now, that name seems to pull a plug. Was I there last night?
Well, you looked in.
And looked out?
Well, shall we say your exit was more involuntary than your entrance?
It's coming back to me. They gave me the bum's rush, didn't they?
Yes, well, you could put it that way, I suppose. I didn't really see it. One minute you were there doing a parcel in the center of the floor, and the next minute you were in the street.
What happens then?
Well, when I left the place about half an hour later, I tripped over you in the blackout.
Was I lying there unconscious all that time?
Semi-conscious.
Knocked out, huh?
I don't know. Passed out.
Say, listen, how could you tell the difference?
I'd rather not go into that at the moment.
Okay, only let me tell you, concussion can take some funny forms.
Yes, well, I doubt if concussion could take the form of breathing gin fumes in my face and calling me Dulcie.
Did I call you Dulcie?
Amongst other things.
How did I come to do that, I wonder?
Oh, not knowing Dulcie, it's hard for me to say.
She's my girlfriend back home.
So I gathered.
Well, go on. What happened then?
You wouldn't tell me where you lived. At least you gave your address as 856 Orinoco Avenue, Elizabeth City, Ohio.
Oh, yeah. That's where I live, all right.
Yes, but it didn't help the immediate problem of finding you a bed.
So you brought me here?
Yes, the porter and I carried you up and put you to bed.
Say, I hope I didn't disgrace you.
Oh, that's quite all right. The porters here have been used to putting people to bed for well over 100 years. Lord Byron had chambers in Albany.
Did he now? Gee. Yeah, it gives one quite a kick to have slept in a place Byron used to sleep in. Did he write any of his poetry here, do you think?
I expect so.
So we'll go no more a-roving, so late into the night, though the heart... how does it go on?
I'm afraid I don't know. I don't read Byron.
Though the heart be still as loving and the moon be still as bright. Imagine you're not reading Byron.
Imagine.
Oh, it's funny, you know.
Well, I don't see why it's funny. Quite a lot of people don't read Byron.
Yeah, but hell, you live here.
Here's Horton with your breakfast.
Oh, I don't think I could use it.
And not even a cup of coffee, sir?
Oh, you better try and eat something. It's supposed to be good for concussion.
Well, okay, I'll try a cup of coffee. Well, thank you.
All right, Horton, you can clear my tray away now.
Very good, my lord.
You're in the Air Corps, aren't you?
That's right.
Pilot?
A bombardier.
Liberators?
Yeah, fort.
Will you be wearing your uniform, my lord?
Yes. My best one. I'm going to the Admiralty.
Say, are you a lord?
Yes.
You said your name was Harpenden.
That's right.
You mean you're Lord Harpenden?
The Earl of Harpenden, sir. Will that be all, my lord?
Yes, thanks, Horton.
Very good, my lord.
So, you're an earl?
Yes. I'm afraid so.
You're the first earl I ever saw.
Oh, they're quite common, really, you know.
It's funny. You seem quite an ordinary sort of guy.
I am quite an ordinary sort of guy.
Don't give me that. You're an earl. Oh, say, listen, what do I call you?
My friends usually call me Bobby.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Doesn't seem right.
Well, last night you called me Dulcie.
Gosh, so I did.
What's your Christian name?
Joe.
Right. It's Joe and Bobby from now on. Now, listen, I've got to go and dress. How long is your leave?
7 days.
Where are you staying in London?
Nowhere yet. I only got here yesterday.
Well, you can stay here, if you like.
Oh, hell no. I couldn't do that.
Oh, that's all right. I won't be here after tomorrow. I'm getting married, you see, and we're spending our leave together in Oxford.
Oh, gee. Congratulations.
Thanks, Joe.
Oh, what's that going to make her? I mean, what's the feminine of Earl?
Countess.
Oh, Countess. I knew a girl who became a Countess. She married an Italian.
Really?
She got herself a divorce, and now she's back in Elizabeth City, but she's still a Countess.
Yes, well, of course, Italian countesses don't mean very much. I don't mean to be rude to your friend.
Oh, that's okay. Ellie's a good girl, but she's not one of nature's countesses.
So much for Ellie. Well, now, it's settled, isn't it? You're going to stay here for your leave?
Well, it's darn kind of you, Bobby.
My man Horton will look after you.
Your man, Horton. This slays me. Oh, does it? Well, I must go and dress.
Oh, just a minute. Before I finally accept your very kind invitation, would it would be all right? A guy might feel kind of lonely at times. And...
yes, that's all right. Horton's very discreet.
Oh, it's kind of a hypothetical question anyway. I don't know a darn soul in this town.
Oh, don't you? Well, we'll soon fix that. What's your type? Anything special?
Under 50.
I'm ringing up someone who's very good-looking, very amusing, and mad about America. Hello, extension 5651, please. Thanks. She works at the Air Ministry. Typist.
A what?
Typist. Stenographer, you know.
Oh.
Hello, could I speak to Miss Crumb, please? Lord Harpenden. I'll ask her around for a drink, and then you could invite her to dinner or something. Hello, Mabel. Bobby. How are you? Well, I've told you before not to go out with pearls. Yes, I know they're pets, but that's not the point. Look, darling, what time is that horrible old Sir Archibald letting you off today? Well, what are you doing at the office if it's your day off? Oh, I see. What about coming around here for a drink? Albany? In about an hour? There's an American I want you to meet. Yes, a pet. He's a bombardier. He's got the most wonderful story about a raid they made on the other side that'll thrill you to the marrow. All right, darling. I may be out. I've got an interview with the Admiralty. I don't suppose it'll take long. That's the girl. Yes, tomorrow. St. George's, Hanover Square. You're coming, aren't you? Yes, you did. You met at the cocktail party about a year ago. Yes, that's right. Brown hair and grey eyes. Oh, darling, you are speaking of the woman I love. Yes, I do. Really, I do. Yes, of course I love you too, but in a different way. All right. There's you. She's coming round this morning. She's got the day off, so you can ask her to lunch.
Hey, I haven't done a raid yet.
Oh, haven't you? Well, don't suppose you'll mind.
This is darn kind of you.
Oh, that's all right. Just look on it as a bit of reciprocal lease left.
Say, Bobby, can I use your phone?
Yes, of course.
Hello? Can I speak to Colonel Murphy, please? Lieutenant Mulvaney.
Was your breakfast to your liking, sir?
Oh, yes, thank you, Horton.
I'm glad of that, sir.
Hello, Spike? Say, listen, what happened to you guys last night? Yeah, I remember as far as that, but how come I got to a joint called the Jubilee Club, all by myself? Oh, what was she like? Okay, I'll tell you, but you won't believe me. I slept in the same bed with an Earl. No, stupid, an Earl. E-A-R-L, an Earl. Hell no, I wouldn't kid you, Spike. Because he says he's an Earl. Well, you gotta believe a guy when he says a thing like that. No, they don't wear crowns, only when they go to Westminster Abbey. I know that. Hey, you, Horton, where are you going with my uniform?
I was going to brush it, sir. If I may say so, it badly needs a good brushing.
Righty-ho, old fellow.
Very good, sir.
That was his man, Horton. Doesn't it slay you? The Earl? Well, he's young. Younger than me. You can, too, be an Earl when you're young. Remember little Lord Fauntleroy? You're a disbelieving son of a place called the Albany. Sort of an old-fashioned apartment house, only the apartments are called chambers. Wise guy. Yeah, Lord Byron lived here. Lord Byron. No, he's dead, you ignorant sap. Don't you know anything except how to drive a B-17? This guy's called Harpenden, the Earl of Harpenden. Yeah. A cracking good sort. I'll see you tonight at the club. Okay, bye.
Excuse Excuse me, sir. Did you want your buttons cleaned?
No, thanks. We don't clean our buttons.
Very good, sir.
Don't go for a minute. Stay and talk.
Sir?
How long have you been the Earl's man?
I've been with his lordship all his life. Before that, I was with his father.
You're not the only man he's got, I suppose.
No, sir. We have 2 large country estates, and before the war, they needed a very big staff to keep them up.
What's happened to them now?
One is a hospital, and the other has been taken over by the Air Force.
Oh, that's tough.
Tough, sir?
Well, I've read a lot about how these English aristocrats are being ruined by the war.
Oh, no, sir. We are far from being ruined. Luckily, our money doesn't come from our estates, which were always run at a loss even before the war.
What does it come from, then?
Ground rents, in London, mostly.
Real estate, huh? That's pretty valuable, I guess.
Yes, sir. We must be worth all of £2 million, sir.
Holy smoke! $8 million?
Yes, sir. Probably a good deal more than that.
Gee. You know, it doesn't seem right to me that a guy should be worth all that money and not have to work for it.
It happens in your country, too, sir.
Yeah, I suppose it does. Still, we don't call them earls.
No, sir.
You mustn't mind me. I'm just an ignorant American.
I'm an American myself, sir. I was born in America and had an American father.
Is that so?
My mother went to New York before I was born. She was a housemaid with the Morgan family there. She married an American opera singer.
She did? Well, how come you're not at the Metropolitan yourself?
I fancy I inherited my mother's talent rather than my father's. Anyway, I understand he was not a very good opera singer. Well, now, sir, if you'll excuse me, I'd better be getting on with my work.
Oh, sure thing. I'm sorry to have kept you.
Not at all, sir. Very glad to have had a chat with a fellow citizen.
$8 million? What do you know?
Do I need a shave?
What? Gosh almighty.
What's the matter?
Your uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Bell-bottom pants and a little striped collar. Is that fancy dress, or are you just an ordinary seaman?
I'm just an ordinary seaman. Tell me, do I need a shave?
I guess it'll pass all right.
It's got to pass a lot of lynx-eyed old admirals. At last, I think I do need a shave.
Why don't you have a shave, then?
I've only got one saw-toothed old razor blade, and I can't get another.
Not even for $8 million?
Horton, bring my boots down, will you?
Say, what sort of a ship are you in?
Destroyer.
Seen any action?
Not much. We sink the odd submarine from time to time. We did have a bit of nonsense at Narvik once, a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. How long have you been in this racket?
3 years.
Gosh, haven't made you an officer yet?
Not yet. They may this morning, though. That's what my interview with the Admiralty is about.
How come you haven't been up for an interview before?
I have been. 3 times. This is an annual ceremony.
And they turned you down each time?
Flat, my dear Lieutenant, as a pancake.
How come, you being his lordship and all that?
His earlship and all that I may be, but as I'm reluctantly forced to conclude, I'm also an extremely incompetent sailor.
Your boots, my lord. If your lordship will sit down.
Thank you, Horton.
Well, for Pete's sake. Can't you put on your own boots?
Look, you better get dressed unless you want to receive Mabel Crumb in your negligee.
Oh, okay. Isn't it customary in the British Navy for a rating to stand up when an officer passes him?
I'm very sorry, sir.
So I should hope. All right. Carry on, my lord. See you in the sleigh.
High-spirited young gentlemen, these Americans.
Yes, Horton, very. By the way, you've got to look after him after tomorrow. I'm lending him these chambers.
Is that wise, my lord? You have some very breakable things here, and I would...
Don't worry about that, Horton. He appreciates my things much better than I do.
Very good, my lord.
Good morning, Horton.
Good morning, milady. Lady Elizabeth.
Good Lord. All right, Horton.
Hello, Bobby.
Hello, darling. I told you I've got to dash off to this interview in a second.
I'm sorry, Bobby. I simply had to fly in and wish you luck.
That's very sweet of you. I need it. Well, how are you, poor little thing? Did you have an awful journey?
Awful.
Didn't you sleep at all?
Not a wink.
Well, you look very well on it, I must say. Hello? Haven't you lost a stripe? You were a sergeant last time I saw you.
Yes, I know.
What's the trouble?
My CO's a cat.
So's my captain if it comes to that. Funny, we're neither of us awfully good at our jobs, are we?
Oh, I'm quite good at mine. I just have bad luck, that's all.
What did you do this time?
I lost the plans of the station defense.
Good Lord.
Well, we found them again all right. I'd only left them in the ladies.
Oh, that's nothing at all. What bad luck.
You're a beast, but I love you.
Do you really?
Oh, I don't know about really.
You're not beginning to have doubt on our wedding eve.
Oh, no, Bobby. It's just that it's easier for you to know about these things than it is for me.
Oh, why, may I ask?
Well, I've practically never known any other man in my life except you, living up in that awful old northern fastness of ours. I've always loved you, though. Especially since you've been a sailor, because you look so beautiful in that uniform with those lovely baggy trousers and that low neck.
Your view seems to be shared by their lordships of the Admiralty.
Now you've known hundreds of girls, thousands probably.
No, darling. Just hundreds.
So it's easier for you to judge.
Judge what?
Whether you love me really or not.
I love you really.
More really than you love Mabel Crumb?
Well, who's Mabel Crumb?
Darling, you know very well who Mabel Crumb is. So do I. We hear things, you know, even up in Inverness.
I have simply no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you have. Darling, how could you? She's awful.
Well, how do you know?
Even Daddy knows her.
I don't see why the fact that she's an acquaintance of Colonel the Duke of Eyre and Stirling should necessarily damn this lady, whoever she is.
Well, you know what Daddy's like.
Darling, you shock me. Really you do.
Do you remember I met this Mabel Crumb at a party when you were on leave about a year ago? I pretended not to know anything about it then because we weren't even officially engaged. But I hear now you've been seeing her again.
Your gossip, my sweet, is as untrustworthy as your father's racing tips. I haven't seen Mabel Crumb for months and months.
Bobby.
What do you mean, Bobby?
I always know when you're lying. You give yourself away every time.
How?
I'm not going to tell you how. It's a little trick that's going to come in very useful after we're married. After we're married, I shall know the exact minute you start seeing Mabel Crumb again.
Elizabeth, I consider that a perfectly revolting thing to say. Have you no moral standards of any sort?
I don't know. I've never had a chance of finding out. I have a logical mind, and I can't see why, if you see Mabel Crumb before we're married, you shouldn't see her after we're married.
Shall I tell you why? A little bagatelle called the marriage vow.
Do you mean to keep that little bagatelle?
I do.
Yes, I can see you do. You're not lying now. All right, darling, I'm sorry. It's only because I don't know anything about men. I've only got Daddy to go by.
Yes, but for the sake of the future of the human race, I trust that is a misleading model.
He's coming round to see you this morning. On business, he says.
Oh, heavens, doesn't he ever do any work at the War Office?
Not much. I think they only gave him the job because the Army wanted to take over Dunglennon.
What is the job?
Liaison officer to the Pole.
Oh, does he speak Polish?
No, but he says he understands their point of view.
Well, I should have thought a little ready cash would be more acceptable.
Oh, he got that too. The bookies have got it by now. Which reminds me, darling, don't put any money into Zippy Snaps.
It's easy for you to sit there and say don't put any money into Zippy Snaps. Anyway, thank God, he'll miss me. I've got to go out.
Oh, Bobby, I've just remembered. Oh, how awful. I should have told you before. There's someone else coming round to see you this morning.
Oh, yes, darling, who's that?
Well, I hadn't only asked him to come round either.
What do you mean?
I told you I had to sit up all night in the train, didn't I? Well, we were 8 in the carriage, and next to me there was the most enchanting little free French lieutenant. Wasn't that funny?
Hilarious.
Well, anyway, we talked all night, in French mostly, so the others couldn't hear what we were saying.
For 10 hours? What about?
Oh, all sorts of things. Well, anyway, he was going up to London on leave, and the poor little man had no idea where he was going to stay. So I said that... What's the matter?
So you said he could stay here?
Yes, Bobby. I hope you don't mind, but I knew you wouldn't be using the flat after tomorrow, and I thought just for the one night you wouldn't mind him bunking in that bed with you.
Darling, there is already a vast American bombardier bunking in that bed with me. He's in there now dressing. I refuse point blank for you or for Free France to sleep 3 in a bed.
Oh, dear. Who is the American?
It's rather a long story to tell you now. You say that this is a little Frenchman?
Quite little. Of course, I only saw him sitting down.
Would he fit on the sofa, do you think?
Yes, I should think so.
All right. Well, you'd better stay here and explain the situation to him when he arrives. I've got to go. See you at lunch. Goodbye. Or perhaps, now I come to think of it, it would be better if I just left a message for him with Horton. I mean, I don't want to keep you...
That's all right. I like to stay here. I've got nothing to do all morning.
Oh, splendid. Darling, do you mind if I make a phone call?
But I thought you were in a hurry, darling.
Yes, but this is something I've just thought of that's got to be done. Official business for my captain. Hello, Air Ministry? Extension 5651, please. Hello, this is Lord Harpenden here. Could I possibly speak to the young lady I spoke to earlier this morning? I forget her name. Oh, yes, of course. How stupid of me. Terrible head for names. Hello, yes, this is Lord Harpenden. You may remember I spoke to you earlier on a certain matter. I see that you've taken no steps to expedite delivery. Yes, I'm glad of that. Well, the fact is that something has come up that renders the immediate project temporarily inoperative. Yes, that's exactly it, exactly. I'll ring you later. Goodbye.
What have you got to do with the Air Ministry, darling?
Oh, we work a lot with the RAF, you know, Coastal Command, flying boats, cooperations, all the thing these days. Oh, Lord, I'm late. Goodbye, darling.
Bye.
Oh, gosh, here's your Frenchman. You can entertain him.
Morning, Horton. Good morning, Your Grace.
Oh, no, it's not. It's Daddy.
Morning. Last.
His Grace. Oh, my boy, I've caught you in. Good, how are you? Looking well, anyway. All that ozone I expected, isn't it?
Yes, thank you. If you'll excuse me...
That's all right, my boy. I won't keep you a second. Just wanted a little chat on certain rather pressing matters, business, you know.
Daddy, Bobby's got an interview at the Admiralty, and if he doesn't start soon, he'll be late.
Was it? Oh, I mustn't be late for the Admiralty, my boy. That'll never do.
Yes, I quite agree.
So I'll come straight to the point. I've just come from your solicitors. We've been looking over that marriage settlement. Well, now, that's a very handsome document, I must say. Very handsome indeed. There's just one thing. Coming a little nearer home.
Do you mind, sir, if we discuss it some other time? If I'm late for this interview...
Quite so, my boy. This won't take a minute. I noticed that no provision whatever has been made for your wife's family.
That was agreed, sir.
Agreed by whom? Not by me.
No, sir. You weren't consulted by your daughter's solicitors. I had anyway agreed to make you an allowance.
Oh, quite so, my boy. Quite so. But these things are better on paper. On paper, my boy. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
I can't see why.
My dear fellow, these days we must face facts.
Bobby, the time, look.
Oh, Lord, I'm really going to be late. Please, sir, could we face them some other time?
I tell you what, I've got a car. I'll drive you around to the Admiralty and we can talk some more about it on the way. What do you say?
Thank you, sir. Only we must start now.
Yes, that's all right. But by Joe, I nearly forgot the phone call I must make.
Daddy, please hurry.
That's all right, my dear. It'll only take a second.
But my interview's for 1:30.
Just a little tinkle, my boy. I won't keep you jiffy.
Don't worry, darling.
Yes. Hello? Is that McDougal and Steinbeck? This is Primrose Path speaking. Primrose Path. I want £50 each way. Was it? Oh, well, it's in the post. Yes, posted it myself. My dear sir, I can assure you. The old account? Oh, well, there was a little mistake over that. My servant forgot to post it. Yes, devilish stupid of him. My good man, I presume you know who I am? Oh, you do. Well, really, that's nice treatment, I must say. Very well, then. I shall remove my custom elsewhere. And a very good day to you, sir. Upon my word. Oh.
Daddy!
Damn lot of yahoos. McDougal and Steinbeck. Eh? Oh, give me the hall porter, please. Hello, Barker. This is the Duke of Ayr and Sterling. Will you put half a crown each way on Bernadotte in the 3:30 for me? Yeah, that's right. Yes. When I see you. Oh, all right, my boy. We can go off now. Quite ready?
Yes, sir.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't go to the Admiralty looking like a scarecrow. Collars all crooked.
Oh, here, darling. You fix it.
There, darling. It looks sweet.
Lieutenant Colbert.
Oh, heaven help us.
Good morning.
Hello. How are you? Lovely to see you. Make yourself at home. I've got to go.
Hello. This is my father, Lieutenant Colbert.
Enchanté, monsieur. Enchanté.
Daddy, hurry up.
Il fait chaud aujourd'hui, n'est-ce pas? Oui, monsieur, je l'ai remarqué moi-même. Votre figure me semble familière. Vous connaissez Paris?
Oui, monsieur, je connais Paris. Oh, for heaven's sake, sir.
All right, my boy, I'm coming. Well, we must meet again, monsieur. Vous devez venir avoir un morceau à manger avec moi à mon club turf. Avec plaisir, mon colonel.
Oh, Captain Cole. Goodbye, my dear. I'll pick you up later. Now, my boy, come along. The point I had in mind about this settlement is that it's a form of insurance.
Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
It's all right about using the flat, except that you will have to sleep on the sofa just for tonight.
Oh, that is very kind. Who was the sailor?
Oh, that was my fiancé, Bobby Harpenden.
Your fiancé?
You're surprised.
Well, you told me he was an earl. I had not expected to see him dressed in that manner.
You pictured him with a little coronet and an ermine cloak.
Oh, hardly, milady, but I imagined him a little older and with a big moustache and a hook nose. I don't know why.
Do you mind not calling me milady?
Oh, I beg your pardon. What must I call you then?
Well, later on last night, we were calling each other Elizabeth and Renee.
Last night was last night.
And today is today. Oh, I don't see what difference it makes.
Milady, Elizabeth, I made one of two errors last night. Either I said to you too much, or I did not say enough.
Well, you didn't say too much.
Then I did not say enough. Elizabeth, do not marry this man.
Not marry Bobby? Why ever not?
I implore you, turn back before it is too late.
But I love him. Why should I?
You love him? Yes, you told me so last night, but you also told me what is the truth. You told me you had for him no passion, no white-hot burning of the heart.
Oh, dear, did I really say that?
So you did not employ those words, but that is nevertheless what you said. Oh, you love him, oh, yes, we will agree. So that one love one's brother or one's little puppy dog. But you are not in love with him, not in 1,000 years.
But I may be in love with him. It's just that I don't know, that's all. Anyway, ordinary, quiet, restful love is a much better basis for marriage than this white-hot burning passion of the heart, or whatever you call it.
Oh, no, Elizabeth, oh, no. That is why you make such a terrible mistake. I see it all so clearly. Two great English houses. The alliance planned from an age when you were both little children.
Oh, no, it's not like that at all. Both of us have always been perfectly free to choose.
That is what your families have allowed you to believe.
But even if I'm not in love with Bobby, and I don't admit that for a minute, mind you, but even if I'm not, at least he's in love with me.
Is he? And what about the woman? Crum.
Oh, dear. Did I tell you that?
Turn back, Elizabeth, turn back, or you will ruin two lives.
But supposing I don't marry Bobby, what then? I'll go back to Inverness, and after the war I'll go on living in Dunglennon, and I'll never meet anybody again as nice or as good-looking or as, all right, as rich as Bobby, and I'll just be an old maid and sink into a decline.
You will not be an old maid, nor will you sink into a decline. It is not in your face. You are very beautiful, but that is nothing. You have in your eyes a joy, a desire, a voluptuous flame of life that will not be quenched.
Have I?
Wait, Elizabeth, wait, and one day you will find a lover worthy of those eyes.
How do you know I will?
I know it. That is all. You have only to wait. And I know, too, that you will not have to wait for very long.
I believe you're making love.
You have the right to believe that, indeed.
I'm going to tell Bobby every single thing you've said.
Very well. He will strike me with the right hook, and that is unfortunate, but...
I hope he does strike you with a right hook, and a left hook, too.
You see how angry I have made you? If what I said was not the truth, you would not then be angry. You would merely laugh.
I do laugh. I think everything you said is frightfully funny. I may not be laughing outside, but I am laughing inside like mad.
I will go. I repeat, turn back, Elizabeth, before it is too late. Leave this Earl who does not love you to his titles and his riches and his crumbs.
Oh, go away.
Very well, Elizabeth.
Well. So, you finally showed up.
Hello.
I guess I better introduce myself. My name's Mulvaney, Lieutenant Mulvaney.
How do you do?
Oh, that's okay. You don't have to tell me who you are. Your pal, the Earl, told me all about you.
He told me about you, too.
Yeah, I know. Well. I'm telling you, that son of a gun didn't exaggerate one little bit. In fact, he didn't tell me the half of it.
Thank you very much.
Among other things, he said you had a soft spot for Americans.
Did he? Well, of course I like Americans very much.
Strictly between ourselves, I got a soft spot, too, for babes who look like you.
That's splendid.
That's terrific. Say, listen, how about a little drink? I could use one myself.
So could I.
I wonder where the Earl keeps his liquor, if any.
In that cupboard over there.
Yeah. You'd know a thing like that, wouldn't you? Who better? Hot dog. There's some scotch.
Isn't there any sherry?
Sherry? You wouldn't fool me, would you, babe? You'll take scotch and like it.
Oh,
Here you are.
Oh, I couldn't possibly drink that. Would you mind,
Boiling it for you? Okay.
It's much too strong.
Oh, go on. It won't hurt you. Here's to Anglo-American relations.
Anglo-American relations. Oh.
What's the matter?
Well, I'm not used to drinks as strong as that at this time of the morning.
Yeah, I know. Bobby didn't tell me you'd be in uniform. Suits you, though. Gosh, that blue brings out the color of your eyes.
Oh, do you think so?
I certainly do think so. That's one fine little pair of eyes you got yourself there, Sergeant. Are you, Sergeant?
No, just a corporal.
Not for long, I'll bet. Say, aren't all the air marshals crazy about you?
They don't appear to be.
There must be a lot of blind old sourpusses. Now, if you were in the Army Air Corps...
What would happen?
You'd be a general.
I wish I were in the Army Air Corps.
You're not the only one who wishes that. Tell me, babe, what do you like most about Americans?
Well, I've met so awfully few working where I do. But if you're typical of them, then I've got to admit that...
Go ahead. Admit what?
Well, that they're a bit different from other men.
Different in a good way or a bad way?
In a good way.
Okay. So, let's have another drink.
Oh, no, please.
Now, listen, babe, you're not fooling anyone but yourself with this Pollyanna stuff. I want another drink, you want another drink, so we both have another little drink. It's good stuff, too. Pre-war by the smell of it. Here you are. Bottoms up this time, or as you say, no heel taps.
Oh, dear, I'd much rather not.
Now, listen, if you haven't finished that drink by the time I finish mine, I'll put you over my knee and spank the life out of you.
I believe you would, too.
You bet your sweet life I would. Now, here's to even closer Anglo-American relations.
Even closer Anglo-American relations. Oh, there.
That's the girl. Now then, should I tell you about that raid?
Oh, yes, do.
Well, there we were, upside down. Nothing on the clock. Enemy fighters swarming all around us.
Oh, how awful.
So, what did we do?
What?
Come a little closer, I'll tell you.
What did you do?
Well, we righted the ship, beat off the fighters, and returned to our base.
Riddled with holes.
Riddled with holes.
How wonderful.
Oh, it didn't mean a thing.
No, it was. It was wonderful. Did you get the congressional thing?
Come again?
The Congressional Medal of Honor.
Oh, that. No, they're thinking up something else for us, as a matter of fact.
Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, it's nothing. Hey, how do you work that radiogram? You should know.
Oh, yes, I do. I'll show you.
Come on. Let's dance.
All right.
Gosh, baby, you're one of the loveliest things I ever saw in all my life. I'm not kidding.
You're rather lovely yourself.
Give me a kiss, honey.
No.
Oh, I suppose I better answer that. Hello? No, he's out. Who? Mabel, who? Oh, yeah, I'll tell him. What was that name again? Yeah, that's what it sounded like. Oh, holy smoke.
Oh, who was that?
No one at all.
Don't you want to go on dancing?
Well, as a matter of fact, I got a rush, you know, this minute, to see my colonel. I'm late. That's right. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. Hope you haven't been bored.
No, Daddy, I wasn't bored. Not bored at all. Not even the teeniest little bit bored. Good night, Daddy. I'm going to go to sleep.
God bless my soul. What an astonishing thing. Hello, Mabel, darling.
Oh.
Getting on well, I see.
Hello, Bobby.
Mm-hmm. That chair's a tight fit for two, isn't it?
Well, I didn't think you'd be back till later. I'll turn this off.
I'm sorry, Joe. I went on a pub crawl all by myself and got bored. All my friends were out of town.
Well, what about Freddie Dawson?
Oh, his leave's been cancelled. He went dashing back this afternoon.
Wasn't he going to be your best man?
Yes, he was. I knew it was a mistake to choose a commander. Joe, what about you deputizing for him?
Well, it's darn kind of you, Bobby, and I sure appreciate the compliment, but maybe I better not.
Oh, why not?
Well, I'm an American.
Just the thing. It's an excellent gesture towards closer Anglo-American relations.
Yeah, you're telling me. Oh, hell, Bobby, I just love to do it ordinarily, and I'm grateful to you for asking me, but count me out. There's a good guy.
Oh, all right. What about you, Mabel? I could dress you up as a sailor.
Oh, darling, I couldn't trust myself. I'd break down and cry and tear the bride's eyes out.
Oh, isn't she a nice girl, Joe? Don't you adore her?
Yeah, I sure do.
He doesn't. The fact is, he's fallen in love with a girl he met this morning.
Hey, that's not true. Whatever gave you that idea?
He won't stop talking about how lovely she was and how melting and soft and alluring. And then apparently he made an awful boo because he blushes scarlet whenever he thinks of it.
Hey, listen.
Oh? Who was she?
No one at all. I was making it all up.
It was a whack.
Tell us about it, Joe.
Oh, have a heart, will you? Something I'm trying to forget. Tell us about yourself. Oh, how did the interview go? I forgot to ask you when I phoned.
Uh-huh.
What went wrong?
I was a quarter of an hour late in the first place. My hair was too long and I hadn't shaved. I didn't know how many tuppenny halfpenny stamps I could buy for half a crown. In short, for the fourth time in this war, I proved conclusively to the Admiralty and to myself that I am not the officer type.
Oh, too bad. Tell me, did you see your fiancée today?
Only for a few seconds, at a hotel about drink time. I was supposed to meet her for lunch, but she rang up to say she had a headache and had gone to bed.
A headache, huh? Oh, well. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going bye-byes myself.
Or leave me alone with this man-eater on my wedding eve.
Man-eater nothing. If you want to see a real man-eater, you come to Elizabeth City and I'll show you one.
Dulcie?
Oh, hell no, not Dulcie. I meant Ellie.
Oh, Countess Ellie.
Dulcie's a good girl. I'm in love with Dulcie. I hope. Oh, gee, Miss Crumb, I must be going nuts. I forgot all about seeing you home.
That's all right, Lieutenant. I can easily see myself home.
Hell, you live outside London in a village called Kensington or something, don't you?
All right, Joe, don't worry. I'll see she gets home. You go to bed.
Oh, okay. Good night, folks.
Night. Did you have a good time tonight? What did you do?
Oh, we went to the theatre and had dinner afterwards. It was really awfully sweet. Very distrait, though. I think he really did have some rather shattering experience this morning.
Really?
Poor Pet was in such a state about it, whatever it was, that he wanted to go dashing off after dinner to the park or somewhere to think things out, he said.
Isn't that typically American, to go to the park to think things out?
He didn't want to come back here at all, until I said you'd be awfully offended with him if he just faded away without saying a word. Between you and me, I think we were both of us delighted to see you barge in.
I'm sorry about that. Why?
Well, because he doesn't like me so much, and because I love you so much.
Well, I bet you say that to all the sailors. Look, it wasn't only because I was bored that I came back early tonight. I wanted to see you.
Did you, darling?
Yes. First, I thought I'd write you. Then I thought that was a bit, Then I thought I ought to tell you myself, although it isn't awfully easy. So, you see, we've always been good friends, and I'd hate anything. Oh, Lord, I wish I could come to the point.
You don't have to, darling. I know what the point is. After tonight, you don't want to see me anymore. That's it, isn't it?
You're an angel.
But, darling, don't be silly. I knew it perfectly well. Well, I don't see you very often. And when I read you were getting married, I thought, well, that's that. He'll just fade quietly away and I won't ever see him again. I didn't even expect a letter because anyway, you're not a very good letter writer, are you? I must say I'm rather grateful you told me, though.
I didn't tell you. You told me.
You tried to, anyway. Can I get myself another drink?
Yes, of course.
What are you putting in my bag?
Nothing. Just your taxi fare home.
Let me look. Oh, a check for 2,000? Darling, you are a fool. The correct thing for me to do now, I suppose, is to tear it up, grind the pieces into the carpet with my heel, burst into tears and say you've insulted me.
Oh, I hope you don't.
I won't. That's the sort of insult I appreciate. Oh, those notes make me dizzy.
Now, don't spend it all at once.
No. I'll pay a quarter's rent in advance. I'll pay my dentist. He'll have a stroke, poor little man. I'll buy a new fur coat, pay for that gin, buy that sapphire brooch, and, oh, yes, I'll pay for Brenda's operation. What's left can go into war savings. Darling, take that smirk off your face and don't make any of those nasty, dry comments. Will you believe me that there's never been any arrière-pensée?
Oh, darling, arrière-pensée.
Oh, arrière-pensée, then. There's never been any sort of things like that behind any of the little favors I may have done you in the past. My greed got the better of me just now. Otherwise, I would have torn up that check and made a scene. Do you believe me?
Yes, darling, I do.
Well, that's all, except... Well, goodbye. And thank you very much. Something in my eye again.
I'll kiss it well. Oh, Lord, now who on earth's that?
You don't suppose it's Elizabeth, do you?
Oh, she wouldn't come round here alone at this time of night.
Why, ever not?
She's rather old-fashioned in these matters. Horton's in bed. Just in case of accidents, would you mind awfully going up to the kitchen for a moment?
Why the kitchen?
Well, it's the only other room available.
Oh, all right, darling.
Take your drink. Have you got cigarettes?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, you go up the stairs and turn to the left. Not the right. That's where Horton sleeps.
Okay, darling.
Oh, all right. Just coming. Joe, come out of there. What's cooking? That's exactly it. You're to go up to the kitchen and keep Mabel Crumb company.
The kitchen? Why? What are we going to do up in the kitchen?
Do you need me to brief you? Here, take a bottle of gin. Now, come on, up the stairs and turn to the left. That's it. Up you go. That's the idea. Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I have no idea.
That's all right. It won't stir you. Listen. Are you feeling strong enough to stand a shock?
Yes, I think so, sir. Why?
I've just come from seeing Elizabeth. I was with her for over 4 hours, but she's adamant, I'm afraid, adamant.
Adamant? About what?
My boy, brace yourself.
Yes, sir, I have braced myself.
She says she's not going to marry you.
Oh.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I heard what you said. Why isn't she going to marry me?
That's just it, I don't know.
Oh.
She talked a lot of gibberish about planned alliance and wrecking 2 lives and her not having any white-hot burning thingamajig about you or something.
What was that about white-hot burning thingamajig?
Well, I can't remember the words exactly. There was something about a voluptuous flame of something or other. I remember that, and then there was this white-hot poppycock, and then, well, to cut a long story short, she says she's not in love with you anymore.
Oh.
Don't keep on saying oh.
Well, there doesn't seem much else to say, except oh.
Good grief, man. If I were in your shoes, I'd put up such a shindy they'd hear me in Timbuktu.
I take it that in spite of the fact your daughter says she doesn't love me, you're still in favor of this match?
Of course I'm in favor of this match. It's a damn good match. I'm fond of you, my boy. You know that. I feel about you as I feel about my own son.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, what are you going to do about it, eh?
I'm going to have a drink.
Robert, I'm disappointed in you.
Anything for you?
Oh, whiskey and soda.
What on earth made her change her mind like this?
Well, I've been thinking it out, and it occurred to me that something that happened this morning might have some connection. Thanks. Good health.
Oh, what happened this morning?
Well, something devilish fishy. Deuced odd, whole thing. When I came back here to pick up Elizabeth, I found her in a state I can only describe as peculiar.
Peculiar? How peculiar?
Devilish peculiar. Between you and me, my boy, don't let it go any further. If it hadn't been Elizabeth, I'd have said she was sozzled.
Sozzled? Elizabeth?
Stinko profundo. She insisted on putting her feet up on the sofa and dropping off to sleep there and then.
Well, she had a headache. She told me so when she put me off for lunch.
Yes, later on she did have a headache. Not at the time, though. She was as gay as a bee when I found her. And her breath.
Sherry?
Whiskey.
But she hates whiskey.
My boy was unmistakable. You can't deceive me. I've had too much experience of it in our family.
Good Lord.
No, that's not the end of it. Just before I came into the sitting room, while I was talking to Horton out in the hall, a young man came dashing past me and out through the front door going like the wind.
What did he look like?
Well, he was tall and dark, and he was in uniform. Well, no, not our uniform. As a matter of fact, I think he might have been one of those Americans who are wandering about all over London these days.
American? Then I know who it is.
You do? Right, my boy. Your duty's plain. You must get in touch with this scallywag.
I don't need to get in touch with him. I mean, he's here.
Here? Where?
In the kitchen.
In the kitchen? What's he doing in the kitchen?
I tremble to think.
Oh, good Lord, just don't stand there. Get him down from the kitchen.
Well, I'm not at all sure.
Well, if you won't, I will. Hey, you! Up in the kitchen. Whoever you are, leave whatever you're doing and come down at once. At once, do you understand? Yeah, that ought to fetch him.
What am I to say to him?
Leave it to me.
What's the matter? Did someone call?
I did.
Hello, Tippy, darling. How are you?
Oh, it's you, Mabs. Now, sir, I must ask you for an explanation.
By the way, this is Lieutenant Mulvaney, the Duke of Ayr and Stirling. Holy mackerel, a duke.
I want a straight answer to a straight question. Have you or have you not been making love to my daughter?
Well, here's the way it is, Oh, by the way, what do I call you?
Never mind what you call me. Answer me question.
Say, Bobby, is the Duke of Ayr and, who's it, your father-in-law? Yes, to be. Or rather, not to be.
Darling, what a lovely Hamlet you'd make.
Stop it, Mabs. You shouldn't be here at all.
Darling, go back in the kitchen. Do you mind?
Oh, right. If the lieutenant did make love to your daughter, you might ask her to get in touch with me sometime.
No, sir. Your answer.
Well, Duke, I guess the answer's yes. I did make love to your daughter. Joe. Oh, I'm sorry, Bobby. I should have told you, I guess, but I didn't have the nerve. You see, Duke, I thought your daughter was Mabel Crumb.
What?
Oh, Lord, of course. Yes, I see it all now. Joe, I forgive you for everything. But whatever it was you said to Elizabeth has had the effect of making her say she won't marry me. It has? Well, can you beat that?
I may be very obtuse, but I must ask why this gentleman thought my daughter was Mabel Crumb.
Joe, run and see who that is. I'm out to everybody. Oh, sure thing.
You may be satisfied with this fellow's explanation, but he seems devilish flimsy to me. Why on earth did he think my daughter's Mabel Crumb?
Oh, for heaven's sake, sir, he did. Isn't that enough for you?
No.
There's a little French guy. He says you promised him he could sleep here. Oh, Lord. Where is he? Right here in the hall. Come in, won't you?
Merci, monsieur.
How are you? I'm so glad you came. Nice to see you. I wonder if you'd mind awfully going up to the kitchen for a moment.
The kitchen?
Yes, it's up the stairs and turn to the left. You can't miss it. Yeah, it's quite comfortable up there. There are 2 armchairs and a bottle of gin.
Dès qu'une bouteille de gin, j'y vais tout de suite. Nous verrons tout à l'heure. See on about now.
Now, listen, Joe. You've got to put this right. What do you want me to do, Bobby? The best thing, I should think, would be to go round to see her at Gray's and explain the whole thing.
What's the good of that? He'd only start making love to her again.
Oh, no, he won't.
What makes you think I won't?
Joe.
I'm sorry, Bobby. It does seem one hell of a way to return your hospitality.
Oh, please, don't start apologizing. I couldn't bear it.
Oh, so you couldn't bear it? Why, good heavens, man, you're not going to let him snatch the girl you love from under your very nose?
How can I stop him?
Well, good Lord, at least you can fight him, can't you? Knock him for 6 through that window.
He's too big. Besides, I like him.
Like him? What's that got to do with it?
Pardon, messieurs, mais...
Go away, monsieur. Allez-vous-en.
Mademoiselle Crumb has told me that something has arisen in connection with Milady Elizabeth. Might I ask, is it that Milady has decided not to marry Milord Ampredel?
Yes, that's right.
Then if you are searching for the reason of your decision, I think I can give it to you. It is I alone who am responsible.
What?
This morning I advised the Lady Elizabeth not to marry this lord.
Wait a minute. Am I to understand that you made love to my daughter, too, this morning?
I cannot deny it, monsieur.
But why, monsieur? Pourquoi?
Because I love her.
Well,
what is more, If, as you say, your daughter has taken my advice, then it appears probable that she has returned, my love.
I shall be obliged, gentlemen, if when in due course you have concluded your deliberations, you would inform me with how many members of the United Nations my daughter is to form an attachment. Personally, I'm going to the kitchen to have a gin with Mabel Crumb.
I suppose you will wish to knock me down, Miller.
You're certainly smaller than Joe, but at the moment I don't see what's to be gained by knocking you down either.
Considerable satisfaction. Come on, Bobby, let's you and me gang up on him and bounce him down the stairs. What do you say?
Sure, I see I'm facing two enemies. That is a surprise. I should have thought you, Monsieur l'Américain, would have been my ally, seeing that my confession has saved you from being falsely accused of stealing this your fiancée.
Falsely accused nothing. Elizabeth's leaving Bobby because of me,
I
see?
don't think so, monsieur. She's leaving him because of me.
Listen, I made love to her.
So did I make love to her.
I said she was the loveliest thing I ever saw in all my life.
I too said she was very beautiful.
Yeah, but I made real love to her, see? I kissed her.
Don't mind me.
At what hour did you take these liberties with Milord fiancé?
What the hell does it matter? What hour?
It matters very much. Try, if you will, to remember, was it after 11 o'clock?
Not much after.
But after, nonetheless.
Yeah, I guess so.
What abominable luck, sacré nom d'une pipe. And these attentions of yours, she repaid them?
I'll say she did. Oh, I'm sorry, Bobby.
Not at all. But before you go on, I think I ought to tell you, I hope you won't both be too angry with me. This morning I also made a little love to my fiancée, and at one moment I even went so far as to give her a kiss. I'm most terribly sorry. You must both try to be generous and forgive me.
At what hour was it you gave your fiancée a kiss, Miller?
Oh, yes, of course, that's very important, isn't it? It was, let me see, about 10 minutes to 11.
10 minutes to 11, that is all right, then. It was a few minutes after 11 that I advised her not to marry you and to await a lover more worthy of her.
Oh, yes, I see, yes. A lover more worthy of her.
Yes, Miller, I was naturally referring to myself and had too much delicacy to say so.
Ah, nuts. What right have you got to go running around saying those sort of things to guys' fiancés?
Huh.
Well, at least I had some sort of excuse for behaving as I did. He had none.
I had every excuse. Last night on the train from Inverness to London, I sat next to the most adorable young girl I had yet seen in England. She's merely a corporal what? So naturally, I opened conversation.
You see the sort of guy this is, a railroad menace.
Oh, not at all. When in Rome, I do as the Romans. And in English trains, I usually try to give the impression of having died in my seat. But this opportunity I could not let pass. I find my wife is not at all what I imagine. I find she's to marry the following day a young and immensely rich noble whom she patently, from 1,000 little hints she gives me, does not love, and who, it is equally patent, does not love her.
And why is that so patent?
I find he keeps a mistress.
I keep a mistress?
That young woman I have just met in the kitchen is not your mistress?
No. She's Mabel Crumb.
Oh, do not misunderstand me, Miller. I am not prudish in these matters. A man can keep 100 mistresses and still maintain a happy and successful marriage. But when I hear that he keeps Mabel Crumb, naturally I say, then of course he cannot love Elizabeth as wholeheartedly, as devotedly, with the same white-hot, burning passion.
White-hot, burning thingamy, eh?
Miller.
She mentioned some such idiotic phrase to her father when she told him she wasn't going to marry me.
She did? Splendid. Then perhaps it is still possible she has returned my passion.
Listen, you little rat. The only way she'd return your passion is through the mail marked not wanted.
The situation is not held by impoliteness, monsieur. We are at an impasse. You maintain she loves you, I maintain she loves me. We must devise a scheme of finding out the truth.
I'll ask her, here and now.
Good for you, Bobby. Only, listen, let me talk to her, will you?
If he talks to her, then it is only fair that I talk to her, too.
Now, look, I'm a patient man. I have sat, mainly in silence, while you two gentlemen have gloatingly described in the fullest and most sordid details the vile attentions you have forced on the girl I love. May I remind you, however, that you are under my roof, and you're both very much mistaken if either of you imagines that you're going to have tuppence worth of verbal love play with my fiancée on my telephone.
But, Miller, since this evening she's no longer your fiancée.
We'll see about that. Hello, Grace? Lady Elizabeth Randall, please. Yes, darling. Bobby. No, please don't. All right, then, I promise not to argue. Just tell me why. Yes, but your father wasn't as explicit as I'd like, and... When will I get it? Tomorrow? Yes, but I want to know tonight. Darling, don't cry. I only want to know what's happened. Yes, what's the difference between loving someone and being in love with someone? All right, then tell me, is there someone else? What do you mean you don't know? Well, let me tell you, I do know.
Hey, give me that.
Go away, Joe. I know it's one of two men.
The fair play, milord.
The fair play, my Fanny. Sorry, darling. All right, but let me tell you, so that you'll be warned. One of them is a vicious French snake who goes about bothering young waifs in railway carriages, and the other is a lecherous American who mistook you for a trollop.
I insist on the fair play.
Hey, you little rat, give me that phone. Don't believe him, Elizabeth. I don't think you're a trollop. I love you.
Écoutez, Elizabeth, I'm not a vicious French snake. I love you passionately, devotedly, with a burning... She has run off.
Huh? What did you expect?
Milord, I'm astonished with you. Was that what you learned on the playing fields of Eton?
I was at Harrow. Hey, Malvini, where do you think you're going?
Oh, I just thought I'd go out for a little stroll.
I suppose your little stroll wouldn't take you anywhere near Elizabeth's hotel, would it? Oh, no, you're not leaving this flat tonight.
Oh, look, Bobby, be reasonable, will you? I got to get to see Elizabeth tonight.
If he goes, then I go too.
And if you both go, I go with you.
Another impasse. There is only one solution.
What's that? The fair play?
Exactly, milord, the fair play. Each man to go round the hotel in turn.
Yeah, but who goes first?
Alphabetical order?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Colbert.
Then we must toss up a coin.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't think I agree to this.
If you don't agree to my suggestion, milord, then I should be painfully compelled to side with this large lieutenant against you, and you would not then stand much chance.
I got an idea. Do you guys play craps?
Once, a long time ago. I have forgotten.
Well, it's quite simple. Do you know how, Bobby?
Yes, vaguely. You have to make 7 or something, don't you?
Yeah, 7 or 11 wins straight off. A 2 or 3 loses. But with anything else, say a 6 or an 8, you have to throw until you make that number again when you'd win. Or a 7 when you'd lose. You get the idea?
I think so, yes.
Okay, Bobby, I'll shoot you first. Now, take one and flip it.
Flip it?
Yeah, like that. Okay, mine. I shoot first. 8. Now I gotta roll an 8 before a 7. Little later from Decatur, little later, sweet potato. Come up.
I trust you are all enjoying yourselves?
Yes, thank you, Monsieur le Duc.
May I ask what you're doing?
Shooting craps, Duke.
I gather you settled to your mutual satisfaction that unimportant little problem on which you were engaged when I left you?
Well, in a sense, this game is going to settle that.
Come up, little 5 and 3. Come up, little 4 and 4.
Do you mean to tell me you're playing craps for my daughter?
We are playing to decide who proposes to her first.
This is monstrous. It's unheard of. It's 18th century.
Clear the floor, will you, Duke? You're spoiling my throw. There she is, 4 and 4. Okay, Frenchie, now it's you and me. Take one and flip.
Well, would you believe it?
Okay, that's your throw.
May I remind you, gentlemen, that it's my daughter you're dicing for?
9. Is that good?
Not very. Can win, though. Try and throw another. A 4 and a 5 or a 6 and a 3.
That won't be easy. 4. 8. That's nearer.
Near 7, too.
10, 6.
He has to throw a 9 before he throws a 7, eh?
That's it, Duke.
You know, poor old chicken heart, I've lost a fortune at this game in Miami.
He's not the only sucker who's done that, Duke.
Yeah, I haven't played craps for years. Come up, little 4 and 2. Come up, Papa. There she is. There's my beauty. 6 it is. That makes you owe me, let me see now, £565, 10 shillings. Do you agree?
If you say so, I can't add anyway.
Can't add, my boy. No wonder they won't give you a commission. You might get me another drink while you're about it.
All right, but don't shoot till I get back.
My dear boy, what do you think I am?
Malvini's not returned yet?
No. He's now been gone 3 hours and 50 minutes.
Possibly she will not see him at this time of the night, and he's still waiting in the hall of the hotel.
Not Joe. Here's your drink, sir.
Thank you, Robert. 565, 10. Let's wipe out the 10 shillings, shall we?
No, sir. Thank you all the same.
Yeah, I feel devilish tired. Good Lord, look at the time, no wonder. What's this infernal Yankee Doodle mean by keeping my daughter out all night?
The question is not so much what does the infernal Yankee Doodle mean as what does your daughter mean?
I'm worried.
shouldn't take her 4 hours to send this fellow packing. It's all your fault, Robert. He should never have countenanced this diabolical scheme. I suppose he's taken her to one of those bottle party places like the Jubilee or somewhere.
My own guess is Hyde Park.
Hyde Park? At 4 o'clock in the morning? If you believe that, then why didn't you go to Hyde Park and look for him?
Hyde Park is a very big place. And anyway, it might be a Green Park.
Yes, or St. James's if he comes to that with all those mangy ducks. Well, there's nothing for it but to wait for this fellow to come back, I suppose. I'll go and lie down on your bed for a bit, I think, all right?
All right.
Unless you care for another roll.
No, sir. Thank you.
What about you, monsieur?
Pardon, monsieur?
Voulez-vous rouler avec moi un peu?
Comment?
It's all right. The Duke only wants to know if you'd like to throw dice with him.
Ah, I see. Oh, thank you, monsieur, but I never gamble, I'm afraid.
You don't, eh? I noticed a few hours ago you had no qualms about gambling for my daughter.
For such a stake, I would gamble all I had in the world.
And exactly how much, if I may ask, is that?
In money, about £20.
£20. Quite so, monsieur. I hardly think we need say any more.
May I ask you...
what?
To stop marching like a tiger in a cage. You make me nervous.
Good.
But why are you in such a state? You don't really love her?
I do love her, Dash, and I refuse to be treated like an old sock. Why should she hurl me into the dustbin just because some rollicking American makes a pass at her? Who does she think she is?
Ah, now this is more the spirit.
The nerve of it, the night before our wedding. No thought for me at all. Just because she has her head filled with some idiotic blush-making sentimental slush by a ridiculous little French pickup.
Bravo, this is magnificent.
The utter insane selfishness of it. She knows quite well I had to go to my captain and beg him on my knees, on my knees, mind you, for special leave to get married. She knows quite well how difficult it is for me to get this leave because of that little trouble I had over my last 48. And there she is, gallivanting about the park with a great big beefy brute of a bombardier, while I, her true fiancé, am left alone to face disgrace and degradation, my social life ruined and my naval career blighted before it's begun.
Bravo! Bravo! It is a fine race. Well done, Milord Bobby.
What's all the noise about?
Oh, good Lord. What are you doing here, Mabel?
I don't know. I thought perhaps you could tell me.
Do you mean to say you've been up in the kitchen all this time?
I suppose I must have been. I've only just come to hear this extraordinary roaring coming from down here. Are you still rehearsing Hamlet, darling? Oh, my poor little back. I've slept in some funny places in my time, but never before in a kitchen armchair.
I'm most terribly sorry. I'm afraid I clean forgot about you up there. Do forgive me, won't you?
Oh, don't be silly, darling. You've had a lot to cope with tonight, haven't you?
Rather more than usual, I admit.
Poor lamb. Can I have a drink?
Yes, of course, I'll get it.
Is Elizabeth leaving you?
Looks like it.
For, Monsieur here?
No, mademoiselle, for Lieutenant Malveni.
Oh, that's one better, I suppose, but she's still a bit cuckoo.
Perhaps she's not thinking in terms of pounds, shillings, and pence, mademoiselle?
I never suggested she was. I meant she was cuckoo because the man she's turned down is 10 times more attractive than the man she's turned him down for.
Possibly you are prejudiced, mademoiselle.
I'm never prejudiced about men. Why, look at Bobby. What more could any girl want?
Oh, you just like sailors. That's your trouble. Here's your drink.
Ah, precious. Like sailors? Of course I do. Oh, I'll just finish this, then I'll start my long trek home.
How are you going to get to Kensington at this time of night? We'll never get a taxi for you now.
Oh, that's all right. I can walk.
No, of course you can't walk. I know. You can go in Horton's bed.
What about Horton?
He can go on the sofa.
What about myself?
Yes, well, there's nothing else for it. You'd better go in with me. It hardly looks as if Lieutenant Mulvaney is going to honor me with his company in my bed tonight.
I'm beginning to learn the meaning of the term gentleman.
Just a minute, Mabel. I'll get you something to sleep in.
Bobby's terribly upset, I suppose, about Elizabeth.
Surprisingly so, mademoiselle.
Why surprisingly? He's in love with the girl.
His grave, thank heavens, is in a repulsive-looking coma. Here you are. Blue, to match your eyes. Mabel, my dear, will you marry me?
Ah. Why?
Because I love you very much.
Why else?
Because we get on well together, and I think you'd make me a very good wife.
Yes, darling. Why else?
Because if I don't marry someone this leave, I'm going to get into trouble with my captain.
Bobby, you are heaven. You don't really want to marry me. Can't you think of anyone else?
No, there isn't anyone else.
With $2 million and a title, you can afford the very best.
I don't want the very best, I want you. I mean, of course, if you'd rather not.
Bobby, my precious, you don't think any girl in her senses would turn you down, do you?
One girl has.
She's not in her senses. I am. Still, before I definitely commit you, hadn't you better think hard and see if there really isn't someone you'd rather marry than me?
All right. No, there's only Lucy Scott, and she's taller than I am.
She's an awfully nice girl, though.
Yes, but I don't think I like her awfully.
Well, of course, if you don't like her awfully...
No, there really is only you. Do marry me.
If I say yes, you won't try and back out, will you?
No, of course not.
Whatever happens?
Whatever happens.
Promise?
Promise.
I don't want to be made what I believe is called the laughing stock of London. All right, Bobby, darling. I'll marry you.
Thanks. Awfully.
Permit me to congratulate you both.
Were you there all the time? I ought to have sent you up to the kitchen.
I'm glad you did not. I have never before attended at an English proposal. I would not have missed it for the world.
Tell me, darling, is he being rude?
Yes, of course he is. But let me tell you, Monsieur What's-Your-Name, I've been proposed to by hundreds of Frenchmen in my time, as well as all sorts of Poles, Czechs, Norwegians, and the rest. And I'd far rather have an honest, straightforward English proposal like Bobby's than all that hand-kissing and arm-stroking and, oh, but Mademoiselle is so intoxicating stuff that you people hand out. So now you know.
In theory, you should work out very well.
And in practice?
My dear friend, you have my very, very deepest, best wishes.
Oh. Well, anyway, they can't put me in irons now, can they? I'll just nip upstairs and turf Horton out of bed.
Les Anglais sont tout à fait fous. Tout à fait. Hello, Grèce Hotel. Has Lady Elizabeth Randall come in yet? Not yet. No message.
Come along in, Joe.
Ah, so you are back, yes?
Well, Frenchie, how you been?
Very well, thank you. And you?
Oh, we've had a wonderful time, haven't we, Liz?
Wonderful, Joe.
You have been in Hyde Park?
Sure. How'd you guess?
The most heavenly night. It was a glorious full moon.
Look, buddy, do you mind fading away for a second? I got a couple of things I still want to say to Liz.
Very well.
Well, Liz?
Well, Joe?
I guess this is where we say it.
I guess it is.
You're sure this is the way you want it?
Yes, Joe. And so are you.
I don't know so much about that.
Dulcie to you.
She's a good girl, Liz. Maybe one of these days I'll tell her about you.
I should be careful about that. You wouldn't want to spoil Anglo-American relations now, would you?
She'd understand. So, this is where we say it.
This is where we say it. Goodbye, Joe.
Goodbye, Liz. Come here.
No, Joe.
Oh, come on, Liz. You can't say goodbye forever to a guy standing 50 feet away from him.
Have you forgotten I'm getting married today?
What about yesterday morning, then?
Well, that was different. You thought I was a trollop.
What did you think I was?
One day I'll write and tell you. Now I'll just say goodbye.
Oh, I'm most terribly sorry to interrupt, but the Duke is anxious to talk to you, mon lieutenant. He is in the bedroom.
Oh, okay. Don't they ever knock on doors in France? Hello there, Duke.
Is Daddy still here? Well, I'd better see him, too.
No, wait an instant, milady. I must say it. I shall say it. You are making a hideous, terrible mistake.
What?
Turn back while there is still time. Turn back before you ruin yet two more lives.
Oh, go away, you silly little man.
Silly little man I may be to you now, milady, but the day will dawn when you will see me in a different light. Well, what is it American to you? Nothing. No more than a single evening of voluptuousness.
Oh, is that all he is?
Don't pay any attention to him, Joe. Oh, hello, Daddy.
I say this is capital news. Capital, so you come to your senses at last, have you, my dear? I never doubted it. I know you too well. Headstrong, like to kick over the traces once in a while. But no harm done. Just like your mother. There never was any truth in that Charlie Babington story. It's Robert. Robert, my boy, let me be the very first to congratulate you.
Thank you, sir.
You're a sly dog, Robert, I must say. How'd you pull it off, eh? That's what I want to know.
Well, it wasn't awfully difficult.
Just a minute, Daddy. I don't think Bobby can possibly know what you're talking about. Well, Joe, you tell him, will you?
Okay. Yeah, Bobby, Elizabeth has turned me down flat because she says she's now quite sure she's in love with you.
Oh.
Darling, is that all you're going to say? Just oh.
Don't worry, old girl. That's all he ever says, whatever you tell him. Isn't that so, Robert, my boy?
Yes, yes, sir.
Go on, Robert, you old stick. Just go ahead and tell her how happy you...
Darling, can you lend me a hand, please?
Babs!
Oh. Don't tell me. I know. Back to the kitchen. That was Miss Crumb, wasn't it?
Yes, dear. Little Mabs Crumb. A very decent sort.
In pyjamas, too.
Now, you mustn't get hold of the wrong end of the stick, old girl. As a matter of fact, Mabs has been popping in and out all evening, hasn't she, boy?
Yes, monsieur.
Certainly has, Duke.
Oh, now, don't you start saying, oh, now, look here, old girl. Mabs is a sweet little child, and we're all very fond of her, but she means nothing in the world to Robert, does she, my boy?
Yes, sir. Or rather, no, sir. I mean...
Well, go on, out with it. Does she or does she not?
Well, you see, the fact is, I've just asked her to marry me.
You what?
It is true, monsieur. I heard him. I even, I'm afraid, encouraged the match.
Will you kindly keep out of this, you interfering little jackanapes?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, Jack's-napes?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, Jacques? Don't tell him, someone.
Imbecile.
You're an interfering little imbecile. Allez-vous-en. Retournez au kitchen.
Imbecile? Par exemple.
Now, Robert, what's this all about? Must be out of your mind. You say you've asked Mabs Crumb to marry you?
Yes, sir.
But in heaven's name, what?
Well, I thought it was rather a good idea.
A good idea to marry
Oh,
that
Daddy, there's no point in going on like this. Take me home, please.
In a minute.
No. You had a perfect right to do what you like, I suppose, Bobby. After all, I did turn you down.
Elizabeth,
Come on, Daddy.
All right, my dear. I'm sure I don't want to stay another minute in the house of a raving madman. Come along.
I didn't make love to her, you know.
Oh, didn't you? Why not?
She wouldn't let me. Congratulations on getting yourself engaged again.
Thank you. I'm going to murder that wretched little Colbert.
You and me both, brother. Here he is.
Tiens, I see I'm faced by the Anglo-Saxon bloc again.
Well, it has been a full night.
I think, Milord Bobby, I shall avail myself of your kind invitation and stake out a claim on your bed.
Is he sleeping in our bed?
Yes, he is. Come on, Joe.
After you, monsieur.
Mais que voulez-vous?
You'll see.
Eh bien, vive la France.
Morning, Your Grace. Hey, my taxi, will you? I have no change. Very good, Your Grace. Nobody awake?
All three young gentlemen were asleep when I went in just now. I shook the shoulder nearest the wall, which I took to be his lordship's, but which proved to belong to the American gentleman. He told me to scram, which I understood to mean that they all passed a restless night, did not wish to be disturbed, and required no breakfast.
You heard the news, I suppose, Horton?
About his lordship's engagement to Miss Crumb. Yes, Your Grace, he told me last night. I did attempt to indicate my disapproval with one of my looks, but for once he seemed quite unshaken. Oh, here is Miss Crumb now. I'll go and pay that taxi.
Hello, Tibby. It was you at the door, was it?
Yes, Mabs. Good morning. I came round specially to see you.
Did you, Tibby? How sweet of you.
No, it's not sweet of me at all. I want to talk to you seriously on a most urgent matter.
All right, then. Fire away.
Cigarette?
Thanks. Go on, Tibby. Don't keep me in suspense.
Well, I hardly know how to begin. Mabs, have you ever heard a zippy snapped?
Yes, of course, Tibby. Don't you remember you showed me one once? It didn't work.
Didn't it? Astonishing thing. Faulty zipper, I suppose. Anyway, it's a wonderful invention, my dear. It'll revolutionize women's dress. None of this tiresome zipping and unzipping. Just snip, snap, there you are, ready to go out. Oh, by the way, before we go any further, let me be the first to congratulate you on your engagement to young Robert. He's a blithering young idiot, of course, in many ways, but that's beside the point. Anyway, my dear, I hope you'll both be very happy. And now, returning to Zippy Snaps.
Tibby, I've no money at all.
I am, my dear. It's not your money that we want, it's you.
Me?
Exactly. Zippy Snaps will, as we develop, cater mainly for the feminine section. I, as chairman of the board of directors, have always maintained that what the board needs is new blood, and if possible, feminine blood.
You want me on the board of directors?
We do, my dear. You're exactly the sort of director, or directress rather, that we require. A smart, young, enterprising girl with a very well-developed business sense.
Yes. And the fact that I'm the future Countess of Harpenden has nothing to do with it, I suppose.
Well, of course, it's no good trying to hoodwink you, I can say. Well, that is, I admit, a consideration. A title, and that title especially, will look very well on the prospectus.
Supposing I wasn't going to marry Bobby, would you still want me?
Well, of course, my dear, of course. I've told you it's your talent and business acumen we want. Oh, but you are going to marry Bobby, aren't you?
Well, he's asked me to, and I've said yes.
Capital. Well, then the whole thing's fixed. I rang up my fellow director this morning, and he agreed with the project entirely. The board, in fact, is unanimous. Well, what do you say?
All right, Tibby.
We'll get the whole thing signed, sealed, and delivered, and then we'll surprise young Robert with it. My word, won't he be proud of his little Mabs when he finds out what's happened to her? Let me see, is there a typewriter here?
I don't think so. Why?
Well, I thought I'd just type out a couple of letters, perfectly legal. One from me to you, the other from you to me. Then we can each sign them when the thing's done. Horton. Horton.
By the way, Tibby, who's your fellow director?
Lord Finchingfield.
What? Not poor old Finchy. Is he out again now?
Well, yes, Your Grace. Oh, Horton, does his lordship keep a typewriter in his chambers?
No, Your Grace, but I do.
Oh, where is it?
Up in the kitchen, Your Grace.
Lead me to it then, Horton. Now, don't go away now, Mabs. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Okay. All right, Horton. I'll answer it. Good morning, Lady Elizabeth. Good morning. Come in. I thought it was you. Couldn't you get here any sooner? I came as quickly as I could. I had to finish my packing. I'm glad you did come anyway. You were so rude to me on the phone, I thought you wouldn't. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Do you mind saying what you have to say fairly quickly, as I have to catch a train at 10:45?
I won't keep you more than 5 minutes. Bobby told you he'd asked me to marry him, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you that I'd accepted him?
No, but then he hardly needed to tell me that.
Well, I did accept him anyway. And do you know why?
I think I can guess.
I doubt very much if you can. Because I'm very fond of him and because I thought I'd make him a good wife.
Really?
He needs someone to take care of him, and I thought I'd be able to do that very well.
I agree that you've never seemed to find much trouble in taking care of yourself.
Yes. Unlike you, I had to, you see.
You've managed very well.
Thank you. I haven't done too badly for myself, I must say.
To be the Countess of Harpenden is quite an achievement.
Yes. It would have been, I suppose.
Why? It would have been.
Oh, because I'm not going to go through with it. That's what I wanted to tell you.
Are you serious?
Perfectly. I told you I was very fond of him, didn't I? That's why I can't marry him. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
It does really, if you think it out. Look, Ducky. Oh, sorry, Lady Elizabeth. You can't imagine anyone behaving as badly from your standards as I do without, well, financial considerations being involved, can you? Well, it's not like that with me. I simply like men.
Oh.
Now, last night up in the kitchen, I told Bobby that if I married him, I'd stay faithful to him, and I meant it. But this morning, in the cold, clear light of dawn, I just knew I couldn't go through with it.
I must say I'm surprised.
My dear, I'm amazed. But there it is. I'm throwing your earl back in your face. Do you still want him?
I don't know.
He still wants you.
Is Bobby in there?
All the allies are in there.
Do you think you could get him out without waking the others?
I'll try, but it won't be easy. Oh, by the way, if you're getting married this morning, it's very unlucky to see him.
Married this morning? Oh, have you put all the guests off? Oh, no, we didn't have time. They're going to make an announcement.
Well, that's fine. If you hurry, you can still make it. It's a pity to disappoint all the guests.
Oh, yes, but, I don't know. Well, anyway, I must see him.
All right, then. Auntie Mabel will fix it. Now, you stand up there against the wall so you can't be seen. And I'll do the rest. Wake up, Bobby. Put on your dressing gown and come out. I've got a surprise for you.
Oh, all right.
There's a good boy. And you're to keep your eyes tight shut and don't open them till I tell you, or it'll spoil it.
All right, all right. But why have I got to keep my eyes closed? What is this?
Darling, I'm not going to marry you.
Aren't you?
No, keep them shut.
Aren't you, Mabel? Why?
Well, there really isn't time to go into that just now.
Do you really mean you're turning me down?
Flat.
Oh. I'm very upset.
That remark would have more conviction if you could get rid of that joyous trill in your voice. Bobby, how much do you love Elizabeth?
Very much.
That's what I thought. Well, keep your eyes shut and don't open them until you hear the door shut. And don't look round when you do. For the very last time in my life, I'm going up to your kitchen. Bobby?
Yes? Elizabeth?
You knew I was here?
I've guessed it.
Is that why you said you loved me very much?
No, that's the truth.
Do you know why we mustn't look at each other this morning?
I guessed that too.
Do you still want to marry me, darling?
More than anything on earth.
In spite of everything that's happened?
If you still want to marry me, that's good enough.
I do still want to marry you much more than ever before.
In spite of having no white-hot burning thingamy for me?
White-hot burning thingamy is a mistake. It may be all right for some people, but not for me.
I think I ought to warn you that I'm a doomed man.
Doomed, darling? To what?
Extinction, I think.
I don't mind, provided we both get extinguished together.
That's by far the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
I can think of a nicer thing I might say. It's true, too.
What's that?
I'm in love with you, Bobby.
Yes. That is even nicer.
Oh, don't look round. I'll see you in 5 minutes' time. In church. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Gosh. Hey, you two, wake up. Help me, Grace. I'm getting married. Horton, bring my boots down, iron my collar, and step on it, for heaven's sake.
Hey, what's all the noise about?
What has happened? I'm getting married.
Yeah, I know.
You don't know. You can't possibly know.
I've had no time to iron your collar, my lord. Is it very urgent?
Of course it's very urgent. I'm getting married in 5 minutes. Hell, 3 minutes. Out of my way, you two. Got to get dressed.
Who is his lordship marrying in 3 minutes?
Search me.
Oh, confound this jersey. Does one get married in a gas mask?
Depends on who you're marrying.
Oh, we did. I mean, does one carry a gas mask, full dress and all that? Do you know, Horton?
I fancy not, my lord. I'm not sure if the rule applies to ratings, of course, but my brother, who is a lieutenant commander, did not carry his at his wedding.
Oh, all right, Horton. Jump to it, man, for heaven's sake.
Hey, wait a minute. He wants to know who you're marrying, and so do we.
Didn't I tell you? Elizabeth?
I'm most relieved, my lord. You'll be leaving for Oxford after the wedding?
Yes, Horton.
Very good, my lord.
Gee, Bobby, I don't know what to say.
I'll take it as said. Thanks, Joe.
I, on the other hand, do know what to say. England has once again muddled salt.
I say, Horton.
Just a moment, Your Grace. We're very busy.
Oh, gosh, is that old poop here? Quick, into the bedroom, both of you. If you're coming to the wedding, you've got to get dressed.
What the devil's going on?
Hello, sir. See you in church.
See me in church? Now, what the dickens did he mean by that?
I've no idea, Kitty.
See me in church? Has the boy gone off his rocker?
Yes, Ducky, I expect so.
Oh, well, here are the papers.
Where do I sign?
The bottom, here.
Mabel Crump.
Oh, Horton. Oh, excuse me, Your Grace, please. What on earth's the matter with Horton?
Oh, darling, I don't know. Sign that nice letter.
Oh, yes, of course. Let's see.
Pardon me, Duke. What? Hey, Bobby, which drawer's that ring in?
Right-hand top.
Okay, I got it. Thanks, Duke.
You infernal cowpunch. Has everyone gone raving mad in this house this morning?
Go on, Tibbity. I'm late for the office already.
There it is, madam, my dear. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Mabel, darling, smooth my collar.
There you are. Oh, Bobby, isn't it lovely? I've just been made a director of Zippy Snaps Incorporated.
Have you, Mabel? Aren't you a clever girl?
I've had the most wonderful time. What with your 2,000 and being made a director.
2,000? That's a neat little engagement present, I must say.
What does he mean?
Oh, I don't know, darling. I think he's batty this morning. Goodbye, Bobby.
Oh,
Aren't you coming?
No, I've got to go to work.
Oh, goodbye then, darling. You've been an angel.
Not really. I'd have made an awful muck of it, I know.
I wish you were coming to the church.
You better not. I might suddenly change my mind. Goodbye, Bobby, dear. Goodbye, Sippy, darling. See you on the board.
Why do you wish she were coming to the church? Why did you say you'd see me in church? What's all this church nonsense?
Well, heavens, don't you know?
No, what?
I'm marrying your daughter.
You're married back. God bless my soul. Wait.
2 minutes ago.
Hey, Maps! Maps, wait a minute. I want to see you, Maps.
Hey, listen, Bobby. I'm going to be your best man, aren't I?
On the contrary, he agreed that it was I who had the first claim.
First claim, nothing. I like that, after doing your level best to gum up the entire work.
I to gum up the works? Who was it who rendered the bride insensible from drink?
Say, listen, there's only one way to settle this. Craps. Here we are. The fair play.
Very well, the fair play.
Little 9 for Caroline, 5 and 4. Hit that floor.
What's going on here?
They're playing to see who's going to be best man.
God bless my soul. What next?
Come up for baby. Baby want to be best man.
This baby wants to be best man.
Which do you fancy, Robert, my boy? France or America?
I don't care.
Well, you take America, then I'll take France.
All right.
500?
Right. 500.
Done. Monsieur, I put a monkey on you.
Comment, monsieur?
Je m'étais en Saint-Chevaux. So play up, monsieur, for the sake of the entente cordiale.
In While the Sun Shines by Terence Rattigan, adapted for radio by Cynthia Pugh, Ronald Lewis played Bobby. Horton was played by Lockwood West, Mulvaney by Warren Stanhope, Elizabeth by Kate Coleridge, Colbert by Philip Monet, Mabel by Margaret Wolfett, and the Duke by Peter Pratt. The play was produced by Archie Campbell.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, setting up shop as usual. And my stock in trade, as usual, is the unusual. I can offer you the unknown, the unexpected, and even the unearthly. It happens. Indeed, it happens to everyone. You find yourself in a strange city, and yet something inside you whispers, I have been here before. You see a strange face, but why is it so oddly familiar? They say history repeats itself. Therefore, we must repeat ourselves. If we are here now, then it follows we have been here before. And we shall be here again.
Come in, sir. Have a seat.
Thank you. You are Senor Barlow?
Yes, sir. Call me Pete. Now, I'd like to show you...
I must make sure that you are Peter Barlow.
You can ask my secretary. I'm Pete Barlow, sales manager for the development. And let me tell you, sir, this is a blue-chip investment. You'll double your money in 5 years.
I have not come here to buy land, Senor Barlow.
You haven't? Then why are you here?
I have come to collect a debt.
A debt?
That is correct, senor.
What do you claim I owe you?
You owe me your heart.
Our mystery drama, The Golden Blood of the Sun, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Forsythe and Rita Gam. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Ladies and gentlemen, today our man in the street interview comes to you from Big City, USA. Excuse me, sir. What do you get high on?
I beg pardon?
You know, what do you turn on with?
Well, you some kind of a cop? Well, it doesn't make any difference anyhow, because I don't use anything.
Then how do you get high?
Oh, I get high on a lot of things, like seeing my kids start to walk or the first dandelions in the park, you know.
Anything else?
Yeah, getting tired gives me a high. If it's a tired, from something I like bowling with the guys or taking a long bike ride. But, hey, would you believe polishing my car gives me a high? And it's even legal.
In other words, then, you get a natural high.
Yeah, natural, that's it. Which, incidentally, doesn't mean that you're high all the time. It'd be unreasonable to expect to be high all the time, you know?
It's like getting high on life.
Sure, but you got to remember, getting high on life could be habit-forming.
This mini-interview is brought to you nationwide by the New York State Drug Abuse Control Commission.
For the best food anywhere in town, hop in the car and come on down and eat at your Wyatt Cafeteria. There's a handy Wyatt close to you. The food is great.
And thrifty, too.
At your nearby Wyatt Cafeteria.
Eat out at Wyatt's Cafeterias tonight. There's one in your neighborhood.
That's the goodness. It's cheaper than eating at home.
Eat at your nearby Wyatt Cafeteria.
Two things will happen to your air conditioning cost if you buy Carrier's Wrong One today. You'll beat the air conditioning price hike, and you'll save up to $72 a year on electricity. But wait, there's more. Carrier's SE Round Ones are twice as quiet as any other system on the market, and they're engineered to last. So save some money. Call your Carrier Dependable today.
Call Spencer Air Conditioning and Heating in Irving, your Carrier Dependable. For immediate installation, call Spencer Air Conditioning and Heating today.
They look down upon us from the walls of the museums, from the ruins of temples, those men and women who came before us in time. And what do we see when we gaze back? What do their faces tell us? We cannot say, because we no longer dream the dreams, nor do we see the visions of our ancestors. True, the past is preserved for us in stone and in bronze and on canvas, but it is merely the outer shell of the past. Where is the soul, the spirit, the beating heart? Especially the beating heart.
Yeah, the forecast is for rain again this weekend. Well, don't ask me what we're going to do. I'm just giving you the facts. Hold it, Bob, my other phone. Yes, Millicent, what is it? Send him in. Bob, I'll call you back. Right now I have to talk with the golden boy himself. Sit down, Peter.
Mr. Valentine, let's have this out right now. I know you don't like me.
I don't dislike you, Peter.
I know I wasn't your choice for general sales manager.
That's true. Peter, we go by the record. The record shows sales are down. Way down since you took over.
Well, we're selling a sun country resort. We're selling glorious weather. We simply haven't had any of that lately. We've had rain for the past 8 weekends in a row. Now, is that my fault?
Probably.
What are you saying?
Cause and effect. Before you came, we hardly ever had rain. Since you arrived, we've had nothing but. You could very well be a jinx.
Do you mean to tell me that you believe...
Peter, you're not a bad guy. You're even a pretty good salesman, but you're in the wrong place.
You've been trying to get rid of me since the day I arrived.
Peter, why do you insist on making this personal? You just aren't a sun country man. Go back home. You can do great in that ski development area in northern New England.
I can do great anywhere. I can sell anybody. I can sell anything. But I can't sell people if they don't show up. And they won't show up if it rains.
Exactly. Now, why suddenly does it rain here every weekend? The answer is you.
Mr. Valentine, you've stopped being funny.
I'm being scientific.
You have scientifically determined that I am the cause of the weekend rains.
Almost. But in all scientific investigation, a control is needed.
A control?
Exactly. We must establish what happens when you're not here. So take the weekend off.
What?
Go to Mexico City. Have a ball. The company will pick up the tab.
But the weekend is when I should be here selling.
Selling? To whom? Who comes in the rain? Now, this is Thursday, right?
Yes.
Suppose you go to Mexico City tomorrow morning, and we wind up having a beautiful sunny weekend here. Would that prove something?
My contract calls for me to be here every weekend.
Not if I send you to Mexico City on business.
What kind of business?
There's a Senor Mendoza who owns some property. We may buy it for a resort hotel. Go there, look it over. Give me your opinion.
Well, I've never been to Mexico City.
Great. You'll have the time of your life. It's just over the mountains. Take the company plane.
I suppose I get there, and it rains here anyhow.
That's what we want to find out, isn't it?
Senor Barlow?
Yes?
Welcome to Mexico City. My father, Senor Mendoza, sent me to meet you.
How do you do?
My name is Irina.
Mine is Peter.
Please come with me. I have the car. You'll be our guest.
Oh, I made a reservation at our hotel here.
No, my father insists.
Well, that's very kind of him.
You will be wined, you will be dined, entertained.
That won't be hard to take.
And you will probably decide to advise your company to buy the estate.
What makes you so sure?
Because you will fall in love with it.
How do you know that?
Everyone does. And yet, I hope you will decide against buying it.
You do? Why?
This is the car.
Why do you hope I'll decide against buying it?
Do you like music?
Love it.
Then let's have some.
And now, why do you hope I'll decide against buying it?
I happen to be in love with it.
That's a very good reason.
But we must sell it. We need the money.
Yes, well, money in the end becomes the best of all reasons.
Why do you keep staring at me?
Well, was I staring?
Yes.
Well, you're probably the prettiest girl in Mexico City.
You were staring as if you knew me.
How could I know you? I've never been here before.
But I don't understand. That you look familiar to me, too. As if I knew you a long time ago.
Well, I'll tell you what that is. There are just so many basic facial types in the world. So a great many people are going to look alike.
I don't mean that. I have the feeling that I knew you once. Gold eagles?
Hold my hand, dearest one. Don't be frightened.
Will they kill us, gold eagles?
No, they would have killed us during the raid. See, they're being kind to us.
Why? And where are they taking us?
They're taking us to their city, to Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan.
What are you saying?
Who? Me? Nothing.
But you are. You keep on muttering. Tenochtitlan.
What?
Yes, Tenochtitlan.
I can't even say it.
You mean you've never heard that name before?
Is it a name?
Yes, Tenochtitlan. It was the ancient Aztec name for Mexico City.
What is that again?
Tenochtitlan. But why should you keep repeating it over and over?
I have no idea. I guess it's just another one of those crazy things that seems to be happening to me ever since I came to this country.
Irina, Senor Barlow's plate is empty. Please help him to some more.
No, thank you, Senor Mendoza. No more of anything.
If we are going to show Senor Barlow the estate, we should. His time is valuable.
I can assure you, Senor, I'm in no hurry.
The story is told of the gods, the ancient gods of this country, the greatest god of all, the supreme god of the Aztecs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is nothing.
Such a beautiful, delicate coffee cup. I'm so sorry.
But this was its ordained
I don't
fate.
understand how I could have dropped it.
No one lives. Nothing lasts forever.
What? What did you say?
I said, if I can remember. If I can remember. Our lives, Gold Eagle, must reconcile the opposites, age and youth, good and evil. We are born only that we may die.
But not to die young.
You were willing to die young to defend your city against us. Will you die young for your God?
Tezcatlipoca is not my God. He is the God of the Aztec. He is your God.
He is the supreme God of all Mexico. He is the mighty, the immortal, the magnificent Tezcatlipoca. Come, Gold Eagle. If he needs a few drops of blood, whose blood is it? Yours? It was always his.
I will not accept Tezcatlipoca. I will not.
Another cup of coffee, Senor Barlow?
Senor Barlow? Father, is something wrong with him?
Tezcatlipoca.
Senor.
What is it? Yeah.
Why do you keep saying Tezcatlipoca?
What am I saying?
Over and over again, Tezcatlipoca. What does that name mean to you?
Nothing. I don't know who or what it is. I never heard of it.
Tezcatlipoca is the supreme god of the Aztecs.
Really?
The god of the sun.
The sun?
Now, why should you, a perfect stranger in this country, keep saying the name of the ancient sun god? Have you ever studied the history of the ancient Mexican people?
No. Well, the truth is, I'm really not very much of a history student.
While you were saying this name, were you looking at anything?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, it could have been a dream. Therefore, you might have been somewhere talking to someone.
No, wait. I seem to be aware of a golden glow.
Uh-huh. And
that's all.
Have you... I don't even know how to say this, but have you had any unusual thoughts about the sun lately?
The sun? It's odd that you should bring that up, but I've been accused...
Yes, you've been accused?
You know the resort that my company is developing in the valley?
Yes.
How often does it rain in that part of the world normally?
Well, a few sprinkles, perhaps, over the course of a year.
Well, there have been steady downpours for the past 8 weekends.
Oh, no. No, I find that impossible to believe.
My project manager holds me responsible.
For the rain?
Yes, the man said that I'm a jinx. He sent me here to prove that with me gone, there'll be sunshine back at the project.
Excuse me. Hello?
Mr. Peter Barlow, please.
One moment. Senor Barlow.
Thank you. Oh, hello?
Peter.
Yeah? Oh, yes, Mr. Valentine.
Thought you'd want to know. There's been a sudden shift in the weather. Not a cloud in sight. We've got a brilliant gold sun and a deep blue sky. How about that?
How about that indeed? You may say coincidence. Then I may ask, what is a coincidence? Mr. Webster says it's an accidental concurrence of unrelated events. Very good. But is there truly such a thing as an accident? Aren't all things, great and small in this world, somehow tied together? Not by accident, but by design. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
When you feel like having a cold Budweiser, do you automatically reach for a glass? Well, sure, Bud's a great beer any way you drink it. But without a glass, you're really missing something. Now, take that wonderful Budweiser head of foam, for instance. Those bubbles, tiny though they are, still amount to something pretty special at the top of your glass. Taste appeal and eye appeal. 2 results of exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation. It takes a lot longer to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference that you can taste. That's why when you say Budweiser, you've really said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Stove, refrigerator, dishwasher. You know why most kitchens end up looking just alike? You guessed it. because most people who design kitchens think just alike. But the thing is that you're not just like everyone else. And with the St. Charles Kitchen through the Brad Pence Company, 2821 Ruth, we think and we ask. We think about the woman, or man for that matter, who's going to use the kitchen. We ask how much counter and storage space will be needed, how often meals are prepared, and for how many people. We ask many more critical questions, including whether you're left or right-handed. It's with this advanced planning that you can have top-quality cabinetry and maximum convenience in your kitchen. The conclusion is that this is not the easiest way to design a kitchen, but it explains why most St. Charles kitchens aren't alike. So when it comes to remodeling your kitchen or the design in a new custom home, consult the experts at Brad Pence Company, 2821 Ruth, your exclusive St. Charles designer across from the quadrangle.
How would you like to be Peter Barlow, a bright young man selling land in a Mexican resort, and discover that somehow you had upset the sun? Well, superstition may be superstition, but evidence is evidence. When Peter is in the area, it rains. When he's absent, there's sunshine. You can count on it. You can predict it. You can even bet on it.
Yes, indeed, Peter. We're having beautiful weather. The crowds are pouring in.
But
I'm already squared with New York. You've been transferred to the New England ski development.
You mean that the weather is sunny out at the development?
It's gorgeous. How's the weather in Mexico City?
It looks cloudy.
Frankly, Peter, I think you ought to run our hotels in London. See you around.
Bye. Well, I don't know what to say. The weather has just turned great in the valley.
I'm sure it's...
My dear, in this world, can we be sure of anything? I think we had better ride out to the estates.
It's lovely country.
Yes. At one time, my family owned a great deal of it. Now we just have the estate near Cuernavaca. Have you ever been there?
No, I'm afraid I've never even heard of it.
You never heard of the famous Cuernavaca?
No.
Well, perhaps you knew it by its ancient name of Guanajuac.
Well, what makes you think I would know that?
Well, you seem to have a knowledge of ancient Mexican names.
Well, I'm not aware of it. I don't know how...
Think. The name. Guanajuac.
But I never...
Just think.
What are you trying to...
I'm trying to help you.
Help me? To do what?
I don't know. What is it that you feel you must do?
I don't feel I have to do anything.
That is not true.
Why do you say that?
Father?
Yes, my dear?
We'll be passing near the temple. Shall we stop?
Yes. It might be interesting for Senor Barlow.
Well, I'm not much for sightseeing, but if it's interesting...
It does not look like very much right now, but the most dramatic of all the ceremonies took place right there.
Oh, what kind were they?
Human sacrifice.
Sounds barbaric.
In this temple, the high priest of Tezcatlipoca stood ready with the knife made of glass, black glass, and he would cut out the heart of the victim.
That's not barbaric?
Oh, there was no pain. Death was immediate.
But the whole idea is...
Your idea, perhaps. But it was a ritual of a people whose civilization is not to be despised.
There's the temple, Father.
Yes, by the side of the lake. In the old days, they would arrive by boat. A very joyous procession.
That's the temple, that crumbling heap of stones?
It was never a splendid place. It was used just once during the year and for one purpose only. It was never taken care of. Hardly ever repaired. All that was needed was the stairway leading to a chamber at the top where an altar of stone and a priest with a knife of glass waited. Old Eagle.
Yes.
We have arrived. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Say goodbye now to soft cloud.
No, he must not go.
Children. This was agreed to.
Why must he die?
He will not die. He becomes part of the body and the spirit, the flesh and the blood of Tezcatlipoca.
No!
Are you a royal princess or a slave girl? You know your duty.
Don't go, Gold Eagle. Refuse.
Refuse? Refuse?
They can't compel him.
Oh, yes. Yes, you may refuse, Gold Eagle, and spend the rest of your life as a slave.
But it will be life.
And you will spend every lifetime till eternity as a fugitive from the wrath of Tezcatlipoca.
You have no right to say anything. It is for him to decide.
He has already agreed. Gold Eagle.
His heart will be of no use to Tezcatlipoca if he is not freely given.
The sun is about to reach its highest point. You must decide, Gold Eagle. At this moment, we must know your decision.
Save yourself. Save yourself.
Speak.
I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Interested in seeing the temple, Senor Barlow? Senor Barlow.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Father, what is wrong with
Senor
you?
Barlow, are you all right?
I don't know what to do.
It isn't the first time, Father. Sometimes he seems to be off somewhere else and says things you just can't understand.
I don't know what to do.
Senor Barlow.
Well, I must have dozed off.
No, Senor. You were having a nightmare, or was it a hallucination?
I'm afraid I don't
Senor,
know.
something has happened to you since you arrived in this country?
Yes, I'm sure something has.
Irina, we shall not visit the estate today. Turn back to the city. Senor Barlow must see a doctor.
A doctor? No.
Why not?
Because I'm all right.
Is that true, Senor? Are you really all right?
Well, I find nothing wrong. Pressure's normal. Pulse, temperature. I've taken some blood tests, but I have no reason to suspect anything.
What is wrong with me, Doctor?
On the face of it, nothing. You seem to be excited.
Excited? That's not the half of it. My whole career is down the drain.
Oh, you're not even 30. How can you make a statement like that?
I staked my future in this development company. I was building toward the top, but now it's all over. I'm through here.
You seem to have an affinity for the old, that is, the pre-Columbian Mexico. And you can't account for it.
No, sir. No way.
When did it start?
When I arrived here a few months ago.
And you heard voices?
Yes, sir.
What were the voices saying?
Well, I seem to have been an Indian, a Quanahuac Indian. Don't ask me what that means. Only ask me where I heard the word. At first, they were just voices, but each day things became more and more clear.
How?
I see things.
Things?
Yes. A valley, a beautiful valley. There were lovely buildings, tall temples, babbling fountains, and everywhere graceful, handsome people. And I see myself walking with a man, an older man, my father.
Remember, my son, we are not warriors. We are singers, we are poets, painters, sculptors, craftsmen.
But the Aztec people, suppose they attack?
Then we shall fight as best we can.
Exactly, Father. Therefore, shouldn't we teach our young men the arts of war?
Gold Eagle, if we do so, then we shall become a nation of warriors. And thus, we shall have lost our culture in any event.
But it seems unfair.
No, the Aztecs will not destroy us. They raid us on occasion only because they must.
They must?
Yes. To keep the sun in the sky, they must sacrifice to him. And the sun god, Tezcatlipoca, accepts only the purest hearts. There are not enough of these among the Aztec people
so they must come to us.
I still say we must fight them.
I agree. But the best way to fight one's enemy is to be better than he is, and more worthy and precious to the gods.
Father, I cannot doubt your wisdom, but...
Doubt, my son. Doubt any man, but not the gods.
I cannot submit to the Aztec calmly.
You must.
I must.
It was foreseen at your birth, my son, that you would become a true child of Tezcatlipoca. Your blood would be his.
Me? A sacrifice to Tezcatlipoca?
I must not say sacrifice. A better and truer word would be gift. Yes, my son.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Don't understand.
Peter.
No, I don't understand.
Peter?
Yes, what is it?
Where were you?
Where was I?
Yes. For at least a minute, your mind was somewhere else. Are you going to tell me you don't know?
Well, it's too fantastic. You wouldn't believe it.
Try me.
I was in Guanajuato, the place I told you about.
Yes?
I'm young, I'm handsome, I'm everything a young prince should be. That's why my name is Gold Eagle. I soar above the crowd.
Well, that's a happy situation.
No, it isn't, because I'm fated to be captured by the Aztecs and sacrificed to the great god Tezcatlipoca.
At least that's a figment of your imagination.
How do I know so much about the mysterious past of a strange, unfamiliar country?
Well, there's a rational explanation.
Yes, what is it?
I don't know.
Well, then how can you say it?
The fact that I can't come up with an explanation right now doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, does it?
Doctor.
Yes?
Look outside your window. What do you see?
It's raining. Oh, but that's impossible. We never get rain this time of year.
And I'll tell you something else. It'll rain for as long as I'm here. The sun god is angry.
Well, he gets in deeper and deeper, doesn't he? For a man who's never been in this part of the world before, he seems to know quite a bit about its past. But hold on. Who says he's never been here before? We only have his word for it. But how does he know? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Now, one of television's and motion pictures' most popular stars, speaking from Hollywood, on the set for Your United Way.
This is Greg Morris. I think the thing that impressed me the most is the fact that we are getting mileage out of the dollars that we contribute to United Way. People are receiving professional care through United Way, which is the most economical way to give. You see, when you combine all of these agencies into one campaign, more of the dollars that you give actually go to the people who really need the money. Now, that makes no difference who you are, what color your skin is, what country your father came from. It's for all people. In our town, United Way is there when you need them. None of us is immune to the problems of alcoholism, mental health, kids mixed up with dope, crippled babies. So give your fair share. Thanks to you, it's working. The United Way.
We make saving easy for you.
Many customers tell us at Richardson Savings they like to do business on Saturdays. So we keep our Valley View Shopping Center office open every Saturday, 9 till 6. No matter which of our 7 convenient offices you normally use, you can make savings deposits and withdrawals, apply for loans, or cash checks on Saturdays at Richardson Savings Valley View Mall office. We're near the Preston Road entrance, making savings easier for you.
Suddenly, there are visions of a past, a splendid but barbaric past. Why should a young American, with no real interest in anything else except a career and the normal things young men are concerned with, why should he suddenly see himself as a tragic Indian prince, a designated victim of an Aztec sacrifice? Why? Well, it's always easier to ask a question than to answer it, no?
I know myself, Doctor. I know that I'm not the kind of a person who gets delusions.
Actually, Mr. Barlow, you are.
Doctor, it's raining. I'm a very down-to-earth guy who knows...
People like you are the ones who crack up first.
What do you mean, crack up?
Crack up, break down. It all comes to the same thing.
But I'm perfectly...
Yes? Perfectly what? Now, come now, Mr. Barlow. What's this nonsense about being in disfavor with the sun god and thereby causing rain?
The fact is, I am in disfavor with the sun god.
Let's hear those facts.
Now I know why. You see, the Aztecs did attack Guanajuato. One night, when we were sleeping peacefully, they descended upon the city. I was taken prisoner.
What are you telling me?
I remember now. Prisoner. But I wasn't beaten. I wasn't tortured. I was treated like a prince. And I was taken to the high priest of the Aztecs.
Welcome, Gold Eagle.
You know my name.
Your name is known throughout Mexico. Will you give me your blessing?
What?
May I have your blessing?
My blessing? I'm your prisoner.
No, not a prisoner, Gold Eagle, but a guest. An honored guest. A divine guest.
Me?
Surely, Gold Eagle, you must know the prophecy. You are the earthly body of Tezcatlipoca.
No. Oh, no.
And this year you shall dwell among us to guide us, advise us, even rule us.
I don't understand.
Why not? You have his heart.
But
And at the end of the stated year, as it is commanded, you shall return his heart to him.
Holy One, you must listen. I am not worthy
You
of such...
are modest, which is good.
But suppose I refuse?
How can you refuse? Why should you refuse? We only live because the mighty sun god gives us his blood. Is it unreasonable to give him a few drops of ours in return?
But suppose I still refuse?
Then live your life, whatever shall be left of it, as a slave in the mines, shunned and despised.
Yes? Go on, Mr. Barlow.
And in the end, I agreed. I agreed to live as a hero. I was adored by an entire nation. Well, what's the point? You don't believe a word of it.
Do you?
If it didn't happen, where is it coming from?
Well, as I say, there has to be a rational explanation.
Let me ask you something. This old religion, does it still exist?
I don't have any hard evidence one way or another. But,
But what?
No religion ever dies out completely, especially one that had such a powerful hold over so many people.
Then what you're saying is that there still could be some of this sun worship around here today.
A form of it, perhaps. Blended with the religions that came after it. Adapted to more modern times, of course.
Then it could be priests of this religion who...
What?
Who could be working on my mind somehow.
Tell me how.
I don't know how. Hypnotism, this whole thing about transfer of thoughts, you know, ESP.
Well, granted for the sake of argument, but how would they know about you? You, Peter Barlow.
I don't know. And it seems to me that I came here for answers, not for questions. Thank you for picking me up, Irina.
My father wants you to come back to the house. He believes you should do nothing. Just rest.
I hate to impose.
Oh, it's nothing. It makes him very happy. But I will say something else.
Yes?
I will say you must not come back.
No?
No. Please, let me drive you to the airport.
The airport? But why?
You must get board a plane at once.
What is it, Irina?
Leave this country.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because I love you.
What?
I love you.
But we only met yesterday.
No, I have always loved you.
Always? What do you mean by always?
My name is Soft Cloud.
Soft Cloud? How would you know the name?
I was given to you as a gift.
A gift?
That year of splendor. You could choose among all the princesses of Mexico for your consort. You chose me. You remember?
I'm going crazy.
None of this is a dream. Gold Eagle.
Gold Eagle? You even know that?
I have lived through it also. When the year ended, I couldn't bear to give you up. Give you up to the knife of black glass and the sacrifice, so I persuaded you to refuse.
I remember. I went into the mines.
And I went with you.
And it wasn't long before I was no longer handsome, and you were no longer beautiful.
I remember.
And I died very soon after. I was very young, I remember.
Yes.
What am I saying I remember for? I don't remember any of it. This is just some funny fantasy running through my brain. That's it. It's a fantasy, a hallucination.
No.
My name is Peter. No.
Once again, I ask you to refuse the knife.
What knife?
The sharp, black knife of glass that will enable your heart to be offered to the sun god.
Who's going to do that?
The high priest of the Aztec.
Well, that stuff died out hundreds of years ago.
Let us go to the airport. Peter, please. This time there are no mines, no slaves. We can live happily, perhaps this time.
I'll tell you what we should do. We should turn around and take you back to the doctor.
If you stay here, you'll die. Come in. I'll turn on the light.
What's in here?
Look.
It's
the chamber of the high priest himself. See? Here are the ceremonial headdresses, the robes, the ornaments of gold, and there...
I see.
...is the knife, the sharp and pointed knife of black glass.
To whom do these things belong?
I told you, Peter, to the high priest.
You talk of him as if he's still alive.
Still alive and very much alive. He's my father.
Your father? I don't believe any of this.
Peter, if you stay here, you'll die.
I can protect myself.
You will die willingly.
Oh, no, never.
It will seem right. You will become anxious to die. Please, Peter.
Peter. Interesting place, no?
Yes, sir.
It is my private museum. As you can see, so many of the artifacts of a forgotten civilization.
Forgotten?
Well, let us say, past.
I quite frankly don't know what's happened to me. Actually, since I came to this country, I'm not even sure who I am. Sometimes
How many people really know who they are?
Your daughter tells me that my life is in danger.
Danger?
Yes, that I'll die if I stay here. What do you say to that?
That depends on what you mean by die.
Look, I was sent here to examine an estate you have for sale. May I see it now?
Are you well enough?
I'm fine, just fine. Somehow I got mixed up with some superstitious nonsense, but I can shut that out of my mind. Let's go.
As you wish.
Now, as I understand it, the estate is well over 1,000 acres.
Yes.
It has a lake.
Yes.
And that means a golf course could be...
Irina, my dear.
Yes, Father.
Stop here, please.
Why, Father?
Why? Isn't it obvious?
Father, no.
Why did we stop?
Look. Over there. To your left.
It's the temple.
I still don't know why we stopped.
To complete your bargain with the sun god.
Bargain? What bargain?
To pay pay your debt.
You're crazy.
Or am I? Come. Put on this white robe, this pure white robe, and we shall mount these steps to the sacred chamber.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him, Gold Eagle.
Gold Eagle?
Yes, my son. You are Gold Eagle, and she is Soft Cloud, and I am the High Priest. And the three of us have been here before, and all of us have played our roles before. Come. Follow me. I am waiting.
Don't go. Don't go.
This is what she must say to you. She represents the flesh, the present, the here, the now. She is the temptation of the world. She is being true to her mission. She has convinced you in the past, so many times in the past.
What do you mean, so many times?
The first time, when I was the Aztec High Priest, and you were the golden captive of the Quanahuac. There have been other times since then. Do you remember?
No.
Tezcatlipoca waits. He has given you his blood, his heart. He waits for you to return them. He waits through all your lifetime.
No!
Soft Cloud. Verena. I love you, but I'm tired of escaping. I want to go back.
No.
Back where I belong, back to Tezcatlipoca.
Come with me.
Come with me, my son. Put on your white robe.
Gold Eagle.
Remember the first time, Soft Cloud. We came by boat, and the people followed us along the shore. And there was singing and cheering. For me, Tezcatlipoca. For me, the sun god. I was to return to my place in the sky.
Peter, please.
See the clouds? I must return.
My son, let us walk up the steps together to the sacred chamber.
Do you have the knife of black glass?
It is in my robe.
I give it my blessing.
The sun is starting to break through the clouds.
Very soon now. I shall be back in the sky. Priest, let us go forward. Priest, I have had a strange vision. I dreamed I had refused to be sacrificed.
You, Gold Eagle? Impossible.
I dreamed I was born again. In the future.
Indeed. A dream?
The future is a place of many wonders. And I had believed that the sun god no longer ruled. And then one day, he called to me.
Have you ever doubted the sun god?
Never.
We are here, Gold Eagle.
Be quick, priest. Be quick.
Hello?
Hello, is Peter Barlow there?
Who?
Peter Barlow.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's no such person here.
Is this the home of Senor Mendoza?
Yes, I'm his daughter, Irina.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I sent him to see your father's estate.
I know nothing about that.
I called him there the day after he arrived. I spoke with him.
That's impossible, Senor. My father and I have been in Europe. We only returned home last evening.
But I made arrangements with Senor Mendoza for Mr. Barlow to see the estate.
I'm sorry, Senor. You must be mistaken.
Peter Barlow disappeared. He was never seen or even heard of again. And we really don't know what happened. Maybe the old religion survives. Or maybe Peter may have looked at Trina in a way that old man Mendoza didn't like. What's positive is the fact that this is a world of endless possibilities. The only sure thing is that I shall be back shortly.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your coat to contact. The sooner the better.
The common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then, ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1. You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in Contact 600 Tiny Type pills.
Give your cold to contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact. Only as directed.
They were another people, those who lived in the past. They were powered by other drives, other forces. They were people of faith, people of vision. Everything they built was for the glory of their gods. They will be remembered for their magnificent temples and their enduring belief. And what shall we be remembered for? Our cast included John Forsythe, Rattigan, Arnold Moss, and Barry Kroger. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
What do you want? I want things as they are right now.
I don't know what that means.
I want you to keep living in fear, filled with fright, worrying, wondering what I'm going to do about you.
That's all you want?
It's enough.
Why? What did I ever do to you?
What did you ever do to me? Oh, how dare you ask that?
I ask because I don't know.
You killed the man I loved.
The man you loved?
You killed Scott Partridge.
He didn't even know you were alive.
Does that matter? Can you live without the sun? Does the sun know you're alive?
You loved Scott?
Love? Oh, what a weak, fragile word. I adored him. I worshipped him. And you killed him.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
In The Long Sunset by R.C. Sheriff, Julian is played by Stephen Murray, Serena, his wife, by Pauline Letts, and Arthur by Julian Glover. The year is 410 A.D. The Long Sunset.
Visitors seem to be unusual at Julian's house these days. Farm seems pretty prosperous, though. I wish my men looked as well fed as those sheep. Here's someone. You remember me, Luger?
Yes, sir. You are the Tribune, Marcus Septimus. We had no news that you were coming. Come in, sir. If you'll wait a moment, sir, the master's not here at present.
Very well.
In here, sir. I'll tell the mistress you're here, sir.
Thank you.
Everything just the same. Solid. Roman. The altar to the family god. What was his name now? Oh, yes. Sylvanus. Oh. Oh. This is new. A little Christian shrine. Well, well. Julian? I wonder. No. More probably Serena. Ah, Serena.
Marcus, it's wonderful to see you again. It's ages.
Yes. It's a long time. You haven't changed. You quite put me to shame. I'm older, graver, shabbier, I'm afraid.
No, we're none of us any younger. But why didn't you send word you were coming? Julian would have been here to meet you.
Is Julian away?
Oh, no, he's out on the farm. But he'll be delighted to see you. We haven't had a real visitor, for years.
Oh.
But I thought you were stationed up in York.
I've marched a detachment down to Richborough. I saw them fed and made them as comfortable as I could in the fort. The quartermaster there ought to be hanged. There was practically nothing in the storeroom.
What? Really?
Then, as soon as I'd made my arrangements with the harbour master, I came straight over to see you and Julian.
Richborough?
Are you... wonderful blackberries this year, Mum. Masses of them. Oh, I'm sorry.
Here's an old friend, Paula. You remember Paula, Marcus?
Yes, of course.
Have you come to take Otho with you?
Otho?
Don't tell me you've forgotten Otho. If you still think he's a little boy, you'll get the surprise of your life. He's enormous now.
Last time you were here, you promised to take him to York when he was old enough and train him to be an officer.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I remember.
We've given up the business in Canterbury, you know, for the time being. We had to. Most of the best wine came from Spain, but they've had so much trouble over there, the vineyards were ruined. As for Italy, well, we haven't had any wine from them for years. Came by sea, and the pirates used to sink the ships.
So you decided to be farmers?
Well, until things get right again. It was a wrench for Julian to close the offices. It was such an old family business, you know, one of the oldest in Britain. But he's done wonderfully well on the farm.
Here's Father coming now.
Here's Marcus come to see us, Julian.
Marcus, this is wonderful.
Ah, you're looking well, Julian.
Well, farming, that's what does it. It's too late to show you around tonight, but tomorrow we'll make a day of it. How long are you staying?
I must go before it's dark.
Oh, well, that's ridiculous. You must stay.
Oh, I wish I could. But I've brought some men down from the north, and we're sailing tonight. So, this is Otho.
What do you think of him? You'll make a fine young centurion by the time you put him through it.
I'm 18 next month, sir. You said when I was 18.
Will you be coming back soon?
I hope so.
Could you give me a letter, sir, to the Legion Commander at York? I could go there at once and start my training. Now, I'd like to serve in a cavalry regiment, if there's any chance.
Marcus, it's a pity you can't stay a few days to see what we're doing here. I reckon this is one of the best farms in Britain now. Serena told you we've closed the old wine business?
Yes.
We've always kept this old place for holidays, and when I looked round and saw what a hopeless mess these fools have got the empire into, I made up my mind to build my own little empire on this land of mine and be damned to the lot of them. When Rome was young, every man was a farmer. It's time we got back to the old pioneering spirit.
Now we don't have to depend on anybody for anything.
We're lucky here, living close to the fort with a good, sound garrison inside it. They say these Saxon raiders are a nuisance farther up the coast. But they never come near Richborough. They run like rabbits at the sight of a Roman helmet.
Good, it's quiet in the winter. We used to go to the theatre in Canterbury quite a lot, but that's closed now.
So we pass the time when it's too dark to work outside. Look what Serena's been up to.
Oh, Julian.
She's got her own little church in this corner.
No, leave it alone, Julian. He's always making fun of it.
I never make fun of it, darling. I think it's charming. You got any Christians in the army nowadays?
Oh, a few. Not many.
There used to be a lot until the government began to encourage it, and then it went out. Christians don't want to be encouraged. They like being persecuted. That's why I persecute Serena. She loves it.
I'm a Christian now.
Oh, that's all right for women. Otho and I stick to good old Sylvanus. He's a man's god. Now, Otto, I told you not to leave rabbits on the altar.
You left your boots on it the other night.
That's a different thing altogether.
You might call rabbits an offering, but Sylvanus doesn't want your boots.
Ah, good old Sylvanus. We forget you sometimes, but you never let us down. You never let the spring run dry. Lugar, bring some wine.
I have it ready here, sir.
Oh, good. Serena?
No, not for me just now, dear, thank you.
Thank you, Luca. Wonderful little fellow, that. You know, I bought him in Canterbury 30 years ago for sixpence. It was during that big scare when the Irish landed in Wales. Lots of people got in a panic and left Britain and sold their servants for anything they could get. I bought 50 of these little Caledonians for 25 shillings. There's 300 of them now. They breed like rabbits. So you see, I reckon I got them at a penny each.
Well, now, you two men want to have a yarn about old times, don't you? Come along, Paula. We must finish bottling that honey before supper.
Would you like some fruit to take with you?
Oh, I should very much.
I'll pack you a basket. We got some wonderful apples this year.
If I walk down to the fort with you, sir, could you show me around? I'd love to see it.
Another time, Otho. I'm afraid it's too late now.
Will you write that letter for me?
It's best to wait till I come back.
Come along, Otho. You've got plenty of time to be a soldier.
Well, you old villain, it's wonderful to see you again. Here. You look as if you had some hard marching.
Julian, how long is it since you had any news?
Oh, good heavens, it's ages since we had any real news. Rumours all over the place, but we don't listen to them any longer.
I didn't realize you'd cut yourself off like this. I thought you would have known at least a little of what's happened.
I suppose things are muddling on the same old way.
Until the spring this year. And suddenly everything happened at once. Huns, Vandals, Moors, Goths, heaven knows who else. A whole lot of them came at us together. The frontier all round the empire caved in like a rotten ship. Africa's gone. The Germans are across the Rhine. Spain and Gaul are in chaos.
Well, it's happened before. In my grandfather's time, they said Rome was finished, but things got right again. We run into a bad patch now and then, and there's always some good man who turns up the last moment. Rome always gets her own back and wins the last battle.
Yes, it's happened so often that we didn't worry any longer. Even when the Goths invaded Italy this spring, we sat back as usual and waited for a great man to come along and drive them out. But this time there wasn't one. No leader. The emperor and his hangers-on ran for their lives. Alaric marched through Italy without a fight and broke down the gates of Rome and sacked the city.
That's true, is it?
It was bound to happen one day. But I never thought it'd be in our time.
Well, it only goes to prove what I've been saying for years. We've got to stand on our own legs in this island, Marcus.
Yes, but
there's
Julian,
no need for us to be dragged down with the rest of the empire if we organize these British people and train them to fight for their homes. We'll have to keep the legions here until we can defend ourselves, but if we build our own fleet and a few more forts along the coast, then nobody on earth can touch us. We can set an example for Romans all over the world to fight their way back to the great days of the empire again.
It might have been possible, but it's too late now.
Why should it be?
It's not a pleasant thing to tell an old friend in his own home on a peaceful summer evening like this. But the Roman legions have given up this island, Julian. It isn't part of the empire any longer. The whole army's gone and taken the fleet with it.
What do you mean? Why should they go?
After the sack of Rome, commanders in Britain took matters in their own hands. They were ambitious men, too big for this small island. They saw the empire lying in the gutter, waiting to be picked up by anyone with the strength to take it. There were 4 good legions here. They persuaded them to march on Rome. I was in charge of a small outpost in the north when orders came to bring the men back. I thought it was simply a routine relief. And gradually I discovered that we had been the last troops in northern Britain. All the news was out by then. Rome was finished. Rome had gone. Welsh tribes came pouring down from the mountains. The Scots came flooding across the wall, and the Saxons came sailing in. Every night we saw the whole sky behind us alight with burning villages and towns. Those men of mine in the fort down there are the last Roman soldiers left in Britain. When we sail tonight, it'll be the end. I came here because I've got a chance to help you. There are ships to spare down there in the harbour, room for you and your family. If you load a wagon with the things you need and come down before midnight, I'll be there to meet you, and we'll travel together as far as Boulogne.
My dear fellow, how could we go? Where could we go to?
Haven't you any friends over there.
But you say the whole empire's in chaos. It'll be worse over there than it is here.
Not in the same way, Julian. These Goths and Germans, they're not savages. They come to settle, not to murder. The new people and the old settle down together peacefully. But the men who are swarming into this island, they're not human beings. They're animals. I know, because I've seen them and fought them. You can't stay here, Julian. You've got to come away.
This is my home, Marcus. We've been in Britain for generations. It's a shock to hear what's happened naturally, but in the long run, it'll be a blessing in disguise once we've organized ourselves and built up an army of good native Britons. No good asking you to stay and help us.
Oh, I would gladly, but I'm still a soldier of the Empire. I'm still bound by my oath. Julian, you talk of organizing and leading these British people, but are you sure that we Romans have done enough for them in the past to make them want to follow us now?
Then you think we're finished?
No, I don't say that. If you can persuade these British people to work with you as partners and stop thinking of them as slaves, but it's going to take time to raise a native army. If I were you, I'd begin with some kind of local defense. What are your neighbors like? Any good?
Well, there's only Lucian. He's an old man full of rheumatism, and Portius. His family were shipbuilders in the old days. We three are the only big landowners round here. We might raise 500 men between us.
Well, they need to be trained as soldiers.
Well, I do that myself, but it's years since I was in the army. Lucian can hardly walk, and Portius wouldn't be any good. We need an experienced man. I wish you could do it.
I met a man in Winchester last year. Interesting fellow. When those Welsh tribes began making trouble, he raised a small private army of his own and helped the Romans in the Severn Valley to organize themselves. Did a very good job, they say.
Do you think he'd come and help us here?
He might.
Should we have to pay him?
Oh, he's not likely to come for nothing.
Well, if he brought his army with him, it'd cost a fortune.
It's not an army. There's the band of adventurers. Or a couple of hundred of them, I suppose.
What sort of fellow is he?
Well, I wouldn't call him a gentleman, but I don't think you need a gentleman at the moment. He's a thick-set fellow with red hair. Probably got some of the old West Country native blood in him. He calls himself Arthur.
Oh.
I think you'd get on with him all right, because he talks in the same way as you do about making Britain strong and independent. Now, why don't you see those two friends of yours and send him some kind of proposition? Well, he may not come. There are plenty of people who give a lot for his help today. You're sure you won't come with me?
Well, I'll speak to Serena. I'm certain she'd rather stay here than be without a home in a strange country.
Well, if you do decide, then I'll be down there waiting for you till midnight. Shall I say goodbye to her?
Serena?
Yes?
Marcus is going now.
Oh, well, I packed you some cold chicken. I'm sure the food on the ship won't be any good.
Thank you, Serena.
I'll get one of the men to carry this down for you.
Oh, no, I can take it.
Oh, no, it doesn't look right. A Roman officer carrying a basket.
Oh, we do lots of funny things these days.
Well, goodbye, Marcus. We'll be seeing you again soon.
I hope so.
Go this way. Across the terrace and through the gardens. You'll be able to see my roses before it's dark.
Yes, I'd like to. Well, goodbye, Julian.
Bye, old friend.
Poor Marcus. He looks ill. I hope he'll be all right. They're late with the lamps in the lighthouse this evening. I've never seen it dark like that before.
I don't expect they'll have trouble about them tonight.
Why?
I'm afraid something rather bad's happened, Serena. The Roman army has left Britain.
But that's absurd. Why should they go?
It's one of these mad things that happen nowadays. Marcus wanted us to go with him on his ship to Gaul.
But what on earth should we do in Gaul?
He thinks it'd be safer there than it would be here.
Well, what's the good of being safe if you haven't got a home?
You'd rather stay here and see it through?
Well, of course. Wouldn't you, Julian?
I should, yes.
It's hard to think of being here without the Roman army. Does it mean that we're not part of the Empire any longer?
In a way. But you mustn't worry, Serena. Everything's going to be all right. Marcus told me of a good fellow who might come along and train our own men for us. I'll see Lucian and Porteous in the morning, and we'll send somebody to bring him here. Is Otho in his room? I'd like to speak to him.
Oh, yes.
For the time being, Serena, it'd be best to stay in the house after dark.
Oh, my dear, surely. In our own garden.
I'd rather you didn't. For the present. Tell Otho to come here.
Yes, I will. Otho, your father wants
Lock up.
Oh, has Marcus gone?
Yes.
Oh, Father, he promised...
something I've got to tell you, Otho. Sit down. You know, things haven't been going too well for Rome these last few years.
Why, what's happened?
Things began to break up rather badly last year. Rebellions, revolutions, all over the place. We've had them before, but it was worse this time. That rumor we heard about Rome being captured... It's true. It was captured.
Well, if it's like that, then it's no good me hanging about here until Marcus comes back. If you wrote a letter to the commander of the 6th Legion and said I was your son, that would be enough, wouldn't it? I could take the letter to York and get on with my training at once. I could leave tomorrow.
I was going to tell you about that, Arthur. The 6th Legion isn't in York any longer. It's left Britain. The commanders have taken over the whole army on some crazy march to Rome.
You mean they're going to recapture Rome? Is that where Marcus was going?
Well, Marcus is an officer of the Legion. He had to obey orders.
That's wonderful. To march through Gaul and Italy and recapture Rome. Oh, Marcus wanted me to stay here till he comes back.
You're not trained, Arthur.
But he promised to train me. I'll be his servant. I'll clean his armor and groom his horse. I'll do anything to be with an army in the field on a wonderful campaign like this. I'll go down to the fort and see him.
Arthur, this isn't the glorious march of the Imperial Army to save the Empire. It's a sordid scramble for what's left on a dead body. It's happened before, time and again. It's the thing that's torn Rome to pieces and thrown it in the gutter. In 200 years, we've had 79 emperors, and 72 of them were murdered. It's a nice record, isn't it? Those men will never get to Rome. Halfway across Gaul, they'll meet another army on its way to grab what they can get. They'll fight each other and wipe each other out. 2 more armies lost, and another swarm of savages pours across the Rhine. I don't want you to have any part in this madness, Arthur. Your place is here, in this island, where we're going to keep our reason and common sense.
You're not saying this because it's true. You're saying it for yourself, aren't you?
It is true.
You're saying it because I'm more used to you digging cabbages and planting onions. Ever since I was a boy, you've told me how proud you were to be an officer in the 6th Legion. What shall I have to be proud of when I'm your age?
A great deal more. If we can save this island...
How can you save this island if you don't save Rome? I don't care what you say. I'm going. I'll get my things and go down to Marcus at the fort.
Arthur, you're not going. Marcus won't take you without my authority, and I'm not going to give it to you.
If your father had done this to you, if a wonderful chance had come and he had stopped you because he wanted you to feed the pigs, what would you have thought of him?
We've never misunderstood one another, Arthur. I don't want it to happen now. You've got to try and understand how things really are.
Ever since I was a boy, you've talked about the glories of Rome, what a wonderful thing it was to be a Roman. Why did you talk like that if it wasn't true?
If I was wrong, then I'm sorry. But there's one thing I've always said that's still true today. It's still a splendid thing to be a Roman.
Splendid to be a Roman when there's no Rome.
To be at the beginning of a new adventure. Isn't that a splendid thing?
Skinning rabbits. Feeding pigs. If you'd let me go with Marcus, I'd have been out there tonight on one of those ships on the way to Rome. You take away a chance I've wanted all my life to save yourself the cost of a new slave. Does that make you proud of being a Roman?
Arthur! Well, Sylvanus, I've never asked much of you beyond keeping the spring going and the meadows green. I don't know whether you're any good at anything else, but do what you can. As for you, My wife and daughter think a great deal of you. Serena tells me you could perform miracles. Well, you've got your chance now. Ah. Hello, Bushes.
They've come in.
They're up at Lucian's house now.
How many of them?
Just Arthur and one of his officers, that's all. What's the matter? You look worried.
I am worried. The whole crowd of my slaves have gone.
Gone?
Disappeared in the night without a word. Have any of yours gone?
Mine? Good heavens, no. They look upon this place as their home.
Well, they'll starve in a few weeks. And serve them right. The whole country's swarming with escaped slaves.
Well, a lot depends on this meeting with Arthur. It won't do any good to let him think we've lost our nerve.
Well, you can depend on me for one thing. I'm not going to give in to him. I've heard a good deal about this fellow Arthur since we met last week. When he helped those Romans in the Severn Valley, he put in an enormous bill for expenses. Practically ruined them.
But he saved them, didn't he?
Oh, he saved them, but he left them practically without their boots. But he's not going to do that to us. We've got to stand up to him.
I don't think that'll be necessary. If he's got any sense, he'll realize that we can do as much for him as he can for us. Good morning, Lucian. Come along in. Can I help you?
No, it's all right, thanks. I can manage. I've still got one good leg. This is Arthur.
Good morning.
Morning. And his nephew, Gawain.
You have a good journey?
No better than I expected.
Wonderful weather for the time of year.
Wonderful. Wind from the northeast, isn't it?
Yes. It's cold, of course, but it always brings a dry spell for the harvest.
If that's all it brings, you'll be lucky. Well, gentlemen, you're in a mess, aren't you?
No, I wouldn't say that. We're not beaten yet by a long way, and we don't intend to be. Not if we can help it.
You mean not if I can help it?
Now, look here, I'm not going to...
Gentlemen, please. Let's sit down. Julian, I think you might explain to Arthur what you had in mind.
Yeah?
Julian held strong views about the administration of this island. Some of us considered him a revolutionary. But this disaster, I think, proves him entirely right.
Well, I simply believe that Britain should be run by the Romans who've made their homes here, not by a crowd of officials who just came here for what they could get.
Yes.
I stood for an all-British army instead of foreigners. I wasn't thinking of a complete break from Rome, but we should have taken a strong line and governed Britain for the benefit of the people who lived here.
If you believe that, then why didn't you do something while you had the time?
I'm not trying to make excuses. We hoped for the best and let things slide, but despite what's happened, I still think we've got the time.
If you've got the time, then how do you propose to employ it?
When I say we've got time, I don't mean there's any to spare. If there was, then the first thing would be a strong central government, but that's impossible at the moment because the men most fitted to lead are scattered all over Britain with no chance of getting together.
Who do you mean by the men most fitted to lead?
The responsibility falls on men like us, brought up to organize and manage large estates.
Yeah.
It's our duty to give a lead to the whole people in a time of emergency.
Now, we must begin by organizing strong centers of self-supporting local resistance.
And you three gentlemen propose to be the first center.
Does that sound absurd to you?
No, not at all. Very sensible.
Now, if you look at this map, I think you'll understand what we have in mind. You hold that there. You see, our three properties stand together in a good position for defense. Along the north, we're protected by the River Stour. To the south, we've the marshes. And over here, my own land joins the seacoast with a steep cliff along its whole front. You might almost say we're on a miniature island.
We're only exposed along the western side, where my own land meets the open downs.
That could be protected with a ditch and palisade.
Yes.
Inside these boundaries, we farm 1,000 acres of land. We've had a good harvest. If we pool our resources, we could support a small army. I think we could make ourselves impregnable against any sort of attack.
If we set an example here, then other groups of Romans might do the same thing.
Yes.
We could establish a network of strong points right across the island. When that's done, we can set about the business of electing a new government.
What part do you propose I play in all this?
You have your own small army. At present, I think about 200 men.
187, to be exact. And 3 boys.
And that, so far as I know, is the only effective army at present in existence to defend Britain. With all respect to your men, it's not a pleasant thought.
It's not much to shout about, is it?
It may well be the beginnings of a fine British army.
If you were to bring your own men here and set up your standard, then I guarantee you'll have 1,000 men Mother Spring. 20,000 when word gets round that the stand's being made.
I would be commander-in-chief and you would be the senators?
In the way that Rome began 1,000 years ago. A few farmers joined together for their own protection. They made a miniature kingdom that grew until it embraced the world. Perhaps that's how it will begin again. 3 farmers and a soldier working together in the only remaining corner of the old empire that has the will to hold its own. But we're asking you to accept a great responsibility. No doubt you would like to consider it and discuss it privately.
Oh, if you like.
We shall be at your service when you've had your talk.
Right. Oh, Gawain. These poor fish. Poor dead fish. Dead for years and they talk as if they'd just been born.
You needn't waste your pity on them. Were they serious about all this? About starting a new Rome?
Oh, yes, you can see that.
You're to set up your standard here and rally the poor old British to fight for them. Funny, we never thought about a standard. Have to get one, do things in style.
At least they've got the pluck to stand their ground. Most of them went scuttling away like rats off a sinking ship.
Now, you'll be crazy if you waste your time here.
I'm interested in this part of the island. We may not have a chance of seeing it again for a good many years.
In a few months, it'll be a death trap.
It will. But I've got to have supplies to see us through the winter, and these men are rich.
Oh, you can pick supplies up anywhere.
You saw that country between here and Winchester, deserted farms, corn rotting in the fields, men throwing their land away and shutting themselves up in the towns. There'll be a famine next spring.
Give me a dozen good fellows and I'll find enough to keep us going for a year.
You know what I've taught my men. We work for what we need. We don't loot and we don't rob. If we start that game, we're finished.
Well, you do what you think. But if you stay here, you can say goodbye to all your grand schemes. You take my advice. Start back to Winchester before it's dark.
We thought you'd like some wine.
Oh, well, and who do you belong to?
Who do I belong to? My family, I suppose. This house.
You're pretty. What are you, German? Greek?
I'm a Roman, like my parents. My mother thought you'd like a cup of wine.
Oh, you're not the daughter...
Gawain, if you had any sense, you'd stop making a fool of yourself.
I'm very sorry. In that simple dress...
You thought I was a servant.
Well, all the Roman girls I've seen, they dress up and paint their faces and give themselves airs. I never met one like you before.
If you want some wine, take it and don't blather.
I don't mind you thinking I'm a servant, because I am. We all work here. We all serve one another.
You're very nice.
Don't you have lots of servants in the house?
We used to in the old days, but things got difficult and Father made them do more useful work on the farm. You're Arthur.
That's right.
We've heard so much about you. You did wonderful things to save the people when the Irish raiders came. They say you've got a magic sword.
Yeah, here it is.
You were the only man who could pull it out of a great block of stone.
That's it.
When you carry it in battle, the enemy runs away.
Like rabbits.
And now you've come to help us.
If I can.
We're very grateful to you. I don't understand everything that's happened, but it's serious, isn't it?
Yes, it's not going to be easy.
Father doesn't want you to see that he's worried, but he is.
Oh.
We all want to help. My brother's longing to be one of your men, but he says he couldn't ask you in case you didn't want him.
Oh, you got a brother, have you?
He's nearly 18, quite big and strong.
Well, you tell him not to be afraid of asking.
And if there's anything I can do, we make our own clothes from our own sheep's wool. Could I make you a warm riding cloak for the winter?
That'll be fine.
You couldn't manage one for me, too, could you?
I'll try.
Well, if you'll tell your father and the others to come in, will you?
Yes. Oh, and I'm so glad you're going to help us. We shall sleep well tonight with you here with that wonderful sword.
She's really something, isn't she?
Fancy that yarn about this sword getting right across Britain.
She's a wonderful girl. Lovely.
Well, you definitely think we ought to go tonight?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, but if you think it's a death trap...
I don't mind a death trap if you don't. After all, we can't let these old fellows down after raising their hopes.
Well, gentlemen... We'll do what we can to help you.
Oh,
I don't think you'll have cause to regret it.
I'll write a letter to my second-in-command, and your steward can take it this afternoon. I'll have 50 of my men sent here at once. The others will remain at my headquarters in Winchester. Now then, let's have another look at this map of yours.
Yes.
These boundaries. How long are they?
About 8 miles all round, but there are 2 miles of river and 3 of marsh.
And a mile of cliff. Get every man you can spare onto cutting strong stakes for a palisade across these unprotected downs.
Right.
When my men arrive, we'll organise gangs to dig a ditch. You fill the ditch with brambles and thorns, and then you'll be all right.
If they did attack, then your men are pretty good, aren't they?
They can deal with most things. But it's going to be a hard job, and they don't work for nothing.
Oh, naturally, we quite understand. They must be paid. I think all 3 of us have taken care of our money. Personally, when things got bad, I took the precaution of burying my fortune of gold in a secret place. And my friends have done the same.
Gold? That wouldn't be worth the bags you put it in. You can't eat gold. You can't wear it to keep the cold out, or make swords and daggers with it. A mountain of gold wouldn't keep one Saxon out today.
At the moment, possibly, but its value will come back when things get straight again.
We'll forget about gold and get down to business. Now, I understand you were all trading in a big way.
Yes.
You were a woolen merchant?
Yes.
You were a wine dealer? And I think you were in the timber trade.
Yes, but we've all had to close our businesses in these bad times.
But you're careful men. When you closed your warehouses in Canterbury, I'm sure you laid by ample stocks on these country estates of yours.
Naturally, we did what we could in that way.
We had to keep a reserve for when we start up again.
Then I'll tell you what I shall need. From you, I suggest 200 suits of woolen clothing with woolen underwear and stockings to see my men through the winter months ahead.
Yes.
From you, I shall need 12 strong timber wagons for transport in my future campaigns. And from you, I think 50 jars of good wine, the big jars, you know. Those will be the individual payments, and collectively you would supply 5 tons of corn, 20 bullocks, and 100 sheep.
But, my dear sir, that's an impossible price.
If you don't think your homes and lives worth paying for, then that's your affair, not mine.
Personally, I'd give all I have, gladly. If it goes towards the defense of this island as a whole. I was thinking of something rather more than a business deal to hire a soldier to dig a ditch round 3 Romans.
It will be something more. You admit yourselves that this small army of mine is the only thing that stands between you Romans and complete disaster.
Yes.
If they starve, then you're finished. I've got to keep them alive and strong enough to be the leaders of this great army you're praying for. That's what your provisions will do this winter, and I'm ready to pay you in full by working for them.
Well, I
if
think we
I
need to
wanted
discuss
to,
this,
I could bring 50 armed men here next week and take the stuff. I could take everything you've got, and you couldn't raise a finger.
You wouldn't
But
dare.
I don't do things that way. Well, I'm not going to force you into anything. If you prefer not to pay and look after yourselves, then that's all the same to me. But I must know at once, because I can't waste time.
Well, we're in your hands. We must accept the best you can do for us.
All right. Are we agreed?
Yes.
Agreed?
I suppose so.
Good.
I think it's a wise decision, cautious.
You'd better get the lamps in that lighthouse going again this evening. You don't want to advertise to every pirate on the sea that the fort's deserted.
I was down at the fort with my son this morning. There's any amount of old swords and helmets of the army left behind.
Collect everything you can and get it cleaned up. You'll need all the weapons you can lay hands on. Now, I'll get that letter written to my second-in-command at Winchester.
Care to use my library? I've got writing materials and everything that's necessary.
Good. Come with me, Gawain.
Right.
You got somebody who can write?
I'll do that for you myself.
I told you it'd be like this. That man's a barefaced robber.
I think he's honest.
Honest? Do you call it honest to strip us of everything we've got? It's humiliating, this half-breed or whatever he is, dictating terms to Romans.
We've only ourselves to blame, Porcius. We've had years of warning and we did nothing. We found it pleasanter to live in a fool's paradise. But it's an expensive place to live in.
Oh, what's happening, Gawain?
It's happened. It's all over. Best fight I've had for years.
Well, were there men trying to land?
Yes. My goodness, I've got a thirst. Could I help myself?
Yes. Have they gone now?
Those that got away did. We killed 12 of them. Oh, great stuff, this wine of yours.
You killed them?
Well, they didn't come to play games with us. Oh, Arthur timed the whole thing beautifully. We were having breakfast when one of the lookout boys came running in to say there were 7 ships out there in the distance. Arthur got everybody under cover. He wanted to catch them by surprise. I went off to fetch your husband.
He's all right?
Oh, he's all right. He was in great form.
And Otho?
He's all right, too. We only lost 3 men. Now, from out there, on those ships, the Saxons couldn't have seen a thing.
Oh.
But we had 100 men hidden behind the rocks. There. See?
Yes.
Now, they sailed up and down for a bit, spying out the land. Then the first 2 ships came straight in, right up the beach. There must have been about 20 men on each. Oh, they'd come to stay, all right, because they began unloading sacks of stuff.
Oh, dear.
Then Arthur gave the word, and out we came, yelling our heads off. You never saw anything like it. Those little Caledonians of yours went fighting mad.
What?
Arthur wanted some prisoners, but your fellows wouldn't have it. They drowned all the ones they could catch, then started cutting up the dead ones on the beach. Arthur stopped that. Doesn't like that sort of thing. But he let them break the ships up and pile the bodies on it, have a bonfire. They're probably eating them by now. A nice piece of roast Saxon, something new to these boys. Don't worry. Your 2 men are all right. Otho was terrific. He sailed in with that Roman sword of his, slashing out right and left. He nearly cut my head off.
It sounds horrible.
Well, it's all over now. You won't see them again for a bit. I'm sorry this happened today, because I'd made up my mind to see you about something else this morning. Something quite different. I'd do it some other time if you like.
Hmm? Oh, what is it?
I've been meaning to say it for a long while, but you know how I feel about Paula, don't you? She's fond of me, I'm sure of that. I know you people are particular about these things, but I'm really quite all right, because my father was a Roman general. He commanded the legion at Carlion, but he was sent back to Rome before I was born. I haven't got anything to prove it, but I know my mother wouldn't have made it up. He was a real high-class Roman.
Well, naturally, I've known for a long time that Paula's fond of you, Gawain. I want her to be happy, and I'm sure you would do your best to make her happy, but would you be able to, do you think? You see, it's really a question of a home, isn't it?
Oh, she'd have that all right. When the Roman governor cleared out of Winchester, we took his house. It's a fine, big place. Lots of our men are married. And when we're away like this, the women all live together, and Arthur's wife takes care of them. She's very nice. And Paula would like her.
Paula's a Christian. Did you know that?
Oh, yes. Guinevere's a Christian, too. Arthur's wife.
Oh.
She runs a school for the children. She's more educated than Arthur. He doesn't bother much about anything but the fighting, but Guinevere thinks a lot about what's going to happen when the fighting's over. She wants better people than the ones we've got today. So if we had children, they'd be all right.
Well, in the old days, a girl was betrothed for a long time to the son of people that one knew. I'm not saying that against you, Gawain. Times have changed. All I want is for Paula to be happy and well cared for. In these difficult days, a man has to be very strong and good to do that.
Do you like me well enough to let me try?
I won't stand in your way, Gawain. If Paula agrees, then I think my husband would.
That's fine.
Well, I'll talk to him later and let you know.
Could I come in this evening?
If you want to.
Gawain, you all right? Yes, rather. I'm all right. Great show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not much doubt about who won that battle.
No.
Well, I'll be off. There'll be some clearing up to do down there. See you later.
Oh, Julian, I'm so glad you're all right. I didn't realize what was happening.
It's all over now. It was nothing much.
Now sit down, dear, and have a rest. And let me take those heavy boots off.
It's funny to fight a battle and then come back to one's own armchair and slippers.
It was terribly sudden, wasn't it?
I think Arthur was expecting it, but I wish he could have done it in a different way.
Well, what else could he have done?
Well, I don't think those fellows really wanted to fight.
Yeah,
there were women and children in the other ships, just a few families looking for somewhere to settle. Their own land's very poor, you know, all rock and mountains. If I could have spoken their language and gone down and explained that this was our property, I think they'd have said they were sorry and gone off somewhere else.
What were they like?
Big, lazy-looking men with yellow hair and light eyes. Not bad-looking. They fought well, but all the time I had a feeling that they didn't want to. They didn't seem to understand why our men were so violent. There was something rather pathetic about the stuff they landed before we attacked them. Neat little baskets of food, a box of children's toys, and some funny little dark green trees done up in sacking.
What did they want trees for?
To plant, I suppose. To make this country look like home.
Must have been horrible.
Didn't seem like that. It wasn't real. There we were, all mixed up, scrambling and slipping on the rocks and seaweed, shouting and screaming, smell of sweat and hot sheepskins and swords banging on shields and helmets, and all the time I was thinking to myself, this is the place where I taught Otto to swim when he was a little boy. I could see the ledge of rock where we used to have our picnics, where you and I used to lie in the shade on the summer afternoon and watch Otto and Paula hunting for baby crabs in the pools when the tide was out. That was all I was thinking.
Gawain says Otho fought well.
Yes, I was proud of Otho. I'm glad Arthur was there to see him. Arthur despises us, you know.
Oh, no.
He does. He thinks we Romans are soft, pampered, finished. When I saw Arthur there, fighting like a young lion, I felt like shouting at Arthur, there's a purebred Roman for you. He's as good as any of you and better.
Gawain told me what those little Caledonians of ours did.
Well, that was different. Arthur fought like a man. The Saxons fought like men, too, but those little dark creatures fought like animals. It frightened me a bit, Serena. I couldn't believe they were the same nice little men who used to go about their farm work so quietly and obediently. Now they've tasted blood. Don't let's talk about it.
You must go and lie down before lunch.
After lunch, I've got to go out and pick the rest of the apples. Doesn't make sense, does it? Nothing makes sense nowadays. What was Gawain doing here?
It was what we expected, Julian. It was about Paula.
What did you say?
What could I say? He's quite a nice boy. He says his father was a Roman general.
Oh, they're a funny lot, these men of Arthur's. They ridicule Rome for hours on end, but if you tell any of them they're a bit above the others, they take you aside and explain it's because their fathers were Roman generals.
Don't you like Gawain?
I don't mind him. He's young and strong, and he's got courage. These are the only things that are going to matter in the next few years.
He told me how they lived in Winchester. I think I'd be happier for Paula to be there.
Here's Arthur coming. With Otto.
That's for you, Mother. Saxon war trumpet. Captured it myself.
Otto. Oh, my dear, they didn't tell me you were hurt.
Oh, this? It's nothing much. My helmet stopped the worst of it. But aren't you glad, Mother? We gave them a tremendous beat.
Of course I'm glad. But this cut, it might have blinded you. Now, come along and let me dress you.
Away, you fuss. Are you talking to the men this afternoon, sir?
Yes, there's a lot of things I want to tell them.
Where will it be?
On the cliffs at sunset. If you want to impress your men, always talk to them at sunset. With your back to the sun. Makes you look bigger.
I'll remember that, sir. No, Mother,
Come
it's your
along,
turn to have some fun. Hold this bits of wool and sandwiches.
Well, that flanking attack of yours was really something.
It was all right.
Perfect. It couldn't have been better.
I'm afraid those men of mine got out of hand this morning.
I'm going to talk to them about that. It's a good thing this happened before I went.
You won't be leaving us yet, will you?
In about 10 days. I've done what I promised. Trained them, organised them, built you a good defence line.
I know, but I did hope perhaps you'd make your headquarters here.
I'd like to, but I've got to think of the other side of the island as well. From Winchester, I can be anywhere in a few days. I can knock the hell out of anybody who tries to push in, no matter where they come from, north, south, east or west. But stuck away down here in this corner, you see what I mean.
Yes, I do see that.
So, I'm sorry to go. I've enjoyed working with you here.
You don't really think much of us, do you?
Well, I like you personally. I like your family. But one family doesn't alter what I think of Rome.
Why do you hate everything that's Roman?
Well, I suppose I'm the same as any other human being. I don't like a thing when it's dead. It's the same with animals. Gulls don't like dead fish. Snakes don't like dead rabbits. Something tells them to leave dead things alone.
Everything that's Roman isn't dead. We go on talking the Roman language. The people go on living.
If you cut a chicken's head off, it runs around in a circle before it dies. That's what the Romans are doing. All they want is to bring the old, dead, moth-eaten Rome back to life again. You might as well try and make one of those dead crabs on the beach get up and run back to the sea.
None of us wants to bring back the Rome that we've had for these last 100 years.
Well, there's no other Rome.
There was another Rome. Magnificent beyond the understanding of this world of ours today. They followed the road to the pyramids and across the sands of Arabia and over the Jordan to Palmyra and Antioch. Then over the mountains of Asia to the Black Sea and 1,000 miles along the Danube. Over the Alps and down the Rhine. They crossed the sea and landed at this harbor of ours down there by the fort. One of them came here and sold this little statue. And went on until one evening he sold the last of them to the soldiers in a lonely hill station away up in the heart of Scotland, a year after he'd left his home in Africa. Can you imagine what that meant? To cross the Roman Empire from one corner to the other, a man would have to travel 20 miles a day for a full year.
Well, I suppose it helped to keep him warm.
Every night of that year, he slept securely in some little wayside inn with the Roman symbol of welcome on its door. He paid a Roman coin to people who spoke the Roman tongue and obeyed the Roman law. Every day of the year, he passed through peaceful olive groves and vineyards and fields of corn and grazing cattle. He carried no weapon to defend himself. He had no need of it. He passed great convoys carrying oil from Spain to light the lamps of Rome and marble from Tuscany for palaces in Gaul. He'd passed the time of day with merchants bringing silk from India and amber from the Baltic, rugs from Persia for homes in Germany, and glass from Syria for windows that looked out across these British downs. And do you know how that miracle began? A few small farmers in Etruria got together to protect themselves against some people who were trying to take the land away from them. No more than perhaps 100 men to start with, less than the men you've got under your command today.
What's all this got to do with me?
That depends on you. You've got a tremendous opportunity. You've made a great name for yourself in this island. You've got it in your power to give these people the same kind of security and happiness that Rome gave to the world. But you won't do it if you begin by despising and destroying the memory of Rome.
You're like all the rest of them. If you speak fine words, you think you can make the sun and the moon go backwards. These farmers you talk about who started Rome, there were big empires in the world before them. But do you suppose they said to themselves, we must remember those dead empires and do what they did? You bet they didn't. They started with nothing, and I'm starting with nothing. No memories, no history, no examples to follow or promises to keep. It acts like magic when I say to a man, the only thing we've got is the future, and the only thing the Romans have got is the past. The things we're going to do are new things with life in them, not old, worn-out things that people have done before.
To keep a few savages out of this island? That's not a new thing. It's the oldest thing on earth. You talk about having no history. The day you were born, your little boat was pushed out onto a great river of history that'll take you with it until you die.
I wasn't born on any river. When I was a boy, I lived in a village of little huts on the moors in Cornwall. And I used to go out when it was dark and sit with an old man who took care of the sheep. And one night, he told me about the great light that lay behind the curtain that came across the sky when the sun went down, and how all those thousands of little holes were made by famous warriors who cut their way through on the night they died. There are clusters in places where a whole army of warriors who fell together climbed through together. And here and there you'll see a solitary gleam of light where one great warrior climbed through alone. There's a place in the western sky, a big dark place without a single sword cut in it. On the night before I lead my men into battle, I take them out into the fields and I point to that dark place and tell them it's been kept for us to cut our way through together on the night of our last fight. That's all I tell them, and that's all they need.
And that's all you want to do? To climb through a hole in the sky?
It's a long time since a new gleam of light shone through up there. Maybe those farmers of yours went through on the night they died. Since then, your people gave up trying. And that's why your empire's gone.
Well, there's still some of this good old Roman wine left. Do you have a dropper?
Well, yeah, I don't mind. I will say that for them. They did know the way to make wine. What about this boy of yours? Has he told you that he wants to come with me? I won't take him unless you agree.
If I knew what you were fighting for, I'd know better what to say.
I've told you what I'm fighting for.
For the honor of crawling through a crack in the sky. Oh, my son, I'm thinking in terms of life, not death. He's only just 18, you know. If I let him go with you, will you do one thing in return?
Depends what it is.
There are lots of these British-born Roman boys like Arthur. This island's their home. They've never been touched by the rotten things that destroyed the Empire. Will you be generous and give them a chance? Make it known that you want them and let them work together and fight together as a separate unit under your command?
You mean my other men aren't good enough for them?
I mean that if you treat them in the right way, they'll give you something that these other men of yours can never give.
They'll follow me to the ends of the earth and die for me. What more do I need?
If you're going to save this island, you'll need more than a crowd of men who'll follow you like sheep because they think you've got a magic sword. If you're merely fighting for your own glory, then that's enough. But if you're fighting for something better, then you need some young men who can go with you all the way.
In other words, I need Romans?
Not because they're Romans.
You tell me they can give me something, but you don't say what it is.
Well, if I did, you'd laugh and say I'm using fine words again. They are fine words. But you don't hear very much of them today. Ideals. Loyalty. Devotion to great purposes that makes a man stand by his leader in defeat as well as victory. They're bred in these Roman boys through generations of service to the Empire. The Empire's dead, but the fire to serve still burns in them because they're young. Why do you throw away a precious thing like that when you can so easily make your purpose theirs?
What are my other men going to say if I bring in a bunch of Romans?
Forget the word Romans. That's the least important thing. All the great leaders of the past gathered young men like these around them and made them their knights. You said just now that you're going to talk to the men this evening with your back to the sunset because it makes you look bigger. When you're finished, turn round and see how much bigger your destiny looks with the sun behind it.
Destiny? What does that fine word amount to?
You'll find out if you think quietly about it until it's dark.
When we were walking round the sentry posts on the cliffs the other night, you said that the sun takes longer to set over Britain than it does down south over Rome.
It takes longer to rise, too.
What exactly did you mean when you said that?
I meant that it's in the nature of men to do their best and deepest thinking when the sun's going down. That's why we're lucky to live in this northern island. We think more slowly. All our ideas come from the south, you know, but we take them and let them mellow and deepen in these long sunsets of ours. There used to be an old saying that children born in the sunset were the ones who came to greatness. I like to think that Arthur's knights were born in the sunset of an island that once belonged to Rome. Well, Serena, have you patched him up?
As best I can. He's going with you, isn't he, when you leave?
What about both of you coming as well?
Well, I don't think we could possibly do that.
Well, there's lots of ways you could help my wife. Well, she's full of ideas, but she needs someone like you to talk to and to help her. I want a good man, too. Somebody that understands farming in a big way. Well, there's going to be a famine on this island if we don't get the farms working again. I do the fighting, and you take the land and get stuff growing like it does here.
Well, I don't see how we could leave. You see, well, nearly all our servants are Caledonians. They're wonderful people, but they couldn't run this place by themselves. They'd be lost without us.
Well, it isn't only that. There's poor old Lucian. He's getting on for 80. He can hardly walk. And he wouldn't leave his home. No. And even if he could, he'd never leave his servants to shift for themselves.
And Portius and his wife. She's an invalid, and he's really not much good. You see, when this happened, we all agreed to stay together and help one another. And when you've gone, Julian's the only one who can take charge.
Oh, there's no more to say then, is there?
Are you going soon?
We'll travel with the next full moon.
But it's only for the winter, isn't it? In the spring you'll be back with a big army and garrison the forts all along the coast again.
Yes, that's what I plan to do.
You've never had supper with us here. Will you come in tonight?
If you make some of those little meat pies you sent up to us the day we were working on the downs...
Did you like them?
Oh, I'll tell my wife about them when I get back.
Well, I'll write down the way to make them and you can give it to her.
She'd like that. She's good at reading. Well, I'll come along soon after sundown.
He's a strange man.
If you feel you'd like to go, Serena, I'd miss you naturally, but I'd manage.
But you wouldn't want me to go, would you?
I wouldn't want you to stay on my account. And if you'd rather be with the children...
Would you go, if it were possible?
I don't see that we can ever leave here now, Serena. It used to be our home, but today it's our world. You can leave your home and go on living, but if you leave your world, you become a ghost. That's what we should be if we went to Winchester. Does it make you unhappy to think of it that way?
No. It's what I've felt ever since the night when we stood out there on the terrace and watched the last of the Roman army sail out of the harbour. You said it was the end of an old world and the beginning of a new. But I don't think either of us really believed that we should ever belong to the new one.
When big changes come suddenly like this, it's as if a curtain comes down to separate the young from the old. Arthur and Paula on one side, you and I on the other.
But can we hold out here when Arthur's gone? I'm not afraid to know the truth, Julian.
There's no reason why we shouldn't. We've built ourselves a fortress here with a well-trained army to hold it. We were lucky to make a little world of our own before the crash came. Maybe a small world, but it's healthier than the one that's gone. I shouldn't be surprised if it isn't better than the one that's coming. Arthur's got some big ideas for the future, but one of these days he'll come along and thank us for hanging on to some of the good things of the past. No. You go and make some of those pies he wants for supper.
Oh.
Well, the convoy's gone. We'll catch up with them before they get to Canterbury.
Sorry this snow didn't hold off for a few days.
I'd rather travel in snow than mud. In weather like this, when you can't work the land, get the men out on field manoeuvres.
Oh, these children. They'd forget everything if you didn't run after them the whole time.
She's made me put on so much I can hardly walk.
You'll need it.
Oh, here's Gawain.
This cloak is wonderful.
Is it comfortable?
Makes me feel like an emperor.
How far will you go today?
If the snow keeps firm, we'll be in Rochester by midnight. Well, here's to you, and this little fortress of yours. Keep the lamps and the beacon going. We shall look for them when we come back one summer night.
Yes, to the future King of Britain. Is that saying too much?
It may be. But there's no harm in saying it. Well, we must go. Goodbye. And thanks for all you've done for us.
No, it's for us to thank you.
Until the summer. Goodbye and good luck. Now keep your men together. You'll be all right.
Oh, I nearly forgot this for your wife. The way to make those pies.
Oh, yes. I mustn't forget that.
Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, darling. Take care of yourself.
I'll write as soon as I can.
We'll send you letters every month. Everything's going to be all right.
Goodbye, Mother. Thanks for so many things.
Goodbye, dear. I'll keep your room as it is for when you come back. In the summer, it's no distance at all from Winchester. Oh, the lunch is in the little basket in the green cloth.
Don't you worry, we shan't forget the lunch. Goodbye, Father.
Goodbye.
Escort! Forward! Goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, there it is.
It'll be strange for a while without them.
The other day when I was helping Arthur clear out that box of his, we found the old drafts board. You remember? We used to have a game every night one time.
Yeah, I've almost forgotten how to play.
Pick it up again.
Are you going round to see the men on guard this morning?
Yes. Lucian Stewart will be my second in command now. We shall take duty in turns, 24 hours on, 24 off.
Well, does that mean you'll be out the whole night? Every other night?
No. Simply means going round once every evening after dark. You didn't get much sleep last night. Have an early lunch and then turn in for a bit.
Oh, I don't feel I want to lie down. Why not put on our snow boots and go for a walk along the cliffs?
That's a good idea. I'll take you around and show you how we've got the place protected.
We can watch the sun go down across the bay. And by the time we get back, it'll be time for supper. Oh, you used to read aloud after supper in the old days.
Tell you what we will do. I've always been meaning to start that history of Britain I used to talk about. What about doing it together now?
Oh, I shouldn't be any good at that.
Why not? We've got all those family letters in the library. They go back for years. Nobody's written a good history of Britain. Now, every night we'll draw the curtains and settle down. We'll hardly notice the dark evenings at all.
All right, then. We'll start after supper tonight.
Things might have been a lot worse, Serena. Arthur might have gone on that crazy march to Rome. Then it would have been goodbye. I've got to make out these duty rolls now. We'll have an early lunch and away we go along the cliffs. You might tell Lugar to come in, will you?
Poor Lugar. He's going to miss the children. He was almost crying when he was packing their things last night. I never realized how fond he was of them. Lugar!
You want to eat, sir?
Yes, Lugar. Now that Arthur and his men have gone, every other night I shall be on duty. On those nights I want 3 good men to patrol the gardens of the house.
I'll arrange everything, sir.
Are the people in good spirits? Quite happy?
I think so, sir.
You understand your position as my chief servant?
Yes, sir.
You're in closer touch with the people than I am. I expect you to report to me everything I should know.
I understand, sir.
Have you anything to report now?
Nothing, sir.
You sure of that?
What would there be to report, sir?
Who were the 2 men who came over the downs last night, just after sunset? 2 small, dark men who came up to the ramparts and talked for a long time with our men at the sentry post near the quarry.
I know nothing of that, sir.
The sentries of that post were your own people. One of them is your own son. You saw your son this morning?
He comes to see me at my room, sir, every morning.
Well, did he tell you those 2 men on the downs last night?
I know nothing of it, sir.
You've nothing to tell me?
Nothing, sir.
Very well.
Yes, sir.
You understand, I still trust you.
Sir.
You'll find the old drafts board in Master Otho's room. You might bring it in here later on.
Very good, sir.
That was wonderful. We must have walked 10 miles.
No, not quite that, but 5. Tomorrow we'll go along the river. Next day the downs, then the cliffs. We'll plan a different walk for every day of the week. Mind you, when the farm gets busy, we'll have to cut them short. It's a funny life. One day farmers, next day soldiers.
6 o'clock this evening, you come off duty.
Lucian Stewart takes over, and I'm free until tomorrow night. So after supper, we'll settle down and write chapter 1 of the history.
Where shall we start? With the ancient Britons before the Romans came?
Don't know much about those days. Now, we'll begin with the landing of Julius Caesar and finish up with Arthur. That'll keep us busy till the summer.
Julian!
Yes, Portia's coming.
Oh, I don't want to see him tonight. He'll go on for hours about his wife's neuralgia.
He's in charge of stores and supplies now. He's probably got some new scheme.
He won't want to stay to supper, will he?
Oh, no. His wife doesn't allow him out after dark. You go along and have a rest before dinner.
Yes, I will.
Hello there. Come along in. What's the matter? What's happened?
Lucian's dead. He's been murdered.
When did this happen?
This afternoon, some of Lucian's men broke into his house. When his steward tried to save him, they killed him too.
They gone?
Men, women, and children. They took the road for London with everything they could carry. There's an army of escaped slaves there. They've gone to join them. They must have passed within 100 yards of my house, but I heard nothing. Lucian's people were always quiet and well-behaved.
What about your own?
They chose another way.
They followed Arthur when he left at dawn this morning. They were British. I had a feeling that they'd go with Arthur.
You alone up there now? You and your wife?
No, 4 old men, old shipbuilders. They weren't slaves.
Well, it's not going to be easy for us, Portius. But we must reorganize things as best we can. You and your wife had better come stay here with us. Bring those old servants with you. I'd come this evening if I were you. In the morning you can send over for any personal things you need.
That's really what I came to tell you, Julian. We're leaving here tonight.
So how can you leave? What do you mean?
I must think of my wife. She hasn't been well for a long time. And, well, you can imagine her state of mind now after what happened this afternoon.
Get away from here. Where would you go to?
Well, we'll make along the coast to Portchester, then across to the Isle of Wight where my brother lives. I'd ask you and Serena to come with us, but...
that's all right.
Julian, I don't want you to feel I'm letting you down, but I've got to think of my wife.
I think you'll be safer with us, but that's your own affair.
Right. It's not safety we're thinking of, my wife and I. We're not such children as to think there's safety for any of us in this world of ours today. It's just doing something, going somewhere, no matter where.
Well, you better be getting along before it's dark, haven't you?
If we thought we could be of any use, but you're better off without us. Julian, have you heard what happened on the coast north of here last night? There was an appalling raid. Oh, these Saxons. They landed and burnt the culvert to the ground. Arthur's fault. That man was a curse and a menace to us all.
Why should they be his
You
fault?
know quite well why. The way he attacked those people who tried to land here the other day. They would have been friendly enough down here if we had treated them as friends. But no, Arthur chose to attack them and drive them away with murder in their blood. Yes, so they came back last night to murder.
Well, it's nice to talk to somebody who's cheerful and reassuring, Portius.
Oh, there's no need for you to worry. These Caledonians of yours enjoy fighting. No, I'm thinking of those poor defenseless people in the fishing villages. Arthur didn't care what happened to them after he'd gone, or us for that matter. Lucian wouldn't have been murdered if it hadn't been for Arthur. It was Arthur's men who treated Lucian's servants like animals and drove them to join this army of slaves in
Arthur
London.
did the best he could. I don't blame him for anything. You better get along and see that boat of yours. I shall have a lot of work to do this evening.
May I say goodbye to Serena?
No, I don't think so. She's resting. Well, I hope you have a good journey. You need plenty of blankets.
Yes. Well, my wife will see to that. She's better already with all these things to do. Well, good night. And good luck. We shall meet again in happier days.
We may. Good night. Luca, come here. Luca.
Sir?
I expect you heard what's happened, Luca. We should be alone here now. You and your people, my wife and I. It's not going to be easy for us, but we can defend ourselves. Our men will have to stay on duty tonight now that the others have gone. I want you to go round and tell the commanders of each post to stand by until I come to see them myself. Arrange for the women and boys in the village to take food up to them. I'll see they all get proper rest, but it'll need organizing. All right, Luca, you better start now. There's a good moon up. You won't need a lantern. Is there something you wanted to say?
There is something, sir.
Well? What is it?
We have to go, sir. We have orders to leave here and join our people in the north.
Your orders come from me, Luca.
I'm sorry, sir. We have no choice.
Who brought you these orders? The men who came across the downs last night?
Those men and others, sir. For some weeks they've been coming to our people in the night.
You realize what this means, Luca?
We understand what it means to you, sir. We're very sorry.
I'm thinking of you as well. You know how far it is to the north? Some of your people are old. Do you think they can travel 400 miles at this time of year?
We shall help those who are old, sir. Traveling is never hard when one is going home.
You all agreed on this?
We have no choice, sir. Those who disobey the order to return will be branded as traitors and outlaws.
What other orders were you given?
We were ordered to kill you before we go, sir, but not to rob you.
Why not rob me as well?
Our king doesn't want his people to be robbers, but they can't be free so long as their masters are alive.
I see. Well, when are you going to kill me?
I have no wish to kill you, sir.
If you've orders to do it, won't you be in trouble if you don't?
If it were known, sir, then we should be in trouble. But we are all agreed to say that we did kill you. If we say it with one voice, it will be believed.
Do you think if I spoke to your people and asked them to stay with me until the spring...
There are spies in the woods, sir, watching us, waiting to see that we obey. If we fail now, then we shall never be allowed to return. We shall be enemies of our own people.
When are you going?
In the morning, sir. The sentries will remain at their posts until it is light. Then we must go.
Very well. You realize, of course, that your mistress and I will be entirely alone.
It grieves me very much, sir. You've been very kind to me. But I have to think of my children.
Yes. Yes, we all have to do that.
It may be hard for them if it were known that their father was an outlaw.
I'm not blaming you, Lugar.
There's one other thing, sir. I would not be happy in years to come if I were to leave you tomorrow as an escaped slave. If you will allow me, I would like to buy my freedom.
That's all right, Lugar. You needn't worry.
It's something I've always looked forward to, sir. I hope you won't deny me the privilege. You paid 6 for me in Canterbury 30 years ago, sir.
Well, of course, there was a slump at that time, and you were worth a great deal more than 6.
I'm prepared to pay more,
No,
sir.
I didn't mean that. You pay your 6 and everything will be all right.
You must allow me to pay what I consider I'm worth, sir.
How on earth did you collect all this?
In the autumn, sir, when I work in the orchard, you always permitted me to sell the windfalls.
Well, I never knew they were worth that much.
There are 48 silver pennies, sir. I hope to make it 50, but this year Arthur's soldiers took the windfalls without paying. I hope you will accept this as the best I can afford.
Give me your hand, Luca. I, Julianus Licinius Severus, citizen of the Roman Empire, being the lawful owner of the slave Lugar, hereby grant to the said Lugar and to his children freedom from the bonds of servitude, now and for all time.
I have the cap of freedom here, sir.
Well, I think that's everything.
It's usual for a master to strike his slave for the last time when he grants him freedom.
You're a stickler for etiquette, Luca. I always thought it was rather an unnecessary formality, but... there you are.
I've waited and prayed for this moment for many years, sir. For the honor of taking your hand as a free man.
There won't be any need for you to go round the sentry posts now.
They'll remain on duty until dawn, sir. Your dinner will be ready in half an hour.
What time are you going in the morning?
An hour after sunrise, sir. I'll see that your breakfast is served before we leave and the fire is made up. The room will be cleaned and lunch will be laid in the dining room.
All right, Luca, you can leave me now. We should be ready for dinner in half an hour.
Yes, sir. You ordered me to prepare the drafts board, sir.
Oh, yes, the drafts. Thank you, Luca. How people love to burn things. We burn their ships, they come back and burn our fort. One day I suppose Arthur will come along and burn their ships again. There's a bigger blaze farther down the coast. Imagine it's Dover. Well, look a bit, the whole town's on fire.
We must have a lamp, Julian. We can't sit here in the dark.
Shall I draw the curtains?
No, please. I'd rather do without a lamp than have the curtains drawn.
I don't think they're going to see that small light a mile away.
What time do you think it is?
About midnight.
Oh, no, it must be later.
That old barn owl was hooting out there just now. Always comes by here at midnight.
Seems to have been dark for ages.
Well, they're the longest nights of the year now. These Saxons, they're good sailors. I never thought they'd face these rough seas.
How long have we got, do you think?
Some while yet. They'll play about round that bonfire till they get tired of it. They'll hunt round for something to eat, and when they don't find anything, I imagine they'll follow the road across the downs.
They're bound to see this house.
Well, they may not until it gets light. It's pitch dark out there. What would you like to do? Shall we stay here?
I think I'd rather go out, wouldn't you?
I think that's the best thing.
Shall we have supper before we go?
You feel like it?
Not much. But I suppose we ought to eat something.
Shall we take it with us? Have a picnic in the woods.
Oh, that's a much better idea. I'll go along and get a warm cloak and a couple of blankets.
We'll have a drink before we go to warm us up. And I'll take a good bottle of wine with us. Well, Sylvanus, is it your fault or mine? You don't care what happens to any of us, do you? Those old British people thought you were their god. We came along and tried to make you into a Roman god. Now I suppose these new people will say you belong to them. And all the time, the only things you really care about are the woods and the fields, no matter who they belong to.
Were you asking Sylvanus for help?
I was telling him what an old fraud he is, that's all. He's been our family god for 300 years, and he's not even going to say goodbye.
Well, it's not his fault, Julian. You can't expect a spirit that guards a stream in a wood to understand what's happening tonight. Well, we might as well take the picnic basket.
Where'd you find it?
In the cupboard by the kitchen door.
It's easier to carry on a dark night than a bundle and tablecloth. If we drop this, it'll be the end of everything. Do you remember this old wine? The last journey my father made to Italy. The last great vintage from Etruria.
Oh, yes.
I always kept this one bottle for old time's sake. Oh, I don't blame poor old Sylvanus. I don't see what he could have done about a thing like this. Or any other god, for that matter. It's a bit beyond yours, too, isn't it?
He understands. He's with us here tonight.
It's no good understanding and being here if he doesn't do anything. If he wants to help, he'd better be quick about it.
It's not now that matters. I've tried to explain so often, Julian, but you'd never listen.
In the old days, when the gods were young, they'd have thrown a thunderbolt on those fellas down there in the fort and blown them back to the place they came from. You used to tell me that yours could work miracles.
Don't you think it's a miracle that he's here with us now? The old gods helped us to conquer the world, but they did nothing for us when we really needed them. That's the difference between the old gods and mine. He comes to you when you need him.
Pity he didn't come a bit sooner. It's not much good waiting till it's all over.
But it's not all over. Well, that's the wonderful thing, Julian. If you go with him, it's only just beginning. He can't control what those men down there may do, because this isn't his world. But he can take us with him, and once we're in his world, nobody can hurt us because there's no fighting or cruelty there. There's only peace and happiness.
Don't you know all this? It's only what that old priest told you.
There's more than that. When you came in this evening and told me what had happened, you said I was brave, but anybody can be brave when they know how simple it is to go with him.
You honestly believe you can do these things?
I've never told you anything that I didn't believe. When you said just now that we'd go up in the woods, I could almost hear him saying, I'll be up there, waiting for you, ready for you.
For you, perhaps. Not for me.
Not for you too, Julian. If you believe in him.
It's too late for that now.
Oh, it's never too late.
Well, that old priest took a whole morning to make you into a Christian.
I know. But he was a very old man. I'm certain a lot of the things weren't really necessary.
You've got to have a priest. There's no other way, is there?
If we did our best, I think he'd understand. Well, he's used to people coming to him at the last moment like this.
Do you remember the words?
I don't remember everything the old man said, but I'm sure it's not the words that matter.
Would you like to have a try? We shan't have much time. I'll do whatever you tell me.
I think if you come over here and stand by the altar. You're the one that matters now, Julian. The important thing is to believe in him and to want to go with him.
I believe in you. I want to go with you. You know that.
That's not the same thing.
If he doesn't let me go with you, it doesn't matter.
He will if you ask him.
You better do that. He'd listen to you more than he would to me.
Master, we haven't got a priest, but we're in great trouble. This is my husband. He wants to go with you when we leave here. He believes in you, and he wants you to let us be together.
Is it all right?
I think he would have told us in some way if it wasn't.
Does he refuse many people?
I don't think he's ever refused anybody who really wanted him.
Will you tell him it was only a bit of fun when I made jokes about it?
Oh, he'd understand that.
And that's everything, isn't it?
Well, I ought to baptize you.
Well, that's a long business. That old priest was splashing about for hours.
It needn't take long. It's quite simple, really. And we got some water here.
That came out of Sylvanus Spring. Wouldn't be any good, would it?
I don't think it matters where it comes from. You're supposed to confess your sins, and the priest does this to wash them away.
Well, what am I supposed to say?
That's really for you to decide.
What did you confess?
Lots of things. But I had time to prepare. He wouldn't expect you to think right through your life at a time like this.
He'd expect me to confess something, will he?
I think it'd help.
Well, the evening I made that old tax collector drunk and he fell in the river and got drowned. I always thought that was rather a shabby thing to do because I couldn't help being pleased he did fall in the river.
And you're sorry?
Yes. I really am sorry.
Well, I think that's everything, Julian. Now I just have to touch your cheeks and your mouth with the water like the old priest did to mine. And that's all.
Now I'm a Christian like you?
We both belong to him now. If this hadn't happened, we should have gone up to the wood and had our supper, and before we went to sleep, we should have had to say goodbye. Now we shall only have to say goodnight, because we shall wake up together and be with each other forever.
Can't be happier than it has been.
It won't need to be.
Does it mean we shall see Paula again?
And Otho. He promised me the night before he went away.
I'd like to see them again. There's a lot for them to do here before they come. Arthur will be a great soldier if he has a chance. And Paula, she may be a great lady.
We shall know.
You think we shall?
Well, if we don't, then they'll tell us when they come.
Well, we'd better be getting along now.
Do you feel happy?
Hungry, too. I'm going to enjoy myself now.
So am I. Well, shall we lock up before we go?
I don't think so. We take these cups. We can't drink out of the bottle. I think we've packed everything. Shall I take my sword?
There won't be any need for that. You take the basket and I'll take the blankets.
Just put the light out.
No, leave the little lamp on the altar. We'll be able to see it from the woods.
In The Long Sunset by R.C. Sheriff, Marcus was played by John Rye, Julian, Stephen Murray, Serena, Pauline Letts, Paula, Jane Knowles, Otho, David Spencer, Lucian Lockwood West, Portius, John Gabriel, Arthur Julian Glover, Gawain David Valler, and Luger Edward Kelsey. The play was produced by Martin Jenkins.
Moment, enjoy Best Plays. But first, they invented radio, developed color TV, and are responsible for two-dimension motion pictures for nervous people who faint from fright in three-dimension movies. Who are they? Why, Bob and Ray, of course. And every weekday night, you'll enjoy their antics over these stations. The boys join such other great weekday shows as Bob Hope, Dave Garroway, One Man's Family, and NBC's award-winning News of the World. Yes, each weekday, NBC brings you the best in music, comedy, drama, and news. Now it's Best Plays on NBC.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays with John Chapman. A series of hour-length dramas selected from the outstanding successes of the New York stage. Now, John Chapman, drama critic of the New York Daily News, is here to introduce Geraldine Page and Richard Kiley in Summer and Smoke by Tennessee Williams. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you. Our play has had an interesting career. Summer and Smoke was first produced by Margot Jones in her Theater in the Round in Dallas. Then she brought it up to Broadway, where it had a moderate run of 100 performances. Later, this work by Tennessee Williams went back to another Theater in the Round in Greenwich Village, where it had an amazing run of 1 year. Much of this new success was due to the acting. An unheard-of young woman, Geraldine Page, was giving a luminous performance as the maidenly music teacher. Later this season, Miss Page came uptown into a comedy titled Midsummer, and the professional Broadwayites hailed her as a new star. This week, a poll of drama critics put her in a tie with Oscar-winning Shirley Booth as the season's best actress. So, now we're going to have what I might call a theater-in-the-ear performance of Summer and Smoke. And we're happy to have Miss Page in our company. Happy, too, to have Richard Kiley as young Dr. John Buchanan. Imagine now that we're in the fancifully named town of Glorious Hill, Mississippi. Here we first encounter a Mrs. Bassett, who is a town gossip. Mrs. Bassett, what do you know?
I'll tell you, somebody used to have a pretty voice, and that was Miss Alma Weinmiller. Of course, she doesn't sing anymore, but back before the First World War, in all of Glorious Hill, Mississippi, there was nobody could sing like Miss Alma. I remember one 4th of July, she sang at a band concert they had down at the park. Kind of nervous little thing, Miss Alma was. Remember that day after she finished singing, how scared she looked when she came off the stage and looked around for her father and that poor old mother of hers.
Here we are, Alma.
Where is the ice cream, man?
Mother, hush. Alma, here we are over here.
Oh, Father, my fingers are just frozen stiff. Oh, I don't know what came over me. Absolute panic. Oh, never, never, never again. As long as I live, it isn't worth it. The tortures that I go through.
You're having one of your nervous attacks.
Oh, my heart's beating so. It seems to be in my throat the whole time. Was this noticeable, Father?
You sang extremely well, Alma. But you know how I feel about your singing in public.
Well, I don't see how anybody could object to my singing at a patriotic occasion. Where's the ice cream man?
Mother, there isn't any ice cream man.
No, there isn't any ice cream man, Mother. But on the way home, I will stop by the drugstore and pick up a pint of ice cream.
Well, Mother, we'll run along now. Don't stay out late, daughter.
No, Father.
This way, Mother. Come along.
Strawberry. Chocolate? Chocolate and strawberry mix?
All right.
Not vanilla. Yes, Mother, vanilla.
Evening, Miss Alma.
Oh, good evening.
I enjoyed your singing.
Why, thank you. Are you home for the summer?
Yep.
Are you planning to stay here and take over some of your father's medical practice?
I haven't made up my mind about anything yet.
Oh, I hope so. I mean, we all hope so.
You know, your father is so proud of you and so pleased over your accomplishments. The last time I was in his office, you should have heard him singing your praises, telling me how you graduated magna cum laude from Johns Hopkins. That's in Boston, isn't it?
Baltimore.
Oh, Baltimore. Well, it's such a beautiful combination of names. And I've been told that Johns Hopkins is the finest medical school in the world. Practically. Oh, it must be a great satisfaction to you to be standing on the threshold of a career in such a noble profession as I think medicine is.
I didn't know you had such a high regard for the medical profession.
Well, I am a great admirer of your father's as well as a patient. And, oh, it's such a comfort knowing that he's right next door, almost within arm's reach, as it were.
Why, do you have fits?
Fits? Well, no, but I do have attacks of nervous heart trouble, which can be so alarming that I run straight to your father, and he always reassures me.
You know the trouble with you, Miss Elm. It isn't nervous heart trouble at all.
Well, what is it then?
You have a doppelganger,
Oh, my goodness.
and the doppelganger is badly irritated.
An irritated doppelganger? Oh, for that sound.
Well, I shouldn't have said anything. I'm not your doctor. Who's that?
Well, I'm surprised that you don't know.
I've been away quite a while.
Well, that is the Gonzalez girl. Her father's the owner of the gambling casino on Moon Lake. Well, what can she be laughing about?
Maybe she thinks we're funny.
I hope that you have a strong character.
Solid rock.
The pyrotechnical display is blazing fine.
The what?
The fireworks.
Oh.
I suppose you've lost touch with most of your old friends here?
Yeah?
Well, you must make some new ones. Now, I belong to a little group that meets every Wednesday, and, I do think you would enjoy them, too. They are young people with intellectual interests.
Oh, I see.
You must come. Sometime. I'll remind you of it.
Thanks.
Goodbye, Nellie. Bye. Oh, well, now, here comes one of my adorable little vocal pupils. She's the youngest one and the prettiest one with the least gift for music.
Oh, I know that one.
Hello there, Nellie, dear.
Oh, Miss Alma, your singing was so beautiful it made me cry.
Now, it's sweet of you to feel so, but I thank her.
You're just being modest, Miss Alma. Hello, Dr. George.
Hello.
That book you gave me is too full of long words.
Look him up in the dictionary, Nellie.
I did, but you know how dictionaries are. You look up one long word, it gives you another. You look up that one, it gives you the long word you looked up in the first place. I'm coming over tomorrow for you to explain it all to me. Good night.
Good night,
Good night, Nellie.
Well, what book was she talking about?
Oh, a book I gave her about the facts of nature.
Oh.
She came over to the office and told me her mother wouldn't tell her anything, and she had to know because she's fallen in love.
Well, this precocious little Eon.
What sort of mother has she?
Oh, Mrs. Ewell is the merry widow of Glorious Hill. They say that she goes to the depot to meet every train in order to make the acquaintance of the traveling salesman.
Why do you laugh that way?
What way?
That way.
Oh, well, now, I do declare you haven't changed in the slightest. It used to delight you to embarrass me, and it still does.
I guess I shouldn't tell you this, but I heard an imitation of you at the party.
I? Well, what did they imitate?
You singing the voice that breathes o'er Eden at a wedding.
Well, how mystifying.
Oh, well, I shouldn't have told you. You're upset about it.
No, I'm not in the least upset. I'm just mystified. I'm always mystified by unprovoked malice in people. You know, I wonder if these people who do these unkind imitations of me ever stop to think that I have had certain difficulties to cope with, which may be partly the cause of these peculiarities of mine, which they find so offensive. Don't they know that my father and I have had a certain cross to bear?
You mean your mother?
Well, she had her breakdown while I was still in high school. And from that time on, I've had to manage the rectory and take over the duties that would ordinarily belong to a minister's wife, not his daughter. And well, that may have made me seem strange to some of my more critical contemporaries. Well, in a way, it may have deprived me of my youth.
Let her go out with young people.
I am not a recluse. Oh, it's true I don't go flying around here and there giving unkind imitations of other people at parties. Being a minister's daughter, I have to be more selective than most girls about the society I keep, but I do go out now and then.
Well, I've seen you out, but it's always with somebody like this Roger Doremus.
Oh. You may feel that you can speak that way. After all, you were born with surgeon's fingers. You have a chance to serve humanity, but what do you do about it? Everything you can to alienate the confidence of nice people who love and respect your father. Driving your automobile at a reckless speed from one disorderly roadhouse to another. Well, what are you thinking of, John? You behave like an overgrown schoolboy once been known as the wildest fellow in town. And I call it a desecration.
Miss Alma, you know that I really like you.
Oh, no. No, you don't.
Sure. A lot. How'd you like to go riding?
In your automobile?
Uh-huh.
Well, would you observe the speed limit?
Oh, strictly with you, Miss Alma.
Why then, I'd be glad to. John?
Golly Moses.
Oh, well, hello, Roger.
Well, how'd it go, Miss Alma?
How did what go?
My solo on the baritone horn.
Oh, I paid no attention to it.
Oh.
Oh, well, Mr. Doremus, this is Dr. John Buchanan, Jr.
How to do, I'm sure.
Well?
And Dr. Buchanan has just graduated magna cum laude from Johns Hopkins University.
That's New York, isn't it?
Baltimore.
There's that awful Gonzalez girl. Such a raucous laugh.
Yes, indeed. I think we'd better go. John, will you walk back with us to the rectory?
Oh, I think I'll just stick around here, thanks.
Oh, well, good night, then.
Good night.
Good night. Miss Alma, I would put you above that kind of thing.
What kind of thing?
Looking back to see what those two are doing. What are they doing?
He's gone over to her.
Well, maybe he knows her.
Well, he didn't. He does now. They're walking away together.
I guess if anybody really knew Miss Alma, it was old Dr. Buchanan, young John's father. He was the best doctor we ever had in this community, and everybody thought the world and all of him. People would just drop in and talk to him whether they were sick or not, especially Miss Alma.
Doctor, I don't think I will be able to get through the summer.
Oh, you'll get through it, Alma.
How? How, Dr. John?
Well, one day will come after another, and one night will come after another, till sooner or later the summer will be all through here. And then it'll be fall, and you'll be saying, I don't see how I'm going to get through the fall.
Mm-hmm. Dr. John, there is someone who wants me to marry him.
Who is the young man, Miss Alma?
His name is Roger Doremus.
Oh.
Well, why do you say that? Now, please say what you think.
Well, I think he's a very nice young man.
Well, then what is your specific objection to him?
What are yours?
Well, I have none.
Then what are we talking about, Miss Alma?
Well, my objection to him is just that I don't love him, and I cannot imagine myself...
Making love to him?
Oh, Dr. John.
Well?
Well, yes, I suppose that's it. Oh, Dr. John, suppose I get left high and dry with no one, nobody.
Now, look here, Miss Alma. You've got to ask yourself whether or not the physical side of marriage means anything to you. A gentlemanly fella, abstemious and easygoing, is all some women look for. On the other hand, there are some women who want to love and be loved with passion. Now, which are you?
Well, I believe in the possibility of a deep love between a man and a woman.
Good. A physical love?
Well, with me, it cannot be based on a physical passion. I think the very term is somewhat unpleasant.
Forgive me for using it.
But naturally, marriage leads to contact and embraces.
Yes.
And I just don't see how I ever could with Roger. Well, it even offends me when he touches my hand, in spite of all the respect that I do have for him, and even affection.
Has anyone ever touched you? I mean your hand, without creating this distasteful feeling.
Oh, yes. I'm not a cold person.
Johnny!
Oh, where is John? I haven't seen him lately.
The last I heard, my son was taking part in what is called a floating crap game.
Oh, dear. Well, when do you expect him back?
When he has lost his shirt, socks, and tie, and the belt to his trousers.
Well, when he comes back, I wish you would remind him of something to me. About a month ago, he said that he would take me riding some afternoon in his automobile, but he seems to have forgotten all about it.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to remind him yourself. When he comes back, he'll find his belongings moved to the Alhambra Hotel. There's no place in my house for wasters, drunkards, and lecherers.
Oh, now, why do you say lecher?
He spends his nights at the Gonzales place out on the lake. He isn't fit for you to associate with, Alma, as your father told you a long time ago.
Now, you have got to be patient with him because he is young and he's confused. Yes, we've all of us got to be patient, at least until the end of summer. And if we can go that far, well, then we can go much further. And somewhere, sometime, there must be some revelation. A visit of some angel to straighten things up for us.
How will we know this angel, Miss Alma?
John.
Hello, Dad. You will find your things at the Alhambra Hotel. That's the way you want it.
Oh, don't you be too severe with him.
Go upstairs and wash and shave and put on a clean shirt of mine.
Okay, that's the way you want it.
Infernal whelp.
Hello? Oh, John.
Miss Alma?
I have a bone to pick with you, sir.
What's that, Miss Alma?
Well, at the time of our last conversation on the 4th of July, well, you said you were going to take me riding in your automobile.
Oh, did I say that?
Oh, yes, indeed you did, sir. And all these hot afternoons I have been breathlessly waiting and hoping that you would remember that promise. But what I was really calling you about is, do you remember my mentioning that little club that I belong to?
Oh, yes. Those intellectual meetings.
Oh, now, don't you call it that. It's just a little informal gathering. And we talk about the new books and read things out loud to each other.
Is this an invitation?
Oh, well, didn't I promise that I would ask you? And it's going to be tonight at 8 in my house at the rectory. So all you have to do is cross the yard.
I'll try to make it, Miss Alma.
Oh, don't say try, so it requires some Herculean effort. All you have to do is cross the yard.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Alma, but Dad's got to use his phone.
No. I will not hang up until you said you will come without fail.
All right, Miss Alma. I'll be there. You can count on it.
Hello, Miss Alma. Oh, Nellie, where did you come from?
Myself in. Oh, Miss Alma, something marvelous has happened.
What is that, Nellie?
Well, you know about Mother. How I was brought up so nobody nice, except you, would have anything to do with me. Mother's meeting all the trains to pick up traveling salesmen and bringing them home to drink and play poker. All of them acting like pigs. Pigs!
Oh, Nellie.
Well, I thought I'd always hate men, loathe and despise them. But last night, well, I'd heard them downstairs for hours, but didn't know who it was. When all of a sudden my door banged open.
You thought it was the bathroom. Nellie, I'm not sure I want to hear any more of this story.
Guess who it was?
Well, I couldn't possibly guess.
The wonderfulest person in all the big, wide world. When he saw it was me, he came and sat down on the bed and held my hand. And we talked and talked until Mother came up to see what had happened. You should have heard him bawl her out. He said she ought to send me to a girls' school because she wasn't fit to bring up a daughter. Then she started to bawl him out. You're a fine one to talk, she said. You're not fit to call yourself a doctor.
John Buchanan was with your mother?
Oh, he wasn't her beau. He had a girl with him, and Mother had somebody else.
Who did he have?
Some loud, tacky thing with a Z in her name.
Gonzales. Rosa Gonzales?
Yes, that was it. But him... Oh, Miss Alma, he's the wonderfulest...
No, your mother was right. He is not fit to call himself a doctor. Now, I hate to disillusion you, Nellie, but this most wonderfulest person is pitiably weak.
Johnny!
Someone's calling him now. Yes, these people shout his name in front of his house as such a character that the old doctor cannot permit them to come inside the door. All the gifts of the gods were showered on that young man. All he cares about is indulging his senses.
Here he comes down the steps. Look.
Nellie, come away from that window.
Look at him down. Over the banisters.
No, don't lean out the window and have us caught spying. So, Nellie, how you spy on him? Mother. Oh, she's a good one at spying.
You go back to
She stands behind the curtain and peeks around. Whenever he comes in at night, she rushes downstairs to watch him out the window. Sometimes she sits down here and waits until he comes home. Just sits and waits and watches. Alma's in love with him. Mother, be still.
Well, Nellie, will you please go? All right, Miss Alma, I'm going. Good night, Mrs. Wynella. Good night, Miss Alma.
Mother, if ever I hear you say such a thing again, if ever you dare to repeat such a thing in my presence or anyone else's, then it will just be the last straw. Oh, yes, you act like a child, but you have a devil in you. And God will punish you. Yes, and I'll punish you too. I'll take away your cigarettes from you. I'll give you no more. I'll give you no more ice cream either, because I am tired of your malice. I am tired of your malice and your self-indulgence. Oh, people wonder why I am tied down here. They pity me, thinking me as an old maid already. And I'm young. I am still young. Well, it's just you. You have taken my youth away from me. Oh, now listen here. Don't you ever dare to tell a disgusting lie about me to that girl or anybody else.
Everybody noticed the change that came over Miss Alma that summer. The first chance I had to notice it was the night we had our regular monthly literary meeting. Miss Alma had promised us a surprise visitor, and sure enough, she had one.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies, before we begin our meeting tonight, I would like to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. John Buchanan, Jr.
Hello, everybody.
Well, now, we are all completely assembled. And I believe the first item on the agenda for this evening is...
Vernon has his birthday with him tonight.
Oh, we decided to put that off till colder weather.
Yes.
Miss Alma is supposed to read us the paper tonight on William Blake.
Those dead poets can keep.
Mrs. Bassett, everybody. Now, this is the way I feel about the verse play. Now, it is much too important a thing to be read under any but the most ideal circumstances. I mean, not only atmospheric, on some cool evening, with music planned to go with it. Now, why don't we just have the paper on Blake, and then we can talk...
Insane. That man was a mad fanatic.
Now, Mrs.
I read up on him, and I know what I'm talking about. He traveled around with that Frenchman who fired a gun at him in a drunken stupor, and later one of them died of TB in a gutter. No. All right. I'm finished. I won't say anything more. So why was your paper, Miss Alma?
If you...
What's the matter, John?
If you folks will excuse me, I'm afraid I'll have to leave you. I have to call on a patient.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Well, wait, I will come to the door with you.
Oh, no, that's all right, Miss Alma. I'll let myself out. Good night, everybody.
Shall we go on with the meeting?
I bet I know who the patient was. That Gonzalez girl. His father owns Moon Lake Casino and goes everywhere with a pistol strapped on his belt. Johnny Buchanan will get himself shot in that crowd.
Why, Mrs. Bassett, what gave you such an idea? I don't think John even knows that Gonzalez girl.
Knows her all right, in the biblical sense of the word, if you'll excuse me.
No, I will not excuse you. A thing like that is inexcusable.
I think Miss Alma has fallen for the young doctor. They tell me he has lots of new lady patients. Stop that.
I won't have malicious talk here. You know you drove him away from this meeting after I bragged so much about how bright and interesting you all were. You put your worst foot forward, you simpered, you chatted, and carried on like idiots. Idiots! Oh, go away! All of you go home! Father, would you tell me what time it is, please?
5 of 8. I'm working on my sermon.
Why don't you work in the study?
The study is suffocating. So don't disturb me.
Father, would there be any chance of getting Mother upstairs if anyone should call?
Are you expecting a call?
No, I'm not expecting. There's just a chance of it. That boy next door is coming to see her. That's just coming to see her.
You can't be serious, Alma.
He asked me if he might, and I said yes if he wished to. But it's now after 8, so it doesn't look like he's coming after all.
If he does come, you will go upstairs to your room. And I will receive him.
If he does come, I will do no such thing, Father. I will receive him myself. I don't judge people by the tongues of gossip. I happen to know that he has been grossly misjudged and misrepresented by a lot of old busybodies who are envious of his youth. And his brilliance. And his charm.
You're not out of your senses. Then I'm out of mine.
I dare say we are all a bit peculiar, Father.
Well, I have had one almost insufferable cross to bear.
Insufferable cross yourself your windbag, Mother.
Perhaps I can bear another. But if you think I'm retiring to my study when this young man comes, probably with a whiskey bottle in one hand and a pair of dice in the other, you have another thing coming.
Very well, then. I'll wait outside and meet him there if he comes at all.
Alma, have you lost your mind?
Oh, no, Father. I think I just found it.
Alma, come back here. Alma. I don't understand why we have to sit out here in the arbor. Why can't we go into the casino?
I am a minister's daughter.
That's no reason.
Well, you're a doctor. That's a better reason. You can't afford to be seen as that places any more than I can. Less.
Hey, Dusty. Hey, Dusty.
Yes, sir.
Bottle of Vino Rosa.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
What do you got there?
Some sleeping tablets all Father gave me. I need one.
You want to turn into a dope fiend taking that stuff?
I need one. I feel faint.
Well, stop swallowing air. You'll get over it.
Here you are, sir.
I'll put it on the tab, Dusty.
Yes, sir.
Oh, when's the cockfight start, Dusty?
Oh, about 10 o'clock, Dr. Johnny.
When does the what start?
Well, they have a cockfight here every Saturday night. That's what we came for.
I didn't think such exhibitions were legal.
This is Moon Lake Casino, where anything goes.
You are a frequent patron?
I'd say constant.
I'm afraid you must be serious about giving up your medical career.
You bet I'm serious about it. Doctor's life is walled in by sickness and misery and death.
May I be so presumptuous as to inquire what you will do when you quit?
Well, I've been thinking of South America lately. I've heard that cantinas are lots more fun than saloons. And senoritas are caviar among females.
Those Latins all dream in the sun and indulge their senses.
You know who's crowned with most of the glory on this earth? The one who uses his senses to get all he can in the way of satisfaction.
Self-satisfaction?
What other kind is it?
Oh, I will answer that question by asking you one. Have you ever seen a picture of a Gothic cathedral?
What about it?
How everything reaches up. How everything seems to be straining for something out of the reach of fallen or human fingers. The immense stained glass windows and the great arched doors that are 5 or 6 times the height of the tallest man, and the vaulted ceiling, and all those little delicate spires, all reaching up to something beyond attainment. And to me, that is the principal fact of existence, that everlasting struggle and aspiration for more than our human limits are placed within our reach. Oh, now, who was it that said that? All of us are in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars.
Mr. Oscar Wilde.
Oh, well, regardless of who said it, it is still true. You know, I've only gone out with 3 young men at all seriously. And with each one there was a desert between us. Wide, wide stretches of uninhabitable ground. Of course, none of them ever engaged my serious feelings.
You do have serious feelings of that kind.
Well, doesn't everyone sometimes?
Some women are cold. Some women are what is called frigid.
Do I give that impression?
Under the surface, you have a lot of excitement. A great deal more than any other woman I met.
Well, of course, soul.
Oh, the soul again. Gothic cathedrals. Your name is Alma, and Alma is Spanish for soul. You know, sometime I'd like to show you a chart of the human anatomy I have in the office. It shows what our insides are like. And maybe you can show me where the beautiful soul is located on that chart. Oh, well, come on. The clock's quite started. Let's go watch.
No.
I know something else we could do.
I had heard that you made suggestions like that to girls you go out with, but I refuse to believe that such stories were true. What made you think that I might be amenable to such a suggestion?
What you wanted all along, isn't it, Miss Alma?
I want to go home, but I won't listen to you. I'll go home in a taxi. Boy, call a taxi.
I'll call one for you, Miss Alma.
You are not a gentleman.
Taxi!
You are not a gentleman.
In a moment, Act Two of Summer and Smoke, starring Geraldine Page and Richard Colley. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Louisville's Radio Center. Every child a camper. This is the 1953 goal of Louisville's 14 resident camps and 7-day camps. Camping is recreation and good living in the out of doors. Call your Red Feather Health and Welfare Council, Jackson 2391, for information about Louisville's camps. Your coronation station, WAVE 970, Louisville.
Now, Act Two of the Best Plays production of Summer and Smoke.
A while after her date with Johnny Buchanan at the Moon Lake Casino, Miss Alma seemed to act more like herself. If she had another date with him, none of us found out about it, and it was commonly thought that something might develop between her and Mr. Roger DeRemus, who came to the rectory more and more often.
And this is a photograph of Ceylon, the Pearl of the Orient.
And who is that fat young lady?
That is Mother in a hunting suit.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. What was your mother hunting?
Heaven only knows what she was hunting, but she found Papa.
Oh, she met your father on this Oriental tour.
Yes, as he was returning from India with dysentery, and they met on the boat. Oh, and here she is on top of a ruined temple.
How did she get up there?
Oh, climbed up, I suppose.
What an active woman.
Oh, yes, active is no word for it. Oh, look, here. Here she is on an elephant's back in Burma. You're looking at it upside down, Miss Alma.
Oh, well, deliberately, just to tease you. Oh, perhaps that's your mother come to fetch you home.
10:15. I'll never leave till 10:30.
The door was unhooked, so I just walked in.
Why, Mrs. Bassett.
I was just wondering who I could turn to when I saw the rectory light, and I thought to myself, Grace Bassett, you trot right over there and talk to Mr. Winemiller.
Father has retired.
Oh, Alma, we'll just have to wake him. If it isn't too late for human intervention, your father's the one right person to call up old Dr. Buchanan at the fever clinic at Lyon and let him know.
About what?
Well, not 5 minutes ago, a friend of mine called to inform me that young Dr. John and Rosa Gonzalez have taken out a license and are going to be married tomorrow.
Are you quite certain?
I'm always certain before I speak.
Why would he do such a thing?
August madness. They say it has something to do with the fallen stars. Of course, it might also have something to do with the fact that he lost $2,000 or $3,000 at the casino, which he can't pay except by giving himself to Gonzalez's daughter.
Alma, what are you going to do?
Hello? Long distance, please. Hello, long distance. Please get me the fever clinic at Lyons. I want to speak to Dr. John Buchanan.
Johnny, you have blood on your face.
Bit my ears. Turn that music off.
No, I like it.
Never make love without scratching and biting, Rosa. If I leave you, I have a little blood on me. Why is that?
Because I know I can't hold you.
Well, tomorrow we leave here together. We sail out of Galveston, don't we?
You say it, but I don't believe it.
I have the tickets.
2 pieces of paper that you can tear in two.
Ah, we'll go all right. Live on fat remittances from your papa. You know, not long ago that idea would have disgusted me. But not now. Did anyone ever slide downhill as fast as I have this summer, Rosa Gonzalez? Hey, tell me, why does your papa want me for a son-in-law?
I want you. I want you.
Rosa.
In here, Papa.
I don't want him coming in this house.
Le doy la tierra y si la tierra no basta.
Sí, Papa. Aquí estoy.
Johnny. Happy yes.
Happy yes.
Papa, Johnny asked why I want him.
Listen. When my girl Rosa was little, she see a string gold bead. And I don't have money to buy string gold beads. So next day I walk in dry goods store, I say to the man, please give me string gold beads. He say, show me the money. And I say, here is the money. And I reach down to my belt and I take out, not the money, what is gone. Now I have the money, but I still have this gun. She got the gold beads. Anything that she wants, I get for her with the money or this gun.
You just stick a breath out of my face.
Quieto, chamaco.
Déjalo, Papa.
What's going on here? Dad, this is Mr. Gonzalez and his daughter, Rosa.
Senor.
I know who you are. What is going on in my house?
John's giving a party because we're leaving tomorrow.
What?
Yes, together. I hope you like the idea. But if you don't, it don't matter, because we like the idea, and my father likes the idea.
Sky's the limit.
Gonzalez, get your swine out of my house. Get your swine out, I say. Get him out. Let me kill him. Let me. What? Oh, God.
To whom all hearts are open, and from whom no secrets are hid. Help this thy servant in his hour.
That mumbo-jumbo your father's spouting.
If it be thy will, O
Tell him
Lord,
to quit.
take him
You
unto
don't want that
thyself
worn-out magic.
It is no longer a question of what you want.
of life everlasting.
You've got to go in and see him, John.
Amen.
You wouldn't want me.
It just happened because of his devotion to you.
No, it happened because some meddlesome Matty called him back here tonight.
I called him back. But you can't put the blame on anything but your own weakness.
You white-blooded spinster.
Listen, you call me whatever you want, but don't let your father hear your drunken shout.
There's something here I want you to see. This chart of anatomy. Look.
I don't want to see that. Oh, how can you behave like this with your father dying?
I want you to look at this chart and listen to a lesson in anatomy. You see?
Very well, I'm listening.
This is a picture of the human body. This upper story is the brain, which is hungry for something called truth. Doesn't get much, but keeps on being hungry. This part here is hungry for food. This part's hungry for love. Because it's sometimes lonesome. I've fed all three. You've fed none. Nothing. Well, maybe your belly a little. Water is subsistence. But love, but truth, nothing but hand-me-down notions. Attitudes, poses.
So that is your high conception of human desire. Well, I reject your opinion of where love is and the kind of truth the brain is seeking. There's something not shown on that chart.
Oh, you mean the part that Alma's Spanish
Yes,
told you.
yes, it's not shown on the anatomy chart, but it's there somewhere. Not seen, but there, and it is that I loved you with. Yes, did love you with, John. Did nearly die of when you hurt me.
I wouldn't have made love to you.
What?
That night at the casino. I wouldn't have made love to you. Even if you'd consented, I couldn't have made love to you. Isn't that funny? I'm more afraid of your soul than you're afraid of my body. Because I wouldn't feel decent enough to touch you.
Not easily now. He wants you, Alma.
He asked if you...
Oh, I couldn't. No.
Go in and sing to her, Miss Alma.
Well, all right. I don't really...
Sir?
Yes.
Do you think I might...
Yes, John. Go on in. I think he'll want to see you.
John,
Death? Death?
It's too late, John. Too late.
After his father's death, Johnny Buchanan left town, and some time passed before it was learned where he had gone off to. While he was away, a kind of strangeness came over Miss Alma. She very seldom left the house, and if anybody called at the rectory, they would come away with stories of the funny way she acted and dressed.
Is there a parade in town, Father?
Haven't you looked at the papers?
Well, no. No, not lately.
He's finished the work his father started. Stamped out the fever. And gotten all of the glory. Well, that's how it is in this world. Alma, come away from that window.
Oh, there he is. He's home.
Then why don't you rush right over? That's what you want to do, isn't it?
Oh, that's exactly what I want to do, Father, but I'm afraid someone else has already gone to welcome him home.
Oh, that Gonzalez creature.
No. Here she looked like Nellie Ewell, but now that little girl used to be one of my music students, but I couldn't see her. Why, Nellie is just a child.
All that fall and early winter, Miss Alma was sick. Nobody knew what she had because she wouldn't see a doctor, nor anybody else for that matter. I'll never forget the first time I saw her after her sickness. It was down in the park just a few days before Christmas of that year.
Hello, Alma. Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Bassett.
Such wind. Ooh, such wind.
Yes, nearly swept me off my feet. I had to sit down for a while to catch my breath.
It's good to see you out again after your illness.
Thank you.
Our poor little group broke up after you dropped out.
Oh, what a pity.
I think next spring we might reorganize. Well, will you look at that?
Oh, that's Nellie Ewell, isn't it?
The image of her mother. Disgusting.
Miss Alma, hello there. Hello, Mrs. Bassett.
Goodbye, Alma. Come to see me.
What's the matter with that old frump?
Nellie. My, how you've grown.
I was by the rectory, just popped in for a second. The holidays are so short, but every minute is precious. They told me you'd gone to the park.
Yes, this is the first walk I've taken in quite a while.
You've been ill?
Oh, no, not exactly ill. Just not very well. Oh, how you have grown up, Nellie.
It's just my clothes. Since I went off to Sophie Newcomb, I picked out my own clothes, Alma.
I'm sure it must be very fashionable at school.
Oh, yes. They're preparing us to be young ladies in society. What a pity there's no society here to be a young lady in.
You'll find other fields to conquer.
What's this I hear about you?
I have no idea, Nellie.
But you've quit teaching singing and gone into retirement from the world?
Well, naturally, I had to stop teaching while I was ill. But as for retiring from the world, it's more a case of the world retiring from me.
I brought you something, Alma. It's a Christmas present.
Oh, Nellie, you shouldn't have given me anything.
Go on, open it.
Oh, Nellie, what an exquisite handkerchief.
There's a card, too.
Oh, yes, so there is. Joyeuse Noël to Alma from Nellie. And John?
John Buchanan, Dr. John. He helped me wrap presents last night. When we came to yours, we talked about you. Your ears must have burned.
You mean he spoke well of me?
Well, I was raved, simply raved. Oh, he told me the influence you'd had on him.
Influence?
He told me about the wonderful talks he'd had with you last summer when he was so mixed up, and how you inspired him. And you, more than anyone else, were responsible for his pulling himself together after his father was killed. And he told me about... Where are you going, Miss Alma?
I'm going home, Nellie. You run along and deliver the rest of your presents.
But wait till I told you the most wonderfulest thing.
No, I'm going home now, Nellie. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Alma.
Alma. Nice to see you. I called the rectory when I heard you were sick, but your father told me you wouldn't see a doctor.
Oh, well, I just needed a rest. That was all. You were out of town, mostly.
Yes, I was mostly in Lyme, finishing up Dad's work in the fever clinic.
Covering yourself with sudden glory.
Redeeming myself with good work.
Well, it's rather late to tell you how happy I am, and also how proud. But no, you're right, I haven't been well. You see, I've thought many times of something you told me last summer, that I have a doppelganger. And I looked that up, and I found out that it means another person inside me, another self. And I don't know whether to thank you or not for making me conscious of it. For a while, I thought that I was dying, but that was the change I had waited for all summer long.
When did you have that feeling?
August, September. So now, the Gulf wind has blown that feeling away like a cloud of smoke, and I know now that I'm not dying. It isn't going to turn out to be quite that simple.
Have you been anxious about your heart again, Miss Alma?
Oh, you've gone back to calling me Miss Alma again.
We never really got past that point with each other.
Oh, yes, we did. We were so close, we almost breathed together.
I didn't know that.
Is it impossible now?
I think I know what you mean.
Well, you know what I mean, all right, so be honest with me. One time I said no to something. You may remember the time and all that demented howling from the cockfight. But now I have changed my mind. Oh, well, the girl who said no, she doesn't exist anymore. She died last summer, suffocated in smoke from something on fire inside of her.
Alma, I have a respect for the truth, and I have a respect for you. So I'd better speak honestly, if you want me to speak. You've won the argument that we had between us.
What argument?
The one about the anatomy chart.
Oh, the chart.
It shows that we're not a package of rose leaves, that every interior inch of us is taken up with something ugly and functional. And no room seems to be left for anything else in there.
No.
But I've come around to your way of thinking. That something else is in there. An immaterial something, thin as smoke, which all of those ugly machines combine to produce. And that's their whole reason for being. It can't be seen, so it can't be shown on the chart, but it's there just the same. And knowing it's there, within this whole thing, this unfathomable experience of ours, it takes on a whole new value, like some wildly romantic work in a laboratory. Don't you see?
Oh, yes, I see. But, you know, you needn't try to comfort me. Now, you said let's talk truthfully. Well, then let's do unsparingly, truthfully, even shamelessly, then. After all, it is no longer a secret that I love you. It never was. I have loved you as long ago, as long as I can remember. I remember the long afternoons of our childhood when I had to stay indoors, practice my music. I heard your playmates calling you, Johnny, yo, Johnny. Oh, it went through me just to hear your name called. And I was rushed to the window to see you jump the porch railing, and I stood at a distance halfway down the block, only keeping sight of that torn red sweater as you raced around that vacant lot you played in. Oh, yes. It's begun that early. This affliction of love. And it has never let go of me since, but kept on growing. I have lived next door to you all the days of my life, a weak and divided person who stood in adoring awe of your singleness, of your strength. And, well, that's my story. So, now, I wish you would tell me, why didn't it happen between us? Why did I fail? Why did you come almost close enough and no closer?
Whenever we've gotten together, It wasn't the physical you that I really wanted.
No, you've said that already.
You didn't have that to give me.
Not at that time.
You had something else to give.
What did I have?
Well, you couldn't name it, and I couldn't recognize it. Oh, I thought it was just a puritanical ice that glittered like flame. But now I believe it was flame. Mistaken for ice. I still don't understand it, but I know it was there. Just as I know that your eyes and your voice are the two most beautiful things I've ever known. And also the warmth. Although they don't seem to be set in your body at all.
John, you talk as though my body had ceased to exist for you. Oh, well. The tables have turned. The tables have turned with a vengeance. Oh. Someone is coming, John. One of my vocal people. The youngest and the prettiest one with the least gift for music. One that helped you wrap up this handkerchief for me.
Johnny. Oh, hello, Miss Alma.
Oh, hello, Nana.
I've been all over town just shouting.
Shouting what?
Glad tidings.
Well, I thought we weren't going to tell anybody for a while.
I couldn't stop myself. Oh, Alma, has he told you?
Oh, you didn't need to, Nellie. I guessed. From that Christmas card with your two names written on it.
So, Alma, you were really the first to know.
I'm proud of that, Nellie.
See on my finger? This was the present I couldn't tell you about. A solitaire.
Oh, but a solitaire is such a wrong name for it. Solitaire means single. And this means two. Well, it's just blinding, Nellie. It hurts my eyes.
Oh, Alma, I'm so happy. Alma, you know, you're going to sing at the wedding. The very first Sunday in spring, which will be Palm Sunday. The voice that breathed o'er Eden.
Young man.
You say something, miss?
A train at night makes a lonely sound, don't you think so?
Yeah, it sure does.
The water in the fountain is cool. If you're thirsty.
No, not right now.
Even in summer, it keeps cool. It comes from deep underground.
That's what keeps it cool.
Glorious Hill is famous for its artesian springs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, didn't you now? Are you a stranger in town?
I'm a traveling salesman.
Oh, you are salesmen who travel. But I should say you are younger than most of them are. And not so fat.
I'm just starting out.
Oh, I see.
I travel for Red Cross shoes.
Ah, and the Delta is your territory?
From the Peabody lobby to Catfish Row in Vicksburg.
The life of a traveling salesman is interesting. But lonely.
You're right about that. Hotel bedrooms are lonely.
Well, all rooms are lonely when there's only one person.
You're tired, aren't you? I can tell from your voice.
Oh, I'm tired. Well, yes, a little. But I shall rest now. I have just taken one of my sleeping tablets.
So early?
Oh, it won't put me to sleep. It'll just, quiet my nerves.
What are you nervous about?
Oh, I won an argument this afternoon.
Well, that's nothing to be nervous over. You ought to be nervous if you lost one.
It wasn't the argument that I wanted to win.
Well, I'm nervous, too.
Oh, really? What over?
It's my first job, and I'm scared of not making good.
Oh, then you must take one of my tablets.
Oh, shall I?
Please take one.
Yeah, I shall.
And you'll be surprised how infinitely merciful they are. Well, life is full of little mercies like that. No big mercies, but comfortable little mercies. And so we go on.
You're falling asleep.
No, I'm not. I'm just closing my eyes. You know what I feel like? No. I feel like a water lily.
Oh, a water lily?
Yes, indeed. I feel like a water lily on a Chinese lagoon. Why don't you sit down?
I don't know. Oh, sure, yes, thanks.
My name is Alma. That is Spanish for soul. And what is yours?
Mine's Archie Kramer. Mucho gusto, as they say in Spain.
Usted habla español, señor?
Un poquito.
Ah.
¿Usted habla español, señorita?
Oh, dear. Me también un poquito.
Sometimes un poquito is plenty. See, what's there to do in this town after dark?
Well, there's not much to do in this town after dark. But there are resorts on the lake that offer all sorts of after-dark entertainment. There's one called Moon Lake Casino. It's under new management now, but I don't suppose its character has changed much.
Well, what was its character?
Oh, gay, very gay, Mr. Kramer.
Well, then what are we sitting here for? Let's go.
Why not?
I'll call a taxi.
Yes.
Hey, taxi! Hey, taxi! You coming?
Oh, in a minute.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Well, I thought someone called my name. Oh, no, that couldn't be. Nobody knows where I am.
Come on!
Yes, coming. Coming.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of Summer and Smoke, starring Geraldine Page and Richard Kiley. And here once more is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
A touching drama, don't you agree? And fine performances by Miss Page, Mr. Kiley, and their fellow players. Our thanks to them all. Next week, we're going to try one of those melodramas the English know how to make so well. This one is Barry Lyndon's The Amazing Dr. Quitterhouse. Dr. Quitterhouse is a reputable man who becomes an extremely clever criminal in a spirit of pure psychological research. I think you'll enjoy it. And we'll be pleased to learn that our Dr. Quitterhouse will be the star who created the role on Broadway, Sir Cedric Hardwicke. This is Chapman saying goodbye until next week.
Tennessee Williams' Summer and Smoke was adapted for radio by Earl Hamner. Heard in the cast were Agnes Young as Mrs. Bassett, Virginia Payne as Mrs. Weinmiller, Santos Ortega as Reverend Weinmiller, Edwin Jerome as Dr. John Sr., Jane Webb as Nellie, Louis Van Ruten as Gonzales, Raleigh Bester as Rosa, William Griffiths as Roger Doremus, and Lawson Zerby as Archie Kramer. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Your announcer is Fred Collins. Sundays, hear Theater Guild on NBC.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to another adventure into the incomprehensible. I like to think of myself as a thinking person, a reflective man, someone not given to fanciful imaginings. That's the way I like to think of myself. But is that the way I am? Because I must admit that my thinking has not solved many problems for me. My reflections have not carried me very far. So now and again I find it extremely salutary to indulge in fanciful imaginings, to take a short walk into the world of obscurantism. For as you will hear one of our characters say, the mind makes so many mistakes. Our mystery drama, Sunset to Sunrise, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Oh, sure. You can talk about good-tasting diet drinks, but I know. I'm Goldilocks, and here at my taste-testing laboratory, I taste-test them all. And nobody's been drinking my diet drinks until I tested sugar-free Diet 7-Up. And then, kabloomy, every bear wanted some. Diet 7-Up is fresh, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Amco Transmissions, Chuck speaking. How may we help you?
Oh, boy, have I got problems. I got a really fantastic 58 Pontiac with a busted automatic transmission and a mother-in-law that's been visiting me for 10 days.
well, we can help you with the Pontiac.
No, don't kid a desperate man. Now, look, can you really fix up a car that old?
Oh, sure. Amco serviced over 3 million automatic transmissions, and over 400,000 of them were Pontiacs. We know Pontiac's cold.
Pontiac, Ventura, and the Firebird, and the Bonneville, Catalina, and also Grand Prix.
Terrific. Okay, now look, you send the tow truck and I'll help her pack.
Oh, you mean?
Yeah. The 58 Pontiac belongs to my mother-in-law.
Aw, nobody knows her automatic transmission better than Amco. Double A, MCO.
There are over 500 AMCO centers coast to coast. Consult your yellow pages for the AMCO center near you. AAMCO, AMCO.
It's over. I've done it. And the mutilated body lies silent and still at my feet. Let her release come soon. Let me try to explain how I came to do this awful thing. It will be necessary to go back, far back, even to the day I was born, or farther than that, to the hour when, awash in her warm blood, I felt myself pushed down that dark canal into the chilling light. Oh, yes. The woman who lies before me is my mother. But I shall content myself with reverting to the day of her funeral. A gray and dismal day. A long line of villagers passed by the open coffin. I waited with my father until the last of them should have finished viewing the corpse.
Marie isn't here.
She will be, Father.
And Peter?
Oh, I'm not so sure about Peter.
His own mother not to be here?
He's drowning his sorrow, I think.
Oh, you were right about Marie. Here she comes.
How strange she looks. How quite distraught.
I wouldn't know why. She never had any affection for her mother-in-law.
Hello, Marie. We were worried.
Oh, I'm not too late, am I?
No, the funeral hasn't even started.
I mean, they haven't closed the coffin.
Not yet.
Good.
I suppose Peter's...
Where does your brother go when he's needed somewhere?
To a bar. I know.
At least today, Marie, try to think kindly of your husband.
You think kindly of him? He's your son.
Shh. We can move up now. Marie, you go first.
No. Let your father go first.
Father?
Oh, all right.
How sad. How small he looks.
Yes. Small.
You go next, Marie. Marie stood for a second or two by the open coffin, then moved on. Now it was my turn. My eyes filled suddenly with tears. And when I looked down at the quiet body, the expressionless face of my mother, I could scarcely make out her features. I shook the tears away, and I made an effort to see her clearly. Across her breast lay a long spray of wild roses. Without conscious thought, I did what I had never done while she lived. I leaned over and kissed her on the lips. The funeral was over. I sat dry-eyed through it all, and I saw the tears stream down my father's face. After it was over, he said to me,
"Would you walk home with me, Una?"
"Of course I will, Father."
"Do you think you could stay and talk for a while? Maybe I could fix you a little supper."
"Oh, I'd like that very much."
"Ilya won't mind?"
"Oh, it doesn't matter about Ilya." I took his hand. He let me have it like a trusting child, and we started down the road. The familiar landscape had embraced me all my life, and now it brought back sights and sounds from long ago. And on this day, most particularly, the sight and sound of my mother as I had known her. I saw her handsome, flushed face. I heard her voice.
How sharper than a serpent's tooth to have a thankless child. Oh, what have I done that was so wrong? Why am I being punished? To be given a daughter with no shame, no morals, no sense of decency.
My father trudged on beside me without speaking. His tears had dried. He looked as he'd always looked. Very sweet, very simple. She had been the single love of his life. I had never heard him speak of any other woman. He'd fallen in love with her when she was 16 and waited 5 years to marry her.
It was my mother who got me to marry him. But he wasn't really of my world. Nothing intellectual about him. What could you expect of a farmer?
But marry him she did. And he never asked for anything else. The 2 children she bore him, first my brother Peter, and then me. Well, we were simply 2 minor gifts she added to the supreme one of herself. And Peter always belonged more to her than to him.
It's hell to be poor, Peter. Never let it happen to you. Oh, the stories I could tell you about what poverty can do to the ardent soul.
It took Peter a while to get started. But once he got his foot on the ladder, he climbed steadily to the top. And along the way, he married the prettiest girl in town, the dark-eyed Marie.
We're here, Una.
What?
You were dreaming. We're at the house.
Oh, yeah, I must have been dreaming.
Oh, it's a long time. Very long time since you've been in the old house.
2 years.
You're happy living with Ilya?
I don't ask to be happy.
But you're pleased with the arrangement?
It pleases us both.
Go on in.
It looks the same.
Well, nothing's changed. Can I get you something? A hot drink?
No, you sit down and I'll get you something. Oh, take off your coat. Let me help you.
Yes, thank you.
What's this? What's inside your coat?
What? Oh, that I forgot.
Well, it's sewn in. Did you do that? What is it?
Well, it's a sprig of blackthorn.
Well, that's what I thought. Why is it sewn inside your coat?
Marie put it there.
Well, what on earth for?
Una, sit down now. You know, Marie's a strange girl. She came here from another country and where they believe strange things.
Such as what?
Well, you must know. Ilya must have told you.
Ilya's parents were gypsies, but he's not.
But he hasn't forgotten, has he? What they believe, the gypsies.
You don't mean that you...
They believe in the living dead. The dead who refuse to die.
You mean vampires? That is what you mean, isn't it?
I never said I believe.
But you let her sew the blackthorn into your coat.
Well, I couldn't stop her.
But why now? Why today? You don't mean... Mother?
Marie believes your mother has become a vampire.
I wanted to laugh. We were sober, hard-working, God-fearing people. We were not superstitious, given to odd beliefs. But I looked into my father's face, and I could not laugh.
I've never believed, but...
But what?
I have heard that people of great energy, enormous will, with a surpassing belief in themselves, these are the people who will not die. They refuse to die. When death is upon them, they are so angry that they will not submit. You know, Una, what energy your mother had, what a dominating person she was, how much she believed in herself.
She never believed in us, only in herself.
That's the way she was. And they say that people like that would rather live the evil life of a vampire than not live at all.
Well, I can't believe it. It's horrible.
Well, I don't want to believe it, but Marie seems so sure.
Well, I'm going to talk to her right now. I won't stay for supper, but forgive me. I have to get this terrible notion out of Marie's head before she infects anyone else with it. I walked to the village, to the affluent section of the village where Marie and Peter lived. Their house sat on a beautiful green lawn surrounded by an iron fence with a big gate. I pushed it open, and I went inside and up the long gravel path.
Una, don't come any nearer.
Don't be absurd, Marie.
I don't want you in my house.
We have to talk about this crazy idea you have, Marie.
Your father told you.
I found the blackthorn you sewed into his coat.
It may protect him.
And it was you who put the wild roses on her body, wasn't it?
To keep her in her coffin. I had to do what I could.
Oh, but this is all a great foolishness, Marie. Whatever gave you such a crazy idea about your mother-in-law?
It's not a crazy idea. I felt it even before she died. I sensed that she'd never leave us alone. She'd rather turn into something loathsome and feed off us, drain our strength, drink our blood. And it's happening. It's happening. You want to come in the house? Come. I want you to come in. I want you to see your brother.
Is Peter all right?
All right? I don't know what you call all right. But look at him. There on the sofa.
Oh, Peter.
He's been that way since your mother died. And a good deal of the time before that. Do you think I've had a husband? Do you think that bloated hulk has been a man? Ever?
Oh, what has that to do with...
Don't you know? Don't you know that vampires have such power over young married people? Don't you know that?
No.
Well, ask Elia. He knows.
Elia's not a gypsy, not anymore.
Ask his mother. Ask his father. Ask old Wanda Beresti.
Oh, it's all fable and myth. It's not real.
Do you know that I may never have a child? Or you? Do you know that?
No.
If she decides, we'll be barren forever. That's the kind of power they have.
Oh, you'll never make me believe it.
You have got to believe. You of all people.
Why me?
Because you are a damn fire.
What's that? What is a damn fire?
One born of a vampire. Only a damn fire can see a vampire.
But I can't see my mother. I'm not a damn fire.
Go home. Go home, Una. One of these nights, between sunset and sunrise, you will see her.
We'll be back shortly with Act 2.
When you say Budweiser.
When you say Bud, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say Bud, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say Bud, you've said the word that means you like to do it all. When you say Bud, it means you want the beer that's got a taste that's number one.
When you say Bud, you tell the world you know what makes it all the way. When you say Bud, you say you care enough to only want the king of beers. There is no other one. There's only something less. Because the king of beers is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser,
you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
How about a no-cook dinner for a change? Serve a delicious spread of sliced meats, cheeses, salads, and crisp rolls from ShopRite's appetizer counter. You'll love the freshness, the fine quality, and the pleasing variety. This week's big supplies are ShopRite freshly sliced chicken roll, half-pound, 69 cents. Imported Switzerland Swiss cheese, half-pound, 89 cents. ShopRite liverwurst, 99 cents a pound. Fresh macaroni salad, 39 cents a pound. So relax. Pick up a ready-to-eat dinner at the ShopRite appetizer counter.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York, an RKO General Station, your station for Mystery Theater.
But they're all superstition, Una. Handed down from generation to generation.
You don't believe them?
I used to when I was very young. You see, the stories were always about very, very powerful people. I think they couldn't get used to the idea that very powerful people could actually die.
My mother was a very powerful woman.
Ah, but she died, like everybody else, sooner or later.
You never really knew my mother.
I wasn't welcome in her house.
I think I only came here to live with you to spite her. All my life she told me how immoral I was, how wicked, how filled with wild desires.
And you were?
Yes.
And you knew where to take those wild desires, didn't you?
Yes.
And what man to give them to?
Yes.
Well, lucky me.
It was to show her, to say yes to her. Yes, I am like that. Yes, I'm what you say. Yes, I'm loose and immoral and wicked and all those things. And yes, you're right not to love me because I'm not lovable. I'm hateful and vile.
No,
yes.
No. You are not hateful.
Oh, you don't know.
I know enough. Lie still now. Let me hold you.
Yes. Hold me.
What's that?
What's what?
I thought I heard something.
I don't hear anything.
Don't you hear it? Listen.
You don't...
It's a bat.
A bat? Turn on the light.
No, please. I don't want to see it.
Ilya, get rid of it.
I won't touch it.
What are you doing?
I'm putting on my clothes.
Why?
It's your mother. It's your mother, Una. She's back.
It's not. You said you didn't.
Never mind what I said. I was wrong.
It's a bat in the rafters. It's not my mother.
How do you know? How do you know for sure?
Be.
The old women were right. They come back, you see.
No.
They come back to live off the living and suck our blood.
Ilya, where are you going?
To my mother's house.
Ilya, don't go.
Mother? All night long, I lay in the dark, listening to the bats swoop and chatter in the rafters. Sunset to sunrise, I lay awake and listened. For as the warning light of the sun started to glow in the east, the bat was suddenly quiet. Hadn't Marie told me that the old stories all agreed that vampires could only venture out between sunset and sunrise? The bat was gone. And I was alone. Then came a pounding at the door. I got out of bed and I went to answer it. Had Ilya come back? Had he thought better of his foolish fears and come back? Ilya? Oh, Peter.
Let me in, Una.
Yes, come in.
I have to talk to you.
You're very drunk.
Never mind. Never mind about that. I have to ask you something important.
Well, first tell me why you didn't come to our mother's funeral.
Never mind about that either.
Marie was there.
Marie was not there. Not for the funeral. She went to the church to put some wild roses on the body. She didn't stay to see her buried. Not that she's really buried. Not that she'll ever be really buried. She'll be around for a long time till she's drained us all dry, and long after that, maybe forever, who knows? Do vampires ever really die?
Peter, stop that. Our mother is not a vampire.
Is it true? Marie says it's true.
Is what true, Peter?
Did you kiss her? When she was lying in her coffin, did you really kiss her?
Yes, I did.
Oh, no. Why did you do that?
I don't know quite. I think it was because I'd never kissed her before, and I was sorry that I hadn't.
Don't you know what you've done?
I haven't done anything.
You've put your lips to her poison. You've made yourself like her.
I haven't done anything. I said goodbye to her. I kissed her goodbye, that's all.
Don't you know that vampires spread their foul contagion on the living? Isn't it bad enough that you and I are damn fires just because she gave us birth?
Stop it. I don't want you to talk this way.
You and I can see her. Have you seen her?
Of course I haven't.
I have. Shall I tell you why I didn't come to the funeral? I was with her, that's why. She came to my room and stood in the door. She was very beautiful. She had on her white lace dress, and she smiled at me.
You were drunk.
She didn't mind. She just smiled. But then her smile grew wider and wider till the whole room was filled with her smile. It took away the sunshine. I tell you, Una.
Peter, oh, Lord. Come in. Peter, are you all right? Come in. The door's not locked. Oh, Marie.
Yes. I thought he'd be here. Oh, don't try to move him. Let him sleep it off.
He's just drunk.
He's been drunk for days. Let him lie there.
But just before you got here, he was trying to tell me that he saw our mother, that she came to his room.
Only the damp fires can see a vampire.
You made him believe it.
Because it's true. And Una, there's something else that's true, and you'd best know it. Only a damp fire can kill a vampire.
Kill?
The best we others can do is try to protect ourselves with the blackthorn and the wild roses and all that.
I will not listen.
There is something you can do. You could help us to protect ourselves.
Marie, I just don't believe in this superstitious...
You don't. But we do. Nobody's slept a wink since the day she died. Oh, they know she'll go after us first, but no one in the village is really safe.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Move the body across the river.
What for, in God's name?
Wanda Beresti says it's very difficult for a vampire to cross over water.
I don't believe any of this. I don't believe it's happening.
Well, it's happening, all right. And everyone believes it, but you... You can't make the rest of us live in this torment because you refuse to believe.
You could be right.
You will move the body across the river?
Oh, I'll have to talk to Father.
Oh, talk to him. Talk to him now. Before it's too late.
I left Marie to get Peter home the best way she could. And I started off for my father's house. How could I ask him to disinter the body of his beloved wife only 2 days after she'd been laid to rest? What kind of daughter would nourish the horrid thought in her father's mind that his wife might be a vampire? Oh, how I needed someone to tell me what to do.
Una,
Hello, Father. May I come in?
Of course you may come in. Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
You're all right, aren't you?
Yes, I'm all right. Oh, now, can you stay for a little while?
As long as you like.
Oh, good. I could make a little supper if you could stay that long.
Father, Peter came to see me today.
Oh? How was he?
Drunk. But not so drunk that he couldn't say what he came to say.
And what was that?
That I had contaminated myself when I kissed my mother's mouth as she lay in her coffin.
Oh, my dear girl.
Do you believe that, Father?
Oh, my dear. I'm so confused.
You do believe it?
I don't know what to believe anymore.
And Marie came to see me, too.
Oh, yes? Well, what did she want?
Marie wants Mother's coffin moved to the other side of the river.
Oh. Your mother is buried in the family plot. I promised her. Why does she want the body moved?
Marie says that to cross water is very hard for vampires. I could hardly bear the torment in my father's face. It's so hard when everyone around you believes one thing, to stand alone and believe another. I kissed my father gratefully. Grateful for his kindness, his patience. He asked me to stay the night. There was still my old room. I lay down on the narrow bed, but my eyes would not close. I stared at the black square I knew to be the window. Beyond the door, I could hear my father washing the supper dishes. Then I heard it. Very faint, but unmistakable. Someone tapping on the window pane. I lay rigid in the narrow bed. And then I heard...
Is that how a vampire sounds? I don't know, or I'd tell you. Half a century ago, a vampire was actually tried in a London court. A gentleman it was, by the name of George Haig. Unhappily, we have no record of the gentleman's voice, and it all happened so long ago, I've no idea whether or not he was ever convicted. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. You know, for years we've been talking about the Special K breakfast, a great way to start the day if you have a weight problem. You may have seen or heard our latest commercials, which symbolize the problem of being a few pounds overweight by using this ball and chain. That's the sound effect. But so many people have come to know the Special K breakfast that can help solve weight problems, they sometimes forget that Special K is America's favorite high-protein cereal. It has 8 essential vitamins and iron, and so delicious that lots of folks, kids as well as adults, eat Special K just for the sheer good taste of it. So we don't want you to think that you have to wear a ball and chain to eat Special K. All you need is an appreciation for the finer things of life, a 1-ounce bowl of Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, coffee, and maybe a little sugar. The Special K breakfast can help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Here's news from Queen Elizabeth II. Now you can sail to Europe on Queen Elizabeth II and fly home free. I'll repeat that. Sail to Europe on Queen Elizabeth II and fly back to New York free. She reaches Europe in 5 luxurious days. You have ample time for touring because you fly back. Meals and entertainment on board are included. A whole new crowd of people are discovering Queen Elizabeth II because she's affordable. And she's 4 swimming pools, 3 nightclubs, a discotheque, a gymnasium, a sauna, a casino, and 3 of the finest restaurants in the world. Sail first class grades A to H and fly home free. Sail tourist grades L to Q and S to U and fly home half fare. Flights are British Airways economy. You can stay in Europe up to 16 days. Call your travel agent or Cunard at 212-983-2510. Sail to Europe on Queen Elizabeth II and fly home free. Great ships of British registry since 1840.
No matter what you're saving for, that's what Suburban Savings for Suburban.
Suburban Savings offers you an easy way to borrow without touching a penny in your regular savings passbook account. Just let Suburban loan you the money. It's called Suburban Savings Passbook Loan. You can borrow up to 90% of the total amount you have on deposit at reasonable rates, and you can pay off your loan at your convenience. When your loan is repaid, you still have all of your savings intact, plus interest. So if you need money, why not take a loan from Suburban without touching your savings? Suburban Savings Passbook Loan in New Jersey at Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
I jumped from the bed and ran to the window. There was no moon, but the stars were very bright. Bright enough so that the trees cast wavering shadows on the grass. And then I saw her beneath a poplar tree just outside the window, dressed in white lace, her long hair falling to her waist. She lifted her face to the window, and by the light of the stars I saw it. Not hideous, not obscene, no, beautiful as it had been in life, but transfigured now by such appalling grief as I had never seen before. The dark eyes staring, the cheeks glistening with tears, the mouth stretched wide as it cried. I needed my father. I could not bear the sight of this apparition by myself. I heard him moving about in the kitchen, and I ran to him. Oh, Father! Father! She's here!
What, dear? What did you say?
She's here! Mother is here!
Is she?
No. She's beautiful. She's beautiful.
Where is she?
Outside the window. I heard her calling me, and I went to the window, and I saw her standing under the tree, and... Oh, Father... She looks so sad.
Oh, my dear little girl, you've had a dream.
It's not a dream. She's there.
So soon after the funeral, it's natural for you to dream.
You'll come with me. I'll show you.
You're overwrought, dear child.
Come with me, you'll see. If there were a moon, you'd see quite clearly, but even by the starlight, you can see. Look there.
Where? I don't see her.
Beneath the big poplar tree, right there.
I don't see anything.
In her white dress. Look at her.
I can't see anything. Nothing but the grass and a few shadows. That's all.
That's all?
Oh, my dear child, you had a dream.
No dream. I saw her. But you can't see her. She must be a vampire, and I am a damn fire.
What are you saying?
Only the offspring of a vampire can see the vampire. Peter said he saw her. I know I saw her. We are her offspring, Peter. And I are vampires.
Oh, no, please, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh, I know very well. Only a vampire can see a vampire. And only a vampire can kill a vampire. Well, then,
what are you doing, Ona?
Gonna open this window?
No, don't.
And invite her in. Mother, come in. Come in. Your daughter is waiting to receive you. My father rushed from the room.
I can't stay. I can't watch. I can't.
I stood by the window, waving to the white figure beneath the poplar tree. It was several minutes before she moved, and then very slowly, with uncertain steps, she came toward the window. She looked up at me like a child that is not certain of her welcome.
Una?
You've come back to live off of us, haven't you, Mother? Even in death, We are your possessions, your very prized possessions, because from us you drew pride and haughtiness and self-importance. That's what we did for you in life, and that's what you mean we should do for you now. That's it. Isn't it, Mother?
Una, no. Forgive.
Forgive?
What went before. Forgive it.
Forgive? I've never heard you say that word.
Now I say it. Forgive me. All that I did. I beg of you, forgive me all my sins.
Father was right. This is a dream.
Forgive me, that I may lie quiet in my grave.
Oh, God, let me wake up. God, deliver me from this dream.
You don't hear me. Oh, Una, why don't you hear me?
Perhaps I fainted. I don't know. I suppose I did, because I remember nothing more until I was wakened by a knock on the door. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the floor next to the narrow bed, and the sun was streaming through the window. I got to my feet. Come in, Father. Ilya.
Are you all right, Una?
Yes, I'm all right.
You look so pale.
Oh, I had a bad night, a bad dream.
Yes, your father told me.
My father? He went to fetch you. That's why you're here?
I would have come back to you anyway. I only went to see my mother to ask her what she knows about vampires. All the old women were there. Wanda Baresti and all the others.
Oh, they must have filled you full of stories.
Una, when a whole town believes that a vampire is loose, they become terrified. A vampire, Una, is soulless, mindless energy on the march, knowing neither good nor evil, only its own desires. And the vampire must be killed, Una. Do you know why? Lest we become like the vampire. We can become like that, Una. Unless a stake is driven through the vampire's heart.
And who is to do that?
You know.
Only a damn fire can kill a vampire.
A stake must be driven through the throat of the corpse. If blood spurts from the throat, it is proof that a vampire lived in that body.
Can I do such a thing to my own mother's corpse?
It must be done before the sun sets, or she'll walk abroad tonight.
Ilya, do you know that I thought she was here last night, in this very room? And she kept saying, forgive, forgive. And then, of course, I knew it was a dream, because my mother would never say such a thing as forgive.
She was asking you to forgive her?
Imagine a proud woman like my mother to say a thing like that.
You heard her say, forgive me?
In my dream, yes. I suppose it's because I hated her so much in life. I liked the idea that she was sorry for all the grief she'd caused us.
Una, listen. While I was at my mother's house, she told me that there had been cases now and then where a dead person returned night after night and terrified everyone because it was taken for granted that the dead one had become a vampire. But it wasn't always true. There were times when the dead one was what they call a returner.
A returner? What is that?
One who comes back, so my mother says, to ask forgiveness.
Are you telling me that my mother did come back last night, asking to be forgiven? That it was no dream?
It's possible, isn't it?
And if it is true, if she is a returner?
You must get a writ of absolution from the bishop and place it on her body.
How can I tell? How can I know that she is a returner and not a vampire?
You'll have to go through with it before sundown.
Oh, no. No. Drive a stake through my own mother's throat.
Una, more than half the village believes your mother has become a vampire. Marie wants you to move her body across the river.
And even my father is wearing the blackthorn in his coat.
And even I. When I heard the bat in the rafters, I thought it might be your mother. You must have the grave opened, Una, and the coffin. And before the sun goes down, you must drive the stake into your mother's throat. Then we shall see whether she is a returner or that foul creature of the night, a vampire.
Elia himself uncovered it open. I told my father what I meant to do before the sun went.
If you must, my daughter. If you think you must.
If she is really a vampire, Father, only I can do it. And I went to Peter and Marie.
You wouldn't ask me to do it, Una.
No, I wouldn't ask you, Peter.
You're very brave, Una. I'd have been content if you'd only moved her body across the river.
There's so much talk in the village. So much fear, so much horror. We must settle this thing once and for all. I went from house to house telling everyone to be by the graveside just before sunset. They looked at me with pity, some of them, others with revulsion. But all promised to be there, and so it happened. I wish to thank you all for coming here. You all know of the belief that is spread through our village. Many of you share in it. My own family leans toward it. The belief that the body of the woman who lies here is not a corpse, but the shell that houses a vile and loathsome being, a vampire. That this vampire threatens the lives of all of us, and the sanity, the spirit, and the soul of any who escape with their lives. Listen, I have here a stake. The sun is setting. While there is still a little light, I shall drive this stake through my mother's throat. If blood gushes forth, then I shall have killed a vampire. I shall also have murdered my mother. If no blood comes from the body, we will know that she is no more than a returner who is asking forgiveness for the wrong she did in life. As we all one day will have to ask for forgiveness for the wrong we have done.
Yes.
Pray for me. Pray for me. Pray for yourselves. And if you can give her your forgiveness, the bishop will give her absolution. I hold the stake high for all of you to see. And now! There is no blood. Go. Send for the bishop. It's over. I've done it. And the mutilated body of my mother lies at my feet. Oh, let her release come soon.
I'll be back shortly.
Hi, Ms. Goldilocks here. Professionally taste-testing diet drinks can be very difficult, but I've just had to bear with it. Then I found sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It doesn't taste like other diet drinks. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up tastes so good that I've taste-tested it hundreds of times, and each time I've given it my seal of approval. Yes, this one's just right.
thought you couldn't afford to fly to California this summer, TWA has some good news for you. You can. Thanks to TWA's demand schedule service, you can fly to California for only $125. Just make your reservations 90 days before you want to go and put down a $20 deposit for each way. For all the details, call your travel agent. TWA's demand schedule service. Now you can afford to fly to California.
Tell me frankly, wouldn't you like to sleep every night on a $100 mattress? Suppose you could get one for just $69. Why envy friends who sleep in luxury when Huffman Coos has just what you want at such a tremendous reduction? This fair-traded Stearns & Foster famous label bedding has never been on sale before. Now Huffman Coos has it exclusively at this special down-to-earth price. Why such a big reduction? Because of soaring costs. This $100 Stearns & Foster beauty has been discontinued. Huffman Coos bought the entire inventory to bring you this $69 twin-size price. Full-size mattresses or box springs, originally $120, are now just $89 each. Queen-size sets complete, $219. King-size sets complete, just $319. So go to Huffman Coos at once. No more when these are gone. Tell them we sent you. You'll be glad we did.
Our cast included Marion Seldes, Bryna Rayburn, William Johnston, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS.
The Jack Benny program, presented by Lucky Strike.
When you buy, keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on the red bullseye. When you buy, keep your eye on Lucky Strike.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
American.
Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows. Mr. Fernie Simmons King, independent tobacco buyer of Lexington, Kentucky, has bought over 10 million pounds of tobacco in the last 36 years. Mr. King recently said,
"Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy real fine tobacco. Ripe, light tobacco that makes a swell smoke.
At auction after auction, experts like Mr. King, men who really know tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. So,
when you buy, keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on the red bullseye. When you buy, keep your eye on Lucky Strike. And remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, the past summer all over America, millions of people went on vacations. And for the first time in many years, Jack Benny, the star of our show, visited the garden spots of America. After finishing a successful radio season last June, he went directly to the beautiful Sun Valley Hotel in Sun Valley, Idaho.
Oh, Clerk. Clerk?
Yes, sir?
My name is Farnsworth. My wife and I have reservations here starting today.
Oh, just a second. Let me check that.
Isn't this a beautiful hotel, dear?
The nicest I've ever seen, darling.
Oh, yes, here we are. Mr. and Mrs. Donald Farnsworth. You're in Suite 316. I'll have your bags taken care of.
Oh, boy. Boy?
Yes, sir.
Mr. and Mrs. Farnsworth to Suite 316.
Gee, the honeymoon suite.
And boy.
Yes, sir.
This time, leave whether they tip you or not.
Yes, sir. This way, please.
After 3 glorious weeks in Sun Valley, Jack Benny next visited the world-famous Broadmoor Hotel in Colorado Springs.
My goodness, Wilbur, the dining room is certainly crowded. I do hope we're fortunate enough to get a table.
Well, all we can do is try, Genevieve. I'll talk to the head waiter. Oh, Captain.
Oui, monsieur.
We'd like a table for 2.
Eh bien. A table for 2. I will talk to one of my waiters, see if we have one available. Oh, Pierre. Pierre.
Oui, mon capitaine.
Avez-nous une table pour 2?
Je ne crois pas.
Pourquoi pas?
Il est trop personne ici. Il est très crowded.
I am so terribly sorry, monsieur, but no table for 2 are available. There will be a 1-hour wait.
1 hour? Look, Captain, here's $5.
Time she fly, doesn't it? Oh, Pierre, give this couple a nice table.
Oui, mon capitaine. Très bien. And remember, $2.50 of that is mine.
What?
Vive la France!
The summer wore on, and it was with a heavy heart that Jack finally said farewell to the beautiful Broadmoor Hotel and spent the remainder of his vacation at the jewel of the Pacific, Catalina Island.
Hey, Willie, look. Here comes the SS Catalina into dock.
Yeah, and look, Skinny. Look at all the tourists she's bringing in.
Gosh, I hope they ain't no cheapskates on board.
Yeah. Hey, look, they're starting to throw the coins already.
Yeah, get ready to dive. One of the ladies just threw a quarter.
It's my turn, fellows.
Whee! Oh, nuts. He goes first every time.
Yeah. You know, for an old man, he can sure stay underwater a long time.
You should have been here yesterday when a guy threw in a silver dollar.
Did he stay under long?
Twice he sent up for sandwiches.
Sandwiches?
Just the bread. He caught his own sardines. When he finally came up, he was covered with barnacles. Oh, look. There he comes up now.
Nah, that's only his hair.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's wait till his glasses come up and then go.
But all good things must come to an end, and so did our hero's travels. And now tonight, after a glorious vacation, we bring you the star of our show, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, even though you did exaggerate, I must say I had a wonderful summer.
I'll bet you did, Jack. When did you get back from Catalina?
Yesterday afternoon. You see, Oh, pardon me a minute. I had a little water in my ear. Well, Don, here we are back on the air again, and I haven't seen you since last June. What'd you do all summer?
Oh, nothing much. I just cruised around on my yacht.
Well, that's... On your what? On your what, Don?
On my yacht.
You You own a yacht?
Oh, yes. Bought it just a few months ago.
Don, you bought a yacht on what I...
I was lucky in the stock market.
Oh, you must have been, Don. You must have been. So you spent most of your time on the yacht, eh? Where'd you go?
Oh, I cruised up and down the coast, and then I took one trip into the Atlantic.
Cruising the Atlantic. Hey, that must have been nice.
Oh, it was, but I had a little trouble getting through the Panama Canal.
Don, is your yacht that big?
Oh, the boat got through. I had trouble.
Oh, I see. Well, Don, now that we're here...
Jack.
What?
Ask me what I named my yacht, huh?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, Don. What did you name your yacht?
I call it the Girdle.
Good. Now, let's get on with the...
Ask me why I call my yacht the Girdle.
Don, look, okay, why do you call your yacht the Girdle?
Because it takes a lot of little tugs to get her out of her slip.
Don, Freedom Train. Control your caboose. Don, you should have saved that old joke for next Sunday, October 12th.
Why?
Because that's Columbus Day, and he was the first one to tell it. Don, I'm ashamed of you starting off a season by telling an awful joke. What's that?
Stand aside, Jackson. It's me, Prince Charming.
Phil! Phil!
All you ladies in the audience can sit down now.
Phil, what kind of an entrance was that?
Well, this is the first show, Jackson. You got to come on big. Harris ain't the modest type. I ain't no stinking violet.
That's shrinking! But we'll leave it your way. Anyway, I'm glad to see you, Phil.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, hello, Donzie. Hey, gosh, Jackson, I haven't seen you all summer. Come here, you pretty thing, you. Oh, you dove. Let me slap you on the back.
Phil, please.
Now, come here, now. Come over.
Thanks, Phil. You cleaned out my other ear.
Holy smoke, where'd you get all that water?
It's nothing. By the way, Phil, you look awfully well. You must have taken pretty good care of yourself this summer.
Yeah, I took it easy, Jackson. I loafed around home for a while, and then I had to go to Atlantic City for the bathing beauty contest.
Oh, were you one of the judges?
No, I was Miss Encino.
Phil, how could you be Miss Encino?
That's where I live.
What?
It was either me or Alice, and I was going east anyway.
Well, better luck next year, Phil, but don't tell me that's all you did all summer.
No, well, just before coming back to work, I thought I'd better get a little rest, so I spent 3 glorious weeks at the Frankfurt Distillery.
Frankfurt Distillery?
Yeah, what scenery.
I can imagine.
I sent you a postcard, Jackson, but the mailman drank it.
That's what I like about you, Phil. Entering a beauty contest, vacationing in a distillery. You and Duz will do anything. Only Duz does it with water. Hey, that's pretty good, isn't it? Huh?
Say, Phil, talking about jokes, ask me the name of my yacht.
Okay, Donzie, what's the name of your yacht?
I call it the Girdle because it takes a lot
No, Donzie. No, not that oldie. Save it till next Sunday.
Why?
Because that's Columbus Day, and Columbus told it to Jackson.
Now, wait a minute. Look, fellas, we're starting a new season, so let's not start...
Hooray for the Yankees! Hooray for the New York Yankees!
Dennis!
Hooray for the New York Yankees! What a team!
Dennis, what are you so happy about? The Yankees lost today.
I know. I bet on the Dodgers.
Oh, well, that's different. How much did you bet?
$18 million.
Dennis, are you crazy? How can you make a bet like that? $18 million.
I couldn't resist. They gave me 9 to 5.
Now, Dennis, I don't want all that silly talking here. 9 to 5, $18 million. Anybody give you a bet like that must have 2 heads.
Oh, you know him?
Yes, I know him. The three of us play pinochle together. Now, come on, Dennis. As long as you're here, let's have your song. Huh?
Okay, but wait till I say hello to Don. I haven't seen him for 4 months. Hello, Don.
Hello, Dennis.
Now, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, aren't you going to say hello to Phil?
Oh, I saw him in Atlantic City.
Phil, roll down your pants legs. The contest is over. Miss Encino. Now, come on, Dennis. Let's have your song.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny, as this is your opening broadcast, I came here to tell you...
We cut you at rehearsal.
Oh.
Poor fella, I should have told him. He bought a tuxedo and everything. Go ahead,
on your fingers, naughty Angeline. You laugh at romance that lingers, naughty Angeline. You take a heart, then you break it just for fun. Someday you'll break one too many. Yours may be the one. Everyone kisses a flower filled with sweet perfume. Nobody kisses the flower when it's lost its bloom. So come to my arms, mischief-making baby. Settle down and just be mine. 'Cause deep in your heart, you're a good little girl. Naughty baby, settle down and just be mine. 'Cause deep in your heart, you're a good little girl. Naughty
Naughty Angeline, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by naughty Miss Encino. And Dennis, I must tell you that your voice is better than ever. You know, Dennis, most singers have to study, vocalize constantly, and exercise their diaphragm to attain such rich, vibrant, tonal quality. What do?
I gargle.
Well, I guess that's good, too, you know. But your voice sounds...
Oh, Jack, look, here comes Mary.
Well, it's about time. Wow. Hey, what a reception, Mary. Everybody's happy that you're back, you know.
I'm happy, too, and gee, it's good to see all you fellas again.
Yeah.
I'm going to give each one of you a nice big kiss. Come on, Don.
Right here, Mary.
Phil?
Here I am, Livy. Make me forget about the South.
Dennis?
Come on, Livy, make me forget about Miss Encino.
Here you are. And now you, Jack.
Oh, Mary, not in front of all these people.
Oh, come here. I'm going to kiss you.
Oh, all right.
Old Faithful.
Jack, what in the world was that?
Oh, I just brought back a little water from Catalina. You know?
Oh, Jack, you always have to bring home souvenirs. Last time it was towels.
Mary, when did you ever see me walk out of a hotel with a towel?
The time your pants didn't come back and we had to catch a train.
Well, that was an emergency. I had to wear that towel. What are you laughing at?
You made me call your mother so you wouldn't look silly.
All right, all right.
Mother wore towels.
Just until my pants came back. Anyway, Mary, I'm so glad to see you. I don't care what you say.
I am too, Mary, and you look absolutely gorgeous in that new dress.
Well, thank you, Don.
It is a lovely dress, Mary, but isn't it unusual coming to a broadcast with a bare midriff?
This isn't a bare midriff. Phil still has his arm around me.
Still. I thought it was kind of a funny place for a tattoo, U.S. Navy. Phil, put your coat on.
Say, Mary, are you going in for that new style, you know, the long skirts that all the girls are wearing?
Well, Don, I haven't made up my mind yet, but on some types they do look very attractive.
Well, maybe so, Mary, but I don't think I like them.
Then why'd you let the hem out of your nightgown?
I didn't let the hem out. I added more lace. I can go along with a gag, sister. Now, Mary, stop being silly.
Yes, Livy, refrain from that raucous injecture of extraneous spontaneity.
Yes, be a little... Phil. Philzy. Would you mind saying that once more?
Oh, no, you don't, Buster. If you want to hear it again, listen into the repeat show.
I thought it was an accident. Anytime you use words of more than one syllable...
Entree.
Shut up! Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Oh, thanks, boy. Here's a tip for you. Here.
Thanks.
Say, Jack, what kind of a tip was that?
Yeah, you gave the boy a nickel and a copy of the Cosmopolitan magazine.
Well, you see, there's a story about me in this month's Cosmopolitan.
Well, what about the nickel?
After he reads what they say about me, that nickel will look like $1,000. I know what I'm doing.
Hey, Jackson, who's the wire from?
I don't know. Read it, Mary.
Okay. Oh, Jack, it's from Fred Allen.
Tear it up.
I will not.
All right. Hee. What does it say? Always laugh.
It says, Dear Jack, I just read that you're going back on the air for Lucky Strike. What's lucky about it?
Mary, let me ask you something. Do you think that wire was funny?
Yes, Jack. I think anything Fred Allen does is funny.
Oh, you do, eh?
I do too, Jack.
I thought you would. Now, look, fellas, we go through this every year. It's about time you admitted that I'm a much better comedian than Fred Allen.
All right, Jackson, all right. If it'll make you happy, we'll admit it. You're the greatest comedian in radio.
That settles it.
I like Jack Parr.
Dennis, we're not discussing Jack Parr. Although now that you brought up his name, I think Parr is a very clever fellow. He's bright, witty, and sophisticated. Now let's...
He's young, too.
Well, that's right. He is young, but age means nothing in show business. After all, age is a funny thing. I don't know. I remember when I was 8, I wanted to be 18. When I was 18, I wanted to be 28. When I was 28, I wanted to be 38. And now that I'm 38... I don't know what I want to be.
You've been there long enough to make up your mind.
Yeah, I guess so. You know. Anyway, I think that Jack Parr is... Hey, what's that? Who's that marching in here?
Jack, look, it's your quartet.
My quartet?
Yeah, the Sportsmen.
Well, what do you know?
Mr. Benny, here we come, right back where we started from. We're happy, so happy just to be back with Lucky's, those Lucky's round and firm and fully packed. And who know we'll all agree that's the smoke for you and me. Good old LSMFT, Mr. Benny, here we come.
Boy!
we've got to say goodbye. We wish you were the red bullseye. Mr. Benny, here we go.
How do you like that? How do you like... They would come over on my opening show.
What do you mean, Jack? They had to come over. They still work for you.
You mean they're going to be with me another year? How did that happen?
Why, don't you remember? You signed them to a contract at Catalina with an underwater pen.
Oh, yes, they fooled me. They came down there dressed as mermaids. Yeah?
Mermaids?
Yeah, I like a fool wanted to marry one of them. I thought I'd save money on nylon. Oh, well, if I'd signed them, I guess I'm stuck with them. But they better watch themselves. That's all I got to say.
Oh, what are you complaining about, Jack? They put a little life into the show, didn't they?
Well, here in the studio, yes. But I wonder how the program is coming over to the listening audience. I'm going to call Rochester and find out.
Oh, Mabel. What is it, Gertrude? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what Gray Narcissus wants now. I don't know. I'll find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. At your home? I'll see if I can get him. He wants I should get Rochester. Gee, Gertrude, here it is autumn already, and it seems like only yesterday that Mr. Benny went off the air. Yeah. You know, Mabel, I saw him this summer when I went on my vacation to Catalina. You did? Yeah. And once I went out with him. But I left him after half hour. Why? How long can I stay underwater? You mean you were underwater with Jack Benny for a half hour? Yeah, and was I embarrassed? Some people went over us with a glass-bottom boat. Why were you embarrassed? Did Mr. Benny kiss you? Yeah, and I got a mouthful of pennies. How do you like that? And he's supposed to be such a big radio star. You know what, Gertrude? I've been thinking of going on the radio, too. I have a wonderful idea for a quiz program. A quiz program? Yeah. Take it or drop dead. Well, you can have it. As far as I'm concerned, there are too many peculiar people in radio now. You said it. Yeah. It's just like that song. There's no business like schmo business. Ain't it the truth? Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. I'll get him right now.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Duffy ain't here.
Rochester, it's me.
Oh, hello, boy.
Rochester, what do you mean answering the phone like that? Duffy's Tavern.
One of your writers has got 2 shows.
Not anymore, he hasn't. I've been trying to get you on the phone. What were you doing?
I was listening to your program, boss.
That's what I called you about. How's my program coming over?
Well...
Well, what?
You want me to water it a little, or will you take it straight?
I'll take it straight. I've got the water. Now tell me, what do you think of the show?
Well, it started out slow.
Uh-huh.
Then it sagged a little.
Uh-huh.
Then it speeded up.
Well.
Then it speeded up a lot.
Good.
Then it made a U-turn.
A U-turn?
Back to sag.
What?
Then the sag sagged.
Rochester.
And unless you've got a dynamite finish, I'll meet you in Catalina.
Rochester, stop being silly.
Oui, mon, Captain.
Cut-a-boo that out. And Rochester, my first program couldn't be as bad as you thought. Rochester, what was that?
Mr. Coleman just threw his radio out.
Threw his radio out the window? What are you laughing at?
Every year, a little fixing, and we have another radio.
Yeah, well, Rochester, I'm sure that the program couldn't be that bad. Anyway, I'll see you right after the show.
Okay.
By the way, Rochester, what are we having for dinner tonight?
Food, you're working again.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Rochester.
So long, boss.
Jack will be back in a minute, but first...
When you buy, keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on Lucky Strike.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows. Mr. Joe Burnett, ace tobacco auctioneer of Buffalo Springs, Virginia. Recently, he said,
Year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy a fine, light, fragrant tobacco that makes a grand smoke.
And that's not all, for as Mr. Burnett also said...
I've smoked Luckies myself for 16 years.
And as Lucky Strike smokers say...
That's my kind of a cigarette. Real smooth smoking.
So when you buy, keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on Lucky Strike. And remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Yes, when you buy, keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on Lucky Strike.
Good night, folks. See you next Sunday.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Family Theater presents Cameron Mitchell and Preston Foster. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents Stay Up for the Sunrise, starring Cameron Mitchell. And now, here is your host, Preston Foster.
Thank you, Tony Lafrano. Family Theater's only purpose is to bring to everyone's attention a practice that must become an important part of our lives if we are to win peace for ourselves, peace for our families, and peace for the world. Family Theater urges you to pray. Pray together as a family.
And now to our transcribed drama, Stay Up for the Sunrise, starring Cameron Mitchell as Jerry.
I had the cab driver drop me off at the corner of Woodland and Maple, 3 blocks from the house. I guess he thought that was crazy, but I wanted to walk up to the house from the west on Maple, the way I always used to. As he pulled away, I looked at my watch. 8:30. That was about right. It had always been around 8:30 in the summer, with the streetlights on, even though the last faint orange of the day was still glowing behind the trees. I started walking west on Maple, back through the neighborhood where Shirley and I used to be 18, and no dreams of the future could ever compete with what was going on at the moment.
Jerry,
Yeah?
don't be mad.
Well, why shouldn't I be mad? I thought you had this all straightened out with your mother.
She says I can't go steady.
All right, but did you have to take a date with this guy the last Saturday night before I go back to school?
Tom called her. I couldn't help it.
Well, didn't she even ask you if you had another date?
Well,
did you tell her this was my last weekend here until maybe Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And she still rammed it through? Oh, I love your mother. I dearly love her.
Jerry, she's just thinking of me.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to be away at school for 3 months. She doesn't want me to sit home all that time. If you were going to be here all winter, it'd be different.
Well, I'm here now, and I'll be here Saturday night.
I've explained about that. Mother accepted the invitation for me.
Oh, she can't even wait for me to leave.
Well, I can't do anything about it.
You can call him up and say you got a date.
She wouldn't let me.
All right, let's forget it. I mean the whole thing.
You mean us?
Yeah, if that's the way it's going to be. Good grief, Cheryl. We make a lot of plans. You say you want to marry me when I finish school.
I do, Jerry. But that's 3 years away.
So in the meantime, you go out with every guy you can.
I didn't ask Tom to call
Well,
me.
then call him back and tell him you're sorry. I don't date other girls,
Well, that's
you know.
different. Jerry.
Now, don't start that, Cheryl. If you want to cry, cry at your mother.
But I don't want to go with him Saturday.
Well, then don't. Just call him up and say you got a date.
All right.
You didn't make a date with him.
All right, I'll call him. You satisfied?
Will you really?
I said I would.
Cheryl, I don't want you to get in trouble.
I don't care. I don't want to go out with him.
I know. I don't want you to go out with him either.
What are you smiling about?
Oh, because you said you'd break the date.
You can always twist me around, can't you?
Well, what's wrong with that? You can always twist me around. Isn't that how it's supposed to be?
I hope so.
I watched Shirley go up the steps to the porch and then in through the front door of her house. It was about 8:30 in the evening. The streetlights were on, and the last faint orange of the day was still glowing behind the trees.
Mr. Johnson? Are you Mr. Johnson?
Oh, yes.
I saw you standing out in front of the house. I'm the real estate agent. Name's Hill.
Oh, how do you do?
Didn't expect to see you walk up. I thought you took a cab from downtown.
Well, I did, but I got out a few blocks back. I wanted to see some of the neighborhood again.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Spears told me you grew up just a couple of blocks from here.
Mm-hmm, that's right. I moved to New York right after the war.
Folks still live here?
No, there was just my mother. She's dead now.
Sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Would you like to see the house?
Fine.
It's for sale as is, you know. Quite a lot of furniture.
Do you happen to know whose furniture it is?
Oh, yeah. Most of it belonged to the Madisons.
Oh, I thought they rented the place to another family back about 5 years ago.
That's right, but they rented it furnished.
Oh.
That was after old man Madison died and the missus went back to Florida. Step inside.
Thank you.
I think there's a light switch somewhere on this wall.
Right here.
How do you like that? No lights. I phoned the power company personally this morning.
Maybe the fuse is blown.
I've got a flashlight out in my car. I'll go get it. Maybe I can find that fuse box.
Sure.
Unless you'd rather come back tomorrow?
No, Mr. Hill. I'd like to see it now, if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. I'll be right back. Why don't you strike a match and go on into the living room? You can sit down in there anyhow.
Oh, fine. Why, it hasn't changed a bit. There's the piano we used to stand around, the big couch in front of the fireplace, phonograph. 15 years, and it's still the same. Huh? I was right. That was the best time for all of us, and it was real. Shirley, me, Jim, Sally, Helen, Bob, all of us. Right here. Every Saturday night that summer. Even the last one.
What are you two looking so gloomy about?
Who's gloomy?
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Go soak your head, will you, Robert?
Don't worry, Jer. I'll keep an eye on Shirley while you're gone.
Yes,
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Ah, your master's voice.
Are you folks riding with us?
I don't care, Helen. You want to, honey?
Anything you say.
Now, why can't you be like that?
Oh, phooey. Well, if we're going, let's go.
Oh, I can't leave till the others do.
What's the rush, anyhow?
I told you Daddy said they wouldn't hold the table after 9:30.
He's president of the country club and he lets the waiters push him around?
Oh, very funny. What if you don't want to stand out on the dance floor all night?
All right, we'll go. Hey, folks, let's put the show on the road. We got to be at the club by 9:30.
Yeah. Come on, strong man. Let's set the good example.
Don't rip the summer formal, please.
Don't you own that thing yet?
Just the buttons. We'll wait for you out in the car, Ken.
Okay.
Hey, crazy jerk. Cheryl, it's hard to believe that this is our last date for a while, isn't it?
I can wait. You'll be home for Thanksgiving.
Shirley.
They've all left. We'd better go.
No, I just want to tell you something. It'll only take a minute.
All right.
You see, we probably won't be alone again for a long time, so I want you to know how I feel. How I feel about you right now.
That's Bobby.
No, let him hunk. I just want to tell you that I don't think I'll ever love anyone as much as I love you this minute.
I know.
It's hard to explain, Cheryl, but I don't know. I got a feeling something's going to happen. Something that'll change it or us, and I don't want it to happen.
Won't, Jerry. I love you.
I want everything to stay just the way it is. Right now. The way you look, smiling a little, your hair like that.
Hey, Jerry, let's go.
You know what I mean?
Yes. That's how I want it, too.
Mr. Johnson, can we put it on the road? Mr. Johnson.
I just wanted to tell you, Cheryl, so you'd know. It's not very often a thing like this happens. A minute when everything in the world seems perfect. And that's why I brought it up. Because I got such a feeling it won't last.
Miss Jensen?
What?
It's me, Mr. Hill. I left the key on the hall table. Would you unlock the door, please?
Oh, sure. Just a minute.
My memory must be getting bad.
I'm sorry I didn't hear you.
Well, my fault. I keep forgetting when you close that front door, it automatically locks on you.
Yeah, that's right. It always did.
You seem to be pretty familiar with this house.
I am. Used to come here a lot.
Is that why you're interested in buying it?
Yeah, in a way.
Well, I used to know old man Madison pretty well, but I never really met his missus or the daughter.
Shirley?
That's right. She still owns the house.
I know. I used to go out with her years ago. I knew her husband very well, too.
Bob Shelley?
Yeah, went to high school with him.
Wonderful fellow. Always clowning. Sure was a shame.
Yes, I never did hear just how it happened.
He was driving back from Winthrop last winter. Late at night, road's pretty icy. Just must have fallen asleep at the wheel.
Well, he was a wonderful guy. I understand he left some children.
One little boy. By the way, you figured on moving your family out here from New York, Mr. Johnson?
No, I don't have a family. I'm not married.
Engaged?
Well, in a way. But
local girl?
No, she's back east. It's nothing definite.
I don't mean to be nosy.
Oh, not at all. It's a perfectly natural question.
I just thought, since you're planning on buying a big house...
Well, I'm not even certain I'm going to buy it.
Say, that's right. Standing here gabbing. I ought to go find that fuse box so you can see the place.
As I remember, it's in the kitchen.
I think you're right. I'll go take a look.
Oh, is that a phone?
Yeah, up on the landing. We keep it connected. Mr. Spears handles a couple of houses out this way, and we like to have a phone handy.
Well, who'd be calling here?
Maybe Spears. He knew I was going to show you the place. Hello? Yeah? Yeah? Mrs. Shelley? Oh, this is Mr. Hill. I'm with Spears Realty. That's right. Yes. Yes, he's right here. Hold on a minute. It's for you, Mr. Johnson. Mrs. Shelley, the owner.
Oh, yes. I wrote her I'd be in town.
Uh-huh.
Oh, thanks. You don't have to stay here any longer, Mr. Hill, if you don't want.
I don't
Well,
mind.
to tell you the truth, I'd like to look the place over by myself.
Oh, sure, if that's how you want it. Sorry about the lights. I'll leave you the flashlight.
Oh, thanks. Tell Mr. Spears I'll let him know one way or the other in the morning.
Sure you'll be all right.
Sure, Mr. Hill. Don't you worry. You go on home. I'll lock up.
Think you can get back downtown all right?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Don't you worry.
Okay. Night, Mr. Johnson.
Night. Hello? Hello, Shirley. Yeah, I just got in town a couple hours ago. Yeah. Yeah, no, there's nothing crazy about it. I really want the house. I guess it's the only one in the world I've ever really wanted. Are you far from here? Well, could I come over and get you? I was going to call you after I'd seen the house, but... Uh-huh. Well, all right. Sure, I'll be here. You know something, Shirley? It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed a bit. And neither have I. How long will you be? Oh, wonderful. I'll be waiting. Bye. Operator, can you give me long distance? Yes, thanks. Long distance? I'd like to place a call in New York City, person to person, Miss Jean White, Plaza 21389. Yes. How long do you think that'll take? All right, you can reach me here, Gerald Johnson. The number? Oh, just a second. The lights are all out here. Well, it used to be Midway 3685. What's that? Changed. Oh, all right. Hold on a second. I'll light a match. Hello? Operator? Yeah, you're right. It is changed. It's Prospect 43685. I'll be here for the next few hours. Thanks. Bye. It's funny. Funny they'd changed the number. I didn't think the town had grown that much. Maybe it's that big housing development along the lakefront where the park used to be. All the trees and cars parked along the lake. Bonfires down on the beach. Oh, maybe if we all hadn't driven out there after the dance that night, it wouldn't have happened. I guess Shirley thought I was just being stubborn. Maybe that's all it was, but that did it. That was the argument that did it.
Isn't it lovely?
Yeah.
My feet are killing me.
How romantic.
Well, I'm sorry, but they are.
Then go soak them in the lake.
That's not a bad idea. Think I'll take off my shoes.
Bob, haven't you embarrassed me enough for one night?
Just getting warmed up. Lovebirds, anyone for waiting?
Like the lady said, go soak your feet, Robert.
On my way. Coming, Mother?
I'd just like to know how you ever got a name like Shelley.
Hail to thee, blithe spirit. Birth, thou never wert.
That's Keats.
Of course, but we were great friends.
Crazy guy.
Yeah. You have fun tonight?
Oh, it was perfect.
Well, it's getting late.
What time?
It's almost 3:30. Your mother will be out with a shotgun.
She knows it's your last night. I told her not to wait up.
Yeah, but even so, I'd like to get you home before daylight.
It'll be daylight in another hour. Why don't we just sit here and watch the sun come up?
No, I don't feel much like it. Do you mind?
I think it's the loveliest part of the day.
Yeah, I know, but it's getting pretty late.
That's not the reason.
What?
Why don't you like it, Jerry?
Like what?
The sunrise.
Oh, I don't know. I just don't care about it. I think it's greatly overrated.
Can't we stay and watch it just this once?
Look,
for
Cheryl.
me.
All right, I'll turn that around on you. For me, let's not stay and watch it.
Why? Just because I want to?
No, because I don't want to. What's so hot about the sunrise? I think it's gray and it's cold and it's nuts.
I think it's beautiful.
Okay, so next week you can stay up and you can see it until you're blue in the face.
If I want to, I will.
Hey, what's all the
But tonight I'm taking you home.
You are not.
Oh, yes, I am.
The fifth round, Lewis leads
Oh, shut up, Bobby.
Let me take your car keys, will you, Bob?
Sure, what's the beat?
Don't bother, Bob. I'm not going.
You're my date and I'm taking you home.
You're not taking me home because I'm not going.
Oh, yes, you are, and I'm taking you home.
Shelley, will you shut up?
Well, what's so funny?
Oh, come on, Jerry, forget it.
Oh, wait a minute. I just don't see what's so funny. All right. All right, Shirley. Very funny. Now, you going to let me take you home or not?
Why? Why don't you want to stay up and see the sunrise, Jerry?
Because I don't. Now, come on.
I won't come on. Who do you think you are, Napoleon?
No, I'm your date.
Yes, and I broke another date so you would
By
be.
the big favor.
You seemed to think so at the time.
Oh, kids,
You get out of this, will you, Robert?
Okay.
I'm not going home with you, Jerry.
For the last time.
This is the last time.
You mean that?
Yes,
Okay. Okay, I'll write you sometime.
you do that.
All the way home that night, and all the next day, right up until train time, I wanted to call her and apologize. But I never did. I thought it would teach her a lesson to sit by herself that afternoon, watching the clock, waiting for the phone to ring. Waiting for the phone to... Hello? Yes? Yes, operator. This is Gerald Johnson. New York? Oh, yes. Will you hold the wire a minute? There's someone at the front door. Yes, just a second. Shirley.
Hello, Jerry.
Shirley, will you come in? I've got New York on the phone. They just called.
Of course.
I'm sorry about the lights.
I think there's some candles in the kitchen.
Come in, Cheryl. It's been a long time.
You go ahead and answer the phone, Jerry. I'll find the candles.
All right. You have some matches?
Yes, answer the phone. I'll be right in.
Okay. Hello, operator? Yeah, I've got a call into New York. How's that? They don't answer. Are you calling Plaza 21389, Miss Jean White? Well, will you keep trying, please? Yes. Yes, I'll be at this number. All right, fine.
Who's Miss Jean White?
Oh, she's just a friend.
What's the matter?
Shirley, you look lovely by candlelight. You always did. You still smile the same way, too.
You were really telling the truth over the phone, weren't you?
How do you mean?
About not having changed.
Not about you, I haven't.
Jerry.
That's why I came back
Jerry,
here.
let's sit down. I want to talk to you.
Anything you say.
The lady you're trying to reach on the phone, is that the Miss Jean White?
Mm-hmm.
The Barneses, friends of mine, saw her in the play when they were in New York last summer. They said she was marvelous.
Yes, she's a great actress. Say, would you like me to build a fire?
If you want.
It'll be like when I used to come home on weekends during the winter, remember?
Yes.
There's already a log in the grate, and all we need's a little kindling and some paper here.
I heard you were engaged to her.
Who, Jean?
Yes.
Oh, well, bright young directors are always getting engaged to actresses. It's one of the occupational hazards. You got a match?
Well, there should be some on the mantel.
Oh, yeah. I got them. There we are. Gives us a little light, too.
Are you in love with her?
I thought I was.
What changed your mind?
I couldn't forget you.
Jerry.
No, let me finish, Cheryl. I think the way I feel about you has stood the test of time pretty well. How long has it been? 15 years?
Jerry, that's not the point.
It is, Shirley. It is. Now, listen to me. I stopped trying to figure out what being in love means a long time ago. I've gone out with all sorts of girls, and some I liked, and some, like Jean, I even fell a little in love with. But it wasn't what I felt for you, Cheryl. It wasn't anywhere near it.
But, Jerry, that wasn't real.
You mean you didn't love me,
Well,
then?
of course I did.
Then it was real, Cheryl. As real as this house, as real as we are right now.
And you still feel the same way?
I thought I did, or I wouldn't have come back here. Now I'm sure of it.
And why are you calling Jean?
To tell her I'm going to stay here, if you'll have me.
Jerry...
Will you, Shirley? Will you marry me?
What about your work?
Well, what about it? This is a good-sized town. I could start a repertory company.
Oh,
well, why
Jerry.
not? I've always wanted my own theater.
You'd hate the life here.
No, not if you shared it with me.
If I could only make you realize that what you're in love with isn't me.
Why do you say that, Cheryl? It is you. It's always been you. That's the one thing that's never changed.
Darling, you're wrong.
Look, I'll prove it to you. I'll do anything to prove it.
Anything?
Anything you want. What is it?
Will you wait a few hours before you call Jean and tell her you're not coming back?
All right, but why?
Because I want you to do something I asked you to a long time ago.
I said I'd do anything.
You promise?
Sure. What is it?
Stay up for the sunrise.
We sat there in the firelight, Shirley and I, talking, remembering, going back to a past that I'd never been able to forget. For a while, I lost all track of time and place. It was as if we were reliving those days all over again. And then gradually, I'm not even sure how, it seemed that we'd begun to talk less about the past and more about what had happened to us since then. Shirley told me about her marriage to Bob, what a wonderful husband he'd been, and how greatly she and young Tommy missed him. And I told her about my work and what a tough time Jean and I had getting started in New York, even about that crazy Christmas dinner 5 years ago, when all we could afford between us was a chicken salad sandwich. We talked and talked about everything that had happened to each of us from that last night on the lakefront 15 years ago to this moment. And then I realized that the fire had become a gray bed of ashes, the candles flickering stumps, and that Shirley and I were seeing one another by the first faint light of day.
It's morning.
Yes, I just noticed.
Do you know what's happened, Jerry?
We talked it away. It's gone, isn't it?
Does that make you unhappy?
I don't know, Cheryl. I thought it was so real, and it was nothing but candlelight.
No, it was more than that, Jerry. A long time ago, it was youth and wonder. And those things are real enough.
But, Cheryl, 15 years. Something I hung on to for 15 years, and it wasn't anything but a dream. You know, I think I knew it, even while it was going on. I knew it wouldn't last. Even that last night, remember?
Of course I do.
I wanted to keep it, Cheryl. Hold on to it. And I knew I couldn't. Remember I told you I had a feeling that something would change?
You said, I want everything to stay the way it is right now. The way you look. Smiling a little. Your hair like that.
You do remember.
And then I said, that's how I want it too.
And all the time you knew. You knew it couldn't stay like that.
That's why we fought that night. When you wouldn't stay up for the sunrise, I realized it wasn't me you were really in love with. Oh, me a little bit. But mostly it was the moment. That's what you were afraid of losing, Jerry.
Yes, I guess it was.
You should have had a little more faith.
How do you mean, Cheryl?
People don't lose moments like that. They keep them forever.
Cheryl, you're crying.
Goodbyes always make me cry.
You're not going?
Yes.
But wait a minute.
That's probably Jean. You'll want to talk to her.
But I can't let you go like this, Cheryl.
Yes, you can. You should have let me go a long time ago.
No, please stay.
Oh, I've stayed much too long as it is. Goodbye, Jerry.
Shirley. Hello? Yes? Yes, operator. New York? Yes. I'll hold on. Gene? Yeah, this is Jerry. Hey, you sound great. Where? Oh, I'm calling from a house. Old friend of mine used to live here. Yeah, sure, I'm coming back. You don't think you're going to get away from me that easy, do you? How do I what? Oh, how do I like seeing my hometown again? Well, it's changed. Or maybe I have, I don't know. I used to think there was something special about it, but I guess that was just my imagination.
This is Preston Foster again. I guess you saw recently in the papers that with the consent of Congress, our president has signed an order adding 2 new words to the Pledge of Allegiance. The words are, under God. So now it reads, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under God. Those 2 new words are highly appropriate and very welcome additions to the pledge. What they amount to is an official recognition of the simple fact that God is the supreme sovereign of this nation, of all nations on the face of the earth. We say this is a simple fact, and yet how much recognition beyond lip service have we ever given to it? Over the centuries, we have exhausted our best energies in a futile, seesawing race to devise weapons that would give us temporary superiority over our enemies. And what have we finally produced as a result of all this prodigious effort? A world we can blow to pieces by pushing a button. So what have we got? A dead heat. And once more, mankind is being given a choice. The same choice 2 of his spear-bearing ancestors had 10,000 years ago when they came across each other in the jungle. Either he learns to live with himself, under God, by following his laws, or he faces destruction. It's still possible to choose, too, even today. For although there are powerful, evil forces ranged against us, we have an even more powerful force on our side, the force of prayer, daily family prayer. We can pray for guidance, we can pray for strength, and most of all, we can pray for our enemies. Say, there's a secret weapon I'd like to have them steal from us. By the way, here's something that's no secret at all. The family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you transcribed Stay Up for the Sunrise, starring Cameron Mitchell. Preston Foster was your host. Others in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Charlotte Lawrence, Herb Butterfield, and Charles Smith. The script was written and directed for Family Theater by John T. Kelly, with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who feel the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who give so unselfishly their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is Tony Lafrano expressing the wish of Family Theater that the blessing of God may be upon you and your home, and inviting you to be with us next week when Family Theater will present Hound of Heaven, starring Dan O'Herlihy and Raymond Burr, with Loretta Young as hostess. Mr. Thomas F. O'Neill, chairman of the board of the Mutual Broadcasting System, will be our special guest. Join us, won't you? Family Theater is broadcast throughout the world and originates in the Hollywood studios of the world's largest network. This is Mutual, the radio network for all America.
Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills bring you an hour, a full 60 minutes of Suspense. Directed by Anton M. Leda and produced by Robert Montgomery. Tonight, two great suspense dramas. John Collier's Wet Saturday and W.F. Harvey's August Heat. Performed by two distinguished casts of radio actors. Two complete stories joined in 1 hour of Suspense.
This is Robert Montgomery with a forecast, a weather forecast. If you doubt my qualifications as a meteorologist, I don't blame you. I have none. But I do have more specific information than the chap in Walt Mason's poem, The Statesman. Perhaps you remember. The statesman throws his shoulders back and straightens out his tie and says, "My friends, unless it rains, the weather will be dry." Yes, I can do much better than that. Even with the same elements, rain and dry weather, I can improve on that forecast. For the next hour, I predict rain, followed by a sudden hot spell. Further, and you can check me on this, I predict that the rain will fall in the first half of the hour, and that the second half will be given over exclusively to heat. I guess you could say I predict weather in 2 acts. Unusual weather, too. A unique combination of Wet Saturday and August Heat. Each of these dramas is set in England. Each is complete in itself, and each is conditioned by its own weather and by its own suspense. Because these plays exemplify 2 classic studies in radio suspense drama, we have selected established radio stars to interpret them. Dennis Hoey as Mr. Princey in Wet Saturday, and Berry Kroger as James Clarence Withencroft in August Heat, with supporting casts of distinguished radio players. Next week, when we present the suspense version of the screen drama Night Must Fall, we shall feature a cast of motion picture actors. As Danny, I will be joined by Dame May Whitty in her original role of Mrs. Bramson, together with Heather Angel and Richard Ney. But now to the first half of our show and my prediction for rain. With the performance of Dennis Hoey as Mr. Princey, and with John Collier's English classic, Wet Saturday, we again hope to keep you in
Suspense.
On this rainy afternoon, we should like you to meet the Princey family and their visitor. They are, of course, at home. Mrs. Princey, daughter Millicent, George, the son and heir, sprawled on a couch, and finally Mr. Princey, biting on a dry pipe. Their living room is dull and overstuffed. Rain beats at the windows. They are any middle-class family at home on a wet day, except for one small item. As you sit with them in the living room, you can see through the door to the sun porch a pair of man's feet, encased in black boots. They look like the feet of a curate. There is a tenseness in the room. The air is charged with excitement, but the feet are very still.
Don't keep staring at them. Listen to me, all of you. Don't you see? They'd hang her. That's what they'd do. They'd hang her.
Oh, Fred, it's too awful.
Awful, it's catastrophic. A supposedly sweet, gentle, intelligent girl. Respected. Loved by the whole village doing a thing like this. Think of the publicity, the disgrace. You think I'm going to resign from the bench, the vestry, sell out, live in some foggy hotel abroad? Oh, no.
No, I'll kill myself. I will.
Don't be a fool.
Any more than you have been, the governor means.
Be quiet. It wouldn't be so bad if it were you, George. Everybody in the village knows you're not responsible. George.
Yeah?
Get off that couch. Sit up on your spine. You might be of a little use here, if you could think.
Oh, but I say, Governor, this isn't my funeral.
Shut up. As long as I can remember, George, you've been a trial and a tribulation to me.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
You've got to stand it, my dear. And keep that hysterical note out of your voice. Do you hear?
Yes.
We are talking about the weather. Now, George.
Mm-hmm.
George, if he fell down the old well, say, striking his head several times, what about him,
I really don't know, Governor. What about?
Don't be an ass. I'm asking you to think. He'd have had to hit the side several times, 30 or 40 feet. And at all the correct angles. No, I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not. We'll have to go over it all again, Millicent.
Oh, no, Father, no, I couldn't.
Millicent, we must go over it all again.
Fred, you're torturing her.
Oh, face facts, Mater. With him lying there, it's no use pretending it's a picnic.
They might hang you, Millicent. Oh, stop that shaking. Stop it here. You must stop it. You must keep your voice quiet, Millicent. Millicent! We are talking of the weather. Now, we will proceed.
I can't. Not with those boots there.
Oh, should have thought of that, Millie. I'm not moving her.
Sit up, George, and stop shuffling your feet. Now, Millicent, look at me. Answer me truthfully. You hear? Answer me. You were on the croquet court.
Yes.
Who knew you were in love with this wretched curate?
Oh, the whole village knows. They've been sniggering about it at the pub for 3 years past.
Shut up, George. Millicent, we continue. You were on the croquet court.
Yes.
You were putting the croquet set in its box.
Yes. It was starting to rain. I was carrying the balls and the mallets into the sun porch. The box was there.
You heard someone enter the garden gate and come across the yard.
Yes.
Could you see who it was?
Not at first. I was going into the sun porch. I threw down all the mallets, but the red one, and turned around.
It was Withers.
Yes.
So you called him?
Yes.
Loudly?
Oh.
Did you call him loudly? Could anyone have heard?
No, Father, I'm sure not. I didn't really call him. I just spoke his name. He saw me when I went to the door. He just waved his hand and came over.
How can I find out whether there was anyone about? Whether he could have been seen?
I'm sure not, Father. I'm quite sure.
Right, so you went onto the sun porch.
Yes, it was raining hard then.
What did he say?
He said, "Hello, Millie," and excuse his coming in the back way, but he'd set out to walk over to Leiston.
Yes?
And he said, passing the park, he'd seen the house and suddenly thought of me. And he thought he'd just look in for a minute. He had something he wanted to tell me.
Go on.
He said he was so happy, and he wanted me to share it. He'd heard from the bishop that he was to have a vicarage, and it wasn't only that, it meant that he could marry. And he began to stutter and get all confused. And of course I thought he meant me.
Don't tell me what you thought. Tell me exactly what he said and nothing else.
Well,
Oh, stop crying. It's a luxury you can no longer afford. Tell me what happened.
He said, no. He said, it wasn't me. It's Ella Bragdon Davis. and he was sorry and all that. And then he went to go.
And then?
I went mad. He turned his back. I had the red mallet of the croquet set in my hand. I'd forgotten to drop it when he came in. I went...
Did you shout or scream? I mean, as you hit him?
No, I'm sure I didn't.
Did he? Come on, speak up.
No, Father.
And then?
I threw it down. I came straight in here. I went to look for Mother, that's all.
Oh, my poor baby.
And you're sure no one else was about?
No one, no.
Leave the child alone, Fred.
Oh, not such a child, Major. Oh, Millie, I had no idea.
Keep quiet, I'm thinking. You see, George, he probably told people he was going to Leiston. Certainly no one knows he came here. But he didn't decide until he crossed the park. He might have been attacked in the woods. You must consider every detail. A curate with his head battered in.
Don't, Father, don't.
A curate with his head battered in. Who would want to kill Withers?
Who'd kill Withers? Well, I would. With pleasure. How do you do, Mrs. Princess?
Captain Smollett.
Captain Smollett?
Well.
Oh, sit down, pray. Mustn't get up for me, Mrs. Princey. You are the Millicent. My word. Just being neighborly on a bad day. I wanted to ask you about those dahlia bulbs, Princey.
Mm-hmm.
Took a shortcut on account of the rain and walked right in. Knew you wouldn't mind.
He hurt you, Father.
My dear, we can all have our little jokes. Don't pretend to be shocked. This way, Smollett. This chair facing the fireplace. Sit down, Mother.
Oh, just straighten the curtains on the sun porch, dear. It looks so gloomy out there. Might as well shut the rain out.
Yeah. We were just talking about a little theoretical parson killing, Smollett. Young people these days like thrillers. And,
Parsonicide. Justifiable parsonicide. Have you heard about Ella Bragdon Davis? I shall be most properly laughed at.
Why? Why should you be laughed at, Smollett?
Oh, had a shot in that direction myself. Yes. She half said yes, too. Hadn't you heard? She told most people. Now it'll look as though I got turned down for a white rat and a dog collar.
Too bad.
Oh, well. Fortune of war, you know.
Yes, fortunes of war. Odd how it happens, isn't it? Sit down, Smollett. Mother, Millicent, console Captain Smollett with your best light conversation. George and I have something to look at outside. This rain, bad, very bad. Come on, George, come on.
Governor, I can press you leave raincoat.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Just make yourself at home, Smollett. Make yourself at home.
A cigarette, Captain Smollett?
Yes, thank you. Nasty day, going out.
It's something about the old well, just off the sun porch door, you know. This terrible sudden weather seemed to have loosened some of the stones.
Too bad. That's too bad. Spoils the tennis and croquet. I mean, a day like this. Doesn't it, Minnie?
Yes, it does. She was practicing out in the croquet quite earlier. But do pull your chair up near the fire, Captain. It was so damp we thought it would be cozy to light it.
Oh, thank you. I'm quite comfortable.
I hope you don't feel too bad about Ella Bragdon Davis.
Well, can't always win, you know. Can't understand, though, what you women see in these bloodless clerics.
Oh, I always thought Mr. Withers is a very charming man.
Oh, yes, quite agree.
But why should anyone want to marry him? You wouldn't want to marry him, would you, Minnie?
Not now. That is, I used... Oh, no, of course not.
Smollett?
Yes? Vincent? Oh, good Lord, man. You do come in on a fellow sudden, eh?
Yes, sir, I did. Oh, don't mind this old double-barrel shotgun. Been working on it. Smollett, may I have your attention for a minute? There's something on the sun porch I'd like to show you.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Smollett, George and I went out to see if we could shoot some rats, which have been driven out of the old well by the high water. Afraid they might get into the house, you know. Now, you must listen to me very carefully. Very carefully. Or you will be shot. By accident.
Princey, what's gotten into him?
Well, you heard me ask as you came in who would kill Withers. You also heard Millicent make a comment. An unguarded comment.
Well, what of it?
Very little. Unless you were to hear that Withers had met a violent end this afternoon. And that, my dear Smollett, is what you are going to hear.
What? Withers? Dead?
Yes.
Well, who killed him?
Millicent.
Oh, good Lord.
Yes, it's a mess. And, of course, you would have remembered and guessed.
Maybe. Yes. Yes, I suppose I shouldn't.
Therefore, you constitute a problem.
Yes, but why did she kill him?
It's one of those disgusting things, you know. Pitiable, too. She deluded herself that he was in love with her.
Good heavens. Minnie? Ah. Yes, of course, I see.
He told her about the Davis girl, Ella Bragdon Davis.
I understand.
I've no wish, as you will comprehend, that you should be proved either a lunatic or a murderess. I could hardly go on living here after that. Besides, I'm rather fond of Millie.
Quite.
On the other hand, you know about it.
Yes, I see. That makes me a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You're wondering if I could keep my mouth shut if I promised.
I'm wondering if I could believe you.
But if I promised.
If things went smoothly, yes. But not if there was any sort of suspicion, any questioning. You would be afraid of being an accessory.
I don't know.
I do. What are we going to do?
Well, I can't see anything else. You would never be fool enough to do me in. Can't get rid of two corpses, you know.
I regard that as a better risk than the other. Could be an accident, you know, or you and Withers could both disappear. There are possibilities in that.
Oh, see, here, you can't...
I can, but there may be a way out. There is, Smollett. You gave it to me yourself.
I did?
Mm-hmm.
What?
You said you would kill Withers. You have a motive.
Oh, look here, I was joking.
Listen, Smollett. I can't trust you. You must trust me. Else I will kill you now in the next minute. I mean that. You can choose between dying and living.
Go on.
There's the old well just outside the sun's porch door. That's where I'm going to put Withers. No one outside knows he's come up here this afternoon. No one will ever look in there for him unless you tell them. Now, you must give me evidence that you have murdered Withers.
I murdered him. Why do you want that?
So that I shall be dead sure that you will never open your lips on the subject.
I see. What evidence?
George, hit him in the face.
Sure.
Oh, George, don't.
Keep out this.
Captain, you should be more careful. Look what your teeth did to my knuckle.
Again, George.
Okay.
Oh, I can't stand it.
Father, how can you?
Quiet.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Smollett, but there must be traces of a struggle between you and Withers. Then it will not be altogether safe for you to go to the police. George, get the croquet mallet. Take your handkerchief to it. There it is on the sun porch floor.
There, Captain. There's your weapon.
As I told you, Smollett. Now you'll just grasp the end that mashed with his head. I shall shoot you if you don't.
Yes, but good Lord, you can't...
All right.
All right.
That's it. Now deposit it by the side of the house, outside. Out of the rain, of course. Oh, wait, George. First, you'd better pull a few hairs out of his head and put them under the nails of Wither's right hand.
No, wait.
Sorry to muss up your hair, Captain.
Shut up, Smollett.
No, that's all we need. Enough, Mr. Withers, and we'll fix it right up. I'll be right with you, Governor.
Smollett, you may turn round. Withers is just there on the sun porch. Draw back the curtain. Good Lord. Yes, messy. Now, you, Smollett, you've just got to drag him through the door and dump him in the old well.
Just beyond the door, Captain.
I won't touch.
All right, stand aside out of range, George. Any place where I want this shot to go, only one place.
Oh, Father!
Keep quiet. Keep out of this. My aim is none too sure.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I process.
That's better, Smollett. Much better. Go on now. Go ahead. You have to take him outside.
By the shoulders, what to do, Captain.
Keep quiet, George. Go on, Smollett. Go on. You've seen a dead man before. Drag him. Drag him.
All right. There we go.
I'll just hold the gun here to make sure everything goes all right.
Oh, come away from the window, dear. Don't look.
Captain Follett.
Oh, your father is a very resourceful man, Millicent. I'm sure what he's doing
But
is...
the captain, I can't stand it.
You mustn't question your dear father.
I say, you can still at it. There's enough trouble around here without your blubbering.
Don't you call me blubbering, George Princey.
Everything is perfectly safe. Remember, no one knows that Withers came here. Everyone thinks he walked over to Leicester. That's 5 miles of country to search. They'll never look in our well. You see how safe it is?
I guess so.
Good heavens, man, you're dripping wet. Why didn't you slip on your raincoat? Tea ready, my dear?
In just a minute, dear. I'll ring for Bridget.
Exactly what you need, Smollett, a cup of tea. Best thing in the world to ward off a cold. Sit down, won't you? Sit down. Oh, don't mind getting the chair wet.
Thank you.
A cigarette? Help yourself. I stick to my pipe. Funny how you get attached to them. My wife always says,
See, Mrs. Princey, everything's hot, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Bridget. Put the tray in front of me. Here on the table.
I
That's it.
say, Captain, you've cut your lip.
I just knocked it.
Oh, why, how dreadful. Here, Bridget. Here. Give the captain this cup.
No, thank you. I think I'll be running along if you don't mind.
Why, Captain Smollett? Without any tea?
If you don't mind, Mrs. Princey, if I could just have my raincoat.
Oh, I'll get it for you, Captain.
This is very distressing, Smollett. Very.
Yes, well, I'll be all right presently, I'm sure.
Here you are, sir. Let me help you.
Thank you, young man.
There.
Better go out the front way, Smollett. Walk is dry.
Let me hold the door for you, Captain.
And don't worry, old fellow. Don't worry at all.
No, I won't. Oh. Good afternoon.
Nothing serious, I imagine. A little rest and you'll be as right as rain. By the way, Millicent, you're not looking any too well.
Oh, not well at all. I'm sure it was the croquet court. Being outdoors in weather like this is simply foolhardy.
Oh, the Major's right, Millie. You saw what happened to Captain Smollett.
Come along, dear. I shall give you a hot foot bath and put you to bed. A couple of days in bed and you'll be fine, dead.
Get plenty of rest, Millicent, and don't worry about a thing. That's the best cure.
I guess I'll have a little rest too, Governor. It's a fine afternoon for a nap.
Indeed it is, son. Indeed it is. Well, enjoy yourselves. I'll see you later. I'll see you all later. Well?
Your number, please.
Would you get me the police station?
Police station?
Right away, sir.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Yancey speaking.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. This is Princey of Abbott's Road. I believe you know me.
Indeed I do, Mr. Princey.
Sergeant, a rather horrible thing has just occurred. Quite extraordinary. Murder, in fact.
Murder?
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid it looks rather bad for a close friend of ours, unfortunately. We saw him do it. I think you'd better send someone over right away.
Our man should be there right about now, Mr. Princey.
I beg your pardon?
I say our man should be there now. Constable Martin has his post right below your house there. I just rang him. Seems Captain Smollett was with him.
Captain Smollett?
He reported some rather queer goings-on at your place, but I certainly didn't understand it was murder. Now, just don't touch anything, Mr. Princey, and don't worry. Don't worry at all.
No. I won't, Sergeant. Thank you.
Where are you going?
Right here and stop shouting.
We have some visitors, Governor.
Yes, I can see that. Well, Constable, good afternoon.
Mr. Princey?
And Smollett, I say, what a remarkable fellow you are, coming back like this. Here to reenact the crime?
Only the one against me, Princey. The one against the curate I'll leave to you people.
Extraordinary sense of humor.
Mr. Princey, I just had a look at what's in your well. Not a pretty sight, that. Not pretty at all.
Yes, Constable. Captain Smollett was thorough, if nothing else.
You saw him when he did it, sir? Out in the back?
Oh, quite. We were just returning from a walk. Smollett evidently had been laying for the curate, hiding out there in those bushes by the road, I imagine.
He was never inside this house?
Never, no.
And you say, Captain?
I say that while I was inside this house, a guest of the family, I was coerced into dragging the curate's body outside and dumping it into the well.
Well, there we are.
No, not entirely, Constable. I'll just remove my raincoat. And demonstrate how damp I got my clothes when I went outside without it.
That's interesting, isn't it?
It's quite. He undoubtedly removed his coat at some point between here and your post. I might as well tell you that his weapon, a red croquet mallet, is out by the side of the house. I shouldn't be at all surprised, but you might find his fingerprints all over it.
All over the end of the mallet, Constable. The end that mashed Wither's head. Not the end I'd have to grasp in order to do the mashing.
Governor,
That's a decent try, Smollett, but it won't work. There must be other evidences, Constable. You undoubtedly find them when you examine the body.
He means my hair under Wither's fingernails. Well, sir, you know, I happened to notice something when young George there opened the door for me. If you'll look carefully, I believe you'll find a few of my precious hairs under his nails, too.
What are you trying to suggest?
Constable, this is an utter waste of time. So far as violent struggle between Smollett and Withers is concerned, Smollett's face speaks for itself quite eloquently, I believe.
Oh, yes, but no more eloquently than your son's knuckle. Huh? As you see, Constable, look here.
No.
Here. A fresh abrasion. He did that on my teeth. Or, did he?
What?
I say, or did he? You know, he might have done that on Wither's teeth.
Yeah, I see. I see what you mean.
But I didn't, Governor. He said that I...
Keep still, you nitwit. Let me think.
As a matter of fact, George, the more I think of it, the more I'm convinced it was your voice I heard. Quite a vigorous quarrel. Something about the, curate jilting your sister.
Don't be ridiculous, Smollett.
Very well, Princey. If he didn't do it, who did?
That's what I'd like to know. How about it, Mr. Princey?
That is a sticker, all right.
George, my boy, it looks like you're elected.
Elected? What do you mean? I didn't do it. Why, I never...
Keep your mouth shut.
I won't. I'm not going to take the blame for her. Millie did it. She did it with that mallet. I saw her do it. You could prove that? Prove it? Why, yes, her fingerprints on the mallet, on the handle.
Why, George. Don't you remember when you made me touch the mallet?
Huh?
When you picked it up with your handkerchief? George, I'm sure you wiped that handle clean. Oh, well, yes. I could hardly expect you to remember that if you, can't even remember killing the curate.
Governor,
I told you to keep still, George. I'm thinking.
Governor, you're not going to stand there and let him say that.
As long as I can remember, George, you've been a trial and a tribulation to me. You shouldn't have done it, George. You really shouldn't have done it. Now, let's all have a cup of tea. Nothing like it in weather like this.
So ends Wet Saturday, the first of 2 half-hour stories combining dramatic weather and dramatic suspense. Our thanks to Dennis Hoey for an excellent performance, and to Harold Medford, who adapted John Collier's story. True to our prediction, we will return in a moment with August Heat, a second study in suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and to our producer, Mr. Robert Montgomery.
The rains of Wet Saturday are gone. In their stead, a blazing sun burns down on the damp earth of the English countryside, steaming the atmosphere with a heat that's humid and smothering, like a tight outer garment, like a shroud which cannot be loosed and cast aside. Such a heat weighs upon your entire being and saps from you the last strength of hope and freedom. This is the setting for the companion piece to our first drama, Wet Saturday. This, then, is August Heat, the second of 2 suspense dramas complete in this hour. And now with the performance of Berry Kroger as James Clarence Withencroft, and the reappearance of Dennis Hoey as the man, and with W.F. Harvey's August Heat, we promise a narrative well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
Fenistone Road, Clapham, August 20, 1947. I have had what I believe to be the most remarkable day in my life. And while the events are still fresh in my mind, I wish to put them down on paper as clearly as possible. Let me say at the outset that my name is James Clarence Withencroft. You must remember that in order to have the full implication of my story. James Clarence Withencroft. I'm 35 years old, in perfect health, never having known a day's illness. By profession, I'm an artist. Not a very successful one, but I earn enough money by my black and white work to satisfy my necessary wants. My only near relative, a sister, died 5 years ago, so that there is no one in particular to whom I address this manuscript. Only you, who might by chance read it someday. For, because of the peculiar circumstance about which you will soon hear, I have the strong premonition that I shall never live to tell anyone about it. I breakfasted this morning at 9, at the usual time.
was no different from any other morning, and after glancing through the morning paper, I lighted my pipe, and I proceeded to let my mind wander, in the hope that I might chance upon some subject for my pencil. The room, though door and window were open, was oppressively hot, and I just made up my mind that the coolest and most comfortable place in the neighborhood would be the deep end of the public swimming bath when I was suddenly shaken. A feeling swept over me such as I'd never experienced before. I attempted to rise to my feet. Somehow it seemed as though I'd suddenly been fastened to my chair. My hand went out in an effort to brace myself, and then, before I knew what I was doing, my pencil was in my hand, and I began to draw. It was as though someone had taken my hand and was moving it across the paper, swiftly in bold strokes. And then I seemed to take over. My hand, under its own power, began to draw. So intent was I on the sketch which began to appear before me, I soon forgot the oppressive heat, the roughness of the table. Everything was forgotten. This frantic feeling, the sketch must be finished as soon as possible. I had no idea how long I worked until I heard the clock of St. Jude's in the distance. It was 4 o'clock, and I had started just after breakfast. Now, for the first time since I'd begun, I actually seemed to see what I'd been sketching. I was surprised. The final result was, I felt sure, the best thing I'd ever done. It showed a criminal in the dock immediately after the judge had pronounced sentence. The man was fat, enormously fat. The flesh hung in rolls about his chin. It creased his huge, stumpy neck. He was clean-shaven. Perhaps I should say a few days before he must have been clean-shaven. And he was almost bald. He stood there before the judge, his short, clumsy fingers clasping the rail, looking straight in front of him. The feeling that his expression conveyed was not so much one of horror as of utter, absolute collapse. There seemed nothing in the man strong enough to sustain that mountain of flesh. And then I saw that the sketch was not complete, for the man's other hand seemed to be clutching an instrument of some kind of weapon, but had not been completed. I had made this sketch, yet I had no recollection of what I'd intended the man to carry in his other hand. I took up my pencil again, and I attempted to fill in the fuzzy outline. It was useless. It was as though my fingers had suddenly turned to lead. I sat down, and I felt the moisture slowly forming on my forehead. I was conscious of the oppressive heat again. And then I knew that there would be no finishing of the sketch. At any rate, not for the moment. So, I rolled up the sketch, and without quite knowing why, I placed it in my pocket. In spite of my peculiar inspiration, I was filled with the rare sense of happiness which the knowledge of a good thing well done gives. I believe that I set out with the idea of calling upon Trenton, for I remember walking along Lytton Street and turning to the right along Gilchrist Road, at the bottom of the hill where the men were at work on the new tram lines. From there onward, I've only the vaguest recollection of where I went. Through parks, along crowded streets, always fully conscious of the awful heat that came up from the dusty asphalt pavement as an almost palpable wave. And I remember, too, the hollow sound of my footsteps as I moved along. Although walking aimlessly, I somehow knew that there was a goal, something to which I was drawn. I longed for the thunder promised by the great banks of copper-colored clouds that hung low over the western sky. I must have walked 5 or 6 miles. I've really no idea how far I walked, when a small boy roused me from my reverie.
Got the time, mister?
20 minutes to 7.
Thanks. Hot, isn't it?
Yes. When he left me, I began to take stock of my bearings. I found myself standing before a gate that led into a yard bordered by a strip of thirsty earth. There were flowers, purple stock and scarlet geranium, and great numbers of bees droned over them. I stood looking down at them a moment. And then for some reason I looked up. Over the entrance to the place, there was a board with the inscription, Charles Atkinson, monumental mason worker in English and Italian marbles. From the yard itself came a cheery whistle, the noise of hammer blows, and the cold sound of steel meeting stone. A sudden impulse made me enter, and I went in the direction of the noise. There was a man sitting with his back towards me. He was busy at work on a slab of curiously veined marble. He was not conscious of my presence as I stood there watching him for some time. Then, without turning, his hammer stopped in midair as he was about to bring it down on his chisel. He looked up, and then he held his position a moment before turning. But I knew that he was aware of my presence. And when he turned, I saw his face. It was, although I had never seen him before, it was the face of the man I'd been drawing. Yes, it was the face of the man whose sketch was in my pocket. He sat there on his low stool, huge and elephantine, the sweat pouring from his scalp, not speaking. Then he took a red silk handkerchief and he mopped his brow. Although this face that looked up at me was the same as my sketch, the expression was absolutely different. And suddenly, the puzzled expression left his face, and he smiled as if we were old friends. And he walked over and he took my hand.
Good day, sir.
Well, good day. I'm sorry to intrude.
Not at all.
Everything's hot and glary outside.
Yeah.
This seems as an oasis in the wilderness.
No, I don't know about the oasis, but it certainly is hot. Take a seat, sir.
He pointed to the end of the gravestone on which he was at work, and I sat down.
Very hot.
It's a beautiful piece of stone you've got hold of there.
Yeah, in a way it is. The surface is as fine as anything you could wish. But there's a big flaw at the back, though I don't expect you'd ever notice it.
I shouldn't think so.
Nah, I could never really make a good job of a bit of marble like this. It'd be all right in the summer like now. I wouldn't mind the blasted heat. But wait till the winter comes.
Winter?
Yes, there's nothing like a bit of frost to find out the weak points in stone. Gravestone, you see.
Oh, I see. Then what's this one for?
You'd hardly believe me if I was to tell you it's for exhibition. But it's the truth. Artists have exhibitions, so do grocers and butchers. Well, we as 'em do. All the latest little headstones, you know.
He went on to talk of marbles. Which sort of marble best withstood wind and rain, and which were easiest to work. Then of his garden and a new sort of carnation he'd bought. At the end of every other minute, he would drop his tools, wipe his shining head.
This heat's bad. A man's not responsible for what he does in this heat.
I said little, for I felt uneasy. There was something unnatural, uncanny in all of this. The feeling that I'd experienced it all before, exactly as I was experiencing it now. The oppressive heat, the fragrance of the purple stock in the air, the conversation about the marble, the flowers, everything as as though I'd experienced it before. And yet I knew that I'd never even been in this section of the town before. I tried to persuade myself that at least I'd seen him before, that his face, unknown to me, had found a place in some out-of-the-way corner of my memory. But I knew that I was practicing little more than a plausible piece of self-deception. As I sat there quietly watching him, he looked up at me, and he said,
"Yeah, what do you think of that?"
He said it with an air of evident pride, of a job well done. I could sense that he was experiencing the same feeling I had experienced when I'd finished my sketch. Then he got up with a sigh of relief.
Hot. Hot, ain't it?
I was seated in such a position that I was unable to see his work, and for some reason I didn't move. Suddenly, he began to read what he'd carved on the tombstone. He spoke deliberately and with a flat voice.
"In the midst of life we are in death. Born January 18th, 1912.
I looked up with a start. This man had read my exact birth date.
He passed away very suddenly on August 20th, 1947.
That's today.
I usually use the present date on these exhibition stones.
Do you usually put a name on them, too?
Yes. Sacred to the memory of James Clarence Wivencroft.
I just sat there in silence. The sound of birds and crickets seemed loud in my ears as we stood there, looking at each other, saying nothing. And then he mopped his brow again.
Hot. Hot.
I was finally able to speak. Where did you see that name?
Oh, I didn't see it anywhere. I wanted some name, and I put down the first one that came into me head.
It's a strange coincidence, but it happens to be mine.
That's your name? You're James Clarence
Withencroft. Yes.
Well. And the dates?
I can only answer for the birth date. It's correct.
Oh. It's a rum go.
I made a sketch this morning. Of you.
Of me? What, you've never seen me before?
No.
Oh. Oh.
I took my sketch from my pocket, and I showed it to him. As he looked, the expression on his face altered, until it became more and more like that of the man I had drawn.
It was only the day before yesterday that I told Maria there was no such things as ghosts.
Neither of us had seen a ghost, but I knew what he meant. Then I spoke to him. You probably heard my name someplace.
Yes. You must have seen me somewhere and forgotten it, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, were you at Clacton-on-Sea last July?
No. No, I've never been to Clacton in my life.
Oh.
Then we were silent for some time again. And we stood there, looking at one another, and at the two dates on the gravestone. And the birth one was right, and the other was today.
Come inside and have some supper.
His wife was a strange little woman who was pallid with the look of those who live their lives indoors. Her husband introduced me as a friend of his who was an artist and informed her that I was staying to supper. I spoke, making some comment that I hoped I would not be an intrusion, and she looked up at me. She said,
You have a pleasing voice, Mr. Withencroft, and you're welcome in my home. I'm sorry Charles has not brought you here before.
Very little was said during the meal, and after the sardines and watercress had been removed, she walked over to a cupboard, and she took down a thin black book, and as she handed it to me, she spoke.
Would you read aloud, Mr. Withencroft?
Puzzled, I looked down at the book which she'd opened and placed before me. It was a very tiny book. The Prophet, it was called, by an author unknown to me, with a strange Eastern name, Khalil Gibran. And my eyes fell across the page, and suddenly I was reading aloud, as she'd asked me to. Then Almitra spoke, saying, we would ask now of death. And he said, you would know the secret of death. But how shall you find it unless you seek it in the heart of life? The owl whose night-bound eyes are blind unto the day cannot unveil the mystery of light. If you would indeed behold the spirit of death, open your heart wide unto the body of life. For life and death are one, even as the river and the sea are one. In the depth of your hopes and desires lies your silent knowledge of the beyond. And like seeds dreaming beneath the snow, your heart dreams of spring. Trust the dreams, for in them is hidden the gate to eternity. Your fear of death is but the trembling of the shepherd when he stands before the king whose hand is to be laid upon him in honor. Is the shepherd not joyful beneath his trembling that he shall wear the mark of the king? Yet is he not more mindful of his trembling? For what is it to die but to stand naked in the wind and to melt into the sun? And what is it to cease breathing but to free the breath from its restless tides, that it may rise and expand and seek God unencumbered? Only when you drink from the river of silence shall you indeed sing. And when you have reached the mountain top, then you shall begin to climb. And when the earth shall claim your limbs, then shall you truly dance. When I looked up, Mr. Atkinson had gone, but his wife stood before me. And as she took the book, she spoke.
Oh, thank you.
Then I went outside, and I found Atkinson sitting on the gravestone and smoking. He looked up at me.
It's hot. A man's not responsible for what he might do in this heat. She never asked anyone to read aloud before.
And then we talked about the sketch again. He looked at it.
The likeness is me, all right. On trial.
You must excuse my asking, but do you know of anything you've done for which you could be put on trial?
I've done nothing. Not yet.
He got up, fetched a can from the porch, and he began to water the flowers.
Twice a day regular in the hot weather. And then the heat sometimes gets the better of the delicate ones. And ferns, good Lord, they could never stand it. Where do you live?
I told him my address. It would take an hour's quick walk to get back home. Then he stopped watering, and he faced me squarely.
It's like this. We look at the matter straight. If you go home tonight, you take your chance of accidents. A cart may run over you, and there's always banana skins and orange peels, to say nothing of falling ladders.
He spoke of the improbability with an intense seriousness that would have been laughable 6 hours before. But I did not laugh.
The best thing we can do is for you to stay here till 12 o'clock. Then it'll be tomorrow, you see? We'll go upstairs and smoke. Whew. It may be cool out inside.
To my surprise, I agreed. We are sitting in a long, low room beneath the eaves. Atkinson has sent his wife to bed. He himself is busy sharpening some tools and a little oil stone, smoking one of my cigars, the while. And as I look at my sketch before me, I suddenly see the fuzzy outline of what the man in the picture holds in his hands. While I had not been able to sketch it before, I am able to do so now. It is a chisel. It is stained with dark liquid. The sketch is completed now. The air seems charged with thunder, and I hear it in the distance. It is ominous, but it carries the hope of rain. Perhaps this damnable heat will be broken soon, and the day will soon be over. It is close to 12. In seconds, the day will be over. I am writing this at a shaky table before the open window. The leg is cracked, and Atkinson, who seems a handyman with his tools, is going to mend it as soon as he has finished putting an edge on his chisel. There. It is 12. The day is over, and I shall be going home. But the heat is stifling. This heat is enough to send a man mad.
This is Robert Montgomery again, with thanks to Barry Kroger and Dennis Hoey for superb performances in August Heat, and to Mel Donnelly, who adopted W.F. Harvey's story. Our appreciation and our applause, too, goes to the cast of both plays who made our weather experiments so very successful. Next week, we'll turn a full hour's attention again to the English scene and to Emlyn Williams' great play, Night Must Fall. You'll meet Mrs. Bramson, Olivia Grain, and Hubert Laurie. And you'll meet Danny. Danny with the quick smile. Happy, cheerful Danny, whose appearance is as pleasant as the melody that's always with him. Mighty like a rose. That's Danny. Yes, that's Danny. Next week, with Dame May Whitty, Heather Angel, Richard Ney, and myself, and with Night Must Fall, we'll again hope to keep you in suspense. Good night.
Mr. Montgomery may currently be seen in the Universal International production Ride the Pink Horse. Wet Saturday by John Collier was adapted for suspense by Harold Medford. August Heat by W.F. Harvey was adapted for suspense by Mel Dinelli. Both were directed by Anton M. Leader and produced by Robert Montgomery. Lud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucien Morawek composes the original scores. Next week, hear Night Must Fall, starring Robert Montgomery with Dame May Whitty, Heather Angel, and Richard Ney on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of Suspense. A program you won't want to miss. That's Report Card, the next production of the famed CBS documentary unit. Overcrowded schools, out-of-date equipment, and a shortage of trained teachers, all of these are contributing to a breakdown in American education. For a dramatic report, hear Report Card Wednesday, March 24th over many of these stations. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.